Zhao Lan unexpectedly traversed into a world where spiritual energy had revived and strength reigned supreme. Just as he prepared to utter the classic phrase, "Do not underestimate a poor youth," he was astounded to discover that he was destined to be a mere cannon fodder, a villainous character. At the story's outset, the female protagonist, Yi Shirin, feigned a confession to him, with the ulterior motive of deceiving him into relinquishing his family's treasured heirloom, thereby serving as a stepping stone on the protagonist's path of growth. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, Xiaolan awakened a familiar system, the negative energy system. This peculiar system allowed him to earn chances for a lottery as long as he could incite anger or dissatisfaction in others. Thus commenced a uniquely captivating performance. Once, a sincere love lay before me, yet I failed to cherish it. The moment I rejected you, regret set in. Therefore, Xiaolan, could you grant me another chance to date you? On the playground of Lingjiang City Martial University, clad in a white dress, Yi Shirin stood on tiptoe, hands clasped behind her, shyly lowering her head. The rosy hue that graced her fair cheeks added an air of innocence and beauty. However, in response to such a declaration, the corners of Zhao Lan's mouth twitched slightly, his gaze filled with mockery. "Dear sister, this script is far too clicked. Don't you have something fresher?" Yi Shirin, sensing Zhao Lan's unusual stare, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Is the pure love trend no longer in vogue? Why is he looking at me like that? Soon, Yi Shirin noticed Zhao Lan's gaze drifting downward, resting upon her thigh. Heh, all men are indeed the same. Silently scoffing, Yi Shirin swiftly altered her strategy, intending to employ her beauty to ensnare Zhao Lan. She stepped closer and whispered in his ear, "Would you like to touch?" Zhao Lan chuckled, casting a glance at the multitude of students on the playground, swallowing hard as he reluctantly replied, "Perhaps another time." Subsequently, he shut his eyes in anguish, internally lamenting, "Damn it, she's resorting to seduction right off the bat. Who can withstand that?" In truth, Zhao Lan was a traveler who had crossed into a world where spiritual energy had revived. Initially, he was filled with excitement, eager to showcase his skills. However, as his memories intertwined, he gradually recognized his post-transmigration identity, a cannon fodder villain destined to be a stepping stone for the protagonist. Before him stood Yi Shirin, the cunning woman referred to as Little Huang Rong in the novel, who was wholly devoted to the protagonist and regarded Zhao Lan merely as a tool for her own advantage. In the original narrative, Zhao Lan, elated by the sudden confession from a goddess, was ultimately duped by Yi Shirin's beauty and lost the family heirloom, meeting a tragic end at the hands of the protagonist. System, come forth quickly. Every traveler requires a system to safeguard their journey. If you don't appear soon, I might truly lose my composure and commit the blunders every villain inevitably makes. At that moment, a blazing white light erupted from the depths of Zhao Lan's consciousness. Huh? Is this light? Am I to inherit the will of light? Zhao Lan exclaimed, his fists clenched in anticipation. Yet, the outcome was somewhat unexpected. Detecting abnormal emotional fluctuations in the host, initiating binding of the negative energy system. Ding! Binding successful. The negative energy system specializes in absorbing negative emotions. Whenever someone harbors negative feelings toward the host will earn corresponding negative energy points. Note: the greater the number of targets generating negative emotions, the higher their status and strength, the more points the host will acquire. Thus, for your own sake, go forth and thoroughly disgust others. Upon hearing this series of notifications, Zhao Lan was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but facepalm and sigh. Why am I so unfortunate? Why must I awaken such an unhelpful system? However, upon reconsideration, Zhao Lan could not suppress a smile. How fortuitous! I'm a villain now. Isn't it entirely reasonable to engage in some mischief? Zhao Lan, what are you laughing at? Yi Shirin asked, perplexed by Zhao Lan's sudden amusement. Ahem, my apologies. I am a professional and generally do not laugh. Zhao Lan regained his composure, proudly placing his hands on his hips and proclaiming, "But the esteemed school flower of the supernatural department has a liking for me. Who wouldn't be thrilled to be favored by a beauty like you?" He then began to call out to the surrounding students, inviting them to weigh in on the matter. This display left Yi Shirin utterly mortified. Her sole aim was to deceive Zhao Lan into surrendering his family heirloom, not to ruin her own reputation. As the negative emotions continued to accumulate, Zhao Lan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He persisted in provoking Yi Shirin, inciting her further anger and embarrassment. It wasn't until Yi Shirin could no longer tolerate the onlookers that she mustered the courage to tug at Zhao Lan's sleeve and whispered, "Zhao Lan, let's find a more secluded spot to discuss this." Zhao Lan waved his hand dismissively, his expression serious as he declared, "There's no need. No matter where we talk, the outcome remains the same. I refuse to date you." This pronouncement left the surrounding students wide-eyed, unable to believe their ears. Meanwhile, Yi Shirin felt a surge of anxiety. She realized Zhao Lan's gaze had sharpened, as if he could see through her very thoughts. "Why do you refuse?" Yi Shirin feigned calmness as she inquired. Zhao Lan suddenly lowered his head, a somber expression overtaking him as he sighed dramatically. Because I am unworthy of you." As these words escaped his lips, the students erupted in peculiar laughter. Yi Shirin, however, secretly exhaled in relief, since it was not outright rejection, but rather self-deprecation. It signified there might still be a chance for redemption. Thus, she began to weave a tapestry of benevolent lies to soothe Zhao Lan. "In truth, you possess many admirable qualities. You are kind, gentle, and considerate of my feelings. Your eyes are captivating, as if they conceal the stars. I believe you are a hidden gem, destined to become exceptional in the future." Yet, these insincere flattery made Yi Shirin herself feel nauseous. The onlooking students wore expressions of awkwardness, perplexed as to why she would lavish such praise upon someone like him. Zhao Lan, however, received these compliments with a smile, his heart brimming with wicked amusement. Indeed, compelling others to do what they detest is the most exquisite torment. Zhao Lan's mischief was far from over. Chapter 2. The Soft Rice Eaten Hard. Pfft, did I hear that correctly? This fellow actually looks down on the campus beauty. Yi, young man, I advise you to reflect on your actions. How could you be so arrogant after receiving a few compliments? Surely not, surely not. He can't genuinely believe himself to be exceptional, can he? Zhao Lan's reply left all the onlooking students utterly speechless. They had witnessed shamelessness before, but never to such an extent, setting aside the facts. Just Zhao Lan's brazen demeanor was enough to provoke a desire to teach him a lesson. Ding. From Du Ziding's resentment, 444. Ding. From Bai Lianhua's resentment, 666. Ding. From Yi Shirin's resentment, 999. Zhao Lan's audacious behavior drew scorn, while simultaneously accumulating a wave of negative emotions directed at him. Of course, the person harboring the deepest resentment toward Zhao Lan was none other than the rejected Yi campus beauty. Yi Shirin? How could I, a campus beauty, be so accomplished in the arts and possess the rare natural ability of awakening, yet be treated with such disdain? I condescended to confess to you, and you still refuse to appreciate it. In an instant, her strong competitive spirit ignited, even causing her to abandon her original intention of deceit. Clenching her delicate fists, her beautiful eyes filled with indignation and resentment, she suppressed her fury and demanded, "Zhao Lan, what do you mean by that?" "Ah, Shirin, yes, I am indeed grateful for your awakening words, but you must understand that this cannot mask the fact that you are unworthy of me. If necessary, we can strive to improve ourselves together, shall we?" Zhao Lan replied, hands clasped behind his head, exuding a rebellious air as he spoke with the earnestness of an elder educating a junior. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Shirin found herself ensnared by Zhao Lan's words. Her face flushed with embarrassment, she could not help but retort, "How am I unworthy of you? If you don't clarify your words today, our matter is far from over." "Sigh, it seems you still do not understand yourself well enough. Very well, since you sincerely inquire, allow me to enumerate your flaws." Zhao Lan sighed deeply, seemingly reluctant to hurt Yi Shirin's feelings. After a moment's hesitation, he earnestly explained, "Let us not even mention your bad temper. Consider this. You pick your nose without washing your hands, you pass gas while wearing leather pants, and you use your manicured nails to pick your teeth. Oh, and I've heard you enjoy urinating directly on sanitary pads." As Zhao Lan publicly revealed this litany of flaws, the entire playground fell into a stunned silence. Did he just say urinating on a sanitary pad? How could the campus beauty and Zhao Lan be so familiar with one another? How could he know so much? And could it be true that even a fairy would stoop to such behavior? I refuse to believe it. I've heard that even a fairy's excrement smells sweet. You, Toad, Do not blaspheme here. Ding. From Yi Shirin's resentment, 999. Ding. From Yi Shirin's resentment, 999. Ding. From Yi Shirin's resentment, 999. Once again, Yi Shirin's emotions spiraled out of control, her anger flaring as her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her teeth clenched in fury, completely stripping her of her previously aloof and dignified demeanor. Yet, being in school and under the watchful eyes of many, she refrained from immediate outburst, forcibly interrupting Zhaolan's nonsensical tirade. Zhaolan, be quiet. Stop spouting nonsense here. If you don't want to date me, that's fine, but there's no need to insult me like this. What on earth is wrong with you? What do you want? With Yi Shirin's sharp exclamation, Zhaolan became even more animated, brushing away a tear from the corner of his eye as he loudly questioned, What do I want? I want to ask you what you want. Woe is me. Did you think I genuinely wanted to say such things about you? But think about it, when others confess, they bring flowers and small gifts. Why is it that when it comes to me, there is none? Just because I am a boy, I am not entitled to such treatment. I am merely expressing my discomfort, which is why I resorted to such absurdity. Tell me, do you look down on us handsome boys, coming to confess to me empty-handed? This? Zhaolan's excessively pretentious demeanor once again made Yi Shirin feel a wave of revulsion. What does a grown man need with flowers and gifts? How utterly pretentious. Ding. From Yi Shirin's resentment, 666. However, Zhaolan paid no heed to Yi Shirin's disdainful gaze. Upon mentioning handsome boys, he became invigorated. His eyes sparkling with fervor, he completely disregarded Yi Shirin, turning to the crowd of onlookers and passionately proclaiming, Fellow handsome boys, I have 3 demands regarding confessions: fairness, fairness, and fairness again. When boys confess to girls, they must prepare flowers and gifts. Why is it that girls do not have to? Doesn't that imply that they do not genuinely like us and do not care about us? Thus, I am not deliberately making things difficult for Yi Shirin. I merely wish to set an example and fight for the rights we, the handsome boys, deserve. As he spoke, Zhaolan gesticulated wildly, his fervor palpable. This incited many onlookers to ponder deeply, engaging in fervent discussions. Seems he has a point. Goodness, it's merely a confession. How did the atmosphere suddenly become so charged? Zhaolan, you are right, girls are like greedy pigs, always looking to gain without giving. Fellow handsome boys, be sure to keep your eyes peeled when looking for girlfriends. My heart aches, yet I cannot voice it. Master Zhao, I get it now. No wonder the campus beauty has taken a liking to you. It turns out you possess not only deep-set eyes but also profound thoughts. As discussions deepened, many sycophants began to awaken. Initially, they thought Zhaolan was merely toying with Yi Shirin's feelings. But unexpectedly, with just a few words, he shifted the narrative, elevating it to a matter of fairness and justice. Standing at the back, Yi Shirin felt increasingly superfluous. What is going on here? However, being a refined young lady, her pride was too delicate to bear. Seeing many align with Zhaolan, her brows furrowed slightly, absurdly contemplating whether her approach had been flawed. Moments later, Yi Shirin suddenly had an epiphany, slapping her forehead. What a trivial issue. I never intended to confess in the first place, so why prepare gifts? How did I get so muddled? Yet, with matters having escalated to this point, it seems I cannot continue without making some sacrifice. One must not be reluctant to put in effort to achieve results. Since Zhaolan is more astute than I anticipated, perhaps it would be wise to keep him placated for now. And later, when the timing is right, I can inquire further about what I desire. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her boiling anger and, with a pitiful look, addressed Zhaolan. I apologize, Zhaolan. This is my first time confessing. And I didn't think everything through. But it's all right. You can tell me what you want directly, and I will show you my sincerity. Upon hearing this, Zhaolan flashed a charming smile and began to wink at the awakened sycophants. As if to say, watch closely, boys. I'll perform this once, and how much you learn depends on your own fortune. Turning back, he crossed his arms and earnestly declared, All right, since you are so sincere, I shall dispense with the frivolities. We are classmates after all, so I'll give you a discount. Just one set of the latest model alloy battle armor on the market, and I will be your boyfriend for a month. What do you say? Quite a bargain, isn't it? As soon as these words left his mouth, Many sycophants suddenly understood and cast him looks of shock and admiration. Eating soft rice truly can be done with such audacity. Chapter 3. Want to learn how to woo girls? I'll teach you. In the early stages of the revival of spiritual energy, researchers invented a new type of alloy, which was mass-produced and crafted into battle armor weapons to combat the otherworldly beasts descending from the heavens. As time progressed, alloy equipment became increasingly sophisticated, with prices soaring. The latest model of alloy battle armor currently on the market costs no less than several million, and often, there is a market without any stock. For a student, several million is certainly no small sum. Before we even consider whether Yi Shirin would agree, the onlooking crowd already felt that this demand was utterly outrageous. What a rascal waiting here. Is he? Good grief. I thought you were speaking up for us sycophants, but it turns out you have such a dark heart. You take everyone for fools. Go wash up and sleep, my friend. Everything you desire exists only in dreams. It's evident that many were dissatisfied with Zhao Lan's brazen demand. However, what no one expected was that after a moment of hesitation, Yi Shirin inexplicably agreed. All right, I accept your terms. Though Yi Shirin's words sounded pleasant, her gaze toward Zhao Lan concealed a hint of resentment, likely still hoping to deceive him into revealing the family's heirloom. She believed that with her charm, she could ultimately tame Zhao Lan. It's settled then. Zhao Lan beamed, stepping forward to shake hands, declaring, from now on, I will cook milk with papaya for you, and you will prepare warm water for goji berries. Together, we shall strive for greatness and create a brilliant future. A delightful partnership. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away, leaving a crowd of bewildered onlookers exchanging glances. What is happening here? The plot is becoming increasingly surreal. Zhao Lan's behavior was decidedly peculiar. They had already witnessed it firsthand. What madness possessed Yi Xiaohua to agree to such terms? As for Yi Shirin, upon hearing about the peculiar concoction of papaya boiled with milk, she found herself somewhat bewildered. The mere mention of collaboration left her in a state of utter confusion. What on earth does a declaration of love have to do with collaboration? Moreover, did it imply that she was the one eager to support Zhao Lan financially? A wave of intense resentment gradually enveloped Yi Shirin. Ding! From Yi Shirin's resentment, 999. After departing the playground, Zhao Lan made his way directly back to the dormitory. He pushed open the door. He was greeted by a group of friends, each sporting ill-fitting suits and gathered in front of a floor-length mirror, their hair slicked back with copious amounts of wax. Don't crowd, don't crowd. I'm almost done. One of them exclaimed. What on earth, do you really need to use wax on that hair? Wouldn't oil suffice? Another chimed in. What's with that crack in the mirror? Is it possible I shattered it with my overwhelming handsomeness? Goodness, what is that white substance on my pants? Which pervert did this? Compared to his boisterous roommates, Zhao Lan appeared somewhat fatigued as he strolled towards his bed, jesting. What's with the get-up? Are you all getting married? Without turning around, the third roommate replied, Of course not, but it's not far off. We plan to collectively declare our feelings. Upon hearing about the declarations, Zhao Lan's interest peaked. What day is it today that everyone is gathering to confess? Confess? To whom? Are you three confessing together? The burly leader, Chen Tao, who looked less like a typical citizen and more like a hulking figure, turned around, his expression serious. Little Zhao, you don't understand. When it comes to confessions, contrast is key. With these two oddballs as my backdrop, it will be hard for Shirin to refuse me. Hey, who are you calling oddballs? Your entire family is a bunch of oddballs. Strange, isn't it? There's a mirror here. Can't you see what you look like? If all else fails, perhaps you should take a pee and check. By the way, where has Zhao gone for so long? Suddenly, the conversation shifted, and the trio paused their preparations to focus on Zhao Lan. Lying on his bed, Zhao Lan stared blankly for a few seconds before weakly lifting his head, disdain evident in his tone as he said, Me? I haven't done anything. Just that person, the one with the special abilities, Yi Shirin, insisted on going out with me, wanting to be my girlfriend, and no matter how I refuse, she won't take no for an answer. It's infuriating. At this revelation, the dormitory fell into silence. After a brief moment of quiet, the four brothers burst into uproarious laughter. What? Where has Zhao Lan gone? Oh, he was hiding here all along. Have you been drinking? Yi Xiaohua confessed to you? I would gladly spin a pot of intestines in celebration. Get away, get away. my dear friend. Let me wake him up." Throughout this mocking exchange, Xiaolan offered no rebuttal, merely lying on his bed with a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. In this silence, there was more meaning than words could convey. Before long, the brothers' laughter turned into awkward chuckles as they realized what this reaction indicated when a man responds in such a manner. After another few seconds of uncomfortable laughter, the trio locked eyes and, as if driven mad, lunged at Xiaolan, their expressions contorted like vengeful spirits. Qian Tao seized Xiaolan by the throat. Li Ligua restrained his arms, while Qin Shou mounted him, clutching Xiaolan's collar and shaking him violently. "Xiaolan, what on earth did you do to our goddess? I'm going to take you down." Ding. From Qin Tao's resentment, 999. Ding. From Li Ligua's resentment, 999. Ding. From Qin Shou's resentment, 999. The succession of notifications forced Xiaolan to open his eyes. He puffed out the fringe on his forehead disdainfully and said nonchalantly, "What did I do? Perhaps I simply failed to manage my charm and accidentally attracted Yishirine." This nonchalant bravado nearly induced vomiting in his three friends. Just as they prepared to enact the dormitory's rules upon Xiaolan, his phone suddenly rang. The leader snatched it up and discovered it was indeed a voice message from Yishirine, promptly signaling for silence as he played the message aloud. "Xiaolan, could you send me your clothing sizes? I need that data for custom alloy armor." As the enchanting voice of the goddess filtered through the phone, the trio's expressions morphed into despair, their faces etched with the word hopelessness. What the hell? This guy was telling the truth, and he had Yishirine custom-making armor for him. In an instant, all motivation drained from them, and they slumped dejectedly onto the edge of Xiaolan's bed. Xiaolan pouted, took back his phone, and replied with a voice message, "Are you ever going to stop bothering me? Why didn't you ask me back then? I have things to do now, so I'll send it to you later." Hearing Xiaolan's response, the trio fell into deeper despair, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Qin Shou, finding a clown mask from somewhere, slowly donned it to hide the tears streaming down his cheeks. Ding. From Qian Tao's resentment, 999. Ding. From Li Ligua's resentment, 999. Ding. From Qin Shou's resentment, 999. Observing their crushed spirits, Xiaolan felt a twinge of guilt and gently patted their shoulders, uttering even more hurtful words. "Don't worry. I am just playing with her. You still have a chance." As his words fell, their wails intensified. "Why can't you just keep your mouth shut if you can't comfort someone? Our goddess, whom we hold dear, is just a game to you. And what's with this inexplicable feeling of being cheated on? Xiaolan, you better confess what method you used to make Yi Xiaohua chase after you." However, being big men, they quickly moved past their sorrow and turned to Xiaolan with earnest inquiries. Upon hearing their questions, Xiaolan merely offered a knowing smile, sitting cross-legged on his bed, and proclaimed, "Want to learn? I'll teach you. Everyone should read a few more chapters. If you have any suggestions, feel free to mention them in the chapters. I will make changes where possible." Overall, this book follows a lighthearted flow, and the later chapters have received positive responses for their humor, so do read a bit more. Chapter 4. Is this system perhaps from the streets? With a sudden clatter, chaos erupted in the dormitory. When Xiaolan opened his eyes again, his three brothers had brought in small stools, arranging themselves neatly in front of Xiaolan's bed, armed with paper and pens, their eyes brimming with reverence. "All right, I'll just share a few thoughts. When it comes to wooing a girl, the most crucial aspect is to capture her attention. While expressing your feelings, you need to be bold, meticulous, thick-skinned, and a sprinkle of creativity to evoke her emotions. For instance, I once read a report stating that when a person is in extreme emotional states, they are most likely to open their hearts. Don't fret about provoking her anger. The real fear lies in her indifference." Within the dormitory, Xiaolan spoke like a sage, passionately delivering his insights, leaving his friends in astonishment. One truly dared to teach, while the others dared to listen. Most importantly, after Xiaolan imparted his wisdom, the trio erupted into thunderous applause. Offering high praise, "Brother Zhao, allow me to bow before you. I never realized your romantic expertise was so profound. You should take the lead, as I've long found Chun Tao insufferable. No wonder I've always failed in my confessions. It was due to a lack of creativity. Seems I can't rely solely on my stunning looks to attract women. It's time to change my approach." Hearing their reflections, Xiaolan chuckled. "I had no idea what I was saying. Yet you all understood. Thankfully, I'm exceptionally clever. I managed to brush off the incident with Yishirine confessing to me, or else these love-struck fools would have hounded me endlessly. All right, let us conclude today's lesson here. Since you all have ideas, you should act swiftly. Remember, in matters of love, practice diligently and work hard where no one can see you. Your skills are still shallow, so avoid being picky. Also, I suggest you all look up the famous quotes of Kylon. With a grand gesture, Xiaolan sent the brothers off, and they eagerly promised to fulfill the task. Before departing, they thoughtfully left several packs of tissues on Xiaolan's bedside next to his computer. True affection exists in the world, and thunder may strike on a sunny day. Notably, that afternoon, the trio made headlines on the campus news website. However, it wasn't for their declarations being particularly moving, but rather because of their bizarre antics. Shocking! A humanoid beast suspected to be lurking in the teaching building, covered in glow-in-the-dark heart patterns, requests immediate support from the security office. A lewd man secretly infiltrated the female dormitory and was caught. Upon searching him, several pairs of underwear were found, yet he refused to acknowledge it, claiming he merely wanted to freshen up and do something for his beloved. Around 3 in the afternoon, a student suddenly burst into the broadcasting room, forcefully reciting an original confession poem. However, according to reliable sources, the poem was not his original work, but rather a plagiarized adaptation of a foreign poet's piece. The student has since been restrained by security, so there is no need for classmates to worry, Xiaolan remarked. It was supposed to be a rare moment of tranquility when I intended to surf the internet and learn more about the world, only to be met with such disheartening news. Unable to contain her emotions, Xiaolan scolded angrily. I encouraged you to be bold, not to behave like Zhao Zilong. While you claim to be unafraid of angering girls, you certainly shouldn't provoke collective outrage. This incident has escalated to such a degree that it seems inevitable someone will face consequences. Alas, perhaps a brief respite in confinement would do them some good. Yet, almost immediately, a series of notification sounds further chilled Zhao Lan's heart as she received messages of discontent from her friends. Ding, from Chen Tao's resentment, 999. Ding, from Li Ligua's resentment, 999. Ding, from Qin Shou's resentment, 999. Ugh, what an ungrateful bunch. I kindly offered you advice on how to woo girls, and now you turn against me. Putting aside these scattered thoughts, Zhao Lan returned to her bed, finally finding time to access the system panel and examine her greatest asset. The negative energy system was quite straightforward, comprising 3 icons: store, lottery, and item inventory. Upon opening the store, dazzling lights instantly filled the screen. For the first time since her journey began, Zhao Lan felt an overwhelming sense of awe at the myriad of items before her. However, what lay before her was advertisements. Phrases such as 1/ for $9.99, gear all reliant on slashing, and sensual exotic beasts. Online card dealing cluttered the screen. It was rumored that only those with an IQ above 140 could clear the 10th level. What the hell? Could this system possibly be a sham? With my limited experience in traversing realms, is there anyone who can confirm whether other adventurer systems share this ridiculous nature? Nonetheless, merely encountering advertisements could not deter someone as astute as her. She swiftly discovered an ad-free mode, only to find it required payment. It seemed even the system had its struggles, likely aiming to meet monthly quotas. Yet, it was not too expensive, a mere 500 negative energy points for a month. Zhao Lan thought little of it and charged the fee to eliminate the ads. Instantly, the world fell silent. Opening the store interface, she was met with an array of eclectic items, exotic ability fruits. Mask of the Odd, time-stop remote control. The last one seemed somewhat useful, while the rest appeared utterly nonsensical. However, just as Zhao Lan was about to procure the time-stop remote control, she realized her balance was insufficient. The negative energy points provided by Yishirine and those few Peichi amounted to roughly 10,000, whereas the remote control's astonishing price was 500,000 points. Forget it. Forget it. Being a time-related item, its exorbitance is somewhat justified. Zhao Lan reassured herself and continued browsing. Ultimately, she concluded that although the items in the store were impressive, their prices were exceedingly daunting, with the cheapest being in the tens of thousands of negative energy points. Why was this system so inhumane? They could create an advertisement page, but not an installment payment option. As she lamented, a crisp notification sound unexpectedly rang in her ears. Ding! This system can provide lending services to the host. allowing the borrowing of any amount of negative energy points with interest charged at a 9-13 ratio. Hearing the system's abrupt interjection, Zhao Lan felt overwhelmed. Damn it. This system must be desperate. It even offers online loans with a ludicrous interest rate. Did it perhaps roam the streets in its youth? Forget it. I'll take another look. No need for loans. Zhao Lan murmured, only for the system to emit another notification. Ding. Cowardly. Zhao Lan. Hee. I'll let this one slide, but don't let it happen again. Exiting the store interface, Zhao Lan reopened the lottery page. The lottery was divided into 3 tiers: beginner for 100 points, intermediate for 1,000 points, and advanced for 10,000 points. This fits me perfectly. Let's start with a beginner 10 consecutive draws. Seeing the price, Zhao Lan stood a bit taller, and soon the prize wheel began to spin rapidly, creating a series of afterimages. Moments later, the system's notification sounds chimed in succession. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a Lamborghini $5 coupon 1. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a golden Chelsea 1. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 6 cents Ultra Thin Series 1. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining System Interface Skin 1. Ding! As an assortment of worthless items cluttered her inventory, Zhao Lan felt a deep sense of despair. These useless trinkets wouldn't even be accepted at a recycling center. How could they have the audacity to place them in the lottery? If I could afford a Lamborghini, would I even need your $5 coupon? Furthermore, are you certain I can fit into those nearly half-meter tall Chelsea boots? Well, at least this interface skin seems somewhat useful. It does make the system interface look more appealing. Wait a moment. At that instant, Zhao Lan suddenly snapped to attention, lightly slapping her cheeks while unable to contain a cry of frustration. What on earth is this? Could you not provide something of value? Just as Zhao Lan felt despair creeping in and regretted her decision to chase after cheap thrills, the final lottery sound resonated unexpectedly. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the ultimate prize of the beginner lottery. Chapter 5. My father's temper is quite like mine. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the ultimate prize. The last notification brought a flicker of warmth to Zhao Lan's heart. Ha! Still behaving coy? As if hiding behind a screen, let me take a peek at what this ultimate prize is. With a mere thought, the ultimate prize materialized in Zhao Lan's palm. It turned out to be a beautifully crafted oil paper umbrella. TSK. Just look at the craftsmanship and the print. Even if it serves little purpose, it is undeniably pleasing to the eye. However, when Zhao Lan opened the umbrella, whoosh, a torrential wind, coupled with torrential raindrops, drenched her entirely, leaving her as soggy as a drowned rat. That moment, she finally noticed the umbrella's inscription. Stormy Rain Umbrella. When this umbrella is opened, a downpour will fall from it. Note: even on sunny days, one can experience the helplessness of being caught in the rain without an umbrella. Zhao Lan? I truly lack the strength to complain. What a so-called ultimate prize. I would have preferred a few more coupons instead. Why not simply eliminate this atrocious beginner lottery altogether and stick to the advanced one? Within the dormitory, silence reigned, and water had inadvertently entered her ears, where she faintly heard the system's derisive laughter. Ding! Poor fool. Who told you to draw something so cheap? Ding! From Zhao Lan's resentment, 999. Strangely, at that moment, the system indeed chimed in with another notification. Zhao Lan was momentarily taken aback, feeling even more speechless than before. Alright, so this is how you choose to play it? Huh? Harvesting others' negative emotions is one thing, but how could you even exploit your own kind? Fine. Let this little negative energy value serve as a salve for my wounded spirit. Taking a deep breath to calm her inner turmoil, Zhao Lan resolutely opted for the intermediate lottery. While other systems require payment for lotteries, this broken system demands one's life to safeguard her existence. It was best to draw something more valuable. As the wheel spun wildly once more, Zhao Lan couldn't help but close her eyes and clasp her hands in prayer. Please, I'm so destitute I can barely afford a meal. Grant me something useful. Once I earn a fortune, I'll treat you to some advanced lotteries. Perhaps hearing Zhao Lan's plea, this time the system refrained from mischief, yielding rewards that seemed relatively reasonable. Ding! Lottery successful. Obtained leg-stretching eye-staring pills 1. Good item. Ding! Lottery successful. Obtained laxative, Devil Spicy version 1. Ding. Lottery successful. Obtained tortoise fist technique 1. Ding. Lottery successful. Obtained blank check 1. Ding. Lottery successful. Obtained blind person's vision correction glasses 1. A series of notifications left Zhao Lan momentarily dazed. After expending all her accumulated negative energy points through 10 consecutive draws, the results were indeed surprising. Out of 10 items, an astonishing 7 were utterly bizarre. The Devil Spicy laxative. Are you sure it's a laxative and not a bucket? As for the blind person's vision correction glasses, well, do you really think blind people have any vision at all? However, putting aside the useless and potentially dangerous items, a few good ones remained. Leg-stretching eye-staring pills. Upon consumption, one gains the accumulated martial arts prowess of a decade, with the unique side effect of experiencing leg-stretching and eye-staring symptoms during the initial phase. Tortoise fist technique. This martial arts manual was compiled by a return-to-basics martial arts master, featuring simple yet highly applicable techniques. Mastering it can elevate one to the 6th rank of martial artists. Blank check. When describing an item on the check, it can transform into the appearance of that item, with a validity of 24 hours. If damaged or expired, it will revert to the user. Regardless of the rest, just these 3 items are enough to justify the expense. In a world where spiritual energy has revived, aside from the awakening of extraordinary abilities, a martial path has also been developed. Warriors, masters, grandmasters, that it is said that there exist even higher realms such as martial saints and martial gods. However, due to the overwhelming emphasis on innate talent in martial arts, coupled with the significant time investment required to refine one's physique, it has not gained much popularity among the younger generation. After all, awakening an ability can easily allow one to defeat peers of the same level while lying down. Yet, when it comes to potential, the path of martial arts is not inferior to extraordinary abilities. It is rumored that upon reaching the realms of martial saints and martial gods, one could wield the sun and moon and pluck the stars, becoming unparalleled in the world. But wait, this does indeed seem to be a world akin to a novel. In any case, a decade of arduous cultivation, along with a martial art technique that directly leads to the 6th rank of a warrior, is more than enough to make Zhao Lan one of the strongest figures in the campus. Goodness. After enduring hardships, the rewards are finally here. While the name may sound unappealing, with my background and talents, what more do I need? Zhao Lan sighed, without a second thought, took out the tortoise fist technique, and gently tapped it against his forehead. Instantly, countless images of techniques began to materialize in his mind. Moments later, he mastered them completely. Hey, ha! He leaped from the bed and executed a genuine tortoise fist, his sleeves fluttering as the air surged around him. Only then did Zhao Lan retract his fists, a look of immense satisfaction gracing his face. Next, it was time to lie back and level up. With that, Zhao Lan retrieved the leg-extending and eye-bulging pill, a black orb exuding a foul stench, increasingly resembling a mud ball scraped off the feet of a certain monk. But did he have a choice? No. With his neck craned back, Zhao Lan pinched his nose and swallowed the pill whole. In an instant, whoosh, a wave of nauseating odor surged from his stomach, and Zhao Lan inadvertently choked on a mouthful. What the hell is this? Why does it smell so bad? Almost immediately, Zhao Lan felt overwhelmed. Lying back on the bed with rolling eyes, his feet desperately kicking against the railing, trying to expel the leg-extending and eye-bulging pill. Goodness, so this is how the effect of the pill manifests. I thought it was just the potency that was too strong. Ugh. After retching for a while, Zhao Lan failed to expel it, only to find himself overwhelmed by the stench. Fortunately, after a minute, the effects of the pill finally began to take hold. As warm currents washed through his meridians and bones, the intense pain caused him to momentarily forget the foul smell. Half an hour later, delight, to his astonishment, he had directly reached the 5th rank of a warrior. Zhao Lan abruptly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Now, his waist no longer ached, his back was no longer sore, and he could even use 2 more packs of tissues in a day. While the 5th rank of a warrior may not be particularly high, he was certainly considered a person of some strength on campus. With this, can I know, is it better to engage in heartfelt exchanges with my classmates? G&I is so beautiful, answer the phone. G&I is so beautiful, answer the phone. Just then, Zhao Lan's phone suddenly rang. As soon as he answered, a roar erupted from the other end, You little rascal. How long has it been since you came home to visit? Have your family all died off, or what? Listening to his father's furious tirade, Zhao Lan felt a headache coming on. Truly, like father, like son, this temper is just like mine. Ha, and you dare criticize me? You treat the foot massage parlor like your home. Do you believe I'll tell mom on you? Zhao Lan's father chuckled lightly, offering no reply. Meanwhile, a notification sound resonated in Zhao Lan's ear. Ding, from Zhao Lei's resentment, 999. Great, now I've earned my father's ire. Zhao Lan pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling somewhat speechless. His old man may lack many skills, but he certainly knows how to make things difficult at home. If he truly offended him, there would be no good fortune in store for him later. After pondering for a moment, he hurriedly sought to amend the situation. Don't worry, I'll be home soon. But Dad, that foot massage parlor you frequent is a bit off. Their techniques are not authentic. How about this? I'll recommend one to you. A friend of mine has been there, and I assure you, their techniques are quite solid. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhao Lei burst into hearty laughter and eagerly requested the address of the foot massage parlor before hastily hanging up the phone. After handling his father, Zhao Lan returned to his bed, pinching his brow in contemplation. It seemed indeed that he had not returned home in quite a while. Moreover, since the family heirloom had come under the watchful eyes of the Yi family, leaving it in the hands of that unreliable father was quite unsettling. After all, if anything happened to Dad, the treasure would still be mine. Perhaps it would be wise to take a moment to return home and secure it first? Chapter 6. A Love-Hate Family. The Yi family, within the underground training grounds. Massive conical ice pillars floated throughout the spaced Yi Shireen, with a serious expression, fixated on the dummy bearing Zhao Lan's name. After a long gaze, she suddenly shouted, "You scoundrel! You scoundrel! You scoundrel!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, countless ice spikes descended like fish falling from the sky, turning the so-called Zhao Lan into a porcupine. After completing this, Yi Shireen finally felt a sense of relief, skipping over to grab a bottle of special gene fluid to replenish her energy. That detestable Zhao Lan, who had previously been utterly obedient to her. What on earth happened today that he dared to reject her? Perhaps she herself did not realize that Zhao Lan had already left an indelible impression on her heart through such actions. Beep beep. At that moment, Yi Shireen's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon opening it, she found a message from Su Chun. In the original story, Su Chun was undoubtedly the favored child of heaven. Though of humble origins, he excelled in both extraordinary abilities and martial arts. According to the original plot, after Yi Shireen tricked him into receiving the family heirloom, he would soar to success, embarking on his true journey as the protagonist. However, due to Zhao Lan's interference, it seemed that things had deviated slightly. Shireen, you mentioned giving me a surprise earlier. What exactly is it? Why not let me guess? Yi Shireen had originally held some admiration for Su Chun, and even took the initiative in their interactions. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, upon reading this message, she felt increasingly put off. Oddly enough, Zhao Lan's annoying face popped into her mind, causing her to feel somewhat disturbed, prompting her to shake her head vigorously. Just as she hesitated on how to respond, Su Chun sent several more messages. "Shireen, are you busy? Do you have time tomorrow? How about we meet?" As she read through the barrage of messages, Yi Shireen could only feel suffocated. How had she not noticed before? Why was Su Chun so overly sentimental? Sorry, I was just in the shower. She casually replied and found herself devoid of any desire to continue the conversation. Instead, she waved her hand, utilizing her extraordinary ability to conjure an ice spike, approaching another Zhao Lan dummy, stabbing it while cursing, "How dare you play with me? How dare you play with me?" Half an hour later, Yi Shireen finally vented her pent-up frustration and glanced at her phone. Goodness, Su Chun had sent several more messages, and just looking at them gave her a headache. Most importantly, the previously responsive Yi Shireen, who would reply almost instantaneously to Su Chun, now found him utterly tedious, as most of their conversation revolved around trivial matters. One of the messages read, "Have you eaten? What time is it? Asking if I've eaten. What nonsense. If I have nothing to say, then no, no, no. A little fairy cannot be this irritable. I must remain calm, remain calm." After a long while of calming herself, Yi Shireen finally steadied her emotions and, out of courtesy, replied, "Sorry, I was just in the shower." Meanwhile, Su Chun, reading the brief messages, was left in a prolonged silence, It seemed that Shireen was quite enthusiastic about him. He had thought they were nearing something good. But now he wondered if she was merely brushing him off in Linjiang City. At the Southern Precinct Police Station, three good brothers squatted in a holding cell, exchanging glances. The most slender among them, Qin Shou, who had relatively fair skin, crouched in the corner, arms crossed, cautiously surveying his two companions. I heard that after being in here for a while, one's orientation might change. You guys aren't planning to do anything to me? Are you? Li Ligua raised his head, scanning the dim surroundings, his expression serious. The atmosphere here is quite gloomy. It indeed seems easy to get lost in one's thoughts. Bang! With a loud kick, Chan Tao, the leader, could no longer contain himself, bellowing, "That Zhao Lan is truly infuriating. How dare he come up with such ridiculous ideas? Just wait until I get out. I'll make him pay." As soon as he finished speaking, a guard approached, wielding a baton, and harshly reprimanded. "Who are you planning to deal with? While you're in here, you'd better reform yourself and strive to get out sooner, if you're caught committing more crimes." It won't be just a few days. Upon hearing this, the three brothers quickly huddled together, nodding vigorously. "Yes, yes, yes, we will definitely reform ourselves." Meanwhile, just as Zhao Lan returned home, he sneezed several times in quick succession. "Which rascal is cursing me again?" Ding. From Chen Tao's resentment, 999. Ding. From Li Ligua's resentment, 999. Ding. From Qin Shou's resentment, 999. Ding. From Yi Shireen's resentment, 999. Ha! These guys hold grudges quite well. But that's fine. I turned down free negative emotions. After returning home, Zhao Lan tossed his bag onto the sofa. "I'm back," he called out. Silence ensued. It was oddly quiet, until a buzzing sound emanated from his aunt's room, accompanied by the faint sound of splashing water, causing Zhao Lan's expression to turn peculiar. Stealthily, I returned to the sofa, observing with a still gaze, feigning ignorance of everything around me. Zhao Lan's aunt, at the age of 27, resembled a child who had yet to mature. After graduating, she had come to stay with her sister, and 5 or 6 years had slipped by in her residence. Due to the nature of her work, she seldom ventured outside, nor did she entertain the notion of a romantic relationship, instead opting to remain at home, creating promotional videos. Little did I anticipate that I would return at such an inconvenient time, potentially disrupting my aunt's peaceful enjoyment. Alas, how wretched I am! At that moment, my aunt emerged from her room, clad in hot pants and flip-flops. Upon spotting Zhao Lan, she could not help but roll her eyes and exclaim, "Oh, so you finally decided to come back?" Zhao Lan merely pouted, choosing not to engage further, and instead earnestly proposed, "Aunt, why don't we consider finding you a boyfriend? Relying on those gadgets is detrimental to your health." Lin Wanwan was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure, stepping forward with a scowl, ready to deliver a punch to Zhao Lan's head. However, Zhao Lan was already prepared and deftly evaded, exclaiming, "What are you doing? I didn't mean to. And by the way, don't you think you should be a little discreet about your activities?" Lin Wanwan seized a broom, striking a pose as if to cleanse the household of its troubles. "I was just drying my hair. That was a hairdryer, for heaven's sake. What on earth are you thinking? You sound just like your father." Ding. From Lin Wanwan's grievance 888. 10 minutes later, the aunt-nephew skirmish came to a quiet conclusion. Both parties had reached a stalemate, and although no victor emerged, Zhao Lan had accumulated yet another wave of negative energy. By the way, where have my parents gone? After a brief respite, Zhao Lan could not help but inquire. Lin Wanwan reclined on the sofa, her long, pale legs casually crossed. "Your dad went to soak his feet. Your mom has taken him away." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lan felt a surge of dread. Oh no! Could it be that they happened to visit that place I recommended? As the saying goes, one does not enter a door without being family, and knowing my father's character, he would surely divulge everything at the first opportunity. Just then, the front door swung open with a bang, revealing her father, Zhao Lei, sporting an awkward smile and gazing at her. Her mother stood behind him, her gaze sharp and piercing, fixated on Zhao Lan. Ding! From Lin Shilan's grievance, 999. Chapter 7. Why is it so difficult to pretend? Inside and outside the door, the four of us faced each other. Zhao Lan and Zhao Lei, both fellow sufferers, exchanged glances, while the aunt appeared to relish the unfolding drama. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Zhao Lan's mother quickly softened her gaze and pulled her aunt away to prepare dinner, not mentioning the day's earlier events. Only the father and son remained on the sofa, feeling as though they were seated on pins and needles. Dad, you wouldn't have sold me out, would you? Zhao Lan scratched his head and asked. Father Zhao Lei smirked coldly. What do you think? I would certainly say it was you who introduced me. Otherwise, how could I have made it back alive? Zhao Lan pinched the bridge of his nose, utterly exasperated. What does that have to do with me? I already said he was my friend. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed the topic and shifted the conversation. By the way, Dad, as the only scion of the Zhao family, shouldn't all good fortune come my way first? No, strictly speaking, you do not qualify as a member of the Zhao family. Zhao Lan was taken aback. What do you mean? Am I adopted? Or is it that my mother? Don't be ridiculous. What I mean is, your number is practically a waste. Hence, I consider you as though I never had you. Zhao Lei slapped the table. Zhao Lan. All right. No wonder you're my biological father. Your words go straight to the heart. Ding. From Zhao Lan's grievance, 999. After this exchange of barbs, Zhao Lan not only suffered a silent defeat, but also failed to glean any information about the family heirloom. Yet, that was of little consequence. While he may not have control over his father, there were others who could. Immediately, Zhao Lan deployed his ultimate tactic. Mom, Dad just said he had already eaten at the foot-soaking city. So he won't be having your cooking. Zhao Lei instantly bristled with indignation, yelling, You mama's boy. Why do you always drag your mother into everything? Ding. From Zhao Lei's grievance, 999. At that moment, their mother, wielding a rolling pin, advanced with purpose, and merely her presence sent a chill down Zhao Lei's spine. The ensuing scene was rather bloody and violent, unsuitable for children. During dinner, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Although there were only 4 of us, the relationships were as entangled as those in a girl's dormitory, with several small cliques forming in a bid to lighten the mood. The aunt initiated a topic. Sister? Brother-in-law, just the other day, I met a doctor. How about I take Zhao Lan to see him? With his mouth full of rice, Zhao Lan mumbled, Why would I go to the hospital? I'm not sick. His mother turned to him. You're 19 years old and haven't he awakened your abilities? If that is not an ailment, then what is? But Dad hasn't he awakened his abilities either. Why doesn't he go? The aunt forced a smile, trying to diffuse the tension. Shall I schedule 2 appointments? You all can discuss your matters. What does it have to do with me? Zhao Lei suddenly retorted, unbeknownst to him. Zhao Lan had once again allied with his father, firmly opposing the notion, in an era where spiritual energy had revived. Seeking treatment at a hospital to awaken one's abilities was akin to admitting a man's inadequacy. One would need to go to a hospital to reclaim his vigor. Thus, Zhao Lan vehemently refuted the proposal. Aunt, you're of an age, yet still can't find a boyfriend. Shouldn't you go see someone too? You enjoy hitting people for no reason. Hence there must be an issue with your hormones. You little brat, are you itching for a fight? Ding. From Lin Wanwan's grievance, 888. As the situation escalated, the usually reticent head of the family, Lin Xiaolan, gently cleared her throat. Ahem. This matter does not require further discussion. You will certainly have to go to the hospital. As for your father, let us not bother. He is just fine as he is. No need to waste money. Seeing Zhao Lan still a bit disgruntled, their mother softened her tone. As long as you cooperate with the treatment and successfully awaken your abilities, I can grant you one wish. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Lan blurted, I want the family heirloom that my dad has hidden away. All right, that is settled. Lin Xiaolan readily agreed. In just a few exchanges, the matter was decided. Old Zhao's eyes widened, ready to protest, but was promptly silenced by the true matriarch of the family. That worthless rock of yours has been lying around, even as scrap. No one would want it. Your son is no longer a child. If he doesn't awaken his abilities soon, he may never find a wife, and the Zhao family will face extinction, having been put in his place. Zhao Lei sulkily returned to his seat, saying nothing more, but his smoking intensified. Alas, the collapse of ethics and the overreach of in-laws. One could only wonder what madness led him to choose such a formidable wife, who was even less gentle and considerate than the foot-soaking Lady Xiao Chui. In Zhao Lei's youth, he had indeed been a true scion of wealth. The Zhao family held a place among the 4 great families of Lingjiang City. Though this had little to do with him, It was his father who had built that legacy. Subsequently, a great upheaval had befallen the Zhao family, leading to its disintegration, and Zhao Lei's branch fell into neglect. Over time, they had faded into obscurity, leaving only remnants of youthful vices, such as foot-soaking. By the time it reached Zhao Lan's generation, only the heirloom of uncertain purpose remained, coveted by this prodigal son. Upon hearing the head of the family's stipulation, Zhao Lan's lips curled into a wicked smile. A martial artist at the 5th rank is hardly less rare than awakening abilities, is it? To secure the family heirloom, it's time to showcase my prowess. With a gentle clap of his palms against the table's edge, he propelled himself like a feather, soaring 5 or 6 meters backward. Ladies and gentlemen, I can no longer pretend. I am a 5th rank martial artist, and I declare it. As he spoke, Zhao Lan demonstrated a series of martial arts techniques, everything from the brothel keeper's backflip to the black tiger stealing peaches, and the immortal pointing the wrong way, and so forth. Every technique recorded in his martial arts repertoire was displayed. Perhaps due to his intense focus, Zhao Lan remained oblivious to the fact that as he rose to clap the table, the entire spread of food had spilled across the floor. Ding! From Zhao Lei's grievance, 999. Ding! From Lin Xilan's grievance, 999. Ding! From Lin Wanwan's grievance, 999. The 3 elders wore grim expressions, their faces smeared with rice and vegetable leaves, watching Zhao Lan as though he had lost his mind. Only after completing his display of martial arts did Zhao Lan retract his outward bravado, excitedly exclaiming, "Did you all see? I am already a 5th rank martial artist. I can't be inferior to someone who has awakened their abilities, right?" Unbeknownst to him, upon turning back, Zhao Lan was met with a scene of utter chaos, causing him to deflate slightly as he timidly asked, Dad, Mom, Aunt, are you all right?" Hearing Zhao Lan's query, their mother could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. "It's all your fault. How could you have inherited such traits from him?" Zhao Lei feigned innocence. "I merely lack awakened abilities. At least my mind is functioning normally." "Who knew he would turn out like this?" The aunt, ever eager to stir the pot, waved her hand. "Sister, brother-in-law, don't fret. I know a few doctors who specialize in neurology. I can schedule 2 appointments for Zhao Lan." Zhao Lan scratched his head with embarrassment, suddenly recalling one crucial detail. None of these 3 individuals seemed to be martial artists. They utterly failed to perceive his rank. "It seems that I cannot dismantle my home to display my power. The family heirloom remains unclaimed, and I am labeled as mentally unstable." The pity and tolerance reflected in my family's eyes leave Zhao Lan feeling like crying without tears. Why is it so difficult to put on an act? Am I truly such a lowly villain? After all, I am a traverser who has awakened a system, albeit one that is not always entirely serious. Perhaps I should let it go. Since these people fail to recognize my worth, I shall seek another opportunity in the future. With a forced chuckle, Zhao Lan retreated to his room. Chapter 8. The Heirloom Acquired. The centenarian banquet knock, knock, knock. At 11 o'clock that night, a gentle voice resonated as someone knocked on Zhao Lan's door. "Little Lan, are you asleep? Your parents wish to have a word with you." Lying on his bed, Zhao Lan replied weakly, "Come in." The couple tiptoed inside, one sitting at the edge of the bed while the other leaned against it, clutching a dark object. "Son, we mean well. You are our only child. How could we not wish for your happiness? After some discussion with your father, we have brought you that broken piece of stone, the heirloom you wanted. As long as you obediently cooperate with the treatment, you may keep it for now." With a sudden burst of energy, Zhao Lan leaped up like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, snatching the broken stone and cradling it in his arms, revealing a foolish expression. "Damn. This is primordial meteorite, the raw material capable of forging the strongest alloy equipment, sufficient to support the protagonist's journey through the mid-story. After all my efforts to perform and not receiving it, how is it that playing the fool earns me such a gift? Is it true that a crying child gets the milk?" In an effort to probe if there are more heirlooms at home, Zhao Lan continued to feign ignorance, lying atop the stone and shouting at the top of his lungs, "Monkey King! Monkey King! Master has been captured by a demon." Lin Xilan looked at Zhao Lan, puzzled, and turned to ask, "What is our son doing?" "Sun Wukong emerged from a stone," Zhao Lei said, taking a deep drag of his cigarette, his expression darkening. "No need to say more. We will take him to the hospital tomorrow. Wiping the corners of her eyes, Mrs. Lin choked back tears, saying, Son, rest well. We will take you to the hospital tomorrow. After uttering these words, the couple exited the room, and Zhao Lan immediately returned to normal. Grinning slyly at a visit to the doctor? That will never happen in this lifetime. That very night, Zhao Lan gathered his belongings and fled with the Monkey King. Ding! From Lin Xiaolan's resentment, 888. Ding! From Zhao Lei's resentment, 777. Ding! From Lin Wanwan's resentment, 999. The following morning, as Zhao Lan rose from bed, he was greeted by the resentment of his family. Observing the incessant barrage of text messages and calls on his phone, he casually concocted an excuse to brush it off. The most pressing matter at hand was to transform this primordial meteorite into a weapon. However, just as Zhao Lan contemplated how to forge this treasure, a voice message from Yishirine arrived. Brother Lan, the battle armor you requested has been completed. Shall I bring it over? Listening to the message, Zhao Lan found her voice delightful yet somewhat irksome. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse a delivery to his doorstep, promptly replying, no need. I will come to pick it up. Half an hour later, at the northwestern corner of the Martial Arts University's playground, compared to her previous pure love-themed outfit, Yishirine had opted for a more seductive style this time. Her fitted denim shorts accentuated her curves, while her crop top showcased swathes of her fair skin. The beauty mark on her back, paired with her luscious red lips, radiated an alluring charm. It was evident that she had dressed with great care. Zhao Lan was not shy about his gaze, taking in every detail. After all, why not enjoy the view? This, in turn, delighted Yishirine, who stepped closer with a beaming smile, presenting him with a suitcase. From today onwards, I am your girlfriend. Zhao Lan responded with a casual "oh," but upon inspecting the contents of the suitcase, he suddenly retorted, incorrect. I have become your boyfriend. Yishirine scratched her head in confusion. Eh? Isn't that the same? Zhao Lan continued. Incorrect. It is equivalent. Yishirine exclaimed. Why is everything I say wrong? Are you so difficult to please? Ding! From Yishirine's resentment, 888. With the armor and resentment acknowledged, Zhao Lan immediately took his leave, but unexpectedly, two slender arms wrapped around his from behind, firmly grasping his arm. I called you out for a reason. My grandfather's 100th birthday is tomorrow. As my boyfriend, you must accompany me to make an appearance. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, human lifespans have been indefinitely extended, making centenarians a common sight. An old man of family patriarch stature could easily lift a small car. Of course not, Zhao Lan replied decisively. That would require a different fee, Zhao Lan. Is this how you treat being my boyfriend? My set of alloy armor costs several million. It could echo for half a night if thrown into water. Yishirine lamented. Zhao Lan, maintaining a serious demeanor, stated, a boyfriend is for nighttime activities, not for the present moment. Whether it was due to spending more time with Zhao Lan or some other reason, the previously obedient Yishirine surprisingly comprehended this time. She feigned a pout, casting him a sidelong glance, and interrupted his flirtation, playfully asserting, I refuse to listen. This is your duty as my boyfriend. If you do not attend, I will reclaim the alloy armor. Haha, I was just joking. I see you're anxious. I will definitely attend such a significant event as my grandfather's birthday. Zhao Lan quickly changed his tune to as one of the four prominent families in Linjiang City. The Yi family's patriarch's birthday would surely attract a multitude of distinguished guests. The more prestigious and powerful the attendees, the greater the negative energy they would provide. Thus, Zhao Lan believed he should not decline such an opportunity. However, just as he agreed, Yishirine added a caveat. But our Yi family holds some influence in Linjiang City. We must present a gift of considerable value. Apologies, Zhao Lan, but my pocket money for the past few months has gone towards custom-making this set of alloy armor. I can no longer prepare a gift for you. Hearing this, Zhao Lan chuckled and shook his head, affectionately ruffling Yishirine's hair. Silly girl, why would I let you spend money? However, I don't have any funds either. So I shall skip your grandfather's birthday party. See you. With that, he turned to leave, leaving Yishirine standing there, dumbfounded. You scoundrel, even if I were to take on a toy boy, I should at least get a smile in return. You received a set of alloy armor worth millions, and you don't even show a hint of gratitude. Ding! From Yishirine's resentment, 999. This time, Yishirine could no longer contain herself. A chill enveloped her as a gust of cold wind surged forth. Just as she was about to yell, "Zhao Lan, are you even human?" The ungrateful one turned around, grinning as he approached her. "I was merely joking. Why are you suddenly angry? Since I am your boyfriend, how could I not attend the old man's birthday party? Don't worry, I have a gift in mind. I heard that my father has a family heirloom hidden away. I'll sneak it out today, ensuring you have face." Observing Zhao Lan's rapid transformation from serious to cheerful, Yishirine felt a twinge of doubt. The thing she painstakingly desired now seemed to come so easily. This scoundrel, could he be up to some trickery again? However, upon further reflection, even if Zhao Lan were lying, he would gain nothing from it and might even incur the wrath of the Yi family or other clans. Well, that perhaps she should trust him this once. After all, it was the Yi family's event, and he likely wouldn't dare to pull any stunts. Crying, the landlord suddenly raised the rent, and I won't be able to pay it next month. Sometimes I wish I had a system too, but I don't, so here I am, asking everyone for some gifts. If not gifts, any free love-powered support would be appreciated. Thank you all. Chapter 9. The Living Protagonist. The first encounter. The next day at noon, outside the gates of the Martial Arts University, a group of students gathered after class, watching a sleek, newly released convertible sports car approach while chattering amongst themselves. "Wow, that car is stunning. It looks like a custom model. It must cost at least several million. It must be a real showstopper to ride." At that moment, someone from the crowd chimed in skeptically. "It's just okay, barely passable. The seats look a bit cramped. It must be uncomfortable to sit in." Upon hearing this, the crowd cast disdainful glances at the interjector. "Pfft. As long as it looks good, comfort is not something you will experience. You're quite amusing. Why are you dressed like a host? Are you off to a banquet?" Just then, the sports car halted at the entrance, and out stepped Yishirine, elegantly clad in formal attire. "Over here." Zhao Lan adjusted his bow tie and addressed the onlookers. "It appears I truly am being taken out for a banquet." How infuriating with that, he flipped himself into Yishirine's car, casually fixing his hair in the rearview mirror while pointing at the campus goddess. Much to the amazement of the surrounding male students. "Why drive this car to school? It's too ostentatious. You could just drive a Lamborghini next time." "What? You don't own one of those?" "Well, I happen to have a 5-yuan voucher here. When you find the time, go purchase a vehicle and remember to write my name." Zhao Lan's series of ostentatious actions instantly drew the ire of the crowd. "How on earth did you manage to win over the illustrious Yi family beauty? Dressed like a host? Moreover, it appears you're indulging in a rather parasitic manner, aren't you?" Ding. From Zhun Xiaolu's resentment, 999. Ding. From Ko Min Nan's resentment, 999. Ding. From Qin Tianzhu's resentment, 999. Half an hour later, in the renowned affluent district of Linjiang City, the Yi family's estate occupies 300 acres, complete with a dedicated parking lot and a small park. Outside the grand entrance, an array of luxury cars and sports vehicles congregated, with most guests arriving to celebrate the birthday being familiar faces. They entered in small groups or were welcomed inside by some of the Yi family servants or members. The atmosphere was bustling and vibrant. Just as Yishirine was about to enter, arm in arm with Zhao Lan, a figure leaning against the entrance suddenly opened his eyes, casting a peculiar gaze their way. "Yishirine, is the surprise you prepared for me him?" This warm voice struck Yishirine like a bolt from the blue. She slowly turned her head, her eyes filled with bitterness and grievance. Zhao Lan also turned to look, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the person before him. What a remarkable character! This was his first encounter. Su Chun, the undisputed son of fortune in this world, endowed with nearly all the hallmarks of a protagonist. Born into a humble family, orphaned, he has raised a non-biological sister since childhood and even managed to enroll in a prestigious university, the Yiwu University. After a fateful fall into a cliff, he acquired a ring housing the remnant soul of the legendary first supernatural being. From that moment on, Su Chun awakened a potent spatial ability, making remarkable strides in martial arts. It was not merely that he was invincible among his peers, but he could easily defeat warriors several levels above him. Most importantly, he was quite handsome. Even in an ordinary black t-shirt, he could captivate many seniors and juniors alike. Having gained a modest reputation at Yiwu University, the only downside was that the original text did not mention any system. Therefore, Zhao Lan believed he still held an advantage regarding potential development. "Su Chun, let me explain. It's not what you think. Zhao Lan suddenly placed his hand on Yi Shiyin's shoulder, grinning mischievously. He is the golden mushroom you mentioned pursuing me last night, right? TSK, 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 what good is such a handsome appearance? One remark offended two individuals, and Zhao Lan immediately received a system notification. Ding, from Su Chen's resentment 2222. Ding, from Yi Shiyin's resentment 999. Upon hearing the resentment tally reach the thousands, Zhao Lan felt a surge of joy at it. Seemed he had indeed made the right choice. The guests at the birthday feast were either of exceptional status or formidable strength, providing a level of negative emotions that was incomparable. Ordinary people would yield at most 3 digits, yet the protagonist in the original text could offer 4. As for offending the protagonist, he felt that was unavoidable. As a villain, he was inherently at odds with the protagonist. And with the female lead storyline already in motion, it was too late to curry favor with the protagonist. Since evasion was not an option, he might as well seize the opportunity to harvest more negative energy to enhance himself. Standing before the two was Su Chen, whose sharp brows and bright eyes emanated a palpable disdain, regarding Zhao Lan as an inconsequential clown, unworthy of his attention. In his eyes, Zhao Lan was already a dead man. After all, in any narrative, it was rare for the protagonist's romantic interest to engage in flirtation with another. Even if it occurred, the protagonist would swiftly eliminate the rival. Why Yi Shiyin? I require an explanation from you. Despite facing the mindless provocation of a villain, Su Chen maintained a calm demeanor, exuding an air of sophistication. However, Zhao Lan was clearly dissimilar to the typical protagonist who relished in showing off and slapping faces. Before Yi Shiyin could respond, Zhao Lan took the liberty of pulling her behind him, proclaiming loudly, "Explanation. This girl has already chosen me. Is there a need for further explanation? Have you any semblance of intelligence? Get lost, outsider. What business do you have meddling here?" Presumably unaccustomed to such a sharp-tongued villain, Su Chen felt as though his CPU was about to overheat. Seeing that Su Chen was unwilling to budge, Zhao Lan pressed further, stating, "Ah, I see. You won't weep until you see the coffin, will you?" With that, in the midst of a crowd, Zhao Lan brazenly swept Yi Shiyin into his arms. Even though Yi Shiyin had long awakened her abilities and was a 3-tiered martial artist. In the face of such an unexpected situation, her mind went blank. In full view of the onlookers, Zhao Lan leaned in, his lips poised to meet hers. In an instant, Su Chen's eyes widened in shock. His expression complex, especially as he witnessed Zhao Lan's intent to kiss her. He felt as though he might explode. "Dare you touch my woman? You have sealed your own fate." Ding, from Su Chen's resentment 4444. In that moment, a surge of ancient, formidable energy erupted forth, shattering the space surrounding Su Chen like a mirror cracking. Yet, just as he was about to act, mere moments before their lips met, Zhao Lan suddenly crumpled to the ground as if struck by lightning, his body curling into a shrimp-like shape, foam gathering at the corners of his mouth, trembling as he pointed at the blank-faced Yi Shiyin. Stammering, "You." At that moment, every spectator unconsciously craned their necks, eyes wide with anticipation for what would follow. Had he been struck by a hidden weapon? Or had Yi Shiyin poisoned him, just moments ago? He had been perfectly fine. How had he collapsed so suddenly? Unexpectedly, after much hesitation, Zhao Lan finally managed to utter a few words. How long has it been since you brushed your teeth? Your breath is atrocious." The tense atmosphere, once charged with confrontation, was instantly thrown into chaos by Zhao Lan's remark. Su Chen stood frozen, uncertain whether to proceed with his actions or to retreat. "Zhao Lan." Yi Shiyin quickly regained her composure. Her face flushed and ultimately could no longer suppress a shriek. Ding, from Yi Shiyin's resentment 999. Ding, from Su Chen's resentment 6666. Chapter 10. A Centenarian's Birthday Celebration? Then I wish you a long life. Young man, I advise you not to be too reckless. The Yi family's daughter possesses a discerning eye. Her choice in friends is rather interesting. If I am not mistaken, did that young man just employ spatial abilities? This is a high-level power, on par with time-based abilities. And has the Yi family invited him? Young people, who hasn't been hot-headed in their youth? Let them frolic, as long as no one loses their life. Miss Yi is exceptionally talented, both in temperament and beauty. Su Chen has also displayed a mastery of spatial abilities, marking him as a promising young talent in every regard. These two should be a pair. Yet an inexplicable, absurd young man has appeared. Thus, this prelude to the birthday feast has indeed provided amusement for many guests. Tap, tap, tap. However, shortly after, a solemn-looking, diminutive figure exuding a formidable presence, an elderly man with white hair, approached the crowd. Instantly, the majority of guests fell silent, wisely retreating into the estate. Uncle Gong. What brings you here? Yi Shi stepped forward, forcing a strained smile. Uncle Gong was not only the head steward of the Yi family but also the trusted right hand of the old master during the tumultuous times of their rise. The Yi family's current influence owes much to Uncle Gong's efforts. Thus, his status within the family is second only to the old master, akin to that of a senior. Miss Yi, today is the old master's birthday. Please do not allow your friend here to cause a ruckus. Yi Shi nodded, feeling conflicted. She wished to maintain order, but how could she control Zhao Lan? Had she known it would be so embarrassing, she would have never invited him. It was unexpected that Zhao Lan remained insubordinate, still gesturing defiantly at Su Chun, boasting, "Did you hear? I am the only friend of Yi Shi, her boyfriend no less. You, who don't even qualify as a friend, should refrain from intruding." Su Chun cast a cold glance at Zhao Lan but remained silent. Instead, Uncle Gong interjected, "Mr. Su is not here as Miss Ye's friend. He has been specifically invited as a friend of the old master." A palpable tension filled the AT that moment. Zhao Lan suddenly recalled that during this period in the original narrative, Su Chun had already begun to shine, secretly assisting the Yi family with numerous endeavors, and was highly regarded by the old master due to his exceptional talents. Oh, so you're merely a servant working for the Yi family? Then you ought to show some respect to us, the master family, do you understand? Ding. From Su Chen's resentment 3333. With that, Zhao Lan offered no opportunity for Su Chun to retort, directly taking Yi Shi hand and striding into the estate. Left behind, Su Chun stood beside Uncle Gong, his gaze deep and contemplative, watching the retreating figures. The main hall for the birthday feast was adorned festively, with red lanterns hanging everywhere and a crimson carpet laid out. Just the fruits and appetizers provided prior to the event were of considerable value, rumored to possess unique restorative properties. Near the entrance, some scattered tables catered to ordinary partners, primarily the owners of common companies or distant relatives. Further inside were influential organizations and some familial friends with whom they frequently interacted. The table closest to the old master was quite distinguished, attended by representatives from the three major families of Linjiang City, as well as officials from supernatural and martial arts organizations. The rear, the elderly patriarch of the Yi family, donned in celebratory attire, sat with his eyes closed, cultivating tranquility. Surrounding him stood several relatives, tasked with receiving gifts and introducing the guests. Being able to approach the patriarch was indeed a splendid opportunity for networking. Consequently, some individuals with thicker skin seized the pretext of presenting gifts to engage in conversation. Uttering a few auspicious words, the elder remained exceedingly composed, offering only nods in response, occasionally opening his eyes to engage with familiar business partners. This process, seemingly tedious, was the most crucial segment of the birthday banquet. Should one gain the elder's favor, a mere casual assignment could lead to remarkable success. Patriarch Yi, I bring you this century-old snow lotus, harvested from Tianshan, renowned for its life-extending and rejuvenating properties, Master Yi. This latest alloy formula is the result of a decade's research by my company. If the specified proportions are adhered to, it will enhance the hardness of the armor by 30%. Dear Elder, this ancient martial arts manuscript, unearthed from the tomb of King Qin, though only half complete, holds the potential to glimpse the threshold of a grandmaster's realm. I humbly present it to you. As each guest presented their gifts, the atmosphere gradually grew more vibrant. Such offerings not only showcased one's financial prowess, but also left a favorable impression on the Yi family and various influential factions. Su Chun, amidst the crowd, occasionally glanced at Zhao Lan, who remained animated, wearing a mischievous grin. When their gazes met, Zhao Lan would gesture a distance of 1 centimeter with his fingers, seemingly hinting at something. Despite Su Chen's lofty aspirations and reluctance to associate with such chaotic characters, he found himself unwittingly swayed by the atmosphere. Eventually, it would be his turn. After all, it was a joyous occasion, and even a few words of well-wishing would suffice. Even if he brought no gift, When it was finally his moment to extend his congratulations, he could no longer resist glancing at Zhao Lan, feigning indifference. Zhao Lan, however, paid him no mind and merely elbowed Yi Shirin, saying, "He's getting anxious. Look at him." Ding. From Yi Shirin's resentment, 999. Ding. From Su Chen's resentment, 5555. Having learned from past experiences, Yi Shirin refrained from acting impulsively this time, stepping back a few paces and casting a guilty glance at Su Chen. Yet, Su Chen remained unwavering, and when it came time for him to approach the elder, he simply walked away. Upon reaching the elder, Su Chen, maintaining an air of humility, clasped his hands and proclaimed, "Elder, I wish you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity surpassing the southern mountains. I have no grand gift to offer, only this piece of primordial meteorite. I hope you will graciously accept it." Before presenting his offering, the elder opened his eyes, a rare smile gracing his features as Su Chen unveiled the fist-sized primordial meteorite. The banquet erupted in excitement. "What? Primordial meteorite? This is a rare treasure. Who is this Su Chen to present such a substantial gift? My word, thank goodness I finished my well wishes early. Otherwise, it would have seemed miserly in comparison." Su Chen's display certainly captured attention. The earlier altercation at the entrance showcased his spatial abilities, and the fact that he was personally invited by the elder added to his stature. His generous offering of a primordial meteorite spoke volumes. Given the current demand for alloy equipment, primordial meteorite was an invaluable resource. Such a sizable fragment could yield thousands, if not tens of thousands, of alloy sets. Yi Shirin, who had been observing Su Chen intently, felt a flicker of surprise. He too possessed primordial meteorite? Yi Shirin had long been entangled with Zhao Lan, intent on acquiring the Zhao family's heirloom, namely a primordial meteorite, to give to Su Chen and solidify their bond. The plan was to ensure that the Yi family's resources would eventually become Su Chen's. However, she never anticipated that Su Chen would independently procure a piece of his own. Thus, her efforts over this period felt utterly wasted. "Impressive, young man. Would you consider staying with the Yi family?" The elder inquired with a glint of expectation in his eyes. Surprisingly, the elder held high hopes for Su Chen, especially with such a sincere invitation. Staying with the Yi family did not imply merely acting as a guard or caretaker. The underlying message was that should Su Chen choose to remain, a significant position would be awaiting him. "Elder, I am still quite young and lack the steadiness required for such responsibilities. Allow me a few years to hone my skills before I contribute to the Yi family." Su Chen's response was indeed dignified. While he declined the elder's invitation, he did so in a manner that honored his elder's status, showcasing his youthful vigor and ambition to rise above. Indeed, young people should venture forth and explore. The elder appeared quite pleased, engaging Su Chen in further conversation before the young man tactfully withdrew. After a brief exchange, all eyes shifted from Su Chen to Zhao Lan. With such an outstanding young man having just shown, those following would naturally seem dimmer by comparison. Coincidentally, the next to extend well wishes was Zhao Lan, who was suspected to be Shirin's boyfriend. Unfazed, Zhao Lan stepped forward confidently, clasping his hands as he declared, "Elder, I wish you a house full of descendants and a lifespan that stretches for a century." What seemed like a standard birthday greeting abruptly silenced the gathering. "Long life. Do you not realize today is the elder's centenary celebration? Are you wishing for his demise?" The atmosphere turned tense. Even the seasoned elder's expression darkened as Zhao Lan's ill-timed comment provoked widespread resentment among the guests. It appeared that nearly half of those present, closely connected to the Yi family, harbored animosity towards Zhao Lan for his thoughtless remarks. As the tension mounted, Uncle Gong suddenly stepped forward, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Shirin. "Shirin, why not invite your boyfriend to take a seat?" Yi Shirin snapped back to reality, instinctively waving her hand in protest. "No, he is not my boyfriend." However, before she could finish, she realized that this was not the moment for such disputes. She hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to pull Zhao Lan, the troublemaker, away. Yet, to her astonishment, Zhao Lan's legs remained rooted to the ground, as if bound by tree roots, refusing to budge despite her best efforts. "Do not worry, elder. I still have a gift to present. And I assure you, mine is larger, darker, and sturdier than Su Chen's." As his words resonated, the hall fell into an even deeper silence. Many guests held their breath. The air felt almost suffocating. Who was this reckless young man, who not only lacked decorum but also dared to bring such an unrefined offering? In the Yi family's domain, the guests, as outsiders, felt compelled to restrain themselves, merely watching to see how the Yi family would respond. Yi Shirin, standing closest to Zhao Lan, was on the verge of tears, stamping her feet in frustration, regretting her association with him. How could she have been dragged down by Zhao Lan's foolishness? She had believed he would not dare to cause a scene at the Yi family gathering. Yet here he was, making a monumental blunder. It was one thing to provoke the elder's ire, but it was another to let outsiders witness such folly. Zhao Lan, please, stop this, Yi Shirin pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation. But Zhao Lan remained unperturbed, casually waving his hand. A beautifully wrapped gift box materialized in his palm. Instantly, the hall erupted into chaos once more. Another spatial ability. No wonder he managed to get close to the Yi family's daughter. He is indeed a hidden talent. As guests murmured among themselves, the farcical scene at the birthday banquet reached a fever pitch. Xu Chun, who had felt slighted by Zhao Lan's earlier comments, could no longer contain his anger and stepped forward, demanding, "Zhao Lan, say that again." Zhao Lan turned with a grin, feigning seriousness. "What if I do? What I said is the truth. Mine is undoubtedly larger, darker, and thicker than yours. Care to compare?" The grievances of Lai Suchin 7777. Suddenly inundated with such an overwhelming wave of negativity, Zhao Lan was initially taken aback, but then smirked lewdly, as if recalling something in the original narrative. After entering into a romantic relationship, Su Qian exhibited a demeanor of utmost propriety, seemingly devoid of any worldly desires. This raises a question. Could it be that the author of the original work is reflecting some aspect of himself through this character? Is there a possibility that the author, lacking in certain pursuits, has rendered his protagonist similarly inept? Otherwise, why would this character consistently express such profound resentment whenever the subject arises? Observing Su Qian's face turn ashen with mockery and his inability to respond, Zhao Lan found the situation dull and decisively turned to the elderly Yi, whose countenance was similarly unappealing, and inquired, "So, does the elder Yi wish to peruse this gift from the younger generation?" After a prolonged silence, Yi Zhong finally spoke in a deep voice. "Open it." For Yi Zhong, the true purpose of hosting the birthday banquet was not merely to celebrate another year of life, but rather to showcase the connections and strength of the Yi family in an unconventional manner. As the head of the family, Yi Zhong would not perceive Zhao Lan's absurd antics in such a simplistic light. To expel him without regard would lead outsiders to conclude that the Yi family was unkind, that a young junior, lacking in decorum, deserved only a few reprimands. However, if the situation escalated to this extent and the Yi family remained indifferent, it could also be said that Yi Zhong had grown old and timid, unable to utter a few harsh words in the presence of an insignificant, powerless junior. Thus, in Yi Zhong's mind, Zhao Lan's true identity was likely a pawn planted by rival factions to test the Yi family. The optimal approach would be to remain steadfast and observe Zhao Lan's true intentions, responding accordingly. Don't hold back. Just watch. After receiving the elder Ye's consent, Zhao Lan wasted no time, immediately unveiling the meticulously prepared gift box amidst the eager gazes of the onlookers. As all present beheld its contents, their eyes instinctively widened, nearly dropping their jaws in astonishment. Contrary to expectations, on the surface, it appeared that Zhao Lan had not engaged in any mischievous antics, presenting an array of peculiar gifts. Quite the opposite, his offering was significant enough to overshadow all his previous inappropriate behaviors and words. For nestled within that gift box lay a massive piece of primordial meteorite, shimmering with a dark luster, larger than an average head. Unbeknownst to them, memories of Zhao Lan's earlier irreverent remarks began to resurface. The gift he presented was indeed larger, darker, and sturdier than the one offered by Su Chun. Standing a short distance away, Su Chin's disdainful expression gradually stiffened, his eyes trembling slightly. Wai Shirin's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, utterly confused by Zhao Lan's enigmatic actions. If one were to argue that Zhao Lan was merely causing chaos, the banquet had indeed been thrown into disarray. Yet he had also brought such a substantial gift that did he genuinely harbor feelings for her that prompted this offering, or were there other motives at play? In contrast, while the elder Yi and Uncle Gong displayed signs of astonishment, they quickly regained their composure. Wai Zhong exchanged a glance with Uncle Gong, who promptly understood and moved forward to investigate. Moments later, Uncle Gong's announcement dispelled all doubts and concerns. This primordial meteorite was indeed authentic. In response, Zhao Lan maintained a silent smile. After all, products from the system are not easily discerned. Unbeknownst to the others. Once Uncle Gong concluded his declaration, the previously chaotic discussions erupted like thunder. The sole topic of conversation among the guests was, why would this obscure young man be willing to present such a lavish gift? Chapter 12. I fear I might kill you. This is far too precious, isn't it? I have encountered primordial meteorite before, and not just once, but never have I seen one of this magnitude. When it comes to gift-giving, value is irrelevant. It is the sentiment that matters. However, when the sentiment is identical, distinctions inevitably arise. Are the funds of today's youth simply blowing in with the wind? Each one seems more extravagant than the last. As the guest discussions unfolded, the previously chaotic banquet that Zhao Lan had stirred up gradually returned to its intended course. In light of this, Zhao Lan could only think that he preferred the rebellious demeanor they had displayed earlier. As for Su Qian, who found himself overshadowed, he was incensed beyond measure. In terms of abilities, his space manipulation powers were still in their nascent stages, primarily affecting the surrounding environment, while Zhao Lan had subtly displayed his storage techniques. Regarding financial resources, although the primordial meteorite he possessed was of considerable value, Zhao Lan's was undeniably superior in both quality and quantity. As for charm, Yishurin stood beside Zhao Lan rather than on Su Chen's side. The more he pondered, the more furious Su Chen became. When had this Zhao Lan emerged? Why had he never heard of him before, as if he existed solely to oppose him at every turn? Most crucially, he was unable to match him in verbal sparring. Ding. Grievances from Su Chen 4399. Observing the protagonist Su Chen's embarrassment, Zhao Lan kindly interjected, Ahem, my apologies, elder. Gifts of this nature are quite prone to overlap. However, whether one gives more or less, it is still a token of goodwill. Please do not fault others for their lesser offerings, as they may have had to sell their possessions and tighten their belts to present such gifts. After this statement, many guests furrowed their brows. Goodness, this young man has quite the temper. Acknowledging your superior talent and financial means is one thing, but could you not temper your arrogance a bit? As the principal party, Su Chen's expression darkened considerably. Having endured repeated provocations and setbacks, his patience had reached its limit. Zhao Lan's last remark struck at the very core of his grievances. That piece of primordial meteorite had indeed required an immense opportunity to acquire. Earned through years of accumulated connections and nearly all his savings. The intention was to present a substantial gift on the elder Ye's birthday. It was both a gift and a proposal. Once the elder was pleased and the topic of his relationship with Shireen arose, it would surely yield great results. Who could have anticipated that Zhao Lan's appearance would ruin everything? Ding. Grievances from Su Chen 5555. Regardless of how high Su Chen held his head, dismissing this mere clown, he was now seething with rage, nearly losing his composure. Zhao Lan. Su Chen suddenly activated his spatial abilities, parting the surrounding crowd, and called out to Zhao Lan. Hey! Hearing this, Zhao Lan turned, his gaze flippant. What do you want, old man? Yishurin, standing at the back, intended to intervene against Zhao Lan, but her gesture of grasping Su Chen's arm appeared exceedingly intimate in his eyes. Su Chen ignored Zhao Lan's provocation, instead earnestly addressing Elder Yi, cupping his hands as he said, Elder Yi, Zhao Lan has repeatedly insulted me. Now that he is capable of presenting such a significant gift, he must possess exceptional abilities in both skills and martial arts. If everyone does not mind, I would like to request a few words with young Master Zhao, as a form of entertainment for all present. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Although there was no logical correlation between gift-giving and strength, it was evident to all that the sole victim of Zhao Lan's presence was Su Chen. Not only had he been robbed of his woman, but he had also been overshadowed. Anyone in his position would likely find it intolerable. However, Zhao Lan had just revealed a technique of spatial manipulation, an advanced skill of space abilities, and despite witnessing it firsthand, Su Chen dared to propose a duel. Did he perhaps have hidden cards up his sleeve? Yishurin's eyes revealed a hint of conflict. The current predicament could not be disentangled from Zhao Lan, yet he had willingly offered a substantial gift for her sake. Emotionally, she naturally sided with Su Chen. However, Zhao Lan's tangible actions presented a quandary. Grandfathered in her helplessness, Yi Shirin could only cast a pleading glance at her grandfather. Yi Zhong nodded, his expression somewhat troubled. Though Zhao Lan appeared frivolous, his every action was strangely unpredictable, hinting at deeper motives. Reminiscent of a puppet nurtured by certain insidious forces, disrupting the entire banquet, he indeed warranted a lesson delivered with some semblance of dignity. However, allowing Su Chen to take action. Others might not understand Su Chen. But Yi Zhong was acutely aware, on the surface, Su Chen was merely a talented young man with awakened spatial abilities. In reality, however, his true expertise lay not in abilities, but in martial arts, remarkably young. Yet already a fourth-grade martial artist, proficient in an ancient assassination technique, capable of instantaneously eliminating fifth-grade martial artists. Teaching Zhao Lan a lesson could suffice, but if he were to inadvertently kill someone. After a moment's contemplation, the elder Yi squinted his eyes and turned to Su Chen. Although Su Chen was indeed seething internally, he nodded in a manner that indicated restraint. His intent was clear. He would exercise moderation and not cause a fatal incident. Zhao Lan, would you be willing to engage in a spar with Su Chen? Yi Zhong withdrew his gaze, turning to Zhao Lan and inquired solemnly. In an instant. Zhao Lan appeared deflated, repeatedly shaking his head. Let it be that I'm afraid. His words faltered midway, as Su Chen smirked disdainfully, thinking Zhao Lan had backed down. However, the latter's next words left Su Chen momentarily speechless. Zhao Lan shifted his tone and continued. I'm afraid I might kill him. After all, it is a day of celebration. Bloodshed would not be ideal, would it? Su Chen's smile abruptly ceased, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Ding. Grievances from Su Chen 3333. The protagonist truly lived up to his title. Quickly adjusting his mindset to continue his display of superiority, Su Chen offered a tranquil smile, refraining from further words, and with a gentle wave of his hand, he instantly cleared a table using his spatial abilities. With a graceful leap, he landed lightly upon the table. Immediately transforming his fist into an open palm, he subtly spread his hand, striking a pose reminiscent of an ancient martial arts stance, and calmly proclaimed, As martial artists, we fear not the clash of combat. The moment his voice resonated, the atmosphere in the room ignited with fervor. Is there anything more captivating in this world than the spirited rivalry among young talents? Indeed, Su Chen plays his part remarkably well. Rest assured, both of you, there is absolutely no danger to life while sparring on the Yi family's territory. Tio thinks such a spectacle would unfold just before the banquet commenced. It is exhilarating. I wager Su Chen will emerge victorious. That Zhao Lan is notoriously brash. After all, isn't it said that the truly formidable speak little? I suspect Zhao Lan will falter once the fight begins. Unbeknownst to them, what began as a rather formal birthday celebration had transformed into a vibrant arena for the youth. The audience, comprising men and women of all ages, held immense anticipation for the confrontation between these fated rivals. Come forth. I shall not squander your time, Su Chen, having readied himself, narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a calm tone. Zhao Lan glanced around, observing the enthusiastic guests who were largely encouraging the spectacle, and with a shrug, waved dismissively. All right then, let us have at it. Chapter 13. What I mean is, all of you present are worthless, it must be said. When Zhao Lan fell silent, the entire world seemed to quiet considerably. Perhaps it was the protagonist's innate aura that compelled everyone to hold their breath, fixating their gazes on the two young men standing atop the table. Fear not, I shall not delay you for long. Su Chen smiled nonchalantly, but was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Lan. Hold on. You've already recited that line. If you can't think of anything better, it's perfectly fine to remain silent. Su Chen was taken aback, glancing awkwardly at the reactions of those around him, and realized he had indeed repeated himself as a protagonist. How could he possibly conjure clever retorts on the spot? Most of his lines had been painstakingly crafted in private. He had intended to show off, only to be momentarily flustered by Zhao Lan, who had exposed his misstep. Ding! From Su Chen's resentment, 6666. Choosing not to respond further, Su Chen acknowledged that in the realm of words, he was undoubtedly no match for Zhao Lan. However, it mattered little. After all, the one who would soon lie defeated would not be him. With a swift motion of his hands, a surge of martial energy enveloped him, his stance appearing relaxed yet brimming with latent power. Once he unleashed his true attack, It would be as swift as a thunderclap and as rapid as lightning. On the path of martial arts, Su Chun had already glimpsed the way. His mastery of assassination techniques was devoid of any embellishment, solely existing for the purpose of killing, coupled with the perfect amalgamation of spatial abilities. Su Chun could amplify his speed by an impressive 30% during an assault. Even when facing a master of the 6th tier, he still possessed the capability to contend. Filled with confidence, Su Chun vanished from his original position and reappeared instantaneously behind Zhao Lan. Excellent! No wonder Old Master Yi holds this young man in such high regard. He truly is extraordinary. I predict Zhao Lan will be defeated within 3 moves. An experienced martial artist exclaimed in admiration. However, just as Su Chun launched his attack toward Zhao Lan's back, he suddenly realized that his strike had been intercepted. A suit of alloy armor? His eyes narrowed. Indeed, the latest model, a gift from Shi-In. Are you envious? Zhao Lan grinned widely. Ding! From Su Chen's resentment 4444. I will shatter that alloy armor to pieces, Su Chen roared, preparing to unleash his full strength. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, a shadow loomed closer, approaching his face with a terrifying velocity. How dare he engage in a head-on clash? Su Chen's excitement surged, a look of disdain crossing his face as he abandoned all thoughts of defense. Transforming his fist into an open palm, reaching toward the encroaching shadow, he held absolute confidence in his resilient physique, even feeling a hint of irony. Zhao Lan's advantage clearly lay in his proficiency with spatial abilities. Yet he chose to compete in martial arts. Was this not a death wish? Bang! Just as this thought crossed his mind, Su Chun suddenly heard a sharp crack echo from the front, followed by his body soaring away. Akin to a kite severed from its string, he flew horizontally for several meters before crashing into the wall. His strikes were as thunderous as a storm, yet it was not Su Chun who executed such feats, but rather Zhao Lan. At this moment, Zhao Lan stood alone atop the table, mimicking Su Chen's earlier tone, and calmly remarked, "Indeed, you did not waste much of my time, worthless," with a resounding thud, as Su Chen's body collapsed to the ground. The crowd finally came to a realization. Particularly, Zhao Lan's final taunt resonated deeply with the audience. Goodness, the current generation is impressive, wielding both abilities and martial prowess. It seems the Yi family has found a fine son-in-law. In truth, Su Chun was no slouch either, excelling in both abilities and martial arts with boundless potential. This time, he had simply been careless, misstepping in the game. Winning was one thing, but was there truly a need for such humiliation? Zhao Lan, hearing the murmurs of the guests, awkwardly scratched his head and hastily added, "My apologies. It seems I wasn't quite clear earlier. What I meant was, all of you present are worthless." Soon as these words left his lips, the entire room fell into stunned silence. Even those who had previously lauded Zhao Lan now glowered at him. Ding! From Chen Wuyu's resentment, 888. Ding! From Li Shan's resentment, 777. Ding! From Nalan Rong's resentment, 2222. Before uttering such a statement, the guests had merely exchanged glances. Now, it seemed they were ready to voice their grievances. In an instant, the banquet hall descended into chaos. Although Zhao Lan emerged victorious in the spar, he found himself besieged by a tide of criticism. In the crowd, Shi-In, after a brief moment of bewilderment, felt a twinge of dread. This Zhao Lan, who appeared merely brash and lacking in noteworthy skills, was actually a hidden martial artist. Moreover, his strength might even surpass that of the current Su Chun. Meanwhile, the elder of the Yi family furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated intensely on Zhao Lan, his expression increasingly severe. Zhao Lan's triumph over Su Chun was indeed unexpected. Yet, precisely because of this, he could almost confirm that Zhao Lan's appearance was likely that of a pawn sent by a rival faction. A deliberate attempt to disrupt his birthday celebration. Given the circumstances, there was no longer a need to uphold any semblance of decorum. While killing at a birthday banquet was excessive, Zhao Lan must certainly be taught a lesson today. The atmosphere of the banquet grew fervent. Many seasoned martial artists and wielders of abilities within the crowd were eager to leap onto the table to exchange blows. While bullying the still-growing Su Chun was one thing, facing these shameless powerhouses was rather premature. Casting a glance at Yi Chong, the head of the Yi family wore a similarly grim expression, silent as a stone. His meaning was abundantly clear. Hu Qin's defeat had undoubtedly struck a blow to the Yi family's pride. Just who was Zhao Lan to roam freely on the Yi family's territory? After all, he had brought this upon himself, inciting public outrage through his own abilities. Thus, he should be left to fend for himself. However, Zhao Lan was indeed calculating. This time, he was not merely courting death. He was testing a piece of information from the original text. Just then, a powerful and ancient aura suddenly enveloped the entire hall. All present, those who had achieved some measure of success in the realms of abilities or martial arts, instinctively turned to look toward the entrance. There, standing at the banquet's entrance, was an imposing elder clad in traditional attire. With a dignified demeanor, he held a dragon-headed cane, which he lightly tapped upon the ground. Thud. The sound of the cane striking the floor was not loud, yet it sent waves of cold sweat down the spines of everyone present. As if they faced a formidable adversary, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. Simultaneously, the elder's eyes widened slightly, revealing a gaze that, while calm, bore an overwhelming authority that swept over the entire gathering. I dare anyone to lay a hand on my Zhao family. Chapter 14. Truly filial. Grandfather, you are still alive? The Zhao family. Could it be the Zhao family, one of the original 4 families of Linjiang? The elder who appeared at the entrance exuded an air of solemnity and authority. Such a presence alone would not typically instill such dread among the gathered guests. After all, as previously mentioned, every person present was at least a formidable wielder of abilities or martial arts. Yet, this elder merely standing there radiated an aura of terror that made everyone feel as if they were facing the Grim Reaper. What was most striking was the elder's resemblance to the former head of the Zhao family, leaving little room for speculation. In the early days of the spiritual energy revival, a powerful individual bearing the surname Zhao had risen prominently, single-handedly assisting Linjiang City in repelling multiple waves of monstrous beasts. He had subsequently reformed the blueprints for alloy equipment, elevating their quality to new heights. He promoted the cultivation of spiritual plants, addressing food shortages, and established the martial arts hall, allowing many who had not awakened their abilities but possessed martial talent to shine. It was such a person who led his family to amass great wealth during perilous times. This man, known as Zhao Tian, was the most formidable head among the original 4 families of Linjiang, bar none. Thus, when this elder, bearing a striking resemblance to Zhao Tian, made his entrance, all present were left in a state of shock. Hadn't it been rumored that Zhao Tian was dead? Hush, if you don't understand, refrain from making assumptions. It has been said to be mere rumors. Who has truly witnessed it? Could it be that this Zhao Lan was Zhao Tian's grandson? Hiss, upon deeper reflection, a chill of terror creeps in. No wonder Zhao Lan dares to be so audacious. It turns out he possesses such a formidable background. Standing atop the table, Zhao Lan gazed at the entering Zhao Tian, initially elated, then breaking into a broad grin, uttering a startling proclamation. Grandfather, you are still alive? At this utterance, the entire room fell into a profound silence. Filial piety. Truly, it is overwhelming. It is no wonder Zhao Lan treats Elder Yi with such disrespect. It appears he extends the same behavior towards his own grandfather. Observing the elderly man at the door, who bore a resemblance to him, Zhao Lan felt a wave of relief wash over him. In the original narrative, his so-called grandfather had indeed once been magnificent, but after the Zhao family's decline, he had vanished without a trace, only reappearing in the latter part of the story. Even the Zhao family believed their patriarch to be deceased. Having read the original work, Zhao Lan was aware that his grandfather was not dead and had likely made an appearance at Yichang's centennial celebration. His earlier reckless behavior was not only an attempt to garner some negative energy, but also a ploy to draw out this significant figure. It seems he has succeeded. With this powerful ally, he would have even greater confidence in his future reckless endeavors. However, as he currently embodied Zhao Lan, he was blissfully unaware of this connection, so offering a friendly greeting upon their meeting seemed entirely proper. Ding! Zhao Tian's resentment, 9,999. Soon, a notification chimed in his ear, sending a surge of elation through Zhao Lan's heart. Indeed, this was his biological grandfather, a once mighty figure in Linjiang City, whose resentment surpassed even that of the original protagonists. Su Qian and Elder Yi, in contrast, this unfamiliar grandfather, upon hearing Zhao Lan's call, maintained a stoic expression, lightly tapping the ground with his dragon-headed cane. Suddenly, without a hint of warning, the table beneath Zhao Lan disintegrated into dust, causing him to lose his balance and tumble down. Truly, he is my grandfather, sharing my temperament. After symbolically chastising this unfilial descendant, Zhao Tian slowly shifted his stride. This single motion made all those who had earlier clamored to confront Zhao Lan take a step back. Fearful of being targeted by the venerable Zhao Tian, Zhao Tian approached with deliberate steps. Yicheng's brow furrowed, a tempest of unease brewing within him. No wonder Zhao Lan acts so whimsically, and his tongue is unrestrained. He is indeed Zhao Tian's grandson. This illustrious figure, once a titan in Lingjiang City, was naturally a distinguished guest personally invited by Yicheng, but unlike other guests, he required Yicheng's personal attention. Initially, he was to be accommodated in a reception room, awaiting discussions after the banquet. What surprised Yicheng even more was that this nearly reclusive elder would return to the world for the sake of his grandson. It appears Zhao Lan is regarded as the hope of the Zhao family. When Zhao Tian reached Yicheng, the latter had already risen in anticipation. Zhao Tian waved his hand, indicating the younger generation is often thoughtless. Please bear with them. The tone of his speech did not suggest a conversation between equals. It felt as though an elder was admonishing a junior, exuding an air of I speak, you listen. To Yicheng's astonishment, he nodded in solemn agreement. Yes. The room fell into an even deeper silence. The disparity between the old and new four prominent families was evident. They understood this, yet they had not anticipated the chasm to be so vast. Here was Yicheng, a family patriarch in his own domain, showing such deference to another head of a family, appearing genuinely respectful, without a hint of reluctance. Could it be that the Yi family and the once mighty Zhao family harbor untold stories? At that moment, Zhao Tian nodded, deftly producing a piece of primordial meteorite and placing it gently upon the table. Zhao Lan has caused you considerable trouble, and coincidentally, it is your centennial celebration. Consider this primordial meteorite as a token of compensation. Should the family encounter any insurmountable obstacles in the future, feel free to have Zhao Lan convey a message to me. Truly, the former head of the Zhao family, with just a few succinct sentences, granted Yicheng face and provided Zhao Lan with a means of retreat, simultaneously elevating Zhao Lan's standing in the eyes of those present through the act of extending goodwill. Tio reach out to this once mighty figure. One must go through Zhao Lan, indicating that the Zhao family's future is to be entrusted to him. However, before Yicheng could respond, Zhao Lan unexpectedly re-emerged. Leaning close to his grandfather's ear, he whispered, "Grandfather, our gifts are quite similar. I, too, have presented a piece of primordial meteorite, and mine is larger, harder, and darker than yours." Hearing his grandson's nonsensical prattle, Zhao Tian's expression faltered. "Here I am, making a grand entrance, and in just a few words. IVE had to clean up after this unfilial descendant. How dare you compare?" Ding. Zhao Tian's resentment, 6666. Yet, the elder's expression soon stiffened, as if recalling something, and he retorted, "Where did you acquire that primordial meteorite?" Zhao Lan, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, replied nonchalantly, "Of course, it was from my father." Thud. Before he could finish, Zhao Tian raised his dragon-headed cane and struck Zhao Lan's head 3 times. The resounding thudding echoed, bringing a measure of amusement to many in attendance. "You reckless child, that was meant for your betrothal gift, and you simply gave it away." Thud. No one anticipated that when the elder became enraged, he would be so approachable. The previously imposing aura dissipated in an instant. In that moment, it seemed as though everyone beheld 2 versions of Zhao Lan, one youthful and the other elderly. Could this be the notion that those not of the same family do not enter the same door? After receiving several knocks to the head, even Zhao Lan struggled to withstand it, promptly embracing his grandfather and imploring, "Grandfather, please listen to me." After managing to whisper a few words into the elder's ear, Zhao Tian's anger subsided, and a peculiar smile danced in his eyes. Regaining his authoritative demeanor, Zhao Tian waved his hand, addressing Yicheng, "Please continue. I shan't intrude. After you conclude here, come seek me." Hearing this, Yicheng immediately bowed respectfully, watching as the elder departed. Chapter 15. Driver, what is your occupation? Meanwhile, Yishirin, having assisted the medical personnel in transporting Su Chun for treatment, found herself engulfed in a state of inner turmoil. Now that the primordial meteorite was indeed in her possession, It had inadvertently embroiled Su Chun in a conflict with Zhao Lan. Zhao Lan was not to be feared, but the reality that he was a descendant of Zhao Tian was indeed alarming. So, had he been deceiving me all along? With this thought, Yi Shirin cast a lingering glance at the distant Zhao Lan, murmuring softly. When Zhao Lan had presented the primordial meteorite, she had experienced a fleeting moment of distraction, believing that his generous gift was intended for her. However, upon learning of Zhao Lan's true identity, her perception of him underwent a dramatic transformation. He seemed to approach life with a carefree attitude, akin to a dashing playboy. Perhaps I am merely a part of his game. As the centennial celebration returned to its routine, it appeared somewhat mundane. Most interactions revolved around toasts and the establishment of alliances at the banquet. Additional guests raised their glasses, taking turns to ingratiate themselves with Zhao Lan. While he could be boisterous and confrontational, his substantial background made engagement with him a worthwhile endeavor. Young Master Zhao, I previously failed to recognize your stature and spoke out of turn. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Few individuals of such noble lineage acted with such humility. Indeed, unlike that Su Chun, who, with a modicum of talent, has become insufferably arrogant. Such a person is unlikely to go far. Listening to the forced flattery, Zhao Lan felt his toes curl in discomfort, though a hint of frustration lingered. With the arrival of his grandfather, attempting to generate any negative energy had become exceedingly difficult. He sought to instigate a conflict, but after the appearance of Zhao Laozu, who would dare harbor resentment against him? Most grievances had been effortlessly dispelled. Alas, what a plight! Observing the sycophantic guests before him, Zhao Lan's resentment towards his grandfather deepened. Abandoning the entire family to frolic freely was one thing, but after finally seeing his grandson, why not casually bestow a few artifacts? If nothing else, let me generate some negative energy. Simply departing was rather ungracious, right? Did grandfather not mention he had matters to discuss? Presumably still at the Yi residence. Zhao Lan slapped his forehead, suddenly struck with inspiration. Since there was little to gain from the current crowd, why not seek out his esteemed grandfather? After all, the elder held high status and immense power. One could easily outweigh 10. With this in mind, he raised his glass and declared, I must confess, my grandfather has grown quite elderly and suffers from dementia. I cannot allow him to wander around unattended. Please, enjoy your meal and drink well. I shall take my leave with that. Zhao Lan provided no opportunity for anyone to retain him and swiftly slipped away. The remaining guests exchanged awkward glances, left speechless. If you wish to leave, at least provide a reasonable excuse. Do you think we are unaware of your grandfather's stature? It's preposterous to suggest that a figure of Zhao Tian's caliber could suffer from dementia. What an absurdity. After escaping the tedious banquet, Zhao Lan stealthily approached a building adorned with a sign that read Reception Hall. Why goodness, truly befitting a prestigious family. While other places merely have reception rooms or lounges, the Yi family boasts an entire reception hall. To add to this, the two-story structure is guarded by 4 security personnel positioned at various points below. Zhao Lan's eyes darted as a cunning plan formed in her mind. She approached one of the seemingly dim-witted guards from behind, cleared her throat discreetly, and spoke in a deep voice. What kind of work is this? Startled by the sudden voice from behind, the young guard jolted, hastily swallowing the food in his mouth and turning his head with a guilty expression. This person seems a bit unfamiliar. Is he a new supervisor? Perhaps he's feeling guilty for snacking during work hours. As the young guard's mind struggled to catch up, Zhao Lan feigned seriousness, delivering a sharp smack on the guard's head. I'm talking about you. What kind of work is this? The young guard recoiled, tentatively asking, Supervisor, what is the matter? Zhao Lan crossed her arms behind her back, adopting a stern demeanor, and scolded, Tell me, how many of you are on duty? There are 4 of us. What is wrong? The guard's reply ignited Zhao Lan's fury, nearly causing her to explode with rage. She immediately yanked the young guard's ear and dragged him away from his post. Come here. Look closely. How many people are there here? The guard peered over and felt his heart sink. 3, just 3? How could there only be 3 left? Upon witnessing the guard's foolish expression, Zhao Lan kicked him in the rear, commanding, Now that you know, why aren't you rushing to find the others? If you can't even protect yourselves, what good are you? The guard nodded timidly and hurried off in a panic to regroup with the others. However, when the guard breathlessly relayed his significant discovery to his colleagues, he was met with ridicule. Can you guess where the other guard went, aside from us three? The young guard, in a state of distress, blurted out, I don't know. The moment the words left his lips, realization struck him. The remaining one is none other than himself. Damn it. Surely some dubious character has infiltrated. Ding! Received 666 from the guard's resentment. Yet, by the time Zhao Lan received the notification, she had already been unceremoniously dragged out of the reception hall by the head of security. Initially believing 4 guards to be sufficient, she was taken aback to discover there were indeed 4 more inside, all of whom were martial artists and supernatural beings. Their abilities surpassed her own. Despite Zhao Lan's vocal protests, the elderly man did not show himself. It was only after being tossed onto the street outside the Yi family estate that she caught a glimpse of a beaming old face reflected in the second-floor glass of the reception hall. It was evident that these guards acted under Zhao Tian's orders, tossing her out without a second thought. All right then, so this is how you treat your own granddaughter, you old fool. Just wait, with no other option. Zhao Lan could only curse into the void for a while before leaving in a huff. On her way back, Zhao Lan felt utterly helpless. The old man truly is the root of Zhao family's mischief. Having seen her, he still commanded the guards to throw her out, not even allowing her a chance to curry favor. The more she pondered, the more incensed she became, ultimately resorting to casual conversation with the driver to alleviate her frustration. Driver, what do you do for a living, driver? Ding, received 1777 from the taxi driver's resentment. Upon hearing the notification, Zhao Lan perked up. Huh, a taxi driver provided over 1,000 negative energy points. What is going on? Could this person have some hidden identity? Moreover, the driver seems rather petty. She merely misspoke. Was it really necessary to get angry? Unsure, she decided to probe further. What I meant was, what did you do before being a driver? Upon hearing the customer's change in tone, the driver glanced at Zhao Lan through the rearview mirror. Seeing her naive demeanor, he began to boast. Young man, don't let my current job fool you. I used to work in a reputable company, but my dumb boss, always barking orders and imposing ridiculous rules, drove me to quit on the spot. I couldn't stand being bossed around. As the driver finished his tirade, Zhao Lan raised her finger from the back seat. Driver, turn left at the upcoming intersection. Sure thing. The driver cheerfully responded, abruptly turning the steering wheel. However, he soon realized something was amiss. Aren't you just barking orders too? Ding! Received 2333 from the taxi driver's resentment. Zhao Lan scratched her head, perplexed. What is wrong with this driver? Why is he so irritable? He is the one making the wrong turn and blaming me. Furthermore, this ride feels as bumpy as a carnival ride. It's hardly comfortable. Driver, have you driven before? Given the driver's burly appearance, resembling a wanted criminal, Zhao Lan could no longer hold back and decided to inquire. Don't underestimate me. I've driven everything, not just this taxi. I've even driven heavy trucks. You can rest assured, my friend. I'll get you to your destination safely. Unexpectedly, the driver confidently thumped his chest and made a bold guarantee. Zhao Lan listened to the increasingly outrageous claims and continued to question, driving a truck must be exhausting. What is the longest you've driven at a stretch? Who keeps track of that? I just sleep while driving. As long as I muddle through and arrive, it's fine. The driver scoffed casually. Zhao Lan gasped, unable to suppress her reaction. This isn't a taxi. It sounds more like a ghost car. With all these twists and turns, I might end up dead before reaching school. Thus, Zhao Lan discreetly sent out a text message to report the driver. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the extraordinary Martial University. Observing the driver now adorned with silver handcuffs and clutching a 50,000 reward, Zhao Lan fell into deep contemplation. In a wonder a taxi driver could provide such a substantial amount of negative energy. It turns out he was indeed a spy from another country. Having hidden in Linjiang City for years, after completing her fare, he was planning something big. Fortunately, she had the foresight to report him beforehand. Before getting into the car, the taxi driver shot her a glare filled with extreme resentment. Ding! Received 4444 from the taxi driver's resentment. Upon returning to her single dormitory at school, Zhao Lan's first order of business was to check her gains for the day. To her astonishment, she discovered an impressive total of over 100,000 negative energy points. The head of the Yi family, Yi Chong, the protagonist Su Chun, and her own troublesome grandfather had evidently all contributed their fair share. Otherwise, it would be impossible to gather such a significant amount in just one day. given the meager contributions from ordinary people. Should I go for a tenfold draw? Zhao Lan pondered, contemplating how to utilize these negative energy points. Despite Su Qin being easily defeated by her earlier, according to the typical narrative arc, protagonists often rise stronger after setbacks. Perhaps after leaving the hospital, not only would he benefit from his misfortune, but he might also attract the attention of a stunning nurse with a prestigious background. Sigh. Thinking this way, Zhao Lan felt a wave of inexplicable melancholy. The protagonist has it so easy, effortlessly encountering fortuitous events, exuding an air of dominance that naturally draws in beautiful women. Meanwhile, here she was, a pitiful little antagonist with an astonishingly powerful grandfather who couldn't care less about her. However, Zhao Lan quickly shook her head, dispelling the jealousy that twisted her features. Thankfully, I still have my system, daddy. System, I want to draw. The most expensive one. As her words fell, the system's prize wheel began to spin wildly, followed by a series of notifications ringing in her ears. Ding! Draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a wisdom syrup 1. Ding! Draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a supernatural awakening voucher 1. Ding! Draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a female shaping swimsuit 1. Ding! Draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the fatherly love like a mountain fist technique 1. Ding! Draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a great rejuvenation pill 1. Listening to the continuous notifications and the contents of her draws, Zhao Lan's heart soared with joy, and she let out a long sigh of relief. As expected, a 10,000-point draw yielded rewards of a significantly higher caliber than before. Although there were a few items that seemed to be fillers, most were excellent for enhancing her abilities. Wisdom Syrup. Consuming it will greatly enhance mental capacity. Supernatural Awakening Voucher. It can help the host awaken their supernatural abilities. The first awakening requires 1 voucher, and each subsequent awakening will require double the previous amount. Fatherly Love like a mountain fist technique. This martial arts manual contains a unique rule-based power, causing opponents to stand still like suns waiting to be hit when executed. Great Rejuvenation Pill. This pill maximally refines the physique and enhances cultivation. After reading the hidden attributes of these rewards, Zhao Lan clenched her fists, her expression brimming with excitement. A martial arts technique with rule-based power? Truly a first for her. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhao Lan swiftly slapped the fist manual against his forehead. A series of martial arts techniques flashing through his mind like a revolving lantern. However, Zhao Lan overlooked a crucial point. He was merely a low-tier martial artist, and his mental prowess was akin to that of an ordinary individual due to the absence of any awakened abilities. While mastering a simple set of basic boxing techniques posed no problem, the profound intricacies of the father's love like a mountain technique were far more demanding. The overwhelming flood of information in his mind caused Zhao Lan to writhe in agony on his bed. Ah, yes, that bottle of emergency syrup should prove useful. Enduring the excruciating pain, Zhao Lan hastily uncapped the syrup and gulped it down. Just to be safe, he also removed the wax seal from the Great Recovery Pill and popped it into his mouth. Little did he expect that such a miraculous substance, capable of enhancing both physical strength and mental acuity in a short span, often came with considerable pain during its use. Just a single stretching eye pill could leave Zhao Lan rolling on the ground, let alone using 2 at once. Moments later, Zhao Lan fell utterly still, as 2 distinctly different forces within him collided and intertwined, transforming and reinforcing his body. Chapter 17. Martial Artist of the 7th Stage. Awakening Abilities. When Zhao Lan finally stirred from his stupor, it was already midday the following day. Crack, crack. Rising to his feet, he stretched widely, his joints popping like firecrackers. How refreshing! Feeling a surge of power coursing through him, Zhao Lan could not help but exclaim in astonishment. 7th Stage Martial Artist. Remarkably, upon awakening, he had ascended 2 levels in his martial arts journey, becoming a 7th Stage Martial Artist under the influence of the Great Recovery Pill. It is worth noting that progressing in martial arts becomes increasingly challenging, and without sufficient talent, one must rely on external aids. Thus, it is not uncommon to take a decade or more to elevate even a single stage. In the realm of the extraordinary martial university, a 7th Stage martial artist is already considered quite rare, especially when coupled with an enigmatic boxing technique. This afforded him the leverage to challenge opponents beyond his level. Zhao Lan was feeling rather impressive now. Humph. Ha. He threw a couple of punches, feeling the continuous flow of true energy within him, the force and solidity of his strikes markedly different from before. After retracting his stance, Zhao Lan's heart swelled with joy. Now, taking on multiple opponents like Su Chun should pose no issue, right? As a seventh-stage martial artist wielding the formidable father's love like a mountain technique. Even if Su Chun were destined for greatness, it was unlikely he could enhance himself as drastically as Zhao Lan had in their previous spar. Zhao Lan had merely seized the opportunity to deliver a single blow while Su Chun was caught off guard. Should they face off again now, Zhao Lan could truly fight as if he were a father taking on his son. Oh, right? He still had an ability voucher unused. Once acclimated to his newfound strength, Zhao Lan quickly recalled the matter of awakening his abilities. In this world of rejuvenated spiritual energy, individuals with powers had become the norm, and the potential of these abilities was categorized into 7 tiers: D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Should he awaken an SSS-level ability, it would be a meteoric rise to power. With a swift motion, Zhao Lan retrieved the precious ability voucher and, following the system's instructions, gently crushed in an instant. A gentle azure glow radiated, swirling around before settling in the center of his mind, awakening his latent potential and granting him an ability. Unlike the arduous path of martial arts, the awakening of abilities was not painful. Thus, after a brief moment of dazedness, Zhao Lan received the System-S notification sound. Ding, congratulations, host, on awakening S-level ability. All-rounder. Upon awakening this ability, the host's overall capabilities will be enhanced. Strength 10, Speed 10, Nerve Reflex 10, Defense 10, Ability Release Efficiency 10. Hearing the 2 notification sounds from the system, Zhao Lan's eyes brightened. A passive ability, indeed. Abilities are categorized not only by potential but also by their inherent effects. For instance, Su Chen's spatial ability belongs to the time-space category, while Yi Shirin's ability falls within the elemental category. In contrast, Zhao Lan's passive ability is more straightforward. Other ability users must exert conscious control to activate their powers, consuming mental energy in the process. Passive abilities, however, simply exist once awakened on him. While it may only be S-level, the auxiliary capabilities are somewhat overpowered. With this 10 enhancement, combined with martial arts techniques, overcoming 2 or 3 levels should not pose a challenge. Right? Feeling the exhilaration brought by his abilities, Zhao Lan's excitement surged. The events of the banquet yesterday had indeed left him somewhat apprehensive and concerned. His system relied on the negative energy of others to garner rewards. But an excess of negative energy could lead to an explosive situation. Even though a fortunate grandfather had intervened yesterday, he could not always rely on others to bail him out. Therefore, it was crucial to bolster his own strength. Otherwise, self-destruction would be all too easy. Ding ding, ding ding. Just as Zhao Lan finished his grooming and prepared to venture out for a meal, his phone suddenly chimed. Upon checking, he found a message from his dear roommates. Zhao Lan, the dads are coming out and no one else is in the dorm, right? We're heading back soon. Zhao Lan glanced at his phone screen and smirked, sending a reply. Come back, the dorm is empty. Minutes later, the trio of eccentric brothers, led by Chan Tao, appeared at the dormitory door, each wearing stockings on their heads. Among them, the timid third brother, Qin Shou, pointed to the surveillance camera in the hallway. Big brother, wouldn't this be a bit inappropriate? There's a camera here. Chun Tao scoffed, self-assuredly declaring, nonsense. Otherwise, why would I have you wear stockings? Enough with the useless chatter. Let us storm in and teach that scoundrel a lesson. Damn it, I've lost weight from all this squatting over the past few days. Thus, the 3 brothers kicked open the dormitory door with a resounding bang, marching straight in and converging on Zhao Lan's bed. Without even a glance, they unleashed a barrage of strikes at the bulging blanket below. After a good while of this, someone finally noticed something amiss. They pulled back the blanket only to find it completely empty. Damn it! The dorm really was vacant. Ding. From Chen Tao's resentment, 888. Ding. From Li Ligua's resentment, 444. Ding. From Qin Shou's resentment, 666. Meanwhile, Zhao Lan sat elegantly at a central location on the snack street outside the school, enjoying a bowl of beef ramen. Once Chen Tao and the others gathered around his table again, their fiery tempers had considerably cooled. All right, you made us squat inside while you feasted outside. Huh. What a load of nonsense about love secrets. Bold confessions and innovation. It's all lies. If you don't treat us to a month of foot massages, this matter is far from over. Listening to his 3 roommates' barrage of grievances, Zhao Lan felt utterly unfazed. Offering no explanations, knowing full well that one dorm could not house 2 types of individuals. Though they appeared to be dredging up past grievances, it was merely a matter of a couple of drinks. Sitting down, they were all prominent figures in the school. Would it not be embarrassing to argue on the street? The trio raised their chins in a haughty manner, clearly pleased with this reasoning, and plopped down on their seats. Waiter, bring us 3 portions of sirloin steak, medium rare, and a bottle of 82 Sprite. Let it breathe before serving. Oh, and a few cigars as well. Let this gentleman cover the bill. Hearing the manner in which they ordered, many students munching on snacks rolled their eyes in disbelief. Had they been watching too many dramas? Even if it were outrageous, such items could not possibly be found in a snack street. Ding! From student A's resentment, 666. Ding! From student B's resentment, 555. Ding! From student C's resentment, 444. Listening to the notification sounds echoing in his ears, Zhao Lan felt somewhat exasperated. Wasn't it said that every dorm has one annoying person? What was going on with his dorm's luck? Why was everyone besides him a nuisance? However, feeling a twinge of guilt for his roommates who had squatted for several days due to his speech, Zhao Lan quickly waved his hand to defuse the situation. All right, enough of this nonsense. We're in a restaurant. Let us just grab something to eat. Hey, boss, 3 bowls of beef ramen, please. These fine gentlemen are my good friends. So make it good. Upon hearing this, the boss at the noodle stall perked up, grinning as he replied, sure thing. Spitting into his palms, the boss indeed began to knead the dough with fervor. Chen Tao. Li Ligua. Qin Shou. Good grief. Those in the know might think the boss was preparing dough for a grand feast. Those unaware would assume he was about to start hauling bricks. Zhao Lan's bowl of beef ramen was clearly from a different stall. The 3 foolish brothers regarded Zhao Lan with increasing resentment. Ding! From Chen Tao's resentment, 999. Ding! From Li Ligua's resentment, 999. Ding! From Qin Shou's resentment, 999. Seeking gifts, everyone, please send a little something. If you have money, treat a deity. If you don't, a free contribution of love will do. Chapter 18. I am the strongest. Want a hug? The 3 burly men in the dormitory grew increasingly irksome to Zhao Lan, to the point where it seemed as though the words displeasure were etched upon their faces. However, Zhao Lan expressed a profound understanding of this dynamic, believing that such interactions were typical among men. If one were to become increasingly amiable, that would indeed signal a problem, wouldn't it? Observing the silence that enveloped the group as they disdainfully regarded the bowls of beef noodles set before them, he chose not to press the matter further with these bumbling companions. Instead, he ordered some edamame and peanuts, along with a few bottles of beer, and called for a toast. As expected, after a few drinks, these lightweight comrades began to lose their bearings, leaving their previous grievances against Zhao Lan behind. Their conversation initially flowed smoothly, focused on the attractive girls from a particular department, but soon veered into discussions about national affairs. Ultimately, it concluded with the cliché reassurance. Don't worry, there won't be a war. However, as the saying goes, he who worries not for the distant troubles will soon have close concerns. After their frivolous banter, the group seemed to remember their own predicaments, each sighing in exasperation. Alas, how troubling! Had I known that the finals at Yiwud University would involve hunting expeditions, I would have preferred my parents to enroll me in an ordinary university. Do not complain. We all know one another in this dormitory. I am the most unfortunate. Brother Qintao at least possesses some martial arts background, and your family connections are quite solid. Just a gift suffices for you to pass. And me? I have barely awakened my powers, only to find that I can merely unzip someone else's fly. How am I to justify that? Despite their apparent lack of seriousness, the members of Zhao Lan's dormitory possessed their own unique skills. The manner in which Qin Shou gained admission to Yiwud University was quite absurd, as his ability to manipulate metal, a variant of elemental powers, had earned him a spot due to its rarity. Yet, to this day, Qin Shou's powers had shown no advancement, limited to controlling tiny pieces of metal, such as unzipping pants or tugging on metal earrings. Thus, apart from Zhao Lan, Qin Shou struggled to fit into this prestigious institution. The most pressing concern for these individuals, even after gaining admission, was the biannual finals that involved hunting.it. Is widely recognized that the most esteemed departments at Yeowood University include three: the Elemental Department, the Martial Arts Department, and surprisingly, the Animal Husbandry Department. Indeed, the Animal Husbandry Department ranks among the top three, but its students do not rear ordinary livestock. Rather, they specialize in breeding extraordinary beasts, training them either for combat or as beastly tools. While these individuals resided in the same dormitory, they belonged to different departments. Chen Tao was from the Martial Arts Department, Li Liguo was from the Finance Department, while Qin Shou, who could only unzip others' pants, hailed from the Elemental Department. Zhao Lan's major was rather peculiar, known as the Department of Practical Recycling and Management of Useless Packaging. To put it simply, it was an environmental studies program, or more colloquially, waste collection. Thus, this dormitory was quite the conundrum, filled with an array of talents. Regardless of whether they belonged to the three primary departments or the less esteemed ones, all students faced a dual examination process for their finals, a written test and a hunting expedition. Only by achieving a combined score could they continue their studies. For these underachievers, while the written test was manageable, the hunting component posed an insurmountable challenge. Alas, if all else fails, I might reach out to Qinlong from the Martial Arts Department. I've heard he has had his eye on Qin Shou for quite some time. If worst comes to worst, perhaps you could make a sacrifice for the good of our dormitory and save us from flunking collectively? Suddenly, Li Liguo spoke up, prompting an immediate rebuttal from Qin Shou. Get lost? That hairy brute with more chest hair than head hair. I'm willing to offer myself for a good cause, but I want to lower my standards to such a rugged figure. I too wish to find an appealing ally. What about Sister Lan from the fourth year of the Elemental Department? She might consider us. What if we resort to money to smooth things over? I do have some family funds. As the discussion continued, the group came to realize that finding a suitable ally was indeed a daunting task. The unrivaled top student on campus, Xia Qian, a dual practitioner of martial and elemental arts, who had dominated the hunting leaderboard for years, was out of reach. Next in line were Chenlong and Su Mo from the Martial Arts Department, as well as Sister Lan and Hu Wei from the Elemental Department, who had likely already assembled their teams or had high standards for their partners. There were whispers of a student named Su Chun from the Elemental Department, who, despite having awakened spatial powers, rarely practiced and was often elusive. Ultimately, the three of them lost interest in this disheartening topic, when Chun Tao suddenly had a spark of inspiration and turned to Zhao Lan. By the way, old Zhao, isn't the campus beauty your girlfriend? While she may not rank among the top three in the Elemental Department, she is still stronger than us. Why not leverage your charm and have her guide us? Upon hearing this, the other two perked up immediately, only for Zhao Lan to roll his eyes dramatically. I'm merely playing with her. Our relationship isn't as solid as you think. However, after saying this, he coldly smirked and countered, speaking of which, the opportunity stands right in front of you. Why not seize it instead of looking outside? Having had a few too many drinks, Qin Shou, still somewhat dazed, misinterpreted Zhao Lan's mention of an ally and stumbled toward a passing female student with a lecherous grin. Hey, an ally! With a resounding slap, the bewildered female scolded him as a pervert before hastily fleeing. Zhao Lan remained silent, his expression inscrutable. In contrast, the more composed Chen Tao, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and inquired earnestly, "Are you suggesting that you could be our ally?" Zhao Lan stood tall and proud, waving a sum of 200,000. The others were momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, tears streaming down their faces, unable to contain their mirth. Observing his roommate's merciless mockery, Zhao Lan remained silent, merely reaching out to stop a passerby and gently tapping the individual's shoulder. In an instant, an enigmatic and ineffable aura of martial intent emanated from Zhao Lan, enveloping his entire being. The hapless passerby, who had just been lightly tapped, transitioned from confusion to a dazed state, and within seconds, collapsed to the ground, embracing Zhao Lan's legs, weeping profusely. Dad. How have you returned? I miss you so much. Sob. For a moment, the three roommates, and indeed, the entire street food market, fell into a stunned silence, all eyes fixated on the strange individual who had dramatically enacted this scene in public, openly weeping and sniffling all over Zhao Lan. The atmosphere remained tense for a good 5 or 6 seconds, until the stall owner, red-faced, chuckled and commented, "Goodness, You youngsters are quite daring, far more liberated than we were in our time. Zhao Lan paid no heed, interpreting the remark as a compliment. He then extended his hand once more, channeling a fatherly punch, and tapped the individual's shoulder, dispelling the peculiar aura. Of course, such an effect was only feasible on those with significantly weaker abilities. Moments later, the individual's eyes cleared, his expression one of disdain as he stood up. What the hell? Why are you hugging me, you pervert? Notification. 666 from a disgruntled student. The bewildered student, having been inexplicably subjected to Zhao Lan's martial arts, muttered a few curses before quietly departing. All that remained were Zhao Lan's roommates, sitting in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Good grief. After what felt like an eternity, the three roommates simultaneously exclaimed in pure astonishment. With a commotion, they all stumbled to embrace Zhao Lan's legs. Stay tuned for more thrilling developments in Chapter 19. I only want to increase the difficulty. Zhao Lan, when did you awaken your powers? And can you really brainwash and hypnotize people? I finally understand why the campus beauty is interested in you. This is just like a scene from that anime I watched. Coach, I want to learn hypnosis. Listening to the musings of these bumbling companions, Zhao Lan felt a headache coming on. Hypnosis. This is a legitimate martial arts technique, for goodness sake. The effects may be peculiar, but they are certainly not nonsensical. Before he could explain further, they continued their ramblings. Adoptive father. I have a question. If you possess such mysterious powers, why do you want to team up with us? Yes, indeed. We are somewhat self-aware. Wouldn't it be too burdensome for you to team up with us? I feel a pang of conscience. Perhaps you should give me a beating, just like we do in our nightly games. As these ridiculous comments continued, passers-by in the bustling food market cast strange glances their way. Although Zhao Lan did nothing wrong, he was perceived as the leader of this peculiar group of misfits. Notifications chimed in his ears. Notification 333 from a bystander. Notification 222 from another bystander. Notification 666 from yet another bystander. It must be said, these roommates were undeniably a source of embarrassment. Just their presence alone attracted countless eye rolls from passers-by. Being associated with them inevitably drew negative attention. Thus, while they might be perceived as bumbling companions by others, to Zhao Lan, they inadvertently triggered bystanders' ire, continuously supplying him with negative energy. Get up, everyone. The ground is cold. After helping several of his roommates to their feet, Zhao Lan's gaze deepened as he slowly revealed the reason behind his actions. Once you reach my level, you will understand how profoundly lonely it is to be invincible. The only reason I brought you along was to increase the challenge. Otherwise, it would be rather dull to steamroll through everything. As these pretentious words left his lips, the expressions of his four roommates immediately froze. What's wrong with you? Why are you trying to show off? In the past, such remarks would have been uttered without a second thought, but now, with their needs in mind, they could only grumble silently. Ding! From Chen Tao's resentment, 444. Ding! From Li Ligua's resentment, 777. Ding! From Qin Shou's resentment, 666. Upon hearing the notification sound, Zhao Lan was momentarily stunned, glancing at the disdainful expressions of his companions, feeling quite speechless. Could these fellows possibly think he was boasting? He spoke the truth. The protagonist of this story, Su Chun, had been pinned to the ground by him. Why were they looking at him with such expressions? Did they not trust their adoptive father? In a private hospital belonging to the Yi family, after 2 days of recuperation, Su Chun was finally able to get out of bed. Go be honest, Zhao Lan's punches were indeed heavy. He had thought he was hiding well, only to discover that there were deeper secrets within the school. The most critical point was that he was now closely associated with Yishirin. However, being the protagonist, Su Chun unexpectedly turned misfortune into fortune, guided in his dreams by the remnants of the first ability user, allowing him to cultivate a powerful martial arts technique that broke through and re-established itself. This technique had a high threshold and was inherently contradictory. It required the practitioner to possess a solid martial arts foundation while also having a profound mastery of spatial abilities. Most importantly, it necessitated a life-or-death situation where all meridians were severed. Leaving only a breath to cling to die in the original narrative, Su Chun had reached the midpoint when he encountered an exceptionally troublesome beast. After sustaining severe injuries and being on the brink of collapse, he had cultivated this divine skill, merging spatial abilities with martial arts. Now, due to misfortune, Su Chun had benefited, mastering this divine skill ahead of time and significantly expanding his existing meridians. After a couple of days of rest, not only would his martial arts realm not decline, but he also had the chance to ascend 1 or 2 levels. During his treatment, Yi Shirin had visited once, but upon finding Su Qian unconscious, she left in disappointment. It was not until noon on this very day, upon hearing that Su Qian had awakened, that she returned with a gift box to visit him again. Shirin, you should leave. I will repay the favor to you and the Yi family as soon as possible, and after that, we shall have no further relations. Just as Su Qian had gotten out of bed, upon seeing the graceful figure at the door, his expression turned cold again, and he lay back down while Yi Shirin stood at the entrance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she spoke emotionally. Su Qian, I came to tell you that my closeness to Zhao Lan is not out of affection for him, but rather for you. Hearing this, Su Qian remained lying on the bed, his back to Yi Shirin, his demeanor calm and unyielding. Noticing this, Yi Shirin placed the gift box on the table and softly murmured, I heard you were in need of a suitable weapon, and I learned that Zhao Lan's family possesses a stone that is said to be the legendary primordial meteorite. That's why I wanted to get close to him, to acquire it for you. Initially, I had no idea that Zhao Lan was so cunning, using me to undermine you. Had I known, I would never have taken this path. Now that I have the item, I truly regret it, as my actions have caused you pain. Even if you do not forgive me, I will not blame you. You did this for me? As the truth unfolded, Su Qian felt his hardened heart begin to soften. So this foolish girl had been entangled with Zhao Lan for his sake? Memories of Yi Shirin's various troubled expressions at the birthday banquet flashed through his mind, and a wave of guilt surged within him. How could he have been so foolish as to believe that Shirin would have feelings for that Zhao Lan? After a long moment, Su Qian turned around. Gazing at the tearful, delicate figure before him, he reached out to gently brush her hair aside, sighing, I'm sorry, Shirin. I never anticipated you would go to such lengths for me. However, I cannot permit you to act in such a manner again. For whatever I need, I shall acquire through my own abilities. I understand. Fortunately, regardless of the circumstances, the outcome is still favorable. Now that I have the primordial meteorite, I need not confront that detestable Zhao Lan anymore. Yi Shirin wiped her tears and forced a smile. Suddenly, a loud bang interrupted their conversation. To their astonishment, the exquisite primordial meteorite erupted in a thick cloud of white mist under the bright daylight. The abruptness of the event startled both of them, as the white smoke dissipated. A paper resembling a check slowly floated down, landing gently in Su Qian's palm. Upon closer inspection, the center of the check bore descriptions related to the primordial meteorite. At the edges, a small line read, Dog and bitch, I've tricked you, Haven Ti? In an instant, both were left dumbfounded, utterly unable to believe that the primordial meteorite was a fake. Ding, from Yi Shirin's resentment, 999. Ding, from Su Qian's resentment, 6,666. Chapter 20. Are you a large package or a small package? Meanwhile, in the living room of the Zhao family, Zhao Lan, along with his parents and aunt, gathered together, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Initially, his roommates had just emerged, ready to treat Zhao Lan to a foot wash as a welcome gesture, but Zhao Lan was summoned back by his father's thunderous roar. It wasn't he to pressure Zhao Lan into seeking medical treatment, but rather for a matter of greater significance. Once everyone was seated, Zhao Lan's father, Zhao Lei, with a solemn expression, announced a major development. My father has returned. The moment those words were spoken, Zhao Lan's mother and aunt exchanged peculiar glances, unable to suppress their exclamations. What? The old man is still alive. Speaking of past events, before Lin Xiulan married into the Zhao family, the old man Zhao Tian had a tendency to go missing frequently. Various risks had arisen within the family, and after a financial crisis swept through the Zhao family, the old man had disappeared completely. The Zhao family had conducted extensive inquiries and received news that Zhao Tian, the head of the family, was likely deceased. Therefore, when the old man suddenly reappeared and notified the Zhao family members through some means, nearly everyone wore expressions of astonishment and disbelief. What do you mean still alive? How can you be so disrespectful to your elders? Only Zhao Lan, lounging comfortably on the sofa, showed no sign of surprise. even reprimanding his mother and aunt in the process. Dio, you know something? No one knows a child better than their father. Zhao Lei tilted his head and asked Dio. I saw my grandfather a few days ago. But he seemed quite busy and didn't he have time to pay attention to me, Zhao Lan said, not concealing anything, briefly recounting his encounter with his grandfather and the friendly atmosphere. Upon hearing this, the three were left speechless. This child must be confused, they thought. Not even he, the grandson, has seen the old man much, let alone Lin Xiaolan, his daughter-in-law. How could he recognize his grandfather after all these years? Lin Xiaolan fidgeted with her clothes, her gaze softening with concern. Son. Zhao Lan raised his head. What is it? Is it that you've been under a lot of pressure from studies, or perhaps feeling unwell? No, Mom. Just tell me if there is something on your mind. The only thing I want to tolerate is being told to see a doctor. After saying this, Lin Xiaolan hesitated, seemingly reluctant to speak. Casting a sharp glance at Zhao Lei, the false head of the family, who finally took the cue, he then asked seriously, if I remember correctly, you only met your grandfather when you were 1 or 2 years old. After all these years, how could you still recognize him? Upon hearing his father's question, Zhao Lan rolled his eyes dramatically, pointing at the portrait that had hung on the wall for many years. Dad, have you lost your mind while washing feet? You've had Grandpa's portrait hanging for years. Don't I burn incense for it every festival? And you dare question me? You probably don't even remember what Grandpa looks like from the portrait on the wall. Instantly, Zhao Lei was rendered speechless, awkwardly chuckling while a wave of resentment surged within him. This brat is becoming increasingly disrespectful. Am I going to wash feet? I was out negotiating business. Otherwise, what would our family eat or use? Ding! From Zhao Lei's resentment, 999. After the farce, Zhao Lei no longer had the face to continue as the head of the family. All right. I just called you back to say that tomorrow you should come with me. Since the old man has returned, it would be beneficial for you to show your face there. With that, Zhao Lei, the dutiful son, returned to his room, taking down the portrait of the old man along the way. The next day, at an ancient manor near the outskirts. This manor originally belonged to the Zhao family but was sold off due to subsequent events. Though the weeds had grown thicker than before, the interior of the building remained clean, indicating regular maintenance, in stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere at the Yi family's birthday banquet. The hall here was considerably quieter, with some long uncontacted family members awkwardly chatting about trivial matters. Zhao Lei's arrival, in a way, seemed somewhat comical. The attire of his son and wife fit reasonably well, but Zhao Lei, having indulged in a life of ease and excess over the past few years, had gained considerable weight. Even after rummaging through every corner to find the largest suit available, his belly still protruded conspicuously. Upon witnessing the state of their father's most cherished youngest son, the other siblings could scarcely contain their amusement, nearly bursting into laughter. The three seemed quite accustomed to such a sight, displaying no particular reaction as they settled into 3 empty chairs, engaging in idle gossip. Why has the old man suddenly remembered us? Has he encountered some trouble outside? They speculated. If he can't resolve an issue, what can we do? After all, we only earn a modest income, not enough for grand endeavors. At this point, a few of the more acerbic aunts and uncles covertly cast glances in Zhao Lei's direction, their meaning abundantly clear. While they could still scrape together a little money, there were those who couldn't even manage that. Zhao Lei pretended not to notice, sitting up straight with a composed demeanor. In truth, since the Zhao family had fragmented, many members had inherited substantial estates. With no inclination towards gambling or vice, it was impossible for them to squander their fortunes. Numerous relatives had even established businesses and prospered, though their wealth paled in comparison to the original Zhao families. It certainly surpassed that of Zhao Lei, the youngest. Of course, Zhao Lei had also received an inheritance, but it amounted to nothing more than a worthless stone of indeterminate purpose. Though maintain appearances, he had claimed it was an heirloom left by the old man. An heirloom, indeed. He would have preferred a share of actual money. This thought filled Zhao Lei with profound indignation and a deep sense of grievance. By the way, have you heard about the new type of projection device that has come out? It supposedly incorporates a more sophisticated motion sensing mechanism, allowing both practitioners of special abilities and martial artists to train at home with this device. A gathering of established adults, being relatives, led to a wide-ranging conversation. Upon hearing about this new product, many expressed immediate interest. What's the precision like? Last time, I bought a set for my child, and the quality was rather poor. How could anything I recommend be wrong? I'll send you the link shortly. Sounds great. Just as the conversation was flowing smoothly, a member of the Zhao family, perhaps overly eager, turned the focus back to Zhao Lei, speaking in a rather sarcastic tone. Oh? Is that my little brother? I remember the old man favored you the most back in the day. My brothers and sisters have been so busy these past few years that we haven't kept in touch much. I heard things haven't been going well for you. How about this? Once I upgrade my projection device, I'll give you my old one. While this sounded like a generous offer, a hint of mockery lay beneath the surface. In the world of the affluent, akin to a royal household, the youngest son, once favored, often found himself the target of his siblings' disdain. Hence, many present were eager to witness Zhao Lei's embarrassment. Zhao Lei pondered for a moment, about to retort, when Zhao Lan patted his shoulder gently. Instantly, he fell silent, deciding to yield the floor. While his son was not particularly remarkable, he certainly had a sharp tongue, so he allowed Zhao Lan to speak. Zhao Lan stepped forward, his demeanor slightly awkward yet still polite, saying, "Third uncle, thank you for your kind offer, but our family door is rather small, and I fear it won't fit through, so I must ask. Is this a large item or a small one?" "Haha, you underestimate your uncle, don't you? It's definitely a large item." The third uncle laughed heartily, but his laughter abruptly ceased. "Wait a moment, who are you calling a large item?" Ding! From Zhao Shishuan's Resentment, 999. Chapter 21. Zhao Lan to take charge. The Zhao family comprises 4 branches of direct lineage, 3 sons and 1 daughter. The middle-aged man referred to as third uncle by Zhao Lan appeared somewhat gaunt. His eyes narrow like slits, giving him a somewhat disreputable appearance. Clearly struck by a sensitive nerve, third uncle exploded with rage. "Say that again," Zhao Lan chuckled, entirely disregarding the hollow familial bond, and replied, "Say it again? Third uncle, you have quite a unique preference for being called a large item, don't you?" This bold retort infuriated Zhao Shishuan, who clenched his teeth in anger. How dare a junior speak to me in such a manner? Just as third uncle raised his arm, intending to reprimand Zhao Lan in front of Zhao Lei, suddenly, a crisp knock echoed from the entrance. An unseen force halted third uncle's raised arm in midair. How audacious! At the sound of this mildly irate reprimand, everyone turned to see a small, solemn-looking elder standing at the door. "Dad, you're finally back." The crowd rose to greet him. The old man nodded. Walking slowly toward them, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, finally resting between Zhao Shishuan and Zhao Lan. "Humph! What a grand display, Dad. Please don't be angry. My brother has never been capable, and it's only natural that he struggles to educate his son. You need not intervene. I will handle Zhao Lei's education myself," Zhao Shishuan stammered, momentarily taken aback. The old man snorted again, directly addressing Zhao Shishuan. "I am speaking of you, Zhao Shishuan." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shishuan felt as though struck by lightning. Slowly lowering his raised arm, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "Me? What have I done?" It was clearly Zhao Lan who provoked first. "I merely intended to assert my elder's authority." Could it be that the old man had just arrived and was unaware of the earlier events? "Oh, so old Deng still remembers how to come back. Have you forgotten you have a home after all these years of wild living?" Just as Zhao Shishuan was at a loss for an explanation, a voice suddenly broke the silence. Instantly, the room fell silent, everyone staring at Zhao Lan in disbelief. Has the child lost his mind? Does he not know who the old man is? Back when he was the head of the family, he personally annihilated more families than you have had meals. He showed no mercy to Zhao clan members, and many had faced severe punishment for mere misstatements. Provoking Zhao Shishuan might only result in a few slaps. But riling the old man.as expected, upon hearing Zhao Lan's audacious jest, the old man's expression darkened even further. Ding! From Zhao Tian's Resentment, 7777. Listening to the notification chime, Zhao Lan felt a rush of excitement. Indeed, the old Deng was quite a source of resentment. Just a few quips could yield such abundant spite. However, what was even more surprising was that despite his grim demeanor, the old man showed no signs of anger, merely letting out a cold snort. How promising with that, the old man ignored Zhao Lan's insolence, taking his seat at the head of the table. The remaining family members stood frozen, like wax figures, in stunned silence. What is going on with the old man today? Zhao Lan's teasing of his uncle, albeit humorous, had elicited no repercussions for him, while third uncle bore the brunt of ridicule. Addressing the old man as Old Ding had even earned a somewhat affectionate acknowledgement of being promising. It should be noted that Zhao Lan was hardly remarkable. His father was ineffectual, and the same could be said for him. Rumor had it that he had yet to awaken any abilities. How had he garnered such tolerance from the old man? Yet, unbeknownst to all present, Zhao Lan had previously demonstrated his potential at the birthday banquet of the Yi family patriarch. His adept use of spatial abilities was evident in his storage techniques. The ability to hypnotize the illustrious Su Chun with a single strike, leaving him in a coma for an entire day and night, further showcased Zhao Lan's martial prowess. However, these two feats alone were insufficient to warrant Zhao Tian's heightened regard and leniency. As an elder powerhouse of Linjiang City, he had encountered countless prodigies. The crux of the matter lay in the gift Zhao Lan had presented, an ingeniously forged invoice for original meteoric iron. Even Zhao Tian had failed to detect any signs of deception. Only after Zhao Lan's confession and Zhao Tian's secret verification of his abilities did he realize the truth. This young man possessed extraordinary cunning. Had it not been for this, Zhao Lan would have surely faced far worse consequences. With the room enveloped in an eerie silence, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Conversely, Zhao Lan's family thrived in this tension. With Zhao Lei and Zhao Lan sharing a striking resemblance, both casting admiring glances at the old man. The old man merely felt embarrassed, choosing to feign ignorance. After a moment of silence, Zhao Tian finally spoke. "I called you here to discuss 3 matters." As his voice faded, everyone returned to attention. First, the Zhao family will re-establish its influence. Second, we shall temporarily designate this estate as the family's core area, convening at least twice a month to deliberate matters here. The first 2 points aligned perfectly with everyone's expectations. With the old man's return, it was only natural to anticipate the revival of the Zhao family's former glory. After all, why else would he summon so many? Although the Zhao family had diminished significantly, they had once experienced greatness. If everyone united, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to regain their former status. After all, reputation can attract resources. As soon as word got out about the old man's return, opportunities would surely follow. However, the third matter that followed took everyone by surprise. Third, in the event of any issues, the first 2 points may be disregarded, and Zhao Lan shall take precedence. If Zhao Lan cannot resolve the matter, then communicate with me. At this declaration, every member of the Zhao clan wore expressions of disbelief, their faces contorted with confusion. What? Did I hear you correctly? Is the old man intending to let Zhao Lan take charge? Although the Zhao family currently possesses little, can it truly be entrusted to such an impudent descendant? Has he ever made any contributions to the family? At that moment, Uncle Zhao Changchun stepped forward. His voice grave as he inquired, "Father, this matter seems somewhat inappropriate. Zhao Lan is merely a child, having not even completed his education. Is it truly wise to place him in such a pivotal role?" "Indeed, father, perhaps we should deliberate further." Before the words could fully escape, second aunt Zhao Qian chimed in agreement. Third uncle wished to speak, but was preempted by Zhao Lan, who retorted, "If we are not to appoint a youthful leader, shall we instead turn to you old fogies? You're already halfway in the grave. Perhaps you should focus on choosing the color of your coffin." Upon hearing this, the room was filled with palpable offense. Simultaneously, a series of notifications echoed in Zhao Lan's ears. Ding! From Uncle Zhao Changchun's resentment, 999. Ding! From second aunt Zhao Qian's resentment, 999. Ding! From third uncle Zhao Shishuan's resentment, 999. As the resentment swelled within, the elders could hardly contain themselves, preparing to scold Zhao Lan. Yet, this young man swiftly turned the tables, resolutely refusing what they perceived as a grand opportunity. Slumped in his chair, Zhao Lan declared, "Grandfather, I cannot take on this dilapidated mess of the Zhao family. You may seek whomever you wish." Chapter 22. The old man of the Zhao family's extraordinary ability, forging divine weapons. A dilapidated mess. Upon hearing Zhao Lan utter this phrase, the 3 family elders exchanged cold smiles. Those who dared to speak of the Zhao family in such a manner, not only in the past but even in the present, would likely find no head of a family bold enough to voice such opinions. Even though the old man's temper had mellowed over the years, could he truly tolerate Zhao Lan's repeated foolishness? As expected, after Zhao Lan declined with flimsy reasoning, another notification rang out. Ding! From Zhao Tian's resentment, 6666. At that moment, The atmosphere grew palpably oppressive. Even Zhao Lan's father, Zhao Lei, seemed taken aback by his son's audacity. Surprisingly, however, the old man did not express anger, merely casting Zhao Lan a cursory glance before nonchalantly asking, "Speak, what are your conditions?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Lan's defiant expression vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. "Hee, I knew you still care for me. You see, as your grandson, I lack nothing but a reliable weapon. You needn't bestow upon me 10 or 8 divine artifacts. I happen to have a piece of primordial meteorite. If you could lend a hand to refine it, that would suffice." Zhao Lan's rapid shift in demeanor was quite unexpected, as if he had been prepared for this moment all along. Yet, what was even more astonishing was that he possessed a piece of primordial meteorite. The Zhao family members, having once experienced the family's glory, understood the value of primordial meteorite well. How could a penniless student acquire such a treasure? It was only when Zhao Lan produced the stone that the old man had carelessly tossed to Zhao Lei before leaving that everyone came to a realization. This stone is actually primordial meteorite, Dad. Did you really just throw this to fourth brother without fearing it would attract unwanted attention? Such a large piece must be worth a fortune. Clearly, the piece of primordial meteorite Zhao Lan produced was the very one the old man had designated for Zhao Lei during the distribution of family assets. One might have thought that Zhao Lei, having been doted on by the old man throughout his life, would inherit the bulk of the estate, only to find that the old man had left behind this trump card. At this moment, Zhao Lei's expression turned peculiar as he began to comprehend Zhao Tian's thoughtful intentions. However, now that it was in his son's hands, could it still be reclaimed? The old man did not wish to utter another word to these unworthy children. He merely nodded and took the meteorite from Zhao Lan's hands. Raising his dragon-headed cane, he gently tapped it against the stone. With a soft cascade, the weathered stone crumbled into fine powder, revealing the dazzling black meteorite beneath. The entire hall was suddenly illuminated. Following this, a slender fire dragon, akin to a serpent, slowly emerged from the dragon-headed cane, seemingly unassuming yet radiating an energy of compressed intensity, as the patriarch who had dominated during the early stages of spiritual awakening. Zhao Tian possessed a rather unique, extraordinary ability. Although elemental in nature, it was named the Forged. It could not only collect and control myriad flames, but also precisely regulate the intensity of the fire. Capable of forging various divine weapons. In an era when human society remained precarious, the significance of such an ability was self-evident. With the flames spreading, the so-called indestructible primordial meteorite gradually melted, effortlessly taking the shape of a long blade without the need for any mold. Meanwhile, Zhao Lan stood by, eagerly cheering for his grandfather. As the forging neared completion, he unexpectedly produced some scrap metal, lamenting, "Alas! Our family is impoverished. We cannot afford high-quality materials. What a pity for this piece of meteorite. It will have to settle with these shabby items." It is well known that crafting weapons and armor typically requires more than one type of material. Various auxiliary ores are essential to balance hardness, toughness, sharpness, and so forth. Thus, when Zhao Lan revealed a bag of rusted alloy scraps, the Zhao family members nearly had their eyes pop out. "You've already produced primordial meteorite and are willing to use it entirely to forge a weapon. Yet you still hesitate over a few coins? If necessary, just give me the primordial meteorite. I would gladly invest in it." As a result, Zhao Lan's extravagant behavior further incited resentment among the elders. Ding! From Uncle Zhao Changchun's resentment, 999. Ding! From Second Aunt Zhao Qian's resentment, 999. Ding! From Third Uncle Zhao Shishuan's resentment, 999. Ding! From Zhao Lei's resentment, 999. However, these so-called sons and daughters failed to comprehend their father's intentions. As a human blacksmith, Zhao Tian had forged no fewer than 80 divine weapons, each a masterpiece. What craftsman pursuing perfection would permit an amateur to add unnecessary elements to his work, especially with such clearly inferior materials? "Get out of here!" As expected, upon Zhao Lan's unveiling of the alloy scraps, Zhao Tian shot his irresponsible grandson a fierce glare. Ding! From Zhao Tian's resentment, 9,999. Then, with a swift kick, he sent Zhao Lan aside, gently gripping the arm of the dragon-headed cane. The dragon's mouth opened slightly, releasing a liquid mineral resembling mercury. With a gentle push, this silvery substance merged into the blade. "Steady!" the old man murmured softly, and the flames abruptly extinguished, the sweltering hall returning to normal. A slender blade, faintly gleaming with a chilling light, clattered to the ground, producing a clear yet non-jarring sound. Take it. It should suffice to slice through a master. At this statement, the room fell silent. Slice through a master. It is well known that anyone who embarks on the path of martial arts possesses at least decent aptitude. To ascend requires a decade of relentless training. Furthermore, the martial path pursues physical immortality, sacrificing the convenience of extraordinary abilities in exchange for immense offensive and defensive power. The ability to breach a master's defenses speaks volumes of this black blade sharpness. In the entire city of Linjiang, how many martial arts masters could there be? Of course, while the weapon is inanimate, the wielder is alive. Theoretically, this black blade is indeed sharp enough. Yet if Zhao Lan were to attempt to strike down a master, he would likely barely graze their hem. Dad, is it truly appropriate for a younger generation to wield such an exceptional weapon? Indeed, father, while we might overlook the primordial meteorite, surely anyone can recognize the value of this blade. Perhaps we should take turns safeguarding it? Let Zhao Lan retrieve it once he has matured. As the saying goes, greed leads to ruin. These inept family elders, upon witnessing such a fine blade, became utterly blinded by avarice. Entirely forgetting how the old man had favored Zhao Lan. Having long seen through his descendants' intentions, Zhao Tian merely snorted coldly, too disinterested to engage. Meanwhile, Zhao Lan, after lovingly caressing the black blade, excitedly began to brandish it before his uncles and aunts. Grandfather, do weapons like this have a tradition of blood sacrifice? What appeared to be an inquiry was, in reality, Zhao Lan's gaze fixed upon the elders. After all, in the Zhao family, his word was law. Whether to sacrifice or not was entirely at his discretion. Yet, at this moment, the old man grew impatient, declaring, "Enough. We're leaving with that." He waved his sleeve and, like the wind, stepped out the door, disappearing once more, leaving Zhao Lan grasping the black blade, his expression dark as he gazed at his uncles and aunts. Chapter 23. The gambler's mentality is detrimental. Zhao Lan. What are you planning to do? Do not read those ridiculous novels. What age are we in? How can you still think of blood sacrifice? Put down the blade. Is this how you treat your elders? As Zhao Lan advanced step by step, occasionally dragging the black blade across the ground, showering sparks, he would even cradle it with both hands, licking the blade with his tongue. This classic pre-murder gesture, often seen in films, appeared somewhat absurd when applied to Zhao Lan, although there was no sense of intimidation. However, this Zhao Lan never plays by the rules. He is always acting erratically, speaking whatever comes to mind and doing whatever he pleases. Who can tell if he is merely trying to intimidate others or genuinely intends to cause harm? It was only when Zhao Lan approached several elders that he finally suppressed his menacing expression, casually placing the freshly forged black blade upon his uncle's shoulder, using the back of the knife to incessantly rub against the man's neck. "Here you go, uncle. This knife is for you. Just a moment ago, you were saying how much you wanted it, weren't you?" With a weapon capable of slaying a martial arts master poised at his throat, who would dare to utter another word? Uncle Zhao Changchun's face turned ashen, repeatedly waving his hands in protest. No, let us not. I was just joking with you." Instantly, the other elders nodded in agreement, too fearful to say anything further. "I was joking as well. Such a treasure cannot be given away so frivolously, can it?" Zhao Lan chuckled, swiftly sheathing the black blade. Only then did the elders of the Zhao family wipe the sweat from their brows. Outwardly submissive, yet harboring even deeper grievances within. Ding! From Uncle Zhao Changchun. Resentment 999. Ding! From Second Aunt Zhao Qian. Resentment 999. Ding! From Third Uncle Zhao Shishuan. Resentment 999. Hearing the notifications in his ears, Zhao Lan's mood lightened somewhat, and he assumed the authoritative demeanor of the family head, waving his hand grandly. "All right, this matter no longer concerns you. Rebuilding the Zhao family is not something that can be achieved overnight. I will notify you all when I have concrete plans." Although a smile graced Zhao Lan's face, not a single person dared to move. They were genuinely afraid of this Zhao Lan, who oscillated between threats and jest. In his youth, the old man had a temper but was reasonable as long as one avoided sensitive topics. Zhao Lei, on the other hand, was more of a pushover, relatively easy to deal with. But who could have anticipated that the Zhao family would produce such an eccentric character? Thus, even when offered an opportunity to retreat, the elders dared not budge. It wasn't until Zhao Lan brandished the large knife, feigning a strike towards their heads, that they scattered in a panic. After driving away this group of relatives, Zhao Lan returned to his seat. Pondering over his grandfather's peculiar actions, it was at Yichang's birthday banquet that his grandfather had unexpectedly intervened on his behalf, seemingly engaging in a covert discussion with Yichang. Subsequently, he summoned the Zhao family members, proclaiming the need to rebuild the Zhao family and then thrusting this chaotic situation upon Zhao Lan. So, what was his grandfather's true intention? In the original narrative, Zhao Tianke had little interaction with his grandson, and in later developments, inexplicably assisted this so-called waste in avenging himself, ultimately leading to his demise. Could it be that his affection for his father, Zhao Lei, had merely been transferred to him? After all, the old man had lived long enough to witness countless situations. How could he make such absurd choices? Or perhaps there were hidden storylines in the original tale that he had overlooked or forgotten. Lost in thought, Zhao Lei suddenly kicked Zhao Lan's chair. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry home for dinner." Zhao Lan shot his father a glare, admonishing, "Is this how one speaks to the family head?" Zhao Lei chuckled and mimicked, "Is this how you address your father? Furthermore, the old man merely entrusted you with temporary management. He never said he was handing over the Zhao family to you." To this, Zhao Lan only offered a cold smile. Who knows when the old man will kick the bucket? Once he has gone, won't it all be mine? As soon as the words left his mouth, a solemn yet aged voice resonated throughout the hall. "I am still here." Upon hearing his grandfather's voice, Zhao Lei immediately wilted, refraining from any further insolence before his father. Conversely, Zhao Lan clapped his hands and laughed. "Ha! I did it on purpose. I knew the three of us share the same trait. We all enjoy eavesdropping, and now I've caught you." From some hidden vantage point, Zhao Tianke only let out a cold snort before completely departing. Ding! From Zhao Tianke. Resentment 4444. Upon returning home, Zhao Lan did not immediately outline a series of plans for the family's development. Instead, he retreated to his room to indulge in a thrilling game beloved by single men, the Lucky Roulette. Establishing a family may seem simple at first, but it is far more complex than it appears in ancient times. One needed a sharp mind and a network of connections to thrive. Yet in modern times, the success of a family hinges on a singular, decisive factor. There must be at least one individual within the family with exceptional skills in either supernatural abilities or martial arts. Otherwise, no matter how grand the business, it remains vulnerable to unforeseen calamities. Therefore, it is imperative to enhance one's own strength. System. Initiate 10 intermediate draws. Given the limited negative energy he had amassed, Zhao Lan opted for a compromise by selecting the intermediate draw. Ding! Starting the draw. As a burst of light flashed, the prize wheel transformed into a blur of shadows. Once the 10 consecutive draws concluded, Zhao Lan examined the entries one by one. Painless Castration Blade. This blade employs the latest technology to allow you to eliminate your troubles without any pain. Note: can only be used for self-castration. Flu Potion. If you have not contracted the flu prior to consumption, it will randomly infect you with a strain of the flu. One-Armed Sword Technique. If you wish to master this divine skill, you must first sever one of your arms. This technique is extremely fierce, and only those brave enough to self-amputate can wield it. Looking at these items with side effects that nearly rivaled their intended effects, Zhao Lan couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. Painless Castration Blade, Flu Potion, One-Armed Sword Technique. Do you even realize what kind of garbage you are offering? Sigh. Enough is enough. The gambler's mentality is truly detrimental. Why was I so greedy for this bargain? From now on, I shall have nothing to do with gambling or drugs. Reality is indeed harsh. Items in the marketplace are exorbitantly priced, often reaching hundreds of thousands or even millions, far exceeding the cost-effectiveness of a lottery. Yet, high-tier draws are no bargain either, as 10 consecutive draws require a consumption of 100,000 negative energy points. Forget it, forget it. With the end-of-term hunt rapidly approaching, I must quickly convert my accumulated points into something tangible. Perhaps I might draw something useful. Before long, having just vowed to quit gambling, Zhao Lan succumbed once more to his gambling instincts and initiated another round of 10 intermediate draws. Unsurprisingly, it yielded yet another assortment of junk. However, when Zhao Lan drew the last of the 10, a miracle occurred. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained One-Armed Sword Technique 1. Staring blankly at the shimmering golden light before him, Zhao Lan felt a sense of bewilderment. It was his first encounter with a duplicate prize in the lottery, and what was that golden light all about? As he opened his backpack to investigate, a strange feeling began to rise within him, akin to enjoying a delectable piece of dung. The taste was pleasant, yet it was difficult to ignore the discomfort. For within the final slot of his inventory lay a sword technique of considerable quality. Two-armed sword technique. If you do not sever an arm, you may still master this divine skill. This is a two-armed sword technique synthesized from two one-armed sword techniques, preserving its fierce characteristics while requiring no preconditions. Surprised? Unexpected? Happy? Gazing at this peculiar sword technique, Zhao Lan was rendered speechless, inwardly cursing. I'm happy, you, Ding, from Zhao Lan. Resentment, 999. This dogged system is truly too much. A single sword technique can be sold separately. What if a fool draws the one-armed sword technique, amputates an arm to train, only to discover later that it can be synthesized into the two-armed sword technique? Wouldn't that lead to unearthing your entire system's grave? Chapter 24. Mysterious character, Lan Ku makes her entrance. The two-armed sword technique, also known as the dual-armed sword technique, may sound peculiar, but the contents it encompasses are incredibly practical. Zhao Lan meticulously reviewed this sword technique, ensuring there were no flaws or hidden dangers before formally beginning his training. The sword technique differs from fist or palm techniques in that it places less strain on a warrior's physique, representing a branch of martial arts. Thus, it is relatively easier to practice in less than half an hour. Zhao Lan grasped the majority of its skills and techniques, and with further practice, he would surely master this sword technique. Swish, swish, swish. Zhao Lan, beaming with joy, sprang from his bed like a carp leaping from the water, seizing the black blade and performing sweeping motions in midair. The room was instantly filled with glimmering flashes of the blade, accompanied by a howling wind, as he felt the pressure of the wind intensifying around him, nearly coalescing into sword energy. Zhao Lan's heart soared. This is even stronger than I anticipated. Could it be that the all-rounder has also enhanced my sword techniques? Zhao Lan had initially believed that his ability as an all-rounder only augmented tangible qualities, such as strength and defense. He never expected it would also enhance a technique-based sword skill, having only trained for such a short time. He had already achieved modest success. By the time the end-of-term hunt commenced, he might very well be able to condense sword energy. At the southeast side of the Martial Arts University, the playground was bustling with activity. As it was the final day for signing up for the end-of-term hunt, the area was teeming with students. Many who had yet to form teams gathered spontaneously, setting up stalls and erecting signs. Clearly outlined were their team's strengths and detailed requirements for potential teammates. Our team consists entirely of female members, specializing in support and healing abilities, and we are currently offering a handsome reward for legs. Requirements are as follows: attractive appearance, robust physique, height over 180 cm, weight under 70 kg, and possessing offensive abilities or being a martial artist of at least 3rd tier. Selling contacts of various well-known students for 200 each. No haggling. We need a healer, but no flat-chested ones. Welcome to the bargain hunting squad. Our team's motto is to exploit opportunities and effortlessly secure victories. We possess extensive experience in end-of-term hunts, and joining requires merely a deposit of 5,000 yuan. With no prerequisites regarding abilities or martial arts ranks, we will guide you through the entire hunting process with ease. Observing the flamboyant signs and the cacophony of shouts surrounding us, one might wonder if this were a scene from an online game. The atmosphere is quite lively. Zhao Lan couldn't resist throwing a few flirtatious glances at her teammates. Qin Shou chimed in, "Wow, we're thinking along the same lines. I found it rather odd, what with all these exotic beasts and the resurgence of spiritual energy. It feels like something out of a novel or a game. Do you think our world might actually be a book or a game?" Zhao Lan replied, "Hee, you have a point. What can I say?" Ever since Zhao Lan took charge of the Zhao family, she had not rushed back to school, instead opting to stay at home to practice her martial arts and compile a list of potential investment opportunities based on her understanding of this world. Leaving her parents to manage them, it was only on the last day of team registration that Zhao Lan, urged by her 3 rather incompetent teammates, finally made her appearance. After watching the commotion for a while, the group grew increasingly bored. Those who had not yet formed a team on the last day were mostly the underachievers of the exotic martial arts university. The ostentation was merely a faiate to curry favor with the more capable. Pushing through the crowd, the four registered their team. The school stipulates a maximum of 4 members per hunting squad, ensuring that there can be no more, but at least some possibility for the underachievers to survive while granting the top students a chance to gain notoriety. Once they completed their registration, a teacher led them to a separate area. Traditionally, students of the Exotic Martial Arts University are briefed by a professional instructor on outdoor safety precautions and how to seek help in case of danger before embarking on their hunts. Additionally, there are teachers hidden within the hunting grounds to monitor scores and prevent potential hazards. After all, they are students, not a death squad. Safety must come first. Upon entering the spacious building beneath the viewing platform, they found a group of students already congregated, chattering animatedly. "Look, it's Sister Lan and Huawei, the renowned duo of the abilities department. Make way, I'm going to get an autograph. Do you think those two are a couple?" I heard that Huawei follows Sister Lan around every day, inseparable. As Zhao Lan and her companions entered, they overheard students whispering about the two sitting quietly, waiting for the teacher to commence the proceedings. These two were acknowledged star students of the abilities department, rumored to possess exceedingly rare powers and frequently appearing on the school's list of beauties and handsome figures, due to their lack of friends and social interactions on campus. Many speculated they were either a couple or perhaps sisters. Only Zhao Lan knew that the so-called Huawei was actually Lan Kuer, the deadly assassin in close proximity to Sister Lan. The ability to nurture an assassin and being a standout among the younger generation speaks volumes about the significant power backing Lan Kuer. However, the original narrative provided little detail about her character, only mentioning a military background and her accidental rescue of Su Qian during this hunt. Subsequently, Lan Kuer graduated and vanished, reportedly joining the military for a secret mission. It was not until Su Qian found himself cornered by a pack of fierce two-headed lions during an outdoor hunt that Lan Kuer reappeared to repay her debt of gratitude. In summary, although Lan Kuer possesses mysterious powers and an enigmatic identity, Zhao Lan perceives her as a reasonably reliable individual. In terms of appearance, she radiates a vibrant charm, distinctly brighter than the gentle demeanor of Yishurin. Her skin is tight and luminous, particularly those long, toned legs emanating a sense of health and vitality. One cannot help but admire those legs. They are truly captivating. Lost in thought, Zhao Lan felt her inner flirtatious nature stir, unabashedly fixating her gaze. Meanwhile, the bumbling companions behind him stared unabashedly, cautiously mimicking Zhao Lan's behavior. Perhaps sensing the weight of their lecherous stares, the initially meditative Lan Kuer and Huawei opened their eyes. Huawei, employing a secret martial technique to transmit sound, whispered, "Should we deal with them? Do it? All you ever think about is killing. Why not learn to cook instead? The dish you made yesterday was practically chocolate." Hearing this, Lan Kuer's expression darkened further. As an assassin, Huawei was raised in the wild by a wolf pack until he was discovered by the Lan family at the age of 5 or 6 and trained as an assassin. Likely influenced by his upbringing, Huawei is highly vigilant and possesses a strong protective instinct towards his family. Thus, it's understandable why Lan Kuer is growing impatient. This marks Huawei's 16th attempt to resort to violence today. As for being subjected to such scrutiny, Lan Kuer seems accustomed to it, and with her military family background, she is rather carefree, merely clearing her throat to signal a reminder. Ahem. Nevertheless, Zhao Lan remained oblivious. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, ahem. He still remained unfazed. Ahem. 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 After a series of coughs, the spectators were left dumbfounded. Is Sister Lan truly that patient? She isn't retaliating at all. Ding! Received resentment from Lan Kuer 4444. Only when the system notification sounded did Zhao Lan reluctantly retract his gaze. Chapter 25. Teacher, your zipper is unzipped. Zhao Lan withdrew his gaze, inadvertently drawing more attention to Lan Kuer. All the students gaped at the prominent figure of the school, Sister Lan. Although Sister Lan had few acquaintances, it was evident that she was not one to be trifled with. Yet, no matter how approachable she might be, surely she wouldn't be so easygoing. With a gaze so intense, one could nearly fall into it, and yet she continued to cough. Sorry, Sister Lan. My friends here aren't used to this kind of scene. Please bear with us. Upon being discovered, Zhao Lan did not shy away but rather spoke candidly. As the saying goes, sincerity is a deadly weapon. and his directness resonated well with Lan Kuer, who chose not to pursue the matter further but scrutinized Zhao Lan from head to toe. I heard you caused quite a ruckus at the Yi family gathering and even took down Su Chun. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Who is this person? No matter how much of a slacker Su Chun is, there's no way he could be defeated by someone like him. You didn't know? The Yi school belle even confessed to him, creating quite the stir. Wow. So you're the beast who defiled my goddess. Qin Shou, who was inexplicably called out, stepped forward, scratching his head in an attempt to clarify. Why are you scolding me? I didn't do anything. The crowd fell silent. Following Lan Kuer's revelation of Zhao Lan's deeds, many students expressed disbelief. How could someone who appears so lecherous even be qualified to attend the Yi family's banquet? Not only did he manage to take down Su Chen publicly, but he also escaped unscathed. Unbelievable! Zhao Lan merely smiled sheepishly, waving his hand dismissively to, "Oh, it was just a small matter." Initially, the audience thought Zhao Lan was being modest, but he followed up with, "Anyone would have been taken down by me." Wow! Upon hearing Zhao Lan's brazen declaration, the entire venue erupted into chaos. Does he really think he is invincible for taking down a freshman? Not to mention, could he even contend with Sister Lan and Huo Wei? This guy should leave it to Qin Long from the martial arts department. It's said that anyone who fights him will suffer not just physical defeat but also mental humiliation. What do you mean by humiliation? Elaborate. Even Huo Wei, who had just been reprimanded, couldn't resist applying to challenge Zhao Lan once more. Initially intending to say that this guy is too arrogant and should be dealt with, he thought better of it, opting instead to say, "Let me test him? You're not much better yourself." Suddenly, Zhao Lan's voice echoed in their ears, while the others showed no reaction. This Zhao Lan can also transmit sound. In truth, both are exceptional students in the abilities department and skilled martial artists. Among martial artists in the early stages, aside from physical training, they also need to master absolute control over their strength and aura. The ability to transmit sound is one of the few techniques mastered by martial artists, allowing them to compress airflow and achieve a private conversation. It sounds simple, yet it is challenging to execute. Even gifted martial artists cannot hope to master this skill without reaching at least the 5th stage. Hence, this seemingly carefree Zhao Lan must be at least a 5th stage martial artist. In that moment, both Huo Wei and Lan Kuer exchanged glances, a chill running down their spines. This Zhao Lan is certainly not an ordinary individual. Are all the students present? Just then, a male teacher hurried in, followed by 2 students carrying cardboard boxes. First, we'll distribute these wristbands. They will record the points earned during the hunt and send out distress signals based on each student's physical condition. Upon the arrival of the teacher, the students, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, dispersed in a flurry. Zhao Lan, Lan Kuer, and their companions each received their personalized wristbands. What remained was for the teacher to recite a declaration of rules and regulations, akin to the ancient tradition of exam proctors reading out exam instructions. Tomorrow marks the commencement of our final hunt. Naturally, some students have participated before, while others have not. The sole principle for this hunt is the imperative to ensure one's safety. How, then, should one guarantee their safety? I shall elaborate on that shortly. Just as the teacher methodically enumerated the precautions, a sudden burst of laughter shattered the silence. The teacher paused momentarily, yet continued with the proceedings without further thought. Initially, while this hunt prohibits harm or severe injury to fellow students, it permits the appropriation of others' points. Thus, while you remain vigilant against the monstrous beasts, you must also keep an eye on your peers outside your group. Another round of laughter interrupted the teacher's speech. The teacher, somewhat embarrassed, attempted to inject humor into the situation, saying, "Students, please maintain your composure. I am discussing serious matters here." As the teacher resumed reading from the script, a faint whispering arose from below. The noise, resembling the incessant buzzing of flies, finally pushed the teacher to the brink of tolerance. Nevertheless, he picked up the script once more, continuing his delivery, albeit with his gaze sweeping over the students. Upon spotting the source of the disruption, he stepped forward and exclaimed, "What are you all discussing? Step forward." Zhao Lan and his companions immediately fell silent, standing tall yet struggling to suppress their amusement. "I am referring to you, the one in the white clothes, and the tall fellow beside you." With the teacher's call, all eyes swiftly turned towards Zhao Lan and his friends. Reluctantly, the 4 brothers stepped out from the crowd. Standing before the teacher, likely unaccustomed to students who disregard their own safety, The teacher appeared notably irate, loudly admonishing. So, what is the matter? Why the silence now? Come on, share with us what you were just discussing. Repeat it 10 times so we can all share a laugh. Zhao Lan raised his hand, hesitating. That might not be appropriate. The teacher, with an air of authority, retorted. When I ask you to speak, you speak. No need for further discussion. Are you going to share or not? Faced with the teacher's unyielding stance, Zhao Lan exchanged glances with his friends, then, in unison, boldly declared, the teacher's zipper is undone. Revealing his red underpants, ha ha ha. The teacher's zipper is undone. Revealing his red underpants, ha ha ha. After the four emotionlessly repeated their earlier remarks 10 times, the entire assembly erupted into raucous laughter and spirited chatter. Wow, it's true, he didn't T-zip up. Is the teacher in his zodiac year? Bold of you to actually say that. The teacher, amidst the students' uproar, turned crimson and quickly averted his gaze, adjusting his appearance. Simultaneously, a notification chimed. Ding! From the teacher's resentment, 999. Chapter 26. You teach utterly useless things. Silence. Silence. The teacher, flustered, turned his back while adjusting his zipper and attempting to restore order. Once the commotion slightly subsided, he faced Zhao Lan and his companions, reprimanding. What's so amusing about a zipper? Do you even know what I was just discussing? These are matters concerning your very safety, and you treat them so lightly. It's evident that the teacher is genuinely upset this time. Zhao Lan, slightly deflated, timidly replied, but teacher, most of what you teach is rather useless. At this, the teacher responsible for imparting safety knowledge immediately felt his blood pressure rise. As the school's premier instructor, having saved countless students, he was indignant. You dare claim my teachings are useless? Well then, why don't you come up here and share something of value? The teacher, now visibly enraged, spat out his words. No, teacher, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean to say your teachings are useless, but rather that most of what you teach is quite trivial. Zhao Lan wiped the spittle from his face and earnestly explained. The teacher, momentarily perplexed, stammered, Isn't that the same meaning? With a sigh, Zhao Lan turned to the crowd still reveling in the spectacle. Lamenting, what I meant is that most of their teachings are trivial. In an instant, the smiles on the students' faces vanished, not disappearing but rather shifting to Zhao Lan. His words elicited a wave of resentment from the crowd. Ding. From student A's resentment, 666. Ding. From student B's resentment, 888. Ding. From student C's resentment, 444. Ding. After a brief silence, a chorus of outrage erupted from the students. How dare you direct that at us? Who do you call trivial? If this had come from Xia Qian, I could accept it. But who do you think you are to speak so arrogantly? Teacher, I can't tolerate this brat any longer. I demand a duel. Not only the students, but even Huo Wei could no longer contain himself. Just as he prepared to step forward, he noticed Zhao Lan's gaze firmly locking onto him. With a grin, Zhao Lan addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I said most, not all. If you insist on taking offense, then yes, I am indeed referring to you. With that statement, Huo Wei found himself in a quandary. If he chose to confront Zhao Lan, it would imply that he accepted being called trivial. Ding. From Huo Wei's resentment, 2222. Sensing the influx of negative energy, Zhao Lan felt a surge of joy. This act of collective mockery, while somewhat risky, yielded significant rewards. It was an exhilarating game of daring. Of course, not every individual would take offense at such jibes. Many simply adopted an indifferent attitude. It's akin to scolding someone for using a subpar phone. Apart from a few who might retaliate, most would dismiss it entirely. Regardless, the gains were substantial, certainly upwards of 100,000 points. Enough of your clever antics. All of you, go stand in the corner. Observing Zhao Lan's antics, the teacher could no longer contain himself, bellowing with fury. Ding. From the teacher's resentment, 999. Zhao Lan sighed, proficiently making his way to the corner. Standing there made little difference. There were no chairs anyway. He had already amassed the resentment points, so it mattered not. His innocent roommates attempted to argue, but upon meeting the teacher's piercing gaze, they decided to loyally accompany Zhao Lan in facing the wall. It is worth noting that once these distractions were dealt with, the atmosphere quieted considerably. The teacher swiftly completed the necessary procedures, delivering all instructions, before casting a final glare at Zhao Lan and huffing away. Zhao Lan, unfazed, graciously waved and called out, "Thank you, teacher, goodbye." The following morning, on the outskirts of Linjiang City's southern district, a temporary platform loomed, adorned with a massive screen. Flanking it stood instructors from the martial arts and abilities departments, each emanating an imposing aura. Surrounding the venue was a sea of people, including students' families, local reporters, and various media outlets, all engaged in the promotion of this hunting event. AS, one of the foremost martial arts universities in Linjiang City and even nationwide. The final hunts each year are grand spectacles that draw multitudes. AS buses gradually rolled in, students from the university streamed forth, instantly igniting excitement among the crowd. Greetings to all. Welcome to the official live broadcast of the Martial Arts University's final hunt. We can clearly see the students entering, and in 10 minutes, the school will commence the pre-hunt mobilization. Xiaqian, look here. I'm your fan. May I have your autograph? I heard that several exceptionally talented newcomers have emerged from the Martial Arts University. I wonder if they can challenge Xiaqian's dominance. Make way, make way. The students are entering. Amidst the cacophony, students from the first to fourth year had already gathered in the open space beneath the platform. This vibrant scene was a first for Zhao Lan since his arrival in this world, inevitably stirring his excitement. Spotting a few familiar faces, he eagerly called out, "Hey, Zhao Lan, what are you doing here? Wow, Lao Qin, you're here too. I thought you'd still be in the hospital for another 5 or 6 days. Shireen, what are you doing over there? You are my girlfriend. Should you not stand by my side?" After the students had lined up in order, unexpectedly, a stout figure named Zhao Lan emerged from the front row. This reckless action instantly drew the attention of the crowd. Sister Lan waved her hand generously, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Huo Wei, with his arms crossed over his chest, appeared to be suppressing an urge to eliminate Zhao Lan. Xu Chun wore a rather peculiar expression, merely gazing at Zhao Lan, while Yi Shirin behind him shook her head repeatedly, clearly uncomfortable. Additionally, Chen Long, the rugged leader of the martial arts department, licked his lips and cast a strange glance at this unexpectedly appearing young man. A student named Su Mo maintained his silence. The only one seemingly disinterested in everything was Xia Qian, who had consistently ranked first in the school for many years. Even with Zhao Lan chattering animatedly beside him, he remained in a meditative state, as if an ancient monk in deep contemplation. Before long, the large screen in front lit up abruptly, quickly showcasing the faces of star students. IT finally settled on a list, with each name accompanied by a series of numbers. Zhao Lan, upon seeing this list, feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Wow! I wondered why you all stood at the front. Could the hunting targets this time be you? Were those numbers perhaps bounties?" At this utterance, the venue fell silent. Hunting what? That was the top 10 of last year's hunting leaderboard. If you don't understand, don't speak carelessly. Ding. Resentment from Su Mo 2333. Ding. Resentment from Qianlong 3333. Ding. Resentment from Huawei 4444. Ding. Resentment from Xiaqian 6666. Chapter 27. What does a poor person know about generosity? As per tradition, a grand send-off and triumph ceremony is held at the commencement and conclusion of each semester's hunting event. The images just displayed on the large screen depicted thrilling moments from the top 10 students of the previous hunting competition. Such a ceremonial atmosphere is meant to inspire, yet Zhao Lan's remarks turned it into a farce, likening it to a wanted criminal. How could anyone endure this? Humph, this year's freshmen are rather amusing. I wonder how the school arranged this, and what sort of individuals have infiltrated. Concentrate. We are approaching our turn. Truly, as expected of the top 10 students of the extraordinary martial university, only 2 or 3 lower-ranked students dared to retort Zhao Lan's seemingly provocative behavior. As for figures like Sister Lan, Chen Long, and Xia Qian, they couldn't be bothered to respond. Zhao Lan, undeterred by the negative energy accumulating around him, merely scoffed inwardly. Heh, what are you pretending to be aloof for? If you have the guts, don't secretly insult me in your heart. Just then, a heavy and melodious horn sounded, and a robust, bearded man ascended the stage, bringing immediate silence to the crowd. Naylan Diran, the legitimate eldest son of one of the 4 great families of Linjiang City, was a martial artist who had reached the master realm and possessed a potentially formidable S-class ability. Once the prime candidate to inherit the Nayland family head position, he had long since distanced himself from family support, forging a prestigious institution renowned across the nation. Just his presence could elicit cheers and screams from countless admirers of rugged men. After a brief equipment check, a steady voice resonated from the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time of year again. The end-of-semester hunt. As the president of Extraordinary Marshall University and a native of Linjiang, I am honored to witness the rapid rise of new generations, especially as many students shone brightly during last year's hunting competition. Now, I invite the top 10 students from the last semester's hunt to the stage to elucidate the rules and specific techniques of hunting." With this announcement, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Concurrently, the 10 students standing at the front made their way onto the stage. Due to the absence of graduates, from the 5th position onward, the remaining students seemed to be mere fillers, with point differentials akin to chasms. The top few were renowned figures within the school. 5th place, Su Mo, hunting points 3865. 4th place, Chun Long, hunting points 4563. 3rd place, Huo Wei, hunting points 5667. 2nd place, Long Kuer, hunting points 7849. Should we categorize the top 10 into 3 tiers? The latter 5 form 1 tier, while the 2nd to 5th are slightly higher, and the 1st place, Xiaqian, who has remained unrivaled since enrollment, stands apart entirely, a gulf of difference. For in the last hunting competition, at the start, Xiaqian's points were nearly 0, only to discover and vanquish the most powerful beast hidden within the hunting area in the final 10 minutes, thus instantly earning 100,000 points. This illustrates the staggering gap between the school's top student and the others. Consequently, most were putting in their utmost effort merely to vie for Sister Land's 2nd position. As this group of campus luminaries took the stage, the atmosphere before the hunt grew increasingly fervent. In contrast, Zhao Lan, Su Chun, and others at the front felt somewhat uneasy. In a certain sense, having Su Qian and Yi Shirin positioned at the front row indicated the school's recognition of the 2 freshmen's capabilities. As long as they performed normally, entering the top 10 would not be an issue. As for Zhao Lan, he had merely relied on his audacity to squeeze in. Well, there's not much to say about the hunting battle. Mainly, one must be bold yet meticulous. Besides being wary of the monstrous beasts, students also need to pay attention to certain special spiritual plants and various poisonous insects found in the wild. It was evident that these star students were not particularly adept at public speaking, most of them stumbling over their words while sharing their experiences. However, this was understandable. Who says students must learn to speak eloquently? Those young actors in the film industry may act, but as long as they possess a skill, they can thrive anywhere. After listening for a few moments, Zhao Lan began to doze off. Just as he was sneaking glances to see if he could glean something from anyone, Su Chen suddenly approached with Yi Shirin. Zhao Lan initially thought they were looking for trouble, but to his surprise, Su Chen's gaze was sincere as he bowed slightly. "Zhao Lan, I wish to apologize for something. Previously, Shirin's feigned approach towards you was actually regarding the piece of original meteorite from your family. Although the one you gave to the Yi family was fake, it was still Shirin's fault initially. Therefore, on her behalf, I apologize to you. If the opportunity arises in the future, I will make amends." After a lengthy explanation, Su Chun and Yi Shirin both bowed once more. Zhao Lan was taken aback, clearly not expecting Su Chun to take such a turn. Quite well, at first glance, it appeared to embody the qualities of a protagonist, easily leaving an impression of being clear-cut in grievances and debts. However, having read the original work, he knew that Su Chun secretly enjoyed the thrill of manipulation. Just before Zhao Lan's demise, Su Chun had spoken of understanding his actions, yet maintained that if their paths diverged, one must still face the consequences. How infuriating! Instead of cleaning up the mess he made, he forces others into a corner only to act pretentious, as images from the original work surfaced in his mind. Zhao Lan found Su Chun increasingly irksome. Contemplating this, he furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Stop, stop, stop. Are you implying that Yi Shirin is your woman? I seem to recall that I am her legitimate boyfriend. After all, our agreed month-long period has yet to conclude." With that, Zhao Lan turned to Yi Shirin and waved his hand. "Shirin, why are you standing there? You wouldn't truly be with this third party, would you? Come here, it's just a worthless stone. If you want it, just tell me directly. Why let an outsider meddle in our affairs?" In just a few words, Zhao Lan reversed the roles of the parties involved. Su Qian, who had come sincerely to apologize, now bore a slightly awkward expression, while Yi Shirin appeared equally flustered, her face flushed crimson, yet she was at a loss for words, finally managing to stammer out half a sentence. Zhao Lan, please don't do this. Ding, resentment from Yi Shirin 999. Ding, resentment from Su Chun 4444. Unexpectedly, Zhao Lan raised an eyebrow and blurted out, "Don't do this? That night in the hotel, you said the same thing to me." I understand. When a woman says no, she actually means yes. Upon hearing this, Su Chen clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger. Zhao Lan, know your limits. For reasons unknown, this orphan, who had faced disdain and ridicule throughout his life, was exceptionally sensitive to Zhao Lan's words. Although it was merely playful banter, without any real loss to himself, it effortlessly provoked his emotions. Zhao Lan chuckled, showing no signs of anger, and continued to deliver his lines. So this is how you apologize? Spare me the nonsense. If you wish to apologize, show some sincerity. Previously, Shirin gifted me a set of alloy armor. This time, I'll give you an 8% discount. How about you present me with an alloy weapon to play with? Su Chen's expression darkened, his confidence wavering. I don't have one. Long ago, during the Yi family's elder's birthday banquet, Su Chen had exchanged all his savings for that piece of original meteorite. He had been lying in the hospital since then. Where would he find the money? Surely he wouldn't hand over his own belongings to Zhao Lan. Zhao Lan seemed to have anticipated this, crossing his arms and spitting on the ground. Pah! What grandiosity can a pauper feign? After thoroughly trampling on Su Chen's dignity, he swaggered away, shaking his head. Only Su Chen and Yi Shirin remained, rooted in place, their gazes filled with resentment. Ding, from Yi Shirin's grievance, 999. Ding, from Su Chen's grievance, 6,666. Chapter 28. Waiting for the rabbit by guarding the tree. Half an hour later, the formal sharing session finally concluded. The top 10 students on the hunting leaderboard had yet to leave the stage when Nalan Durong stepped forward to the microphone and proclaimed, I hereby announce. The 23rd end-of-term hunt of Uwuda University has now commenced. Bang, bang, bang. With the principal's command, the firework cannons around the venue erupted with a thunderous roar. The eager students, ready to showcase their talents, displayed their skills. Most students from the animal husbandry department rode their successfully tamed beasts, forcing their way through the crowd, stirring up clouds of dust on the plain. Meanwhile, the martial arts students, whose ultimate goal was to attain sainthood through physical prowess, transformed into fleeting shadows, each leap covering several meters. The students of the abilities department exhibited even more flamboyant displays. Some danced upon the winds like celestial beings, while others morphed into a viscous liquid seeping into the ground. And some even transformed into bizarre black-furred beasts, rampaging across the earth. Although the hunting period lasted 3 days, the designated area was relatively small, meticulously selected by the school, with a fixed number of beasts released. If they were all snatched up, students could only seize points from their peers or be eliminated entirely. Within 10 minutes, thousands of students vanished without a trace, leaving behind a large screen that randomly displayed aerial views to keep those interested in the hunt updated with the latest information. Half an hour later, amidst a fog-laden wetland, the aroma of grilled meat wafted gently from a bonfire, where skewers the size of a human head were being roasted. These were gemstone ants, their flesh glistening with a ruby-like sheen. Protected only by a thin layer of shell, considered the lowest tier among beasts, they were often farmed for their tender and delectable meat. Chun Tao, Li Ligua, and Qin Shou sat around the bonfire. Appearing somewhat dispirited, Qin Shou glanced at the nearby Zhao Lan and could not resist making a pointed remark. Lan Gu, shouldn't your hypnosis ability be used on people? Why are you lazing around here? Zhao Lan rolled his eyes dramatically. Why exert myself when I can let others do the work? This is what it means to wait for a rabbit by guarding a tree. Understand? The three were momentarily taken aback, then surveyed their surroundings. But shouldn't we at least find a big tree? How can we wait for a rabbit without a tree? Zhao Lan, with a confident smile, retorted. No need for that. As the saying goes, we are already blessed with 3 pigs here. The 3 companions exchanged wry smiles, their expressions turning resentful. Ding, from Chen Tao's grievance, 999. Ding, from Li Ligua's grievance, 999. Ding, from Qin Shou's grievance, 999. In truth, Zhao Lan had no intention of honestly hunting beasts. His skills were not bestowed by his parents or taught by the school, even if he amassed an impressive number of points. What real benefit would it bring? Therefore, he preferred to prey upon humans rather than beasts. Fine, let's enjoy some barbecue first. To be honest, these grilled ants smell quite delightful. If sold on the school street, they could fetch $20 a skewer. Eventually, the trio resigned themselves to fate, deciding to eat their fill first. Just as they settled down to replenish their energy for their continued wait, a deep, resonant moo echoed from the depths of the forest. Suddenly, towering trees, as thick as a person's embrace, began to crash down like wheat stalks, sending dust swirling into the air, akin to a landslide, in the blink of an eye. A colossal creature, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, leaped into view. This was the cloud-patterned ox, the king among B-grade beasts. Run. This creature may appear docile, but when enraged, it could easily topple even itself. Wait! It seems something else is approaching from that direction. As they beheld the crimson beast adorned with cloud-like patterns, Qin Shou and the others nearly lost their composure. Although merely a B-grade beast, this cloud-patterned ox was notoriously difficult to deal with. Its strength, speed, and defense were all maximized, capable of delivering a blow equivalent to that of a 6-stage martial artist. A 6-stage martial artist. Among all the students in the school, how many could claim that title? However, before anyone could react, a group of students from Uwuda University emerged from the forest, all clad in identical judo uniforms, bare-handed yet exhibiting a remarkable restraint of their energy. It's over. It's Chen Long and his crew. Li Ligua stared at the advancing students, who encircled their target, his expression heavy with concern. Zhao Lan, however, appeared intrigued, stroking his chin and murmuring, "Ah, the rabbit has arrived. Let me see who has been cornered by the beast. Oh, it turns out to be our dear Qin Shou." Tiske, and with a frenzied cloud-patterned ox at that. Its strength and speed are enhanced by at least 30% compared to usual. I wonder if your team can withstand it. That moment, a massive figure, nearly 2 meters tall with exposed chest hair, descended from above. Though its appearance was rugged, its voice was unexpectedly soft and melodious. "But no worries, if you can't handle it, feel free to call for my support." As he spoke, he cast a somewhat playful glance at Qin Shou amidst the crowd. Upon hearing Chen Long's soliloquy, Zhao Lan could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Could it be that this cloud-patterned ox was intentionally driven here by Chen Long, orchestrating a classic hero saving the beauty scenario? He could not help but cast a sidelong glance at the pitiful Qin Shou, sympathizing. "Qin Shou, I never imagined you possessed such charm." Ding. From Qin Shou's grievance 999. When the notification sounded in his ear, Zhao Lan finally stifled his laughter and patted Qin Shou on the shoulder, saying, "Don't worry. With me around, your dignity is absolutely safe." Having said that, he stepped forward alone and, with a respectful gesture towards Chen Long, remarked, "Bro, why did you take so long? I've been waiting for you." To this sudden interloper, Chen Long appeared somewhat displeased but maintained a polite demeanor, casually inquiring, "Do you know me?" Zhao Lan bowed and bowed again, exclaiming, "Of course. How could I not know? The legendary rabbit lord of our school. Who doesn't know who doesn't know? Just the other day, I was telling them about waiting for a rabbit by guarding a tree. And lo and behold, the rabbit has truly arrived." The latter part of his statement barely registered with Chen Long. Upon hearing the phrase rabbit lord, he was already on the verge of exploding. "Ha! Rabbit lord! In the entire Uwuda University, no one has ever dared to call me that." Ding. From Chen Long's grievance 6666. Hearing the notification of grievances accruing, Zhao Lan's smile grew ever more sincere as he continued. "How fortunate that the Rabbit Lord has bestowed us with such a grand gift. If we do not graciously accept, it would indeed be a slight." With that, he turned his gaze to the furious cloud-patterned ox, mirroring Chen Long's wrath, and waved his hand. Come here so I can give you a punch. It will be over quickly, I promise it won't hurt." Chapter 29. If you can't do it, don't blame me. Come here for me to give you a punch? Do you want to hear what you're saying? I think not. This cloud-patterned ox is nothing but muscle and resembles a small mountain. Longu, you can't be serious? This joke isn't particularly amusing. After Zhao Lan's declaration, surprisingly, it was not Chen Long and his crew that mocked him, but rather the 3 pigs who first lost their composure. Joking about themselves was one thing, but they certainly did not appreciate being the butt of the joke. Ding. From Chen Tao's grievance 999. Ding. From Li Ligua's grievance 999. Ding. From Qin Shou's grievance 999. However, before the three could intervene, the massive cloud-patterned ox suddenly turned its head, its large nostrils exhaling a hot breath as it pawed the ground. Lowering its head to reveal two sharp horns like spears, moo, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a bell, the cloud-patterned ox charged forward, effortlessly breaking through the defensive lines set up by the students. Akin to a semi-truck barreling down the road, in an instant, many students fled in panic, while Zhao Lan remained standing, delighting in the chaos. Did you see that? You thought little of Lan Gu? Didn't you? It's just a calf. I can summon it to come over. The trio, already concealed in the grass, watched the rapidly approaching behemoth and could not help but warn. Lan Gu, be careful. It seems this cloud-patterned ox isn't coming because you called it, but rather it thinks you are showing off and wants to ram into you, Zhao Lan. With a resounding rumble, the earth trembled violently, and dust filled the air. Chen Tao, Qin Shou, and the others wore worried expressions. This guy is truly insufferable. I can't wait to see how you meet your end. Meanwhile, Chen Long, from the martial arts department, wore a satisfied expression, arms crossed, savoring a sense of vengeance. This cloud-patterned ox is no simple beast. It boasts high attack power and substantial health, making it a top-tier creature in the entire hunting arena. Even for him, it would take leveraging his martial arts prowess, the support of his transformation abilities, and the coordinated efforts of a dozen underlings to drive this beast away. Even in combat, it would not be a simple task. And so, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhao Lan finally took action. Turning to face the direction of the cloud-patterned bull, his steps appeared light and nonchalant, yet they subtly obstructed all possible escape routes for the creature. With each thud of its hooves, the peculiar phenomenon unfolded. As the cloud-patterned bull drew nearer to Zhao Lan, its speed diminished, and the crimson veins that filled its eyes gradually receded. It was as if an inexplicable and bizarre martial intent flowed from this human before it. The closer it got, the more the bull could sense an overwhelming pressure, as formidable as a mountain. It was reminiscent of a once mighty father who had led his kin to expand their territories and sweep across the plains. Despite being a mere beast, the creature's gaze was imbued with a remarkably human-like quality, expressing not only respect but also fear, and a profound sense of longing. As everyone braced for the bull to charge at Zhao Lan, it suddenly halted, its four legs seemingly scrambling in an attempt to flee. Yet, upon Zhao Lan raising his arm, the bull immediately ceased its struggle, curling into a ball on the ground like a lost dog, shielding its forehead with its front hooves. Just as the cloud-patterned bull trembled, anticipating an impending blow, a sharp sound resonated from its forehead. As it lifted its head, its former father stood before it, mooing softly as if to say, "Silly child, how could I bear to harm you?" With a thud, the bull knelt before Zhao Lan, tears streaming from its eyes. What on earth is happening? Why has the cloud-patterned bull suddenly become so docile? Am I seeing things? Why does Zhao Lan increasingly resemble my father? Amidst the murmurs, Zhao Lan extended his right hand to stroke the bull's horn, murmuring incantations as if communicating with the extraordinary creature. The bull, in turn, squinted its eyes, appearing to revel in the moment. Witnessing this scene, Chunlong suddenly realized. No wonder Zhao Lan dared to speak so boldly. It turned out he, like most students in the animal husbandry department, had awakened the ability to communicate with animals. Taming a cloud-patterned bull is no small feat, but so what? Did he truly believe this bull was a gift meant for him? Since I, Chunlong, had managed to drive the bull here, I certainly possess the capability to slay it or take it away. How will you, Zhao Lan, respond then? After a moment's contemplation, Chunlong stepped forward, asserting with an air of entitlement. All right. Although you possess some skill, this extraordinary beast has been pursued for nearly 10 miles and rightfully belongs to us. You can step aside now. Zhao Lan seemed to have anticipated Chunlong's betrayal, opting not to argue but instead turning to his companions and asking, if a man has been married for 5 or 6 years without a child, but his wife becomes pregnant just a year after a business trip, do you think that child is really his? As expected of a good brother born from the same dormitory, Chun Tao instantly grasped Zhao Lan's intention and chimed in, Of course not. Old Wang next door says no thanks needed. Yet 5 or 6 years without a child is he perhaps incapable? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lan glanced at Qianlong, retorting, "Did you catch that? I'm asking you if you're capable. You gathered this large group and chased after the extraordinary beast without managing to slay it. This bull is akin to your wife. I managed to tamed it with just a few words. Shouldn't you reflect on your own shortcomings?" At these words, Qianlong's face turned a deep shade of anger. First, he was called a Hair Lord, and now his masculinity was being questioned. Nonsense. If I truly were capable, would I still be labeled as such? Ding. Qianlong's resentment, 4444. With that, Zhao Lan was aware that Qianlong's resentment had nearly reached its zenith. Surround them. No one is allowed to escape today. At this point, Qianlong had no intention of sparing Zhao Lan and his companions. After all, he had painstakingly driven the extraordinary beast to this location, not merely to offer experience points and be ridiculed. In an instant, the martial arts students under Qianlong's command encircled Zhao Lan and his group. Simultaneously, Qianlong activated his extraordinary ability, his physique expanding dramatically as his fur elongated, resembling a tightly coiled ball of steel wire. Dark and formidable. Moments later, a towering black bear, standing about 3 meters tall, emerged. Despite its wild demeanor, the creature's eyes, belonging to Qianlong, displayed clarity, adopting a stance reminiscent of ancient martial arts. When it comes to transformation abilities, particularly those resembling ordinary animals, they often lack any extraordinary powers, aside from exhibiting a fiercer appearance and enhancing physical attributes. However, with Qianlong's identity as a 6th-tier martial artist, he was not to be underestimated. Imagine a beast renowned for its strength and defensive capabilities mastering human martial techniques. What a calamity that would be, as the commotion created by Qianlong unleashed a palpable aura of pressure. The cloud-patterned bull swiftly shed the earlier mystical sensation. Opening its eyes, it realized that before it stood not its father, but a feeble human, patting its head as if comforting a child. Immediately, the bull entered a state of furious rage once more. "Behave yourself," Zhao Lan frowned, issuing a low reprimand, his aura shifting once again. However, this time, the cloud-patterned bull seemed wary, refusing to relent, and even charged at him with its horns. "Very well, if it refused to submit, then so be it," Zhao Lan sighed. Shaking his head, he then delivered a light punch, and the forest seemed to darken. Suddenly, a deluge of flesh and blood erupted, engulfing the scene in chaos. Chapter 30. You are too weak to recognize my might as a 7th-tier martial artist wielding a technique that transcended conventional martial arts, the paternal love as mighty as Mountain's fist. Coupled with the overall enhancement of a versatile being, Zhao Lan's seemingly effortless punch bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Not to mention a mere extraordinary beast equivalent to a 6th or 7th-tier martial artist. Even an 8th or 9th-tier martial artist would find it challenging to withstand such a strike. In an instant, the massive force surged into the cloud-patterned bull, causing its mountain-like body to explode, showering the area with a profusion of crimson blooms. Within a 20-meter radius, a rain of flesh fell. Whether it was Chen Tao, Qin Shou, or the sycophants of the martial arts department, including the so-called leader, Qianlong, every single one of them held their breath, wide-eyed, utterly dumbfounded. With just a single punch, it was all over. How did this happen? Countless questions sprouted in their minds, and no matter how hard they pondered, they could not fathom such an outcome. Wasn't Zhao Lan supposed to have awakened an animal-taming ability? How could his punches be so formidable? How many times must I repeat this for you to listen? As the center of attention, Zhao Lan merely gazed at the remnants of flesh scattered across the ground, muttering a curse before turning to the visibly shattered Qin Wu, grinning as he said, "Don't be afraid. Hair Lord, I may have a short temper, but I am not one to lash out indiscriminately. We know you meant well. You likely came to ensure this extraordinary beast wouldn't be hunted by other students. Right?" Now transformed into a black bear, Qianlong managed an awkward smile, forcing out a grin that was more painful than tears. Damn it. One punch shattering a B-grade extraordinary beast. Why pretend to be weak? If he had mentioned this capability earlier, I wouldn't have called him Hair Lord. I would have shouted it myself. Ding. Qianlong's resentment 3666. So. Zhao Lan, right? I, your humble brother, have failed to recognize your stature. I spoke a bit too loudly earlier, and I owe you an apology. It must be said that despite Qinlong's somewhat unrefined appearance, there was an air of nobility about him as he hurriedly bowed and scraped. The rapidity of his transformation from defiance to submission invoked the saying, "I still prefer your earlier rebellious demeanor." In response, Zhao Lan simply smiled without a word. "Why don't you take care of your business first? I still have laundry to collect at home, and I need to hurry back." Qinlong felt a chill run down his spine under Zhao Lan's gaze, swallowing hard as he quietly returned to his true form, seeking an excuse to slip away. However, just as he turned, he found Zhao Lan had somehow appeared behind him. This startled him so much that he nearly shouted out in alarm, "Like a ghost?" Zhao Lan's smile grew ever more sincere as he approached Qinlong, draping an arm around his shoulder and beginning to reason. "I say, Hair Lord, don't be in such a rush to leave. UVE presented us with such a grand gift. Surely I must reciprocate, right? Out here in the wild, with numerous extraordinary beasts and ill-intentioned students, you must feel uneasy carrying those points, yes? How about you transfer all your points to us? Whenever you wish to leave, simply give me a call." As he spoke, Zhao Lan gestured as if making a phone call. Qinlong's smile froze, his expression growing increasingly grim. "At a phone call? You just said we're in the wilderness. How could there be any signal? You simply want the points in my possession. Why all the theatrics? I understand. I'll just give them to you." After calming his racing heart, Qinlong reluctantly retrieved his wristband. Zhao Lan smiled as he accepted it, glancing at it before turning back to the still-dazed Chen Tao and the others. "What are you all still staring at? Go." Truly, they are akin to the swine awaiting the hare and guarding the pig and waiting for the rabbit. It was only at this moment that the trio of pigs finally reacted, hastily mobilizing their manpower to gleefully confiscate the spoils of others. A short while later, Qinlong and his entourage of underlings found themselves stripped bare, left with nothing but a pair of undergarments and an empty wristband used to tally hunting points. Consequently, aside from the hunting points, Zhao Lan simultaneously reaped an abundance of resentment. Ding! Resentment from student A666. Ding! Resentment from student B444. Ding! Resentment from student C999. Ding! Resentment from Qinlong 5555. Once the resentment was thoroughly accounted for, Zhao Lan waved his hand dramatically, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes, bidding farewell to this group of good friends. "Take care, everyone. Do be cautious. Should you accumulate points again and fear being robbed, feel free to seek me out anytime." Qinlong, shielding his more sensitive areas, cast a mournful glance but dared not utter a word. With a haughty snort, he and his gang made a hasty retreat. "What on earth, Zhao Lan? Have you taken some sort of medication? When did you become so formidable? Thus, your awakened ability is neither hypnosis nor beast taming. What, then, is it? Speaking of which, even if you could annihilate that beast with a single punch, Qinlong wouldn't concede defeat so swiftly, would he? Zhao Lan, tell us, is there something you are hiding from us?" In response to the doubts of these friends, Zhao Lan merely offered a cryptic explanation. "Once you reach the level of Qinlong, everything will become clear." Qin Shou scratched his head, his face a mask of confusion as he pressed on. "What do you mean? I don't understand." Zhao Lan pinched the bridge of his nose, somewhat exasperated. "What I mean is, you are all far too inexperienced to perceive my true prowess. Only when you attain Qinlong's level will you comprehend just how formidable I truly am." Upon hearing this, the three friends fell silent, their gazes dark and focused intently on Zhao Lan. Ding! Resentment from Chan Tao 999. Ding! Resentment from Li Ligua 999. Ding! Resentment from Qin Shou 999. Meanwhile, at the main venue of the hunting livestream, when Zhao Lan delivered a devastating punch to the B-grade cloud-patterned bull, the entire venue erupted in fervor. In competitions imbued with a spirit of rivalry, nothing stirs the crowd more than an unexpected underdog emerging victoriously. Especially after seizing the points from Qinlong and others, Zhao Lan's score surged into the top 10 of the leaderboard. He ranked just behind another dark horse student of this hunting competition, Su Qian. Consequently, many audience members and media reporters began to murmur among themselves. Zhao Lan, is he also a newcomer? To break into the top 10 as a freshman is no small feat. What exactly is the nature of his powers? From the livestream footage, it appeared that he possessed both illusionary control capabilities and considerable enhancements to his own strength. It is said this fellow is in a relationship with Yishirin, who ranks 11th on the leaderboard. It remains a mystery why they were not placed on the same team. Zhao Lan's performance during the final hunting event undeniably merits the phrase shining brilliantly. However, given Qianlong's swift concession, the lack of any actual combat footage left many questioning whether it was merely a fleeting spectacle. Only a few renowned instructors within the school, upon witnessing the might of Zhao Lan's punch, furrowed their brows, sensing that there was more than met the eye. This student had previously gained some notoriety for being unable to awaken any abilities. How had he suddenly transformed into such a powerhouse? Chapter 31. Each displaying their unique talents. It is indeed Zhao Lan. His emergence has caused Qianlong to plummet from the hunting points leaderboard. Su Chun and Yi Shirin now occupy the 9th and 11th positions, respectively. This cohort of freshmen truly commands attention. Throughout the school's history, fewer than 5 students have managed to break into the top 10 as newcomers. Only Xia Qian has achieved the pinnacle upon debuting, ultimately securing the top spot on the hunting leaderboard. However, as time passed, the rankings on the leaderboard continued to fluctuate. Zhao Lan, Su Chun, and Yi Shirin resembled an exhilarating and intense love triangle, each pursuing the other in close competition, with only a slight margin between them. Conversely, the top ranks from various departments within the school showed little change. Before long, the large screen at the venue showcased the image of the school's top student. Xia Qian, clad in white, appeared as if a celestial being had descended upon the earth. Unlike the other students embroiled in combat, this universally acknowledged top student refrained from engaging the beasts. Instead, he strolled through the fields as if taking a leisurely walk. Even when confronted by aggressive beasts or an overwhelming tide of creatures, Xia Qian remained unfazed, his pace unbroken, navigating through peril with ease. Whether by chance or due to his abilities, all attacks from the beasts seemed to narrowly miss him. What appeared to be mere luck, when repeated, became a subject of contemplation. The second-ranked student of the martial arts department, Suimo, presented a stark contrast. He actively sought out large groups of lesser beasts, valuing quantity over quality. Diving into the fray, he would unleash chaos, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. Whether it took mere minutes or several hours, he would only emerge from the sea of corpses once every beast had been reduced to a pulp. Having trained in martial arts from a young age, his methods were undoubtedly brutal yet understandable. However, those with slightly higher martial arts levels recognized that the refinement of martial arts prioritizes quality over sheer numbers. Sumo's pursuit of numerous low-tier beasts, while seemingly audacious, brought him little benefit. It would have been wiser to target stronger individual beasts, thus accruing more points and honing his martial prowess. Thus, his peculiar obsession raised eyebrows. Some speculated that Sumo's behavior was merely a fade to conceal his true capabilities. After all, who could discern his methods amidst a swarm of beasts? As the footage continued to shift, it soon focused on Lan Kuer and Huo Wei. Lan Kuer's long legs remained as striking as ever, dominating nearly half the screen. Clad in a black tactical outfit, she exuded an air of confidence. Traversing the perilous forest with an effortless grace, Huo Wei acted as a loyal guardian, constantly surveying the surroundings for potential threats. These two inseparable pillars of the abilities department ranked just below Xia Qian, and some speculated that should they join forces, they might just be able to outmaneuver him. Their strength was undeniable. As they journeyed, their encounters were few, yet they consistently targeted B-grade beasts, thus maintaining a respectable standing on the hunting leaderboard. However, this time, they stumbled upon a familiar face. As they passed through a narrow gorge, they turned a corner and encountered a group of individuals clad in nothing but undergarments, huddled around a campfire for warmth. The leader among them, stripped of clothing, was nearly unrecognizable, none other than Qianlong from the martial arts department. Upon seeing Qianlong reduced to mere undergarments and surrounded by a cadre of lesser martial artists, Lan Kuer abruptly halted, while Huo Wei stepped forward, drawing a wolf-toothed dagger from his waist, inquiring, "Sister Lan, shall we deal with him?" Hearing this, Lan Kuer hesitated momentarily. While Qianlong may be considered the undisputed champion among ordinary students, he fell short in the eyes of the school's elite. His reputation as the top student was somewhat inflated, due in part to his ostentatious personality and peculiar preferences. In truth, he was merely more well-known. He might even pale in comparison to the elusive Suimo. Of course, Qianlong, despite his inflated reputation, was no mere pretender. His 6th-level martial arts prowess, coupled with a shape-shifting ability, rendered him a competent warrior. The abilities of the two were particularly effective against close combat styles. The group before them was rather sizable, making a confrontation potentially troublesome. Why don't you give it a try? If it doesn't work out, I can step in. After considering for a moment, Lan Kuer finally spoke softly. Though she employed the martial arts technique of sound convergence, it was futile against Qianlong, whose martial arts level surpassed hers. At that moment, Qianlong, appearing worn and weary, was poking at the firewood with a stick, gazing skyward as tears streamed silently down his cheeks. I am now so destitute that I possess nothing but this pair of underpants. If you truly desire it, take it with that. He made a gesture as if to remove his undergarments. Upon hearing this, Lan Kuer was momentarily taken aback, while Huo Wei quickly stepped in to shield her view. Chiding, who are you trying to fool? You still have that wristband. Qianlong feigned surprise, previously a figure of dominance, now apathetically removed the wristband and tossed it aside, saying, see for yourself. Huo Wei, skeptical, picked up the wristband and pressed it against his own. Beep, points 0. Hearing the notification from the wristband, the two exchanged puzzled glances. Qianlong was not a mere showpiece. While he may have lagged behind them slightly, it was only by a narrow margin. Apart from the two of them, there were only a handful of students capable of robbing Qianlong of his points. Xiaqian? As the top student, he possessed his own pride and would never deign to slaughter beasts for the sake of seizing classmates' points. Suemo? While his personality was indeed troublesome, he was also one to prefer solitude, uninterested in engaging with others. Could it be that Su Chun was the culprit? As a newcomer, the team he led was quite formidable, and his potential had garnered recognition from the school. However, it seems that Qianlong's predicament is not as dire as one might think. Could it be? Suddenly, Sister Xiaolan's eyes widened, as if she had come to a realization. Huo Wei, utterly perplexed, boldly inquired, who robbed you? This question struck a nerve with Qianlong, who, typically soft-spoken, burst into tears. The remaining minions, with expressions of heartfelt sympathy, offered him some bark to help wipe his tears. After weeping like a child for a considerable time, Qianlong finally exclaimed in frustration, it was that Zhao Lan. Since Lan Kuer had already deduced the truth, she was not particularly astonished. Instead, her beautiful eyes sparkled with a sense of pride, as if she were pleased with her initial judgment of character. Huo Wei, on the other hand, appeared somewhat taken aback but quickly sensed something amiss and pressed further, if your points were stolen. Why do you seem unscathed from battle? Qianlong, while dabbing at his tears, recounted his entire ordeal in a sorrowful tone. He began with the taming of the cloud-patterned bull, followed by a single punch that obliterated it, and concluded with his proposal to safeguard their points. After hearing the entire account, Huo Wei found himself at a loss for words. A single punch to obliterate the cloud-patterned bull. Was this some kind of joke? Even he would require a fair amount of effort, ultimately needing to strike precisely at the creature's fatal weakness, landing at least 2 or 3 blows to achieve a kill. 1 punch to finish it off? Wasn't that a bit excessive? Conversely, upon hearing the full story, Sister Xiaolan couldn't help but chuckle, completely convinced of Qianlong's tale. Such an act could only be perpetrated by Zhao Lan. However, soon after, her eyes glimmered with an eager anticipation, as if she had begun to view Zhao Lan as a unique entity, both rival and ally, yearning for an exhilarating clash. Chapter 32. Indeed, it is nefarious, which is precisely why I sent the 3 of you to do it. After a day of hunting, many students had accumulated sufficient points and opted to withdraw from this perilous final examination. The remaining participants were primarily formidable individuals, eager to amass additional points, even if they could not secure employment. They could earn more rewards or credits for themselves. Thus, as the end drew near, the overall strength of the remaining students escalated. As night fell, powerful nocturnal beasts began to emerge. Eerie howls echoed from all directions, prompting the remaining students to find safe havens to recuperate or evade the dangers of the night. The 3-day final hunting exercise was not merely a test of hunting skills, but also a comprehensive evaluation of the students' survival capabilities. Everyone understood that moving about in the dim light of night was indeed a reckless choice. At this moment, within a tranquil mountain forest, a quartet of students was cautiously advancing in the darkness, each one peering around anxiously, occasionally startled by insects leaping unexpectedly beneath their feet. We must find a safe place quickly. I can't shake the feeling that something is watching us. Pa, 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 you have the mouth of a crow. Who could have anticipated that this forest would be occupied by those three-eyed baboons? The safest spots in the trees are unreachable, and in this desolate wilderness, even finding a sheltered spot is a challenge. Alas, that had I known, I would have gritted my teeth and purchased that collapsible outdoor fortress. The four of them, while grumbling softly, lamented their ill fate. They had previously had the opportunity to find a spot to spend the night, but had wasted too much time chasing a severely injured creature. With the day nearly gone, finding a suitable location was becoming increasingly difficult. However, as fortune would have it, just when the group felt trapped in a seemingly insurmountable predicament, a warm light caught their attention. Not far ahead, they spotted the entrance to what appeared to be a cave, conveniently marked by a sign that read, "Danger within, do not peek." Upon seeing the peculiar sign, the four of them were filled with curiosity. Shouldn't it say "do not enter"? What does "do not peek" even mean? It must be that someone has claimed it and hung this sign to frighten away others. I'm curious to see if there is indeed any danger inside. At that moment, one of the clever ones stepped forward, confidently offering his analysis. Of course, this reasoning held some truth. Encountering a cave unexpectedly without knowledge of its conditions warranted caution. Thus, this clever individual held his breath, carefully gripping the edge of the cave entrance, and slowly extended his head inside. Bang! In the next instant, a dull thud resonated, and the first to investigate fell backward, eyes wide in terror, as if he had witnessed something utterly horrifying. Goodness, could it be a ghost? Wake up! Oldly, what on earth did you see just now? Someone must be playing tricks inside. Stand back, let me take a look. After dragging the unconscious yet unblinking Oldly aside, the second brave soul stepped forward. This time, he boldly ventured into the cave. Moments later, a chilling scream echoed from within, as if a specter had appeared. As a cold breeze swept through, the remaining two felt a jolt of fear. Moreover, with the night dark and the wind howling, who wouldn't feel their legs tremble? What should we do? This cave is too eerie. Perhaps we should find another place to rest? What a revelation. Do you need to say that? But we must first go in and rescue them. If something goes awry, we'll be held accountable. Upon hearing this, the two fell into silence. Just from a glance, they had already been so overwhelmed. Who would dare venture inside? What if the two of them also met a similar fate? That would be disastrous. After all, they were part of the same team. And the school imposed severe penalties for abandoning teammates. If anyone dared to flee during the hunt, not only would they face expulsion, but it could also tarnish their lifelong reputation. Damn it, forget it. It is probably just other students playing tricks. Let us go in together. After some deliberation, they resolved to take the risk. Thus, they ventured into the cave, feeling their way in the darkness. Yet, after just a couple of steps, they were met with a row of gleaming white teeth and a pair of floating eyeballs staring at them. Behind the ghostly figure, a cackling laugh echoed eerily. Oh my, there really is a ghost. Bang, bang. Just as the two attempted to flee, heavy punches landed on their faces, and they were knocked unconscious, their expressions frozen in terror. Tap, tap, tap. In the silent cave, the gleaming white teeth and floating eyeballs slowly approached. As they reached the cave entrance, illuminated by a sliver of moonlight, it became evident that it was none other than Chen Tao, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a ghost, accompanied by Zhao Lan. Addressing the unconscious students, he lamented, "We hung a sign for you, warning you not to peek. Why didn't you heed our advice? This cannot be blamed on me, can it? Come, let us get to work." Upon hearing this, Qin Shou and Li Ligua emerged from the shadows, skillfully stripping the four of their gear and transferring their points. Finally, the two of them worked together to haul the four, now clad in nothing but their trousers, out of the cave and into a nearby ditch. Coincidentally, the ditch contained numerous other students who had succumbed to unconsciousness, each bearing expressions of dread, as if they had witnessed something truly terrifying. One cannot deny that Zhao Lan was indeed a compassionate soul. In this remote wilderness, sleeping outside could lead to illness, but what if they encountered hostile individuals or magical beasts? Hence, for the sake of their classmates' safety, Zhao Lan thoughtfully instructed Qin Shou and the others to press the support button on the students' wristbands. Soon, professional instructors and medical personnel would arrive to assist the students, signifying their formal withdrawal from the final hunting exercise. Afterward, Qin Shou and Li Ligua returned to the cave, appearing somewhat disinterested as they plopped down on a stone. Lan Gu, don't you think what we're doing is rather inhumane? Deceiving them is one thing, but employing such underhanded tactics is quite another. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lan fell into deep thought and nodded seriously. It does seem a bit nefarious. The three, upon hearing this, mistakenly believed Zhao Lan had experienced a change of heart and were about to add their thoughts. Only to hear Zhao Lan continue, that is precisely why I had the three of you do it. Qintao executed the plan, and you two snagged the points. What does that have to do with me? Instantly, the three were rendered speechless. Such a cruel scheme was clearly devised by him. How could he then place blame upon them? Hanging a sign to stir curiosity and sending Qintao to frighten them. It wasn't he entirely a ruse, given Qintao's natural resemblance to a specter. But these details were inconsequential. We had done the dirty work for you. Why then do we face your ire? It is said that good deeds seldom leave the home while misdeeds travel far and wide. If today's actions were to spread, would we still be able to navigate the school? Ding! From Chen Tao's resentment, 999. Ding! From Li Ligua's resentment, 999. Ding! From Qin Shou's resentment, 999. Just as resentment brewed among the four, the sound of rustling footsteps suddenly echoed from the cave entrance. Chen Tao glanced at Zhao Lan, and upon receiving an encouraging nod, he reluctantly bared his teeth, widened his eyes, and blended into the darkness yet. Mere seconds later, an urgent cry erupted from the entrance. Lan Gu, come quickly. Something has happened. Chapter 33. The unkillable chatterbox, Suemo. Brother Lan, come quickly. I think I may have killed someone. The cries for help emanating from the cave entrance instantly captured the attention of Zhao Lan and the others. Kill someone. Students capable of entering the extraordinary martial university possess, to some extent, a foundation in martial arts and some supernatural abilities. Though Qintao is a martial artist, he ranks quite low within the school. And Zhao Lan had previously cautioned him to merely incapacitate his opponents without inflicting excessive harm. How could he possibly have killed someone? Just as the three rushed towards the cave entrance, they were met with the shocking sight of a corpse sprawled on the ground. The skull was severely dented, and blood splattered outwards as if it were free of charge. Just as Qin Shou and Li Ligua intended to approach for a closer inspection, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes, wiped the blood from its face, and said, "Don't panic. Don't be hasty. I'm not dead yet. And this brother here has nothing to do with it. It was my miniature bomb that exploded within me. However, this big fellow here does look rather terrifying, shrouded in darkness, with only a row of large teeth gleaming. May I ask what brand of toothpaste you use, or is it that your complexion makes your teeth appear whiter?" The incessant chatter of this person did not garner much attention from the four. Instead, the face that had wiped away the blood instantly revealed his identity to them. Suemo from the martial arts department. How did he end up here? Moreover, with a head injury like that, doesn't he need a doctor? However, upon seeing Suemo, Zhao Lan was instantly engulfed in a wave of memories, in the original narrative. The talented individuals from the extraordinary martial university essentially became the backbone of Linjiang City in the future. Some entered the military, others formed their own factions, and some became solitary wanderers, relishing in their independence while continuously honing their martial arts and supernatural abilities. Suemo was initially the least conspicuous among them, leading a life characterized by mystery in both his movements and personality, akin to a mere background character. Until one day, when extraordinary beasts launched an attack, plunging the entire Linjiang City into dire peril, Suemo, unaccompanied, volunteered to confront a pivotal beast king. And then, he was swallowed whole. Indeed, before that formidable beast king, Suemo had almost no room for resistance, not even realizing what had happened before he was devoured. Everyone thought Suemo would exit the stage for good, yet 3 days later, amidst the siege, he astonishingly emerged from the belly of the deceased beast king. Sporting a body that appeared as if it had been soaked in concentrated sulfuric acid, he waved goodbye to the protagonists, Su Qian and others, and departed alone. Due to this dramatic turn of events, Suemo's popularity surged among readers, with many speculating about the nature of his supernatural abilities. Perhaps tired of the constant questioning, the author merely hinted at it twice in the original text. Aside from mastering martial arts, Suemo possessed an ability that seemed rather trivial, superior self-healing, in the early stages. This ability merely allowed for a quicker recovery. Should one sustain a fatal injury, death was still inevitable. Compared to healing abilities that could mend both oneself and others, it was like night and day, offering no aid in combat and hardly serving as a life-saving trump card. Yet, Suemo had refined this seemingly worthless ability to its utmost. Ever since he began training in martial arts, he had subjected himself to rigorous practices, using blades to pierce through muscle and blood vessels, manually enhancing his resilience. Subsequently, he employed various venomous creatures to gnaw at him, or subjected himself to freezing and scorching, all to bolster his body's resistance against magical attacks. Upon entering university, Sumo's fervor intensified, even enlisting a demolition expert to implant miniature bombs within his body. Each explosion would result in severed limbs or, at worst, a body cleaved in two. Through this almost self-destructive training regimen, Suemo established a remarkably solid foundation in martial arts, and his self-healing ability approached the threshold of immortality. It was for these reasons that Zhao Lan harbored a modicum of admiration for Suemo. However, Zhao Lan never anticipated that this solitary figure would be so excessively loquacious. Surely, resolving the misunderstanding would suffice. Why prolong the conversation? Hello, fellow student. You must be Zhao Lan, right? I heard you took on both Su Chen and Chen Long. TSK. Your cohort of newcomers is quite impressive. First, there's Yishirin and Su Chen. And now you, a veritable anomaly, die in my hometown. There's a saying, strike while the iron is hot. Once you grow stronger, I doubt I'll be able to contend with you. So why not lend a hand today? After all, I am your senior and can offer you some guidance in martial arts. Suemo rambled on for quite some time, leaving the four in a state of confusion, until he finally revealed his intentions. Was he here to provoke them? Zhao Lan rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. This was the first time he had encountered someone so talkative since his arrival in this world, nearly outdoing his own verbosity. Stop. I'm pressed for time. Let us just get to the point and fight. Seeing that Suemo still had more to say, Zhao Lan quickly consented. Yet Suemo remained undeterred, stating, don't rush. Fighting is akin to flirting. Shouldn't we establish a certain atmosphere? We are both prominent figures within the school. Surely we should first meet and exchange some flattering words before we engage in battle? That way, even in defeat, it wouldn't be so embarrassing, would it? Suddenly, bang! Just as Suemo was about to continue, Zhao Lan launched a punch, instantly causing Sumo's body to burst apart like a blood-filled balloon, with chunks of flesh splattering everywhere. Despite this, Sumo's head drooped to his chest, yet he continued to chatter incessantly. Hey, young man, you have no sense of martial ethics. How dare you ambush this old comrade? But I must admit, your punch packs quite a wallop. No wonder Qinlong fell to you. Your technique could use a bit of work, though if it had landed squarely on my face, I reckon it would take at least 30 minutes for me to recover. Now, just 10 minutes will suffice. It seems you've held back quite a bit. Once I recover, you should hit me hard again, so I can continue analyzing your technique. Suemo, resembling a pitiful mess, left Chen Tao and the others dumbfounded. Even in such a battered state, he could still talk incessantly. Could it be that Suemo possessed some form of immortality? If that were the case, no matter how many punches Zhao Lan threw, the outcome seemed predestined. Conversely, after throwing the punch, Zhao Lan appeared more relaxed. Clearly, Suemo was not here with the intent of sparring, that of course, he bore no malice. He merely viewed himself as a sharpening stone, both to hone his physique and refine his supernatural ability. Thus, upon seeing through Sumo's clever ruse, Zhao Lan promptly ceased his assault and remarked to Chen Tao, I suddenly realize you were right. Given my prowess, it is indeed rather cautious of me to hide here and develop in secrecy. Why not we change our approach and go hunt some extraordinary beasts? Upon hearing this, Chen Tao and the others immediately brightened, nodding in agreement, nearly leaving behind afterimages in their haste. It wasn't that they were thrilled by Zhao Lan's sudden epiphany. They simply couldn't endure Sumo's incessant prattling any longer. Possessing such formidable abilities yet behaving like a chatterbox, he exuded neither sophistication nor charm. Hey, don't leave yet. We haven't finished our sparring. Suemo, sprawled out like a lump of clay, protested. He had been quite lacking in martial ethics. Although it seemed like sparring, he stood to gain immensely. Little did he expect Zhao Lan to be so astute, seeing through his motives while simultaneously preparing to depart. Ding. Sumo's resentment, 6,666. However, upon further reflection, even if Zhao Lan wished to escape, where could he run? He could recover his mobility in just 5 or 6 minutes. If he had found them once, he could certainly find them again. Once the four reached a consensus, Zhao Lan feigned nonchalance and began to walk towards the cave exit. But as fate would have it, he slipped and inadvertently stepped onto Sumo's face. Sumo yelped in pain. "Hey, watch it. You stepped on my face." In a twist of irony, before he could finish his sentence, Chan Tao, weighing 100 kilograms, stepped down again. "Ouch, why exert such force? You are hurting me." Sumo lamented, his face filled with indignation. Even with his martial training, he had never practiced with his face. The weight of over 200 pounds was unbearable. "Huh? Did you all hear a dog barking just now?" Chen Tao scratched his head, feigning curiosity as he walked past Sumo's face. "Indeed, it seems that every time you pass this spot, there's a dog barking." Li Ligua chimed in, stepping over and triggering another round of barking. "Ouch, ouch, ouch," Qin Shou exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "That's quite something. I'm feeling particularly spirited with that." He leaped into the air, delivering a flying kick straight to Sumo's face. After enduring the trampling of 4 individuals, Sumo's resentment nearly reached its zenith. Ding! Sumo's resentment, 8,888. Even more outrageous was that just when Sumo thought they would cease their antics, these 4 beasts, lacking any semblance of humanity, took advantage of his immobility to subject him to further indignities. Chapter 34. Another lottery, seizing your life 3000. Beneath the pale moonlight, Zhao Lan and the others, unbeknownst to where they procured them, produced shovels and began scooping up the remnants of Sumo's disarray on the ground, akin to cleaning up dog waste. "What do you intend to do? You're not planning to bury me, are you?" "I advise against it. I can still climb out from a depth of 2 or 3 meters. Hearing Sumo's incessant chatter, the group merely exchanged cold smiles before tossing Sumo into a dirt trench. "Ouch! Why exert such force? You're hurting me. Hey, someone, throw a couple of shovels of dirt on me. It's rather chilly tonight." Unbeknownst to Sumo, he remained oblivious to the predicament he was about to face. Only when Chen Tao removed the wristband from his wrist did a trace of pain flicker across Sumo's expression. "It's just a few points. Take them if you must, as long as you don't kill me." "I'll continue to cling to you." Zhao Lan, upon receiving the wristband, squinted her eyes and chuckled wickedly as she approached him. "What kind of nonsense is this? Are we merely opportunists?" Before Sumo could respond, Zhao Lan confidently asserted, "Of course we are." Sumo found himself momentarily speechless, thinking, "What can I possibly say?" When Zhao Lan tossed the wristband back to him, her next words struck a nerve. "Look at you, all battered and bruised. You shouldn't participate in any hunts. We can't protect you forever. We can only call for reinforcements. You're not worried about the reinforcements from the school, are you? They'll be swift, ensuring you receive treatment before you can heal on your own." Sumo paused, bewildered. "Huh?" After a few seconds of realization, panic surged through him. His cheeks flushed crimson as he exclaimed, "Wait, no, please, don't. I swear this minor injury will heal shortly. Calling for reinforcements is just wasting public resources, isn't it? If it comes to that, I won't bother you anymore." The points in the wristband can serve as my apology. Little did he know, his abilities had already reached a considerable level. Unless it was someone of the caliber of Lan Kuer or Xiaqian, who could truly inflict harm upon him, he was largely impervious to ordinary attacks. However, what was this nonsense about forcing me to surrender? Without a fight, he had been summarily dismissed. If word got out, it would be utterly humiliating. Furthermore, during this hunt, Sumo's targets were not limited to Zhao Lan. He also aimed to spar with formidable opponents like Huo Wei, Lan Kuer, and Xiaqian. If he missed the chance to engage with these experts, who would he turn to for honing his martial and supernatural skills once they graduated? Thus, for him, the strength of his foes or the severity of his own injuries were inconsequential. The real issue was Zhao Lan's shamelessness in targeting his vulnerabilities. Nonetheless, Zhao Lan was unbothered by the discomfort she was inflicting. Since Sumo had initiated this unpleasant exchange, she would naturally reciprocate. Pressing the call button on Sumo's wristband, she feigned regret, saying, "Oh, why didn't you mention it sooner? How embarrassing, I accidentally clicked it." Sumo. After a brief silence, The mountains echoed with Sumo's thunderous roar. Zhao Lan, you can go to hell. Ding. Sumo's resentment, 8888. Thus, not long after, Sumo, appearing bloodied and battered yet unscathed, was loaded onto an ambulance. Despite his lingering resentment, there was little he could do at this point. Perhaps out of boredom while lying in the ambulance, Sumo began to reflect on his earlier encounter with Zhao Lan. Suddenly, his heart raced and sweat broke out all over his body. He was struck by a moment of enlightenment. So, this was how it was. Upon grasping the key points, Sumo smiled sheepishly, and the heavy resentment within him dissipated like smoke. His approach towards Zhao Lan had been driven by a strong sense of purpose. Although Zhao Lan seemed to have repaid his provocations, she had subtly guided him. Her brutal blows highlighted the inadequacies in his martial foundation, indicating that he needed more training. The four of them trampling on him served as a reminder of the areas in his physique that required strengthening. Achieving physical sanctity was not solely about invulnerability of limbs and torso. The face and head needed fortification as well. Most crucially, Zhao Lan had exploited his moment of vulnerability during his recovery to summon reinforcements, thereby eliminating him from the game. This act also indicated that his abilities still harbored significant flaws. In other words, if he encountered a genuine adversary, would they not take advantage of this time to do something detrimental? For instance, using a special cage to imprison him, even if he could not die. Being trapped for life would be akin to death. Zhao Lan was subtly warning him. At this thought, Sumo was suddenly overcome with emotion. His right hand, freshly healed, clenched into a fist, gently tapping his chest as if to convey his respect to Zhao Lan from afar. Who would have thought that a chance encounter would lead her to guide him so insightfully? He had truly received a vivid lesson. My dear friend, compared to you, I feel utterly ashamed. With such musings, if Zhao Lan were to hear them, she would undoubtedly respond, yes, think of me just like that. Meanwhile, after leaving the cave, Zhao Lan and her companions found a spot to settle down. After a long night of activity, Chen Tao and the others soon fell asleep. Zhao Lan, however, sought an open area, partly to keep watch and partly to indulge in some late-night games favored by single men. System, activate. With an internal command, the system interface abruptly appeared before her. As her 100,000 points of negative energy were cleared, the highest level roulette began to spin wildly. Under Zhao Lan's eager gaze, the wheel quickly came to a halt, accompanied by 10 notification chimes. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Kill 3001. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Charging Shield 1. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Mighty Pill 1. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Ability Awakening Ticket 1. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Enhanced Blue Pill 1. Listening to the continuous notifications, Zhao Lan's face broke into a jubilant smile. Indeed, the items drawn this time were reasonably normal, devoid of excessive junk. Even the most precious Ability Awakening Ticket was among them. Unfortunately, the number of tickets required to awaken abilities through the system was increasing, and a single ticket would not suffice to awaken a second ability. Kill 3000? It sounded formidable. Was it a weapon-type item? Filled with curiosity, Zhao Lan promptly opened her inventory and retrieved Kill 3000. To her astonishment, this so-called item turned out to be a collection of clanking, shabby weapons, interconnected by a piece of wire, featuring a watermelon knife, pesticide bottle, iron chain, sulfuric acid, insecticide. That was all well and good, as they possessed some lethality. But what was the deal with the nail clipper? Was she supposed to use it to trim the claws of the beasts? Even more infuriating was the grandiose description accompanying Kill 3000. Had she not witnessed it firsthand? She might have been deceived by the description. Kill 3000. This weapon is the ultimate creation of a mad scientist, meticulously crafted over 30 years. Unlike conventional weapons, this weapon absorbs various traditional armaments and modern technology, capable of perfectly responding to any situation, and can be modified according to the user's needs. An essential artifact for home travel, murder, and robbery. Zhao Lan. Good grief, she had encountered exaggeration before, but never on such a scale. The other items may have been useless, but at least they were straightforward about their shortcomings. Yet this one was utterly unreliable. Whatever, it was not her first experience with such nonsense. At least it could be sold for scrap. Zhao Lan muttered in resignation, preparing to stow it away, only to be taken aback when Buzz, the black blade, forged personally by Zhao Tian, which had been quietly resting in her inventory, suddenly leaped out, hovering in the air and emitting a resonant hum. Simultaneously, Kilyu 3000 began to rattle, the two items drawn together like magnets. What the hell? What was happening? This situation was genuinely beyond Zhaolan's expectations, and she found herself at a loss for how to react. Merely watching in astonishment. With a clang, ultimately, the black blade and Kilyu 3000 fused together, casually attaching themselves as one, becoming a part of Kilyu 3000. Ding! Replacement successful. A sudden notification caught Zhaolan off guard. Huh, what just happened? How did it succeed? Just as Zhaolan was bewildered, information concerning Kilyu 3000 flooded her mind, and she quickly grasped the situation. It turned out that while the design of Kilyu 3000 appeared haphazard, it closely aligned with the description. Any kind of extraordinary weapon could be directly integrated into it, and their attributes would enhance one another, yielding greater power. More importantly, it freed her hands. As she progressed, she would accumulate more magical artifacts and weapons, and constantly switching them during combat could detract from the experience. Kilyu 3000 resolved this issue at its core. Could it be that the more powerful the weapon, the more unassuming its appearance? Zhaolan couldn't help but marvel. However, she still felt that its design was rather awkward. The black blade and the other items like the pesticide bottle and watermelon knife looked more like they belonged in a cesspool than anything else. Once she acquired more powerful weapons, she would fill it to the brim. After toying with it for a while, Zhaolan finally decided to put Kilyu 3000 away. As for the remaining items, the power pill and the energy shield. The former can enhance martial arts mastery for 5 years and increase strength by 10%, while the latter resembles a defensive modern artifact, taking the form of a pendant. Once worn, it absorbs the stray energy of abilities released from within. Upon activation, it creates an area of absolute safety, though it loses its effectiveness once the energy is depleted, making it a highly practical tool. To Zhaolan's astonishment, this item can also be integrated into the 3000 ways to take your life. Excellent, a weapon functioning as two. What a bargain. With the 3000 ways to take your life in hand, Zhaolan need not worry about weaponry. Should he acquire any divine weapon later, he can simply don them all at once. The concerns of aesthetics and face are irrelevant, as it seems he has never truly cared for them. Subsequently, Zhaolan produced the power pill. Compared to the previous leg-stretching and eye-popping pills, its efficacy was reduced by half. Yet it offered an additional boost in strength. While an increase of 10% may seem modest, it greatly depends on the realm of mastery. For 2 7th-stage martial artists, a disparity of 10% in strength could mean a world of difference. Gulping down the power pill, Zhaolan felt as if his entire body were engulfed in flames. His muscles and sinews seemed to be kneaded and reformed by an unseen hand. After a good 5 or 6 minutes, the effects of the pill began to wane. What a refreshing sensation! Zhaolan suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled a cloud of turbid AI. In his exhilaration, he began to practice the turtle style and the fatherly love like a mountain boxing techniques. This practice yielded considerable improvement in both styles, and his realm naturally ascended to the 8th stage of martial arts. Coupled with the enhancement of the omniscient, one could say that at this moment, Zhaolan felt confident enough to face any student from the school. It seemed the time had come to shift his strategy from passive to proactive. He recalled that, in the original narrative, the protagonist Su Chun had encountered an opportunity. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, why not seize the moment for himself? Chapter 35. Third place on the leaderboard. Su Chen's opportunity at this juncture. Zhaolan felt he had already reaped substantial rewards from this hunting expedition. With his current strength, he could face anyone without fear. However, he was aware that if the original plot were to unfold, Su Chun would soon acquire something under the guidance of the elderly man. Should Su Chun successfully obtain it, it would not merely be a matter of catching up. He might well surpass Zhaolan. In that case, it would become increasingly difficult for Zhaolan to effortlessly siphon negative energy from the protagonist. What to do? Naturally, he must seize it. With this thought, Zhaolan slapped his thigh. He then kicked the 3 slumbering pigs awake and hurriedly set off with them toward a certain destination. The following day, in the early morning, the main venue for the hunt was teeming with people, as numerous students, parents, journalists, and spectators gathered to discuss the previous day's events. Just who was this Zhaolan? And how had he amassed such a high score overnight? Can anyone enlighten me? What? Sumo from the martial arts department was eliminated. Let me see the replay to understand how that transpired. That newcomer named Su Chun has also climbed the ranks. This year's newcomers are truly formidable. Rest assured, regardless of how others may falter, Xiaqian and sister Xiao Lan will not fall. As the hunting leaderboard shifted, the audience found fresh topics of discussion. Xiao Lan, through his own efforts, ranked third, trailing only behind Xiaqian and Long Kuer, thus becoming the center of attention. Sumo's elimination and Chen Long's slow increase in points signified a complete collapse of the martial arts department. Conversely, Su Chen's score was rising rapidly and steadily, temporarily placing him fifth, just behind Hu Wei. Among the others, aside from Yishirin's commendable performance, the rest displayed average skill without much to distinguish them. Nevertheless, many spectators and teachers favored Su Chun over Zhao Lan's questionable scores, as Su Chun had demonstrated remarkable adaptability, leadership, and exceptional personal ability during the hunt. Coupled with his striking appearance and a stream of impressive quotes, he eliminated beasts with a face full of compassion, drawing a cross on his chest as if praying for the souls of those who fell to his blade. This juxtaposition of ruthless combat and saintly demeanor garnered him a legion of infatuated admirers. Had Zhao Lan been present, he would undoubtedly have taught Su Chun the lesson that arrogance invites misfortune. In the scene, Su Chun was leading his small team, resting at a rocky outcrop, while Yixirin sat quietly on a stone. Visibly anxious, observing Su Chun, who remained tense and unyielding, she could not help but urge, "Su Chun, why don't we withdraw from the hunt? I have an unsettling feeling about Zhao Lan. He seems formidable and unpredictable." In the original text, Su Chun was not one to crave fame or obsess over the hunting leaderboard. However, due to Zhao Lan's influence, the wheel of fate had begun to turn. After being persistently pressed, this was the moment to reclaim his dignity in the hunt. Withdraw. The mere mention of Zhao Lan's name cast a shadow over Su Chen's eyes, igniting an unbidden flame of anger as he retorted, "It's just Zhao Lan. There's nothing to fear. But if you are concerned for your safety, feel free to withdraw at any time." Upon hearing this, Yixirin, who had meant well, found her expression darkening slightly. "I was merely suggesting. No need to get so worked up." Unbeknownst to her, the image of that man began to surface in her mind. Although Zhao Lan often acted inappropriately and had seen through her intentions to approach him early on, he had never truly lost his temper with her. Just as Yixirin's thoughts wandered, Su Chen's gaze suddenly became distant, as if he had entered a state of introspection. This state was, in fact, him conversing with the elderly man within his ring. As their dialogue deepened, Su Chen's eyes grew brighter, and his demeanor became more exuberant. For the elder had revealed to him that he sensed a certain energy fluctuation nearby, akin to heavenly materials and earthly treasures. While it held little value for the elder, it was immensely significant for someone of Su Chen's caliber, capable of enhancing both his physique and ability. Upon receiving this information, Su Chun wasted no time. He sprang into action, instructing the three companions, "Grab your gear and follow me." Quickly, without waiting for a response, he dashed toward a uniquely shaped small rocky hill. This sudden, erratic behavior left Yixirin feeling apprehensive. Reluctantly, she followed suit. The other two team members, despite their exhaustion, could only sigh and trail behind at a distance. Upon reaching the foot of the crown-shaped hill, Su Chun remained exuberant, wandering about as if searching for something. Eventually, he halted at the entrance of a certain canyon, retrieving 4 shovels from his backpack. "Hurry, dig here, but be gentle." "Eh? Why does this soil seem a bit fresh?" "Never mind, let's dig it up first." Yixirin took the shovel, her heart brimming with frustration. Su Chun, oblivious to her feelings, had been rushing ever since the final hunting test. Couldn't he spare a moment to rest? She wondered how she had ever been captivated by him. The other two stood idly by, intending to voice their grievances, but Su Chen, while shoveling, declared, "Dig here. The treasure should be about 3 meters down. Once we retrieve it, I can give you my points, and whether you choose to withdraw or stay with me is entirely up to you." Upon hearing there were points to be earned, the other two teammates spat into their palms and began to dig earnestly. Seeing the three united in purpose, Yixirin ultimately held her tongue and weakly swung her shovel. After a brief half-hour, with the aid of their abilities and physical prowess, they finally unearthed a large pit exactly 3 meters deep. Thud. As Su Chun struck down with his shovel, he suddenly encountered a hard substance, prompting him to halt. Did we find it? His face lit up with excitement as he bent down to clear the dirt, revealing a stone box beneath. The box's surface was adorned with ancient and peculiar patterns, covered in countless small, round protrusions, giving it an air of mystery. As if prepared, he swiftly pressed several of the circular protrusions on the stone box. Click, click. A series of crisp sounds echoed as the stone box suddenly opened, releasing a beam of light as radiant as sunlight, flooding the pit and blinding the onlookers. Chapter 36. Want it? Trade ye Shireen for it. Wow. A golden legend. What is this? It's blindingly bright. As the stone box opened, the dazzling light rendered everyone unable to see. Once the brilliance faded, the contents of the box were revealed. A luminescent stone, crystal clear and radiant, exuding an indescribable aroma even after years buried underground. Gazing at this object, Su Chen's heart raced with fervor. This was a faith crystal. According to the information provided by the first ability user, this item was a unique product of a certain special cult, forged from the collective faith of thousands. Simply consuming this faith crystal would not only greatly refine one's physique, but could also elevate one's ability level, potentially boosting it by an entire tier. Could this truly be the faith crystal? Su Chen's brow was adorned with a glimmer of joy, his voice unconsciously trembling. It was not that he had never encountered the world before, but rather that his resentment towards Zhao Lan ran exceedingly deep. The mere act of swallowing this shard of crystallized faith would enable him to surpass Zhao Lan in one fell swoop. How could one not feel exhilarated? In the original narrative, Su Chun had indeed utilized this very crystallized faith to elevate his martial prowess and supernatural abilities, nearly rivaling Xia Qian. During the final phase of the hunt, he had even managed to protect countless students with a single decisive action. Ultimately, he departed quietly, concealing his achievements and fame. However, just as Su Chun reached out to grasp the crystallized faith, it suddenly tilted and rolled to the ground. Huh? Could it have developed sentience? Su Chen murmured to himself, dismissing the thought as merely a lapse in his grip, attributing the fall to his own clumsiness. He quickly bent down to extend his hand once more. To his utter astonishment, the crystal seemed to have come alive, rolling forward twice more and evading his grasp yet again. A frown creased Su Chen's brow, his expression tinged with suspicion. Due to the presence of the first supernatural being's remnant soul within his ring, he naturally drew the attention of all heavenly treasures and earthly delights. What was happening today? Was it repelling him? Seizing the opportunity while the crystallized faith was momentarily distracted, Su Chun lunged forward. This time, he managed to secure it. However, in the instant he opened his palm, boom, a thick cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a piece of paper resembling a check, which slowly floated down. Upon closer inspection, a small line of text read, "Look below you. I have prepared a surprise." Su Chun froze for 2 seconds, before a wave of blood rushed to his head, and he couldn't help but roar, "What the hell?" Ding. From Su Chen's resentment, 6,969. No matter how tempting the treasure was, Su Chun could now surmise the sequence of events. No wonder the soil had appeared relatively fresh at the outset. It turned out Zhao Lan had already arrived, taken the crystallized faith, and replaced it with this worthless piece of paper. Such a trick might be forgiven once, but to employ it a second time, did he have no sense of shame? "Look below me. I'll show you." Wait a minute. Just as Su Chun was on the verge of losing his temper, a damp, foul odor interrupted his incantation. Looking down at his chest, he discovered he had been splattered with a pile of excrement, warm and steaming. How could there be such a large pile in a 3-meter-deep pit he had just dug? And right where he had stumbled. This had to be the work of Zhao Lan. Zhao Lan, come out here. At the brink of his endurance, Su Chun could no longer suppress the surge of anger in his chest, unleashing a howl towards the heavens. Ding. From Su Chen's resentment, 8,488. As his voice echoed, a mocking voice emerged from the pit. "Oh, Su Chun. Long time no see. Are you fishing here too?" Squatting there was Zhao Lan, rod in hand, one end connected to a glistening fishing line that dangled from the other end of the empty check. With a swift tug, Su Chun found that even the empty check had vanished. Having learned from their previous encounters, Su Chun understood that engaging in a verbal duel with Zhao Lan would only lead to his own defeat. so he refrained from mentioning his recent humiliation. Zhao Lan, where is the item? Zhao Lan, putting away his fishing rod, feigned ignorance and replied, what item? How would I know? And from the tone of your voice, it seems you believe that item belongs to you. What, are you the landlord, claiming this land for yourself? In that brief exchange, Su Chun felt his blood pressure spike dangerously. It was abundantly clear that he and this unpredictable individual would never see eye to eye. Yet, given the gravity of the situation, he forced himself to remain calm and replied, Zhao Lan, I have no time for idle chit-chat. That item was left to me by an old acquaintance. If you return it, I can offer something in exchange. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lan nodded in satisfaction. All right, the item is with me, but I fear you may not be able to afford the price. These words. Su Chun felt a surge of delight, though he quickly quelled his excitement, maintaining a stoic facade. The crystallized faith was far more profound than any so-called heavenly treasures. Its method of use was straightforward. With no side effects to worry about, as long as one's supernatural potential had not reached SSS level, a single shard of crystallized faith could elevate one's abilities by an entire tier. Naturally occurring powers could not be compensated for through hard work as martial skills could. Therefore, as long as Zhao Lan was willing to part with it, he would go to great lengths to acquire it. However, unbeknownst to him, Zhao Lan possessed a deeper understanding of this world. Observing Su Chen's demeanor, Zhao Lan chuckled to himself, shaking his head before finally turning his gaze towards Yishirine. With a slight smile, he proposed his terms. Since you are so generous, I won't beat around the bush. If you are willing to let Shireen come to me, I will provide you with the item you desire. At this declaration, silence fell across the crowd. All eyes shifted to Yishirine, who also appeared bewildered, pointing at herself and exclaiming, You want me? Although she could not comprehend the specifics of their discussion regarding the crystallized faith, it was evident that it was something precious. But why had Zhao Lan suddenly proposed to exchange her for it? Would Su Chen agree? Just as Yishirine's thoughts became a jumbled mess, the wheels of fate began to turn once more, and Su Chen, the original protagonist, felt an increasingly ominous expression settle upon his face. When Yishirine had pretended to be in a relationship with Zhao Lan, he had sensed something amiss. Had it not been for their prior emotional foundation, he would never have forgiven her so easily. Recently, Yishirine had occasionally mentioned Zhao Lan, her words laced with irritation. Yet her eyes bore an inexplicable peculiarity. The accumulation of these suspicions had begun to fracture Su Chen's heart. Yet, what if this was merely Zhao Lan's deliberate scheme? What if his intention was to sow discord between himself and Shireen? Lost in thought, Su Chen suddenly realized he had found himself in a dilemma. To abandon the crystallized faith, or to relinquish Shireen felt like a loss either way. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, as he hesitated, his expression had already betrayed his inner turmoil. Shireen, being a woman from a prestigious family, had been drawn to Su Chen not only for his potential, but also for the person he was. In other words, as long as Su Chen harbored feelings for her, she was willing to endure various pressures to maintain their current relationship. However, Su Chen's earlier demeanor clearly indicated his indecision. How laughable that a mere stone could cause such hesitation. The phrase heart like ashes aptly described Yishirine's current state of mind. After pondering for a moment, a glint of coldness passed through her eyes. She approached Su Chen and, with deliberate clarity and utmost seriousness, declared, Su Chen, the points in this bracelet are all earned by you. I return them to you now, and from this moment on, we shall sever all ties. Su Chen. Chapter 37. The Furious Protagonist Su Chen. The mysterious evolution platform emerges. Upon hearing Yishirine's intention to sever ties, Su Chen was rendered utterly bewildered. Yishirine paid no heed to his agreement or disagreement, turning on her heel to leave. Shireen, where are you going? Su Chen called out in a panic, attempting to reach for her. To his astonishment, the once gentle and submissive Yishirine now wore an icy expression, her eyes filled with disdain. Su Chen, release me. As she uttered those words, Su Chen could distinctly feel the temperature of the air plummeting. Ice crystals forming in the atmosphere, faintly coalescing into tiny ice spikes. Su Chen could hardly believe that Yishirine would one day wield her supernatural powers against him. In a daze, he reluctantly loosened his grip, and Yishirine seized the opportunity to leap into the pit, not looking back. This won't do. Young Master Su, I didn't say you could let her go. I asked you to hand her over to me. Observing Su Chun lost in contemplation, Zhao Lan chuckled smugly and reassured him, but I wouldn't mind if you brought Yishirine back to me personally. Good meals are worth the wait. After all, I can be patient. Having rarely faced setbacks in matters of the heart, Su Chun suddenly grasped a profound truth upon hearing Zhao Lan's seamless taunts. The actions of Zhao Lan were clearly aimed at sowing discord. He had anticipated Su Chin's hesitation and guessed that Yishirine, proud as she was, would never tolerate any alternative from him in this matter. With this realization, Su Chin's fury erupted, his fists clenching tightly, a low growl emanating from his throat. Zhao Lan. In that instant, the surrounding space shattered like glass, a multitude of fissures spreading out, producing a faint sound reminiscent of breaking jade. Countless veins surged beneath Su Chin's skin, weaving erratically, as his aura surged to its apex. Ding. From Su Chin's resentment, 9,999. Upon hearing the crescendo of notifications, Zhao Lan's delight only intensified. With his arms crossed, he remained unfazed even as the ground trembled violently under Su Chin's overwhelming power. What now, Brother Lan? One of his companions quipped, visibly alarmed. In response, Zhao Lan turned to Qin Shou and commanded, Qin Shou, go deal with Su Chun. The order sent Qin Shou's CPU into overload. Me? He glanced at the furious Su Chun, whose explosive energy seemed ready to erupt, and then at the deadpan Zhao Lan, who appeared to be dead serious. Confusion clouded his mind. Zhao Lan was momentarily taken aback and then, with a hint of regret, remarked, I apologize. I forgot that you are utterly useless. Qin Shou responded, Heh, it certainly sounds less like an apology and more like an insult. Does it not? Ding. From Qin Shou, resentment 999. Go die. At this moment, witnessing Zhao Lan's continued disregard for him, Su Chun could no longer contain his fury. With his legs slightly bent, bang! A shadow darted forth like a released arrow, reaching the group in an instant. The swiftness and intensity of his presence were far from that of a mere freshman. Rather, he resembled a malevolent spirit clawing its way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. At that very moment, Su Chin's martial prowess harmoniously melded with his supernatural abilities. Within a radius of 10 meters, it appeared as though multiple Su Chins were unleashing punches at Zhao Lan, buzzing just as Su Chin's fist drew perilously close to Zhao Lan. The surrounding space erupted with violent tremors. While it might mean little to an ordinary person, for Su Chun, who had awakened spatial abilities, it elicited a profound sense of trepidation. Strangely, however, it was not Zhao Lan who made the move. Swish! Retracting his fist, Su Chen gracefully landed and turned to face the source of his inexplicable fear. The stone mountain that resembled a crown. Rumble. It was inconsequential to avoid looking, but upon doing so, he was startled. The stone mountain, which had appeared quite ordinary moments ago, was now shrouded in a vast vortex of dark clouds overhead. Gale winds howled, and arcs of electricity danced, seemingly drawn towards the mountain's center by some mysterious force. The residual energy radiating from it was enough to send shivers down the spine of someone at Su Chin's level. Was it a powerful beast? Or an unpredictable meteorological phenomenon? Su Chen furrowed his brow, various conjectures swirling in his mind. In contrast, Zhao Lan, who had previously been jesting, suddenly suppressed his mocking grin and spoke gravely to Chen Tao and the others. This is serious. We must cease fighting for now. You all need to leave this place, heading south if possible. The moment the signal on your wristbands returns, call for reinforcements immediately. Chen Tao and the others were taken aback, promptly retrieving their wristbands to check. Zhao Lan's words rang true. There was indeed no signal. This should not be the case. The technology behind the wristbands for the final hunting event far surpassed that of satellite phones, making it nearly impossible for signals to be blocked. What on earth was happening? Why had even Zhao Lan, typically so carefree, become so solemn? Considering various factors, Chen Tao and the others refrained from asking further questions, merely acknowledging with a grunt before fleeing southward. In the hunting grounds on a certain plain, having just concluded a hunt, Huawei suddenly froze, gazing at the turbulent storm clouds on the horizon. Such a commotion. Could it be that the hidden strongest beast had been discovered? Hearing this, Lan Kuer also turned her attention. Just a glance, and her expression shifted to one of profound shock and confusion. How could this be possible? How could there be an evolution platform here? And in an activated state, With her military background, Lan Kuer understood far more secrets than the average student. The mountain range, resembling a crown, was nearly identical to the evolution platforms recorded in historical texts. During the early stages of spiritual energy revival, various evolution platforms had appeared globally alongside falling meteorites and biological mutations. Whenever an evolution platform began to operate, creatures in the vicinity would surge towards it. And when they emerged, whether human or beast, they would gain significant enhancements. However, it was not long before various governments intervened to dismantle all evolution platforms. The reason? Creatures that had utilized the platforms would gradually become berserk over time, as if their minds had been tainted, developing a fierce desire to attack, ultimately becoming mere puppets driven by the urge to kill, either slaughtering all living beings or being slain themselves. Quick, let's see for ourselves. If it truly is an evolution platform and allows beasts to enter, at least half the students will perish. Observing the distant dark storm clouds, Lan Kuer furrowed her brow and hastily summoned Huawei to head towards the storm. On the other side, atop a mountain peak among the pines, Xiaqian, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, swiftly turning towards the storm clouds on the horizon. An evolution platform? Xiaqian murmured softly, contemplating for a moment before lightly pressing his toes, causing his body to plummet straight down. When he reappeared, he was already atop another mountain. As time passed, the commotion surrounding the evolution platform grew increasingly intense. Aside from a few elite students who were privy to the situation and came to investigate, many curious onlookers had gathered. A group of students congregated at the foot of the mountain, pointing and discussing the storm clouds above. Hey, it's the first time seeing storm clouds this close. Could it be that some great treasure is about to emerge, attracting a celestial phenomenon? It shouldn't be. A few students from the livestock department attempted to sneak in earlier but were stopped by Sister Lan and Xiaqian. Xiaqian and Sister Lan are here too. This might indeed be serious. Let us go. Let us get closer and see. Maybe there is something we can scavenge. Boom. Just as this group of oblivious students chattered away, a sound akin to thunder suddenly echoed from afar. However, it did not emanate from the heavens, but rather from the earth. The crowd was startled and turned to look, only to see that on the distant horizon, over 1,000 beasts had formed a battle line. A massive wave surged forth, akin to a tide. Chapter 38. Encountering Qianlong again, the super-scale beast tide. This is a beast tide? Everyone, clear a path. I'm about to unleash a massacre. Gathering in one place is advantageous, saving us the trouble of searching for beasts to slay. Most students, faced with the impending beast tide, failed to perceive the danger. They assumed that some rare treasure was about to appear, drawing the beasts in droves. Many believed that this was a hunting ground designated by the school, where each beast had been meticulously selected. What could possibly go wrong? However, those who were aware of the underlying circumstances or possessed a modicum of strength swiftly sensed that something was amiss with the approaching beasts. All over 1,000 of them were in a state of furious rage. 1 or 2 beasts being agitated would be manageable, but an entire 1,000? That was another matter entirely. Moreover, with the dust kicked up by the beasts trampling the ground obscuring the view, one could only imagine how many more beasts were lurking behind, among the crowd. Watching the frenzied beasts in the distance, Qianlong's spirits plummeted, especially as others remained blissfully unaware, waiting for the beast tide to arrive. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "What a bunch of blind fools. Do they really think they can stop this horde of enraged beasts with so few people?" Just after finishing his thought, he glanced around and decided to quietly slip away while the beast tide had yet to arrive. Regardless of whether they could halt the tide, did no one find it strange that the mountain shrouded in anomalies went unnoticed? Xiaqian, Suchun, Lan Kuer, Huawei, each one appeared deeply concerned, their expressions grave. What could possibly be of such significance? Furthermore, with Zhao Lan, who was known for his unpredictable behavior, absent from the scene, Qianlong felt increasingly uneasy. It was as though an unseen force was tightening around his throat, making it difficult to breathe. Therefore, no matter what was about to transpire, he wished to distance himself from it. I must leave. I must leave. If I run into that ill-fated individual, it would be disastrous. Qianlong muttered to himself while signaling to his companions to depart. Just then, a heavy hand clapped down on his shoulder, followed by a teasing voice from behind. "Oh, Is that not my dear Tuer? I almost didn't recognize you with your clothes on. By the way, did you put your clothes on inside out? The collar is at the back. The newcomer was none other than Xiaolon. With the appearance of the beast tide and the evolution platform, the two could not continue their previous engagement, so he had come over to join the commotion and possibly garner more negative energy. Little did he expect to run into an old acquaintance. Qianlong, upon seeing Xiaolon, was momentarily stunned, his expression a mix of darkness and green. He never imagined he would be caught by Xiaolon again. Moreover, it was no wonder he felt as though a great hand was tightening around his throat. It turned out his clothes were indeed inside out. However, this was not the time to dwell on such things. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned with an ingratiating smile and said, "Ah, brother Xiaolon, you may call me Tuer." Such a persistent fool. Seeing Qianlong's obsequious demeanor, Xiaolon lost interest in teasing him and stated bluntly, "Do you still remember the rules?" Qianlong's face darkened, yet he nodded repeatedly, "I remember. I remember." He then called over his companions, and they all removed their wristbands, handing over their points for Xiaolon to manage. Unexpectedly, Xiaolon's expression grew increasingly grim. This left Qianlong in a state of alarm. He had handed over his points. Why was Xiaolon not pleased? Did he want his life? In truth, such meager points were inconsequential to Xiaolon. He had never anticipated achieving any notable results from the beginning. The reason for his darkening countenance was that even after such excessive demands, Qianlong exhibited no resentment whatsoever. "I preferred you when you were defiant. Bring that attitude back. I don't want you to fear me. I want you to despise me. If you don't hate me, how will I gather negative energy? Without negative energy, how can I draw lots? A man must relieve stress and emotions through lotteries late at night. Otherwise, it would be a matter of life and death." Observing Qianlong's submissive demeanor, afraid to speak too loudly, Xiaolon realized that ordinary pressure could no longer extract significant negative energy. It seemed he would have to resort to more severe measures, and, after collecting the points, Xiaolon raised an eyebrow, displeased. Qianlong, momentarily bewildered, scratched his head and asked, "What else is there?" Xiaolon let out a deep sigh. Resigned to the necessity of patting her clothes as a subtle hint in an instant, Qianlong comprehended her unspoken message, his expression turning awkward. Perhaps it would be best to forego this. Considering the multitude of onlookers present, upon receiving Xiaolon's cue, a flicker of resentment ignited within Qianlong's heart. He couldn't fathom Xiaolon's peculiar behavior. What was the purpose of seizing someone else's attire? Especially when it held little value. The first time had been tolerable, as there had been no one nearby. However, to be stripped bare in front of so many would bring embarrassment beyond measure. Seeing Qianlong hesitate, Xiaolon let out a cold huff. "If I must take matters into my own hands, it will only be worst, that." Qianlong's face turned a shade of green. Ultimately, he reluctantly revealed his most authentic self amidst the throng of spectators. Ding! Resentment from Qianlong 6666. Such a scene inevitably stirred a commotion among the crowd. What on earth is happening? Is this the master's task? Isn't that Qianlong? He looks rather disheveled after just a few days apart. What could a freshman possibly compel you to do? Please don't tell me you're from the martial arts department. I'm feeling quite embarrassed for you. That is a bit excessive, isn't it? There's no enmity here, we're all classmates. So what is this about? As Qianlong shed more and more garments, numerous students began to cast sidelong glances. Some criticized him, while others hurled insults at Xiaolon. Ironically, despite his humiliation, Qianlong felt somewhat relieved. After all, losing face was preferable to losing one's life. Xiaolon's eccentric personality, akin to that of a villain unrestrained by conventions, could easily lead to a fatal blow if she was displeased. Not only blind but also foolish. Anyone who dares to provoke Xiaolon is likely to meet a similar fate as mine. At that moment, Qianlong even found the leisure to mock others. Just as he had anticipated, after indulging in her peculiar whims, Xiaolon cheerfully approached several students who had criticized her most vehemently. Throwing her arm around their shoulders, before long, she led the irate group into the thicket. No! A wretched cry suddenly echoed throughout the valley. This prelude to the impending battle made many students realize one crucial fact. Xiaolon, who had recently been in the limelight, possessed formidable strength that should not be underestimated. Those who had openly or covertly insulted her had largely been dealt with severely, and it was only as the beast tide approached that this farce came to an end. Boom! The heavy thudding of footsteps reverberated like thunder in the ears of all present. Students from the departments of psychic abilities, martial arts, and animal husbandry were the first to bear the brunt. Drawing upon their knowledge imparted by the school, they formed a makeshift defensive line, led by Su Qian, Sister Xiaolin, and Huo Wei, preparing to confront the initial wave of beasts head-on. "Charge!" someone shouted from the crowd. And as if sharing a collective understanding, all the students sprang into action, rushing towards the oncoming tide of monstrosities. Sizzes, whoosh, puff. The two lines of defense collided fiercely. Countless arcs of electricity, blades of wind, and fireballs erupted amidst the throngs of beasts. Toppling one colossal creature after another, warriors flitted through the battlefield like wraiths, each punch sending gusts of force howling through the air, creating a scene drenched in the scent of blood. Particularly remarkable were Sister Xiaolin, Huo Wei, and Su Qian, all of whom were adept at combining psychic abilities with martial prowess. Even when surrounded by hundreds of beasts, they remained composed, and just among themselves, they had slain nearly 100 of the creatures. However, gradually, the students of the Beast Martial University discovered a grim reality. Initially, due to the distance and the thick clouds of dust obscuring their view, everyone had believed that this wave of beasts consisted of merely 1,000. Yet, upon glancing towards the rear, they were met with an overwhelming sight of densely packed monstrosities. The numbers were not in the thousands but likely tens of thousands. Everyone, please lend your support, and I'll find an opportunity to unleash 10 more chapters. If you have gifts, please send them, thank you. Chapter 39. The top of the school. Xiaqian has fled. Help, help me. Why are there suddenly so many beasts? Is this arranged by the school? Get back. There's a high-level beast over here. Goodness, there's another one over there. With over 10,000 beasts, who could possibly stand in their way? Retreat, retreat. In mere moments, the line organized by the students teetered on the brink of collapse. Judging by the psychic and martial skills, these prodigies were undoubtedly superior to the beast tide. Yet the beasts were notoriously tough and resilient, capable of withstanding several strikes. Moreover, even after a number of beasts had been slain, a continuous stream of new ones arrived to replace them. In just one encounter, hundreds of beasts had perished, yet with each subsequent clash, the defensive line grew increasingly precarious. It was clear that if this continued, the hunters would soon become the hunted, in the outskirts, at the main venue of the hunt. After abruptly losing contact with a large number of students, the school swiftly implemented a series of countermeasures. First, they dispatched numerous drones to scout the entire hunting ground and mobilized a substantial number of faculty members to lead search efforts. Before long, they pinpointed the general location. As the scene cut back, the large screen displayed thousands of beasts engaging in close combat with the students. Initially, many spectators were filled with excitement, believing it was a special segment arranged by the school. However, as the sight of tens of thousands of beasts encroached, the thick smoke obscuring the sky, the entire venue erupted in chaos. What is happening? Sending such a small number of students to confront tens of thousands of beasts? Are you out of your minds? This is sheer murder. If anything happens to my child, none of you will escape responsibility. Hurry and provide support. What are you waiting for? The majority of the audience were parents of the students, and upon witnessing their children in peril, they rose in uproar. The many instructors seated around Naylinda were equally furrowed in concern. This is not normal. The beasts released are supposed to be carefully selected, and each group should not exceed 30. How did they cluster together like this? Look at the mountain behind Xiaqian. Doesn't it resemble the evolution platform that was destroyed decades ago? Indeed, it does. This is dire. Principal, the appearance of the evolution platform is no trivial matter. Even with Xiaqian and Lan Kuo leading the students, they likely cannot withstand so many beasts. We should rush to their aid immediately. As various faculty members presented their suggestions, Naylinda, the principal, remained unresponsive, fixated on the live feed on the large screen, lost in deep contemplation for an extended period. Only 10 instructors remained in the school, while the rest rushed to the scene. However, they were cautioned. Without my command, no one is permitted to act recklessly. Upon hearing this, all the instructors were taken aback. Not permitted to act. What are we going there for? Then? The beast tide is manageable. If all the teachers intervene, it should be resolved swiftly. but there is still the evolution platform behind. If the students cannot hold their ground and let the beasts in, it won't be so easily resolved. Yes, principal, please reconsider. A series of entreaties from the instructors did not sway Naylanda's decision. After a long silence, Naylanda finally spoke, posing a curious question. Where do you think the graduates of our Beast Martial University have gone? The teachers, taken aback, hesitated before one ventured an answer. The military? The front lines? Beast hunters? Yet, before the response could be completed, Naylanda erupted in fury, rebuking loudly. Since you all know, why rush to provide support at the first sign of danger? The graduates of our Beast Martial University are warriors active on the front lines of life and death. Has the frequency of beast assaults on cities been low? Are there not many who have perished on the battlements? Have you not faced countless life and death crises yourselves? A mere 10,000 beasts should halt the end-of-term hunt. When it falls to these students to defend the city, should they also flee without a fight? Naylanda's staunch refusal quickly left many teachers feeling ashamed and lowering their heads in silence. Indeed, the founding purpose of the Beast Martial University was not to cultivate pillars of society. The students they trained were to become the backbone of the nation. If they could so easily abandon their post this time, could they also do so when the battle truly commenced? As all the teachers fell into silence, Naylanda rose, gazing intently in the direction of the battlefield, speaking solemnly. Our Beast Martial University is not a greenhouse, nor will we produce delicate flowers. We have taught methods for defending strongholds, tactical retreats, and various strategies for confronting beast tides. I believe among them, someone will step up to resolve this crisis. Should any issues arise, I will bear the consequences alone. Upon hearing this, the panic and urgency on the faces of the teachers diminished significantly, and after nodding in agreement, they dispersed to attend to their respective duties. On the other side, at the evolution platform battlefield, ordinary students were steadily retreating, the relentless tide of beasts advancing closer. As the evolution platform loomed near, even top-tier students like Sister Xiaolan no longer held back, unleashing their trump cards to stabilize the line. Chen Long, having been extorted by Zhao Lan, seemed to harbor a well of resentment, choosing to transform into a towering black bear, causing quite a stir amidst the beast tide. Sister Xiaolan, with legs measuring nearly a meter long, wielded a spear surrounded by swirling winds, her speed so remarkable it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. She swept through the battlefield like a whirlwind, toppling countless beasts as if they were mere stalks of grain. Su Qian, unbeknownst to others, managed to rally a handful of extraordinary individuals, temporarily forming a small team. With the ingenious application of spatial abilities, their coordination was remarkably seamless, resembling a machine solely designed for slaughter. As for Huo Wei, who had been dutifully guarding beside Sister Lan, he momentarily disregarded his responsibilities, traversing the battlefield like a wraith, and whenever he struck, it resulted in the demise of a high-level beast. With the addition of these elite students, the situation surprisingly stabilized. While the ultimate victory remained uncertain, at least they were holding their ground for the time being. However, at that moment, roar, roar, hiss Sawu, with the thunderous roars of three monstrous beasts. The leaders of the pack emerged, each larger and more formidable than the last. A single-eyed serpent king, stretching over 10 meters in length and as thick as a barrel, a moon-silver wolf king. Its fur glistening white and its speed astonishingly swift. Lastly, a demon baboon king, reminiscent of a mountain, adorned with a mane of black fur. Each of these beast leaders was at least B grade, with some teetering on the brink of a grade. Most crucially, they possessed a natural dominance over lesser beasts. The moment these leaders appeared, the students on the front line felt an overwhelming surge of pressure, clearly sensing that the beast tide had become organized and disciplined. No longer the chaotic force it had once been. Whoosh, in the midst of the beast tide, three shadowy figures flickered, as Lan Kuer and Su Chun, along with the main forces, found themselves ensnared by these beast leaders. When it came to one-on-one combat, Lan Kuer and her companions were certainly not inferior to these unique beasts. Yet this was a battlefield. It was not merely a clash of champions, but also a clash of troops. With Su Chun and the others no longer able to restrain them, the beast tide surged forward, leaving the entire defense line perilously unstable. Even in such a critical moment, the majority of students displayed no signs of panic. Occasionally glancing back as if anticipating someone's intervention, of course, The source of their confidence was none other than the enigmatic Xia Qian, the foremost individual within the academy. Everyone believed that as long as Xia Qian was willing to intervene, not only could they hold their ground, but they could also secure victory. However, just as everyone's gaze turned toward the rear, the academy's top individual, who had remained dormant, unexpectedly turned and walked away. All were stunned. Xia Qian fled. Chapter 40. Zhao Lan's unconventional tactics. Don't move. It's a robbery, coward. And here he is, the academy's top student, outdone by a mere dog. Who would have thought Xia Qian would turn out to be this kind of person? What does it matter how strong he is if he is merely a coward? How foolish we were to trust him so deeply, truly blind we were. Xia Qian's departure swiftly stirred a tempest among the students, even causing the defense line to falter. This scene left Zhao Lan, who was lurking in the shadows, salivating with excitement, yearning to rush forward and shout, "Stop berating my little Xia, come at me instead. Goodness, why is it that when I flee, no one pays me any mind? I am not inferior to Xia Qian, am I?" Zhao Lan stroked his chin, for the first time questioning his own persona. Could it be that when a good person commits a bad deed, they attract even greater resentment? It seems I can no longer maintain this facade. I must seek an opportunity to redeem myself. And acquiring resentment should be much easier on the battlefield's front line. After Xia Qian's departure, Lan Kuer appeared momentarily stunned. Having faced Xia Qian many times, she knew him well enough to understand his character was trustworthy. As the academy's top student, Xia Qian was exemplary in every regard. How could he possibly abandon them in their hour of need? After a brief moment, a shadowy figure coalesced behind Lan Kuer like a ghost, revealing Huo Wei, who was tasked with her protection. "Sister Lan, shall we withdraw?" Huo Wei assessed the current predicament as nearly insurmountable due to Xia Qian's departure. Relying solely on their strength, they could not hold on for much longer. As a protector, he had to prioritize Lan Kuer's safety. But just then, boom, 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 from the nearby valley, a sudden cacophony of sounds erupted, akin to the beating of drums. Following that, an overwhelming surge of fist intent shot into the sky, coalescing in midair like a soaring dragon, repeatedly crashing against a gradually materializing column of light. In an instant, Lan Kuer grasped the situation anew. Her eyes once again filled with hope, exclaiming, "Xia Qian isn't fleeing. He intends to destroy that evolution platform." Upon hearing this, the entire crowd erupted in astonishment. The evolution platform. What is that? So, that explains why so many beasts were drawn here. Thus, if Xia Qian shatters the evolution platform, we can win. Truly, my Xia Shun, discerning the crux of the problem at a glance, brothers, hold on just a little longer. We must believe in Xia Qian. Goodness, the power of that fist intent is truly overwhelming. I can feel it clearly from such a distance. The students who had just been vociferously denouncing Xia Qian for fleeing immediately shifted their tone, extolling him instead. As long as Xia Qian had not retreated, it signified hope. However, hope is one thing, and reality another. In the time before Xia Qian could shatter the evolution platform, they still had to desperately fend off this wave of beasts. The front line was already in a precarious state, and with the beast leaders entangled with Su Qian and the others, could they truly hold their ground? At this critical juncture, Zhao Lan, crouched upon a nearby hill, felt a flicker of brightness in his gaze. With the students' defense line teetering on the brink and Xia Qian racing against time to shatter the evolution platform, if he were to take advantage of this moment of crisis, the negative energy gained would be immeasurable. As a villain, it seemed the time had come for him to make his move. After considering the plan and finding it feasible, Zhao Lan eagerly rubbed his hands together, then produced the genuine crystallized faith, tilting his head back to swallow it whole. Whoosh! As streams of pure and peculiar energy coursed through his body, Zhao Lan quickly adjusted his breathing, hastening his absorption rate. A minute later, a crisp notification chimed in his ears. Ding! All-rounder ability evolution successful. All-rounder, SS. The host's various abilities will be enhanced. Strength 20, Speed 20, Neural Reflexes 20, Defense 20, Ability Release Efficiency 20. 20. Feeling the surge of power enveloping him, Zhao Lan couldn't help but exclaim in delight. A 10 boost is already substantial for a martial artist, and now, following the evolution of his abilities, the effects had doubled. With his current level of mastery, the exquisite techniques he had honed, the enhancement from his abilities, and the black blade forged by the old master, he was more than capable of contending with a low-tier martial artist. Armed with this newfound strength, he felt ready to command the battlefield. After all, according to the original narrative, Su Chun had consumed the crystallized faith, and together with Xia Qian, they had shattered the evolution platform, halting this wave of beasts. Ultimately, the two had come to be regarded as friends of sorts, both nearing the martial artist realm. Now, however, it was time for him to shine. With that thought, Zhao Lan decisively retrieved a piece of black silk and donned it over his head. Leaping into action, bang! Like a meteor crashing to the earth, a shadow descended heavily between the front line and Xia Qian. Many students turned their heads, initially mistaking it for an exceptionally agile beast that had leapt into the rear ranks. However, as the dust settled, they were met with the sight of a fool clad in black silk, clutching a collection of rusty odds and ends. He. This fool tilted his head back, releasing a sinister laugh, then elongated his tone to shout, "Everyone freeze! It's a robbery!" Instantly, the arena fell silent. Every face bore an expression of disbelief. "What on earth is happening right now, you imbecile?" Ding, from student A. Negative energy, 999. Ding, from student B. Negative energy, 999. Ding, from student C. Negative energy, 999. Ding. A series of notification sounds filled Zhao Lan with joy. As expected. Just from these ordinary students, he had amassed nearly 100,000 points of negative energy. Choosing to disrupt at this moment proved him to be a genius. Yet, this was still a battlefield. Even if many students were displeased with Zhao Lan's antics, they had no time to address him. They merely regarded him as an eccentric fool, casting a glance before returning to fend off the beast tide. Huh? Ignoring me? This scene sparked a tinge of frustration within Zhao Lan. I leapt down from such a height. And they couldn't even perceive my strength. No one even attempted to engage with me, asking me to make my move. Faced with this unexpected situation, Zhao Lan felt deeply disheartened. It seemed he needed to demonstrate his prowess. After much contemplation, Zhao Lan finally assumed an ancient martial stance, pure fist intent swirling around him, his gaze steady like a mountain. With a leap, he landed directly in front of Hu Wei and Sister Lan. His speed was so astonishing that even Lan Kuer, who wielded the wind speed ability, failed to react in time. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the cunning Serpent King, which had been relentlessly harassing the two, exploded into pieces. For Lan Kuer and Hu Wei, dispatching a B-grade beast was certainly within their capabilities. However, this Serpent King was exceptionally sly, often striking before retreating into the tide of beasts. Even as top-tier students within the academy, they dared not recklessly plunge into the beast tide to deliver a fatal blow. Who could have anticipated that Zhao Lan would appear and immediately eliminate it? Zhao Lan? You? Lan Kuer stared, momentarily taken aback by the blood rain that fell before her. However, before she could finish her words, Zhao Lan vanished like the wind. When she reappeared, she was already perched upon the back of the Wolf King. Behold the blade, with a swift, slicing sound, a stunningly beautiful black knife, as dark as ink, severed the Wolf King that had troubled Qinlong for quite some time. The speed was astonishing, comparable to Sister Lan's reflexes. Just as Qinlong shouted a name, Zhao Lan leapt away once more. The remaining Ghost Baboon King, seemingly recognizing Zhao Lan's extraordinary prowess, attempted to flee. Crack. Unfortunately, it was futile. In an instant, the enormous head of the baboon was brutally twisted off by Zhao Lan. Following this, she waved her hand, and a luminous object floated into the air, enveloping the entire front line in a radiant, arched energy shield. To elaborate would take longer than the mere minute Zhao Lan had actually spent in action. Not only the students, but even the frenzied beasts were left bewildered. What just happened with such swiftness? After just 2 or 3 exchanges, the leaders lay dead. In an instant, the once fierce battlefield was forcefully brought to a halt by a single individual. The arena fell into a profound silence. That moment, Zhao Lan, having single-handedly reversed the tide of battle, became the focal point of attention, regardless of how dazzling the legends of Xia Qian were. The most remarkable presence on this battlefield was undoubtedly Zhao Lan, the Serpent King, which even Sister Lan and Hu Wei struggled to accurately kill, fell to her single punch. The Wolf King, whose speed necessitated Su Qin's spatial abilities to pursue, was dispatched with a single stroke. The remaining ghost baboon king, too cowardly to fight back, attempted to flee but could not escape death. Moreover, this energy shield was evidently no ordinary artifact. Why didn't you mention your incredible prowess earlier? What does it mean to act now? Yet, once the crowd settled, the most astonishing Zhao Lan uttered the most deflating words. Everyone, hold your fire. What matters more, my affairs or yours? I am here to rob. So let us be serious. Upon hearing Zhao Lan's bizarre declaration, the expressions of all present turned peculiar, as if they had just tasted something foul. Has she lost her mind? All this fuss, just for a few measly points in the final hunt. Ding, from Student A. Resentment 999. Ding, from Student B. Resentment 999. Ding, from Student C. Resentment 999. Ding. Chapter 41. Establishing a persona. I'll take on the task for 100,000 points. Is this person out of their mind? Even at this moment, they are still fixated on our meager points? You only just realized. When she was tussling with Yishirine on the playground, I suspected Zhao Lan had some issues. Get lost. If you're going to help, then help. If not, step aside. I don't have time to bicker with you. A handsome fellow, but alas, he has a big mouth. Zhao Lan's absurd antics quickly drew the ire of many students. There's a time and a place for jokes. While life and death battles rage on, what role-playing are you indulging in? Do you think you're amusing? However, some of the more prominent or capable students held opinions contrary to those of the average students. They were more focused on Zhao Lan's overwhelming strength. Was it really so easy to deal with 3 beast commanders? Zhao Lan dispatched them with merely a few punches and kicks, helping them to maintain their defensive line. If she unleashed her full power, could they possibly break free from the encirclement? Observing Zhao Lan, who was entirely focused on her earnest heist, Sister Lan chuckled instead of fuming. She recalled the first time she heard Zhao Lan's name. Spoken by an elder, perhaps influenced by her family, Lan Kuer had always been a bit rebellious, showing little interest in a near-perfect man like Xiaqian, while instead finding a peculiar fondness for someone as eccentric as Zhao Lan. Even without much personal acquaintance with Zhao Lan, Lan Kuer was quite gracious, being the first to cheerfully tease, "Mr. Robber, are you here for money or for pleasure?" Upon hearing this, Wei quickly interjected, "Sister Lan. Such remarks are unbecoming." Sister Lan shot him a glance, retorting, "Mind your own business regarding matters of beauty." "What, do you want to join in?" Wei, momentarily at a loss, chose silence. He merely thought that Sister Lan had been led astray by Zhao Lan and shot Zhao Lan a fierce glare. Yet upon hearing the term for pleasure, Zhao Lan felt a shiver run down her spine. Just after crossing over, she had nearly fallen for a beauty trap. Now this, though her identity was that of a villain, it didn't mean others should continuously exploit her weaknesses, however. Zhao Lan understood that Lan Kuer merely wished to lend encouragement and took it with a grain of salt, casting a lingering glance at her smooth, long legs before clearing her throat and declaring, "Ahem, let us all be serious. I'm here for a heist, so hand over your wristbands, and you over there, don't think that hiding so far away exempts you." Following Zhao Lan's pointed finger, everyone turned their gazes toward the distant Xiaqian. Instantly, the arena erupted with waves of curses. You can misbehave all you like, but to provoke Xiaqian, setting aside whether Xiaqian would even bother with you. What if you ruin his mood and he leaves? You can mess around, but don't drag us down with you. Ding, from Student A. Resentment 999. Ding, from Student B. Resentment 999. Ding, from Student C. Resentment 999. Ding. As waves of negative energy surged in, Zhao Lan was taken aback, realizing she had inadvertently trampled on a sensitive nerve. Just as she contemplated intensifying her taunts regarding Xiaqian, a sudden hush fell over the valley, and a figure in white gracefully descended before Zhao Lan. It was Xiaqian. As the foremost figure in the school, Xiaqian radiated an abundance of prestige. The recent event where he single-handedly struck the evolution platform showcased his unparalleled vision and strength. In the eyes of the majority of students, Xiaqian was the epitome of perfection. But why had he suddenly come over? Was he truly angered by Zhao Lan? For heaven's sake, can we not take offense with this fellow and focus on the pressing matters first? To everyone's surprise, upon his arrival, Xiaqian did not confront Zhao Lan. Instead, he scrutinized her with an unusual expression for quite some time before uttering an unexpected line. "You want points? I can give them to you, but I have a condition. You must join me in shattering that evolution platform." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lan instinctively furrowed her brow. A condition? I am in the midst of a heist, my friend. If you're unwilling to give, I can simply beat you up. Do you understand the rules? Wow! The moment Zhao Lan spoke these words, an uproar ensued. This was akin to an old tortoise eating arsenic, clearly seeking trouble. It was one thing to rob us, since we couldn't overpower you. But to dare to rob Xiaqian, ding, from student A, resentment 999. Ding, from student B, resentment 999. Ding, from student C, resentment 999. Ding. Undeniably, Zhao Lan's performance was indeed impressive, yet in the hearts of the crowd, she was still perceived as somewhat inferior to Xiaqian. There remained a point of contention. Why would Xiaqian, who typically operated alone and never collaborated with any student, invite this unreliable character to join him? Was this a tacit admission of his own inadequacy? At that moment, upon receiving Zhao Lan's somewhat aggressive response, Xiaqian did not appear angry. Rather, he furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating how to tackle the critical issue of the evolution platform. Setting aside everything else, this composure alone was enough for some individuals to learn from for a lifetime. Conversely, Zhao Lan, who had just rejected Xiaqian, suddenly recalled her true intention. She indeed sought to capitalize on the moment of crisis to amass negative energy points. However, her primary aim was to seize this opportunity to establish a virtuous persona akin to Xiaqian. For instance, if Xiaqian were to spit on the ground at school, many would criticize him for his lack of civility. If it were Zhao Lan, perhaps some would as well, but the vast majority would consider it normal. After all, her persona was that of a villain, and any action she took would be perceived as typical, thus inciting lesser resentment. Ugh, why is my mouth so quick? Why was I in such a rush to refuse? Zhao Lan inwardly lamented, her eyes darting as she devised a way to salvage the situation. After a couple of light coughs, she feigned profundity, stating, "Your proposal indeed presents some challenges." Xiaqian paused momentarily, then quickly caught on, thinking Zhao Lan had finally ceased her antics and was now serious. Exclaiming, "Are you saying we can't accomplish it together?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Lan raised her head, her expression grave, and replied, "No, no, no. You misunderstand my intent. I meant it would be difficult to bring you along. I can handle it myself, Xiaqian." Just that one sentence left Xiaqian utterly speechless. Having seen pretentiousness before, he had never encountered someone so adept at it. Was she implying he would be a hindrance? Ding, from Xiaqian, resentment 9,999. Hearing the sound of a gift from Xiaqian, Zhao Lan's spirit soared, and she decided not to continue making things difficult for them. After all, they were classmates from the same school. If they all perished, she would have no place to harvest her negative energy. Soon, she spread her arms wide and declared, "All right, seeing your sincerity, I will take on this task. As long as you can gather 100,000 points, I will help you shatter the evolution platform." The majority of the faculty harbored a profound disdain for such opportunistic behavior. Yet, if one were to perish, what value would a mere handful of points hold? Moreover, Sister Xiaolan, Hu Wei, and others had already submitted their wristbands. After a brief moment of hesitation, the remaining students followed suit. Since Xiaqian had spoken so, they might as well gamble on a dead horse as if it were alive. Soon, Zhao Lan began to touch each wristband with her own, consolidating everyone's points into her own. Coupled with her previous accumulation, her hunting score had astonishingly soared to 200,000. Not only was surpassing Xiaqian a possibility, but it was likely that for the next century, no one could match her. With the funds secured, she decided to reveal her prowess without reservation, instructing all students to clear a path so she could demonstrate her skills. Once a thoroughfare was established, Zhao Lan abruptly lifted her head. Whoosh! A fleeting shadow vanished from sight in an instant. The sheer speed was enough to attest to Zhao Lan's strength. However, after 10 seconds had passed, her figure had completely disappeared from view. It was then that someone finally sensed something amiss and shouted, "Wait! The evolution platform is this way. Why is she running in the opposite direction?" A sudden silence engulfed the crowd. Chapter 42. The Villain's Moment of Glory. Behold, this strike will be magnificent. What the hell? She ran away again. I refuse to believe Xiaqian would flee, but Zhao Lan's retreat comes as no surprise. Embarrassing indeed. In a single day, I doubted Xiaqian once and trusted Zhao Lan once. Let us not place any further hope in Zhao Lan, by the way. Where is the school's backup? Logically, reinforcements should have arrived by now. After a brief silence, as Zhao Lan had anticipated, due to her incessant mischief, many students had developed a sort of immunity. Even her sudden departure failed to incite much resentment. However, wait, she still had a card to play. 10 miles away, atop a desolate mountain, a gathering of teaching staff convened, though their numbers were few, only around 100, but the lowest martial realm among them was that of a martial master, with the least powerful ability users being at least A grade. Once this formidable teaching force was injected onto the battlefield, not only would they easily shatter the evolution platform, but they would also effortlessly quell this wave of beast tide. Principal, that student named Zhao Lan is indeed peculiar, but she has fled. Shouldn't we make our entrance? This is truly a disgrace for the extraordinary martial university. Whose student is Zhao Lan? Regrettably, the evolution platform could only be shattered by a punch from a martial master. Although Xia Qian was a half-step martial master, he still lacked the necessary refinement. If Zhao Lan truly allied with Xia Qian, there might be a chance in the face of such a massive beast tide. The students had already done remarkably well. Principal, please allow us to proceed. If the beast tide breaks through our defenses, the students will suffer grievous losses. Listening to the incessant chatter of the teachers, the imposing Nalan Durong remained steadfast as a mountain, internally scoffing at their ineptitude. Even if their vision was poor, they acted like a bunch of women, endlessly complaining. Scanning the room, the teachers promptly fell silent, prompting Nalan Durong to state with a deep voice, "Let us wait and see in the heart of the battlefield." Roar! The beast tide, stirred by Zhao Lan's departure, began to surge again, further exacerbated by the absence of a protective barrier. The horde of otherworldly beasts swiftly inundated the defenses, crashing wave after wave against them. For Xia Qian, who was accustomed to acting solo, there was no time for resentment. He had to take charge of the situation. Give me 10 more minutes. If we cannot shatter the evolution platform, we must flee. After all, he was not a military commander, and these students were not soldiers. To risk everyone's lives for something of little significance was indeed a tall order. It was evident that the student-formed line of defense was perilously fragile, not due to their lack of endurance, but rather because Zhao Lan's antics had drained much of their morale boom. As the beast tide continued to pour in, more beast commanders emerged, seemingly having learned from previous encounters. They were more cunning than the first three, even pretending to be ordinary beasts, causing significant disruption to the defenses. On Xia Qian's side, after utilizing a certain ancestral martial technique, the evolution platform still remained unscathed, and his intent was nearly exhausted by the peculiar celestial phenomena. In summary, to encapsulate the situation, everyone had already done their utmost. Sister Xiaolan, we can no longer afford to delay. The beast tide is on the verge of breaking through the defenses. If we wait any longer, escape will be impossible. As Lan Ku's personal guard, Hu Wei once again urged caution. Lan Ku, however, remained silent, mechanically wielding her spear and slaughtering the beasts. Occasionally, she cast a glance towards the direction Zhao Lan had fled, her eyes hinting at a glimmer of hope. On Su Chen's side, after exhausting every effort to eliminate a beast commander, the group found themselves utterly fatigued. Even more despairing was the sudden emergence of several B-grade beasts, stealthily locking onto them. It was evident that any sign of weakness would result in an onslaught. Damn it! Is there truly no way out? Su Chen gritted his teeth, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, unwilling to accept defeat. For some reason, a certain smug smile flashed through his mind. If only he hadn't stolen the crystal, his abilities could have reached a new level, allowing him to deliver a punch rivaling that of a half-step martial master. If he had teamed up with Xia Qian to shatter the evolution platform, how could the situation have devolved into this? It's all that detestable Zhao Lan's fault. Ding. From Su Chen's resentment, 9,999. In truth, it was not only Lan Ku and Su Chen who appeared drained. The ordinary students had nearly exhausted both their physical strength and abilities to the limit. Roar, awu, squeak, as the beast roars grew ever closer. With Zhao Lan's departure and the teachers still absent, despair settled over the students. Some even closed their eyes, resigned to accepting death. Yet, the one who had shut his eyes waited for what felt like an eternity, only to find that the beast had not yet torn through his throat. He cautiously cracked open an eye. Huh. It's him. not realizing until now, he was taken aback. Those beasts, so close at hand, were all fixated on a single direction. With a slight tilt of the head, he saw a figure racing towards them, trailing a plume of smoke behind. That figure, while sprinting towards them, shouted, "Clear the way! I've been building up momentum for this. If I fail, it will be your fault." Upon hearing the term momentum, the crowd fell into a stupor. Ding! From student Xiao A's resentment, 999. Ding! From student Xiao B's resentment, 999. Ding! From student Xiao C's resentment, 999. Ding! Are you throwing a javelin? What do you need momentum for? Besides, what kind of good person runs several kilometers to build up momentum? You'll be exhausted before throwing the punch. Nevertheless, the students instinctively cleared a pathway. And as Zhao Lan passed by, though they might mutter a few curses, smiles lingered at the corners of their lips. They couldn't quite explain why, but with Zhao Lan present, they felt agitated. Yet, in her absence, a sense of unease settled within. They could only hope that Zhao Lan wouldn't indulge in her usual antics this time, for they had no spare emotions left for her amusement. Whoosh! Wherever Zhao Lan went, both students and beasts parted to make way. Some unwitting ones were even forcibly made to yield by Zhao Lan. Look out! This strike will be magnificent. As Zhao Lan drew nearer to the core of the evolution platform within the valley, her aura intensified and her speed surged to its zenith upon entering the valley. With a low growl, the entire arena trembled. When she was merely a few meters from the radiant column of the evolution platform, Xia Qian, standing nearby, felt a surge of pride and reignited his fighting spirit. Wait! Let us strike together. With that, he assumed his family's martial stance, his intent radiating throughout his being. What are you waiting for? Zhao Lan retorted instantly, buzz. As her voice faded, a sharp, urgent sound of a blade slicing through the still air echoed ominously. Whoosh! A long-anticipated flash of light from her blade cleaved through the air. Crash! The peculiar beam at the center of the evolution platform shattered like fragile glass. Chapter 43. The unconscious strike, MVP of the entire arena. Crackle, crash. Like an unanticipated stroke, the massive beam of light at the crown-shaped valley's center initially bore a faint crack, which swiftly spread throughout the entire column. Finally, with a series of crisp, shattering sounds, the beam at the core of the evolution platform was utterly obliterated. The swirling vortex of stormy clouds above, which had been howling with wind, suddenly lost its gravitational pull, gradually dispersing, until the first golden rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating Zhao Lan's silhouette. Xia Qian, maintaining his martial stance, finally came to his senses. Judging by Zhao Lan's performance in slaying 3 beast commanders, Xia Qian surmised her martial foundation was likely akin to his own. Both were half-step martial masters. However, shattering the evolution platform was a formidable task, requiring at least a martial master's strength to breach its defenses, even with the aid of a weapon's sharpness, which was why Xia Qian had suggested they join forces. To his utter astonishment, Zhao Lan managed to shatter the evolution platform single-handedly. Could it be that Zhao Lan, as a newcomer, has already reached the realm of martial masters? With a resounding crash, the evolution platform was utterly destroyed, and the majority of the aberrant beasts gradually regained their senses. Their current state could be summarized as, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After a brief moment of confusion, many of the aberrant beasts began to stir restlessly, ultimately descending into a frenzy of mutual slaughter. Only then did all the students let out a sigh of relief, unconsciously turning their gazes towards Zhao Lan in the valley. No one expected that this figure, so loathed yet seemingly untouchable, would turn out to be the key to their salvation. Having dispatched 3 aberrant beast leaders and obliterated the evolution platform, if one were to assess solely on achievements, Zhao Lan would undoubtedly be the MVP of this siege. Incredible! How magnificent! Previously, there were whispers questioning the worth of the tattered remains Zhao Lan wielded. However, it now appeared quite formidable. By heavens, it's finally over. I am utterly exhausted. Oh no, I was the harshest critic of Zhao Lan. Will he seek vengeance on me later? Fear not, if you offend Xia Qian, he may not respond, but if you provoke someone like Zhao Lan, you might as well prepare for your final resting appearance. For some inexplicable reason, Chen Long observed Zhao Lan's image in the eyes of others begin to shift. A smug expression crept onto his face. For he had been outsmarted by Zhao Lan on 2 occasions. Perhaps he could be considered a senior among these individuals? Meanwhile, the perennial second-in-command, Lan Ku-er, was among the few who genuinely believed in Zhao Lan. She was fully aware that Hua Wei disapproved of Zhao Lan's demeanor, yet she persistently jabbed at Hua Wei's heart with her words. What do you think? The man I vouched for isn't so bad. Is he? Hua Wei, his face flushed with indignation, finally retorted after a prolonged silence. There's no need to emphasize he's a man. That sounds rather odd, little Lan's sister scoffed, casting a sidelong glance. Why should I care about your opinion? Due to Zhao Lan's decisive final blow, the majority of students altered their perceptions of him, but not all. The sole individual who harbored resentment towards Zhao Lan after being rescued was likely the original protagonist, Su Chun. What was initially a mundane final hunting exam turned chaotic due to Zhao Lan's intervention, causing the fated Yishirin to storm off in anger, and the crystallized faith to be seized. What should have been his moment of glory had been usurped. Much like the typical tropes in a power fantasy novel, the so-called opportunities and limelight could be cast aside by the protagonist. But they must not be denied. Zhao Lan, I shall remember you. Su Chen's gaze darkened as he regarded Zhao Lan with growing frustration, ultimately murmuring a phrase before quietly departing. On the other side, atop a mountain where hundreds of teachers had gathered, the instructors who had previously criticized Zhao Lan fell silent, wishing they could vanish into a crack in the ground. However, the usually taciturn Principal Nalandurong, after the beast tide subsided, wore an unusually satisfied smile. Well, Zhao family indeed. Upon hearing the principal's peculiar words, several teachers jolted back to reality and cautiously inquired, the Zhao family? The one from the original 4 great families? Nalandurong shot a glare at the teacher who had spoken out of turn, replying curtly, figure it out yourself. With that, Nalandurong turned to leave, instructing, given the circumstances, there is no need to adhere strictly to the time limit for the final hunt. You may wrap things up as you see fit. Students who wish to continue may do so, and those who do not may return. However, all students participating in this siege will be graded as excellent. The remaining teachers seemed lost in speculation regarding the Zhao family, nodding absently in agreement. In the heart of the canyon, after achieving his goals, Zhao Lan intended to withdraw. He had seized the original protagonist's opportunities and accumulated an unknown amount of negative energy. And at the last moment, he played the role of savior, successfully crafting a benevolent image for himself. As the students began to exit the hunt one by one, there would be no further opportunities to accrue negative energy. Just as Zhao Lan was about to depart, a figure clad in white suddenly appeared before him. There was no need for pleasantries, nor for any romantic entanglements. It was merely a transaction, and getting emotionally involved would be futile. Xia Qian opened his mouth, but was nearly choked by Zhao Lan's retort. What do you mean by pledging oneself? What are you talking about? Nevertheless, as the foremost figure within the institution, Xia Qian was sharp-witted and refrained from following Zhao Lan's lead, instead posing his own question. Are you a martial master? Zhao Lan, still brimming with indignation, fired back, not yet, but taking down a martial master is not an issue. Xia Qian nodded in agreement, acknowledging, I'm in the same boat. Zhao Lan, didn't he see that coming? Xia Qian, ding, from Xia Qian's resentment, 7,777. Upon hearing the notification chime, Zhao Lan raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you upset? With resentment being offered on a silver platter, Zhao Lan had no reason to refuse, impatiently stating, speak plainly. Don't beat around the bush like a woman. Xia Qian, not one to be drawn into Zhao Lan's provocations, candidly admitted, to be frank, I am one step away from the martial master realm. I have sought out some martial masters for sparring, but the results were unsatisfactory, so if it's convenient for you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lan suddenly understood, exclaiming, oh, I see. You wish for me to teach you. Xia Qian paused for a moment, correcting him, it's sparring. Zhao Lan remained unyielding. Sparring with you is essentially the same as teaching you to fight. ISNT it. Ding. From Xia Qian's resentment, 8,888. Xia Qian fell silent for a long time, finally suppressing the surge of frustration in his chest, opting not to dwell on the semantics of sparring versus teaching. Taking a step back, his expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness, his white garment billowing dramatically in the wind. As he channeled his formidable martial intent, he seemed to become the center of attention. In a deep voice, he declared, please, show your punch. Chapter 44. The first in the school, is this all? As Xia Qian uttered those 3 words, the entire venue fell silent. One anticipated that the fierce battle had just concluded, and these two would engage in another bout. One was the undisputed champion of the school, while the other was the MVP of this hunting expedition. If they clashed, it would undoubtedly be a spectacle. Is it truly so direct among masters? Just like that, they were ready to fight. If memory serves, it was always others who challenged Xia Qian. He had never proactively challenged anyone before. Had he? Damn it. I've long held a grudge against this Zhao Lan. I once let him steal our points without a fight. Quickly, gather closer to watch. In less than a minute, the two were surrounded. Hemmed in on all sides, little Lan's sister and Chen Long led the charge, claiming the prime viewing spots and fervently cheering them on. The students' enthusiasm surged in an instant, observing the solemn expression on Xia Qian's face and the throngs of students eager to witness the spectacle. Zhao Lan merely yawned lazily, waving a hand dismissively. Let us skip it. You expect me to teach just because you asked? My tuition is quite steep. You have no sincerity, so how could I possibly teach you? Xia Qian was taken aback, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He had assumed Zhao Lan's mention of teaching was merely a jest, but to his surprise, Zhao Lan took the matter of tuition seriously. Ha, man, you have successfully piqued my interest. It's merely tuition. I, Xia Qian, can certainly afford it, but I just hope you won't back down. Ding. From Xia Qian's resentment, 9,999. Finally, provoked by Zhao Lan's incessant jabs, Xia Qian grew slightly irate, promptly tossing a stone crackling with blue lightning toward Zhao Lan. The thunderstrike stone, when worn, would send currents coursing through the body, offering prolonged physical enhancement, suitable for use until the 9th stage of martial mastery. As the words fell, Zhao Lan immediately extended his hands to catch it, feeling the electricity coursing through the thunderstrike stone before exclaiming, "What a fine item!" Indeed, the tuition was sufficient, but how would you like me to teach you? Should I merely graze you, or should the hits be painful but not injurious? Or perhaps I should focus my strikes and leave you half dead? Enough chit-chat, let us see the punches. As Zhao Lan continued to prattle on, Xia Qian could no longer endure, launching himself forward with a swift strike. Whoosh, in an instant, he reached Zhao Lan's front, almost as if he had teleported. Since it was a teaching session, Zhao Lan did not take it too seriously. Stepping back to evade the punch, whoosh, to his utter surprise, as soon as Zhao Lan moved, Xia Qian abruptly altered his attack trajectory, cutting off Zhao Lan's escape route. Zhao Lan's expression shifted slightly in confusion. But realizing he could not evade, he prepared to block. Bang! In an instant, Zhao Lan was sent sprawling backward over 10 meters, his legs carving deep grooves into the ground. At the same moment, both men let out muffled grunts of surprise. While it appeared that Zhao Lan was at a disadvantage, in reality, Xia Qian had taken a small hit. The resilience of Zhao Lan's physique exceeded his expectations. Thus, even though the punch had landed solidly, it was Xia Qian who felt the sting. Zhao Lan's astonishment stemmed not from the weight of Xia Qian's fist, but rather from the peculiar nature of his martial technique, which seemed to carry a certain inevitability of connection. In the original text, it is only revealed that Xia Qian possesses a peculiar rule-based ability, yet the specifics of this ability remain vague. Following the Beast Tide, he sparred with Su Chun, engaging in combat solely as a martial artist. Afterward, Xia Qian graduated, and his interactions with Su Chun gradually diminished. Even when they did intersect, it was merely through television or newspapers. For instance, Xia Qian dismantled a massive monster nest or joined a specialized task force, where he personally mediated and resolved conflicts between two organizations. It seems the author elevated Xia Qian's stature too high, fearing that frequent appearances might overshadow the protagonist, thus rendering him a true legend. Consequently, even though Zhao Lan is well acquainted with the plot, she remains uncertain about the specifics of Xia Qian's abilities. On the contrary, Xia Qian rarely exhibits enthusiasm. Initially, he presumed that the martial artist within the school would peak at the 8th or 9th tier, only to discover a new student with a physique rivaling that of a master. It is not that he typically enjoys maintaining an aloof demeanor, but rather that there is truly no one in the school who piques his interest. Thus, when facing Zhao Lan, it is only natural for him to feel a surge of excitement. Bang, bang, bang. As Xia Qian continued to throw punches, both his strength and speed soared. In contrast, Zhao Lan, who had previously shown in battle, appeared to be struggling, focusing solely on defense and failing to counter even once. This scene ignited a fervor among the onlooking students, with nearly everyone raising their arms in cheers. "Good. Keep it up. Count me in for my share," they exclaimed. "Damn it, this is satisfying to watch. Wasn't he just boasting about stealing our points? Why is he so quiet now?" Truly, Xiaqian was formidable. Even though Zhao Lan had gained some popularity after the Beast Tide, it still did not surpass Xiaqian's. However, those supporting Zhao Lan, such as Qinlong and Sister Xiao Lan, were sweating for him, filled with countless doubts. Based on previous performances, even if Zhao Lan fell short of Xiaqian, he should not have been entirely defenseless. Why, then, did he seem like a mere punching bag? Could it be that Zhao Lan had no intention of sparring with Xiaqian and was genuinely trying to teach him how to fight? After enduring 3 continuous minutes of being hit, Zhao Lan appeared unscathed, while Xiaqian began to sweat, his breathing becoming somewhat labored. Soon, Xiaqian threw another punch, one that should have landed, yet Zhao Lan effortlessly dodged. Subsequently, Zhao Lan leaped back, creating distance, and with a gaze filled with a mix of confusion and surprise. He scrutinized Xiaqian without restraint, ultimately uttering 2 words. Just this? In an instant, the venue fell silent. Everyone instinctively held their breath, not daring to blink. Xiaqian was left in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the implication of those words. Was he being called weak? Zhao Lan seemed to realize he had misspoken, quickly covering his mouth and apologizing. "Sorry, I misspoke. I forgot I was supposed to be teaching you." Yet, he continued, "But frankly, your martial arts foundation is not quite as impressive as I expected. Moreover, the integration of your ability with your martial arts is not particularly smooth. If I am not mistaken, your ability likely involves prediction or foresight, right? Simply predicting others' reactions is insufficient. It must also incorporate the surrounding environment. For instance, during your 30-second punch, you should have aimed to corner me towards that pile of stones. An unsteady footing could expose more weaknesses. Right now, you are still in a passive state rather than pursuing effective attacks. This fusion of your ability with your martial arts may suffice against weaker opponents, but when facing someone of equal or greater strength, it becomes problematic." Zhao Lan's guidance left the onlookers in stunned silence, their mouths agape as if they could fit a duck egg inside. "Wait, are you actually teaching him?" they thought. Just moments ago, wasn't he the one being relentlessly pummeled? They had seen arrogance before, but this was on another level. Ding, 999 from Lu Dishua's resentment. Ding, 999 from Kai Shukuan's resentment. Ding, 999 from Zhua Bizan's resentment. Ding. Chapter 45. Silly child. How could I ever strike you? Seriously, are you really teaching him? Xiaqian, clearly being polite, wondered why Zhao Lan was taking such liberties. Did he really need advice from a newcomer? Give it a rest, Zhao Lan. This is getting overly contrived. If you can't pull it off, just don't. Look at Xiaqian, he's utterly dumbfounded. After Zhao Lan's brief pointers, the watching students could no longer contain themselves. Here was someone who had just been on the receiving end instructing the one delivering the blows on what he was doing wrong. Is there even such logic in this world? Yet, everyone understood Zhao Lan's character, dismissing it as mere bluster. However, those who observed Xiaqian's expression closely would notice a hint of humiliation, as if he had been seen through. In pursuit of honing his martial arts, Xiaqian had initially intended to follow Zhao Lan's lead, feigning a desire to learn while truly engaging in a spar. To his surprise, Zhao Lan showed no inclination to play along, remaining completely still and then claiming he was the one lacking skill. The most crucial point was that Xiaqian indeed felt inadequate. Just as Zhao Lan had pointed out, Xiaqian's ability was, to some extent, a form of prediction. Yet, because it could only analyze and anticipate living beings, this ability had significant limitations. In simple terms, he had agility but lacked lethality. While he could easily dispatch 3 beast leaders during the Beast Tide, he would not do so as straightforwardly as Zhao Lan. This was precisely why he sought to spar with Zhao Lan, hoping to compensate for his lack of offensive power. Little did he expect that within mere minutes, Zhao Lan would see through his facade and provide a concrete suggestion based on his own situation, integrating the surrounding environment and employing a strategic, chess-like approach to force the enemy into unfavorable terrain. It seemed that it could indeed maximize the potential of his ability. However, as a 4th-year senior, a top-tier student who had been invincible for nearly 4 years, Xiaqian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Perhaps influenced by Zhao Lan, he smiled slightly, initially downplaying the situation. The theory is sound. But weren't you the one claiming to teach me? If you only intend to take hits without striking back, what is there to learn? Or are you merely proficient in verbal sparring? Or perhaps in the art of being beaten? Upon hearing this, the venue fell eerily silent. No one anticipated that Xia Qian would articulate such a lengthy rebuttal. It was well known that whenever anyone approached Xia Qian at school, even teachers, he would respond with mere grunts, reminiscent of certain action films. Moreover, his tone seemed to mimic someone's sarcastic inflection. Xia Qian? What happened to the aloof male god you used to be? Upon hearing Xia Qian's challenge, Zhao Lan's expression turned peculiar, his gaze akin to that of someone observing a peculiar creature. Isn't it better to just go through the motions? Why do you insist on getting hit for the sake of satisfaction? Fine, since I'm getting paid for this, let's set the terms. I'll only throw one punch. If I hit too hard, you might die. And how much you can comprehend from it depends on your own luck. Reluctantly, Zhao Lan agreed. Preparing himself, he leaped into action, becoming serious for once. Clenching his fists and spreading his arms wide, a strange smile danced at the corners of his mouth. He resembled a father standing at the school gate, arms open, awaiting his child's embrace. Here it comes, watch closely. In the next moment, Zhao Lan shouted a sudden warning before twisting his waist and lunging forward with astonishing speed. Just the act of throwing a punch left Xia Qian momentarily dazed, as if he were seeing a father who had been away for years. As Zhao Lan approached, the apparition of his father seemed to beckon him forward, extending a right hand as if calling him over. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The distance closed rapidly, and the vision became increasingly vivid, until there was merely 1 meter left between them. An overwhelming sense of lethal intent enveloped him. In that instant, Xia Qian awoke from his reverie, drenched in sweat. How is this possible? His eyes widened in horror as he hurriedly activated his ability, attempting to raise his arm to defend himself or sidestep. Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, no matter how he struggled, his so-called ability and martial spirit seemed to betray him, unresponsive to his commands. It was almost laughable. Ever since Xia Qian embarked on his martial journey, he had always believed himself exceptionally gifted, able to grasp any martial technique swiftly. A mere practice of a set of movements would yield a martial spirit within him that an ordinary person could toil for 20 years to attain. Yet, in the face of this punch, Xia Qian finally understood the meaning of disparity. The weighty, nearly tangible martial intent seemed to seal off every possible escape route. In simpler terms, this punch was guaranteed to hit, and being struck meant certain death. Gulp. After relinquishing his final struggle, Xia Qian gradually accepted his fate, swallowing hard before closing his eyes, awaiting his demise. However, after 2 or 3 seconds had passed, Zhao Lan's punch had yet to land. When he finally opened his eyes, Zhao Lan stood before him, his head blocking the sun, radiating a warm glow, entirely different from the earlier coldness, now exuding an aura of safety and comfort, akin to a gentle spring breeze. To put it bluntly, Zhao Lan resembled a father at that moment. He slowly transitioned his fist into an open palm, gently placing it atop Xia Qian's head, stroking it twice before softly saying, "Don't be foolish, child. How could I ever bring myself to strike you?" The gentle voice, the broad palms, and the tall figure enveloped in sunlight. In an instant, the image of Zhao Lan had completely overlapped with that of the father in Xia Qian's memory. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Qian's cheeks flushed. What just happened? How peculiar. Why do I feel such a strong paternal aura emanating from Zhao Lan? So, does that mean Xia Qian has lost? If it were truly a lesson in martial arts, would there even be a concept of victory or defeat? The other two had not engaged in a genuine spar, making it difficult to say. As the murmurs grew louder, Xia Qian finally emerged from that profound state he had been in. He abruptly lifted his head, only to find that Zhao Lan had already walked several meters away. Why did he feel a paternal essence when facing his opponent's punch? When confronted with a father figure, it was only natural that one would lack the desire to fight. Even if the desire arose, one would be subjected to a lesson from the more formidable father. Could it be that true martial intent is not merely a kind of aura, but rather a profoundly enigmatic concept that can transform all things, something that can only be grasped intuitively and cannot be articulated? So that's how it is. At this moment, Xia Qian shook off his previous despondency. and the resentment he felt towards Zhao Lan had long since vanished without a trace. On the contrary, a surge of profound realization welled up within him, prompting him to sit cross-legged and close his eyes in contemplation. Whoosh! A strange gust of wind rose from the ground, howling around Xiaqian incessantly in a state of epiphany. The martial intent emanating from Xiaqian morphed in myriad ways, sometimes like towering mountains, sometimes like water droplets piercing stone. Meanwhile, someone in the crowd discerned the signs and could not help but exclaim, "Whoa! Is Xiaqian about to ascend to the rank of martial master?" Upon this declaration, the entire venue erupted in commotion. Chapter 46. Thanking the parents of orphan Sucheng. In a way, the clown is actually myself. Zhao Lan can indeed teach Xiaqian martial arts. Not only can he teach, but he has also directly led him to a breakthrough. How can this be rationalized? A lightning-struck stone, while valuable, pales in comparison to the realm of a martial master. Teacher Zhao, please don't leave yet. I also wish to learn from you. If I'm not mistaken, Zhao Lan's own martial arts realm is that of a martial artist, yet his physical attributes and proficiency in martial intent are nearly on par with those of a martial master. Which is truly perplexing. Even if Xiaqian lost, I would think it's acceptable, but being instructed by a freshman feels rather absurd, doesn't it? Could it be that the school deliberately orchestrated this spectacle for some hype? Though Zhao Lan did not clash directly with Xiaqian, it was evident to all that the disparity in their strengths was far too great. To put it bluntly, it resembled a father battling his son. Should Xiaqian break through to the martial master realm, further integrating his abilities with martial arts, the outcome could very well be different. As the atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly lively. Those who had withdrawn from the hunt early, such as Qin Tao and Qin Shou, were as elated as if they had won the lottery. Whoa! Truly, my brother Lan is remarkable. Wasn't he supposed to have no awakened abilities before? His martial arts realm was also rather mediocre. Could it be that someone has possessed him? No, no, no. What nonsense are you spouting? I've long seen Zhao Lan as a promising talent. Otherwise, how could I have brought him so many meals? Thankfully, we left early. Had we been there to fend off that wave of beasts, we would likely not have known how we perished. The onslaught of beasts, the emergence of the evolution platform, Zhao Lan's sudden rise. One event after another has propelled the atmosphere of the final hunting expedition to its zenith. However, it must be noted that this hunting expedition was, after all, a significant examination. While considering whether the narrative was thrilling, many students were also concerned about whether they could pass without any points. In response, the school promptly dispatched a group of teachers to assist students near the evolution platform, or conveyed some support information through wristbands. All students who participated in this defense against the beast tide would pass with excellent marks. Furthermore, the hunting scoreboards would be evaluated by professional instructors, rather than strictly adhering to point rankings. After all, Zhao Lan had seized the majority of students' points, and ranking by points alone would indeed lead to chaos. In short, due to the school's arrangements for various matters, the final hunting expedition had entered its concluding phase ahead of schedule. The main venue began preparations, awaiting the gathering of all students to hold a graduation and promotion ceremony to reward those who had performed exceptionally. Soon, Zhao Lan returned to the main venue, surrounded by a throng of students. This time, he hardly needed to move, as someone had already pushed him to the front row. Lan Ku'er, Chenlong, Suimo, Huawei, Xiaqian, and other top-tier students no longer looked at Zhao Lan with foolish eyes. They held a glimmer of admiration for him. One commendable aspect of Yuwuda University is its respect for strength. Regardless of one's background, without strength, one cannot hold their head high within the school. However, if one's strength is recognized, even a freshman will garner the respect of all. With Zhao Lan's entrance, the students who participated in this hunting expedition had basically gathered. The host walked down the red carpet, quickly arriving at the microphone, passionately reading a lengthy preamble. Students, teachers, parents, on this sunny day. Wait, that seems a bit cloudy. In any case, on this splendid day, our school's faculty and students have worked hand in hand to successfully complete the final hunting expedition. As a professional host, one must begin with a professional joke. But the students below were equally professional. Not a single laugh was heard, for it simply wasn't funny. Ahem. Seeing no one supporting him, the host awkwardly cleared his throat a couple of times and abandoned any attempts to liven the atmosphere, simply reciting the script verbatim. It was merely stating that during this hunting expedition, Challenges were numerous, yet our students cooperated perfectly, helping one another through one difficulty after another. Look, they even helped one another. It's clear this was a pre-written script. Out of every 10 students, at least 8 had their points snatched by Zhao Lan. And the remaining 2 didn't even catch up. Is that what you call helping one another? Perhaps the host also felt that his speech was monotonous, so he quickly finished reading a long passage and moved on to the most crucial segment. At this moment, facing the drowsy students and parents in the audience, the host suddenly amplified his volume, passionately declaring, "Now, we move to the segment everyone is most concerned about. Our school will honor the 10 students who performed most outstandingly during this hunting expedition. However, due to the unexpected occurrences during this hunting expedition, rankings will no longer be based on points. Instead, 10 professional teachers will score the performances of the outstanding students, with the detailed scoring rules to be published on the school's official website." Without further ado, let us invite Zhou Jieluan, the 10th place winner of this hunting expedition, to the stage to receive their award. Once the awards ceremony commenced, the students' enthusiasm quickly soared. However, Zhou Jieluan was not well known within the school. Apart from her long bangs obscuring her eyes, she didn't possess many striking features, so she didn't attract much discussion. The 9th place, Yang Mi, was quite striking in appearance and was said to be a beauty from a rather inconsequential department. Her speech having a slight lisp that evoked fantasies among many otaku. In reality, both of these individuals were not particularly strong, yet they performed admirably in the battle against the beast tide. Their rankings entirely earned through courage and determination. The 8th and 7th places went to the new school beauty, Yi Shirin, and the martial arts department's top student, Chunlong. These two could be considered representatives of strength. Yet for some reason, Yi Shirin appeared extremely fatigued, and the usually lively Chen Long merely gave a casual acceptance speech before slipping away. Alright. Next up is another representative of the freshmen, the prodigy who has mastered spatial abilities, Su Chen. However, when the host read Su Chen's name, no one came to the stage. In a sense, the greatest winner of this hunting expedition was Zhao Lan, while the greatest loser was Su Chen. The destined girlfriend had left. The crystallized faith that helped enhance abilities was snatched away, and particularly Zhao Lan's display of formidable strength weighed heavily on Su Chen's mind. Why even bother to accept an award? However, just as the host repeated the name 3 times, Zhao Lan suddenly dashed onto the stage. In an instant, the audience erupted in cheers, and due to the cacophony, it was impossible to discern whether they were cheers of encouragement or jeers. Ahem, everyone, I apologize. Su Chen is unwell and has left, so as his friend, I have a few words to convey on his behalf. Upon hearing this, the host appeared somewhat bewildered, quickly glancing at the principal, who smiled and merely nodded. The host then did not stop Zhao Lan and allowed him to take the stage. After a moment of deliberation, Zhao Lan continued with the microphone. Before leaving, Su Chen expressed his gratitude for achieving 6th place, first and foremost to his parents for their nurturing. Upon hearing the words parents, the audience erupted in a frenzy. Chapter 47. The new first in the whole school, Zhao Lan. I truly did not receive any money from the manufacturers. Dude, are you really Su Chen's friend? Almost the entire school knows Su Chen is an orphan, and you're thanking his parents? How cruel. Does Su Chen really know you're accepting the award on his behalf? What friend nonsense. Don't you know Zhao Lan and Su Chen are competing for Yi Shirin? Oh, there's gossip. Tell me more. In an instant, the audience was in an uproar. However, Zhao Lan instinctively filtered out such comments and continued in a formal tone. After thanking his parents, Su Chen also expressed gratitude to his friends for their assistance, as well as to the school for providing this stage for us to showcase the results of our training. However, Su Chen felt that the one who truly deserved gratitude was none other than Lao Zhao Outdoor Equipment. At the conclusion of his speech, Zhao Lan deliberately paused. Those familiar with Zhao Lan's character knew that he was certainly not holding back anything promising. Yet the punchline he delivered was utterly unexpected. Lao Zhao Outdoor Equipment. What on earth is that? Did Su Chen truly say such a thing? Or are you merely trying to promote your own business? Just as everyone was left in a state of confusion, Zhao Lan had already removed his outer garment on stage, revealing a tactical jacket, hiking boots, and a sports wristband, among other items, and he began to elaborate incessantly. As students of Uwuda University, it was evident that whether for the final hunt or after graduation, they would frequently venture into the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts. Thus, a pertinent question arose. What is the most crucial aspect of survival in the wild? Indeed, safety is paramount. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe the tactical jacket I am wearing. Not only is it sleek and elastic in appearance, but it also has a sculpting effect. Those with a keen eye may have noticed a subtle fragrance emanating from this jacket. You guessed it correctly. This tactical jacket is crafted from specially treated cowhide, and in the event of a food shortage in the wild, it can be consumed to stave off hunger, just like my good friend Su Chen, who during this hunting trip devoured a full 3 pieces. For those fortunate enough to have access to hot water, simply toss it in for a quick dip and voil. The flavor becomes reminiscent of braised beef. At this juncture, one might question, in the wilderness, where would one acquire a pot? Look at my hiking boots beneath me. While they appear to be standard footwear, they are actually constructed from heat-resistant materials, and their robust design allows them to double as a cooking pot. Come on, my friends, lend me a flame, and I shall demonstrate. Listening to Zhao Lan's absurd product descriptions, the host was left utterly dumbfounded. He had witnessed outrageous antics before, but never had he encountered anything quite like this. A tactical jacket that tastes like braised beef, hiking boots that can be used as cookware. Are you selling outdoor gear or kitchenware? The audience of students was equally astonished. At an award ceremony, you're peddling goods? How much did the manufacturers pay you? Ding. From Lin Qingxiao's resentment, 999. Ding. From Gong Li's resentment, 999. Ding. From Zhang Xiaoxiao's resentment, 999. As Zhao Lan became increasingly animated in his speech, the audience's jeers grew louder. Principal Naylan Durong covered his eyes and gestured to the other teachers maintaining order. Before long, Zhao Lan was forcibly removed from the stage. Still shouting, "Dear classmates and teachers, Su Chen truly did not receive any remuneration from the manufacturers. He genuinely believes these products are excellent and encouraged me to recommend them to everyone. If anyone wishes to make a purchase, please dial the following number." Once Zhao Lan was dragged off the stage like a lunatic, the world fell silent. It was only then that the students realized the hostess' earlier corny jokes were actually quite humorous. Truly, without comparison, there is no pain. It seemed that in contrast to Zhao Lan's outrageous antics, anyone or anything would appear delightful. Ahem. Apologies, dear students, there was a minor mishap on our part, and we kindly ask that it does not affect your mood. The awards ceremony will resume shortly, and now, let us welcome the 5th place of this hunting event, Guo Fan. The host managed to regain some semblance of order before quickly moving on. As an exemplary student from the Animal Husbandry Department. Guo Fan's individual combat skills may not rival those of top-tier students like Qianlong and Xiaolan, but he was an invaluable asset in team battles. Under his leadership, the students of the Animal Husbandry Department coordinated seamlessly to outmaneuver the exotic beasts, effectively using their strengths against the enemy's weaknesses. Without their presence, how could thousands of students possibly withstand the onslaught of tens of thousands of exotic beasts? His ranking was indeed well-deserved. The subsequent standings remained relatively stable. 4th place went to Huo Wei, who demonstrated his unique ability during the Beast Tide, possessing a power that allowed him to phase through any object he touched. This power complemented Huo Wei's assassination skills perfectly, making him a formidable presence during the conflict. When he struck, he would take down an exotic beast leader. In 3rd place was Xiao Lan, wielding a specially crafted alloy spear, possessing a remarkable martial arts foundation, and enhanced by her unique abilities, she functioned as an exotic beast harvesting machine. From the perspectives of strength, beauty, and achievements, her position was entirely justified. The 2nd place was awarded to Xia Qian. Although his achievements were not particularly dazzling, he made a pivotal decision during a critical moment by shattering the evolution platform, indirectly allowing Zhao Lan to join the fray, thereby fulfilling a supportive role. Among these 3, aside from Xiao Lan, none were particularly eloquent, and their acceptance speeches adhered to the usual formula of thanking their parents and the school, which left the audience feeling rather bored. It wasn't until the host reappeared, visibly anxious, that the atmosphere shifted. He was acutely aware that the 1st place in this hunting event was the erratic Zhao Lan, and he worried that his hosting career might be ruined by this eccentric student. In such a solemn occasion, failing to maintain control would be the source of mockery among his peers. Students, the next individual to be introduced is the most outstanding performer of this final hunting event. Although he is merely a freshman, he has repeatedly turned the tide, thwarting the overwhelming beast tide and saving countless students from peril. His name is Zhao Lan. As the last 2 words were uttered, the audience erupted into a chaotic chorus of cheers. It was unclear whether they were applauding or booing. In any case, Zhao Lan, perpetually at the center of public scrutiny, had finally stepped into the limelight. But after a long wait, Zhao Lan was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a loud crash followed by a clattering sound echoed from backstage, and moments later, Zhao Lan emerged, dragging a heap of items onto the stage. Tents, barbecue grills, camouflage backpacks, storage boxes, and more. What on earth? The students below face-palmed, while the teachers looked on in disbelief. This hardly resembled an award ceremony. It felt more like a live shopping event, yet Zhao Lan, unfazed, set the items aside, wiped the sweat from his brow, and approached the microphone. Hello, esteemed classmates, teachers, and parents. I am honored to have achieved first place in this hunting event, and I would like to express my gratitude to my teachers and the school for their guidance, as well as to my parents and friends for their support. However, the one I must thank the most is Lao Zhao Outdoor Equipment. Due to time constraints last time, I was unable to share much with you, but this time I have brought some new products to recommend. For instance, this tent may appear to be a mere tent, but it also functions as an umbrella. This iron pot, on the other hand, can be used as a helmet. Moreover, rest assured, I have not accepted any money from the brand, and I have personally inspected each item for quality assurance. As he spoke, Zhao Lan seemed to fear disbelief, pulling out a photo of himself with the owner of Lao Zhao Outdoor Equipment. Gazing at the two individuals in the picture, it was apparent that the owner bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Lan, causing everyone to ponder deeply. You claim there's no relation? This is clearly your father. How could we not notice? No wonder it's called Lao Zhao Outdoor Equipment. It's an advertisement for your own family. Ding! From Fan Qingqing's resentment, 999. Ding! From Du Qian's resentment, 999. Ding! From Lu Xishu's resentment, 999. Ding! Chapter 48. Exceptional Students of Yiwuda University. Team Building in the Foot Bath City. Hurry up and get down. Don't waste everyone's time. All right, if you're going to promote like this, I'll come to your shop tonight and throw paint. Alas, my illustrious reputation at Yiwuda University is being tarnished by this fool. Zhao Lan's antics on stage had thrown the students into a frenzy. The increasingly bizarre items he showcased only fueled the audience's escalating outrage. There was no remedy. After all, it was Zhao Tian's casual remark that had left Zhao Lan with this mess to handle, providing no starting capital whatsoever. Now, the Zhao family was in disarray, and with several elders pulling in different directions, the only person Zhao Lan could rely on was his father. Inspired by the peculiar items drawn from the lottery, Zhao Lan had emptied his savings to commission a variety of odd outdoor products. Given the eccentric nature of these items, selling them would undoubtedly prove challenging. However, Zhao Lan confidently assured everyone that once he secured first place in the final hunting event, he would promote them extensively. At that moment, Zhao Lei had nearly dialed the hospital to admit his son, who seemed to have lost his mind. No one had anticipated that Zhao Lan would indeed take first place. Just as Zhao Lan's sales pitch clashed with the cacophony of the audience, Nailan Durong appeared on stage. Ahem, that should suffice. Gently patting Zhao Lan's shoulder, Zhao Lan promptly toned down his exuberance and turned to smile sheepishly. Principal, I assure you, I am not a plant. You have faith in the integrity of the Zhao family, don't you? Upon hearing this, Nailan Durong chuckled heartily but said nothing. This clever little rascal had pushed the boundaries a bit too far. Knowing that his usual tricks would not work on the principal, he had resorted to leveraging the Zhao family's reputation. It is noteworthy that Zhao Tian, as a venerable figure of the older generation, once shared a profound camaraderie with the Nailan family and has been particularly supportive of the younger Nailan Durong. Just days ago, upon Zhao Tian's return, Nailan Durong made a special visit home to honor him and engage in discussions regarding various matters. The elderly Zhao, full of vigor, even mentioned that he has a grandson studying at the Exotic Martial Arts University. Though he spoke with a hint of reproach, it was evident to all that it was a peculiar form of boasting typical of an elder. Thus, Zhao Lan, upon reviewing the historical records of the Zhao family, found it difficult to withhold his respect. Very well, I shall inform the logistics department another day. Should the school require it, I will certainly visit the establishment you run. After receiving this response, Zhao Lan chuckled, ceasing his antics and cooperating diligently to conclude the awards ceremony. Once the lengthy series of events came to an end, Zhao Lan finally extricated himself from the situation. Just as he descended from the stage, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from behind him, followed by several hands grasping him and ruffling his hair vigorously. "Well, look at you. Actually coming in first, say, when you urged us to withdraw earlier. Were you afraid we might hinder your progress? So, should we not also claim a share of the credit for your ranking?" Without further ado, they declared, "Let us head straight for dinner, foot baths, and massages. If we don't treat you to a lavish feast today, I shall not carry the surname Qin." It was evident that Zhao Lan shared a close bond with several of his roommates, as even after achieving the undeniable status of being the top student, they still felt comfortable enough to tease him. However, Zhao Lan soon sensed something amiss. With only 4 individuals in the dorm, why were there suddenly 4 pairs of hands on him? Raising his head abruptly, he locked eyes with a 4th person, who turned out to be Suimo, someone who had been eliminated much earlier. It was unclear how Suimo had managed to join the group, but there he was, alongside Qintao and others, playfully patting Zhao Lan's head as if he were a child. Zhao Lan's lips twitched in discomfort, feeling as though he was being inappropriately handled by strangers, and he darkly remarked, "What business do you have here? Are we that familiar?" Upon hearing Zhao Lan's admonition, Qintao and the others finally noticed an unfamiliar presence beside them and immediately began to shoo Suimo away. "What the hell? Where did you pop up from? Go on, shoo. We're catching up here. Why are you intruding?" Suimo, undeterred by their rebuke, merely regarded Zhao Lan with an odd look, his eyes glistening with excitement. "My dear friend, how considerate of you to make sure not to neglect your old friends even with a new companion in your midst. Are you worried that revealing our relationship would incite jealousy? I understand. I truly do." Zhao Lan scratched his head awkwardly, utterly bewildered. What relationship could there possibly be between them? And since when had they become such close friends? Just as Zhao Lan was trying to fathom the situation, Qintao and the others displayed expressions of indignation, accusingly saying, "Zhao Lan, what exactly have you done to him? I never would have expected you to be this kind of person. Remember, it was you who first betrayed our friendship. Forget about Zhao Lan. Let us hold this little rascal down and give him a good thrashing. It's not like he can die from it." As the situation escalated, Zhao Lan pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation, resigned to unleash his trump card. "If we don't head out now, there won't be any skilled technicians left at the foot massage parlor." Instantly, the previously tense quartet halted their antics, exchanging glances before breaking into laughter, dissolving the animosity. That evening, after the majority of the respectable foot massage parlors had closed their doors, Zhao Lan led his friends to a luxurious establishment. After all, he had yet to exhaust the 50,000 reward for reporting the taxi driver, and the school had just presented him with an additional 100,000 scholarship for being the top student. For him, money was no longer an issue. After selecting a room and changing into comfortable attire, Zhao Lan finally reclined on the bed, closing his weary eyes. The room was eerily quiet. After some time had passed, Zhao Lan murmured, "So I can accept Suimo tagging along, but how on earth did you lot manage to sneak in here? Are we really that close? Surely you're not all hoping to take advantage of my hospitality for a foot massage?" It turned out that the unexpected company in the room did not consist solely of Suimo. Beside him lay Qinlong from the martial arts department, Wu Wei and Lan Kuer from the abilities department, as well as the former top student, Xia Qian. Those in the know might have thought it was a mere coincidence, while those unaware could easily mistake it for a gathering of elite students. The individuals Zhao Lan had playfully criticized now appeared increasingly uncomfortable, as they were not accustomed to such embarrassing situations. Chapter 49. Brothers, take care. Yishurin also arrives at the foot massage parlor. Inside the room, the lights shone brightly. There was no hint of any suggestive atmosphere. Rather, it felt bustling, as if a marketplace had convened. Suimo, for once, was unusually quiet, lying on the bed with a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Wu Wei and Sister Lan appeared to be out of their element, fidgeting with their clothes. Xia Qian, however, remained unfazed, patiently explaining Zhao Lan's irritated remarks. "This foot massage parlor is a small venture under the Xia family. The manager informed me of your identity as soon as he recognized you. Don't worry. We'll just have a brief chat and then take our leave." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lan raised an eyebrow and replied with sarcasm, "Oh, a business of the Xia family? You seem quite at home here. I presume you frequent this place often?" Xia Qian's face flushed with embarrassment. "I merely came to unwind." Instantly, everyone turned their gaze toward Xia Qian, their expressions laden with unspoken thoughts, followed by a chorus of teasing remarks. Ahem, Let us get down to business. Xia Qian cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. Zhao Lan, first and foremost, I must express my gratitude for your guidance. Without your assistance, I would have needed at least another 6 months to advance to the martial master realm. I initially intended to offer you something as a token of appreciation, but seeing as you seem to lack for nothing, I shall forego that. Zhao Lan sat up straight, exclaiming, Don't say that. Who says I lack anything? I find this foot massage parlor rather splendid. Why not just gift it to me? Zhao Lan surveyed the surroundings with enthusiasm. Xia Qian appeared somewhat awkward, as if caught off guard. I was merely being polite. You actually dare to ask for it? A foot massage parlor, no less. Setting aside the revenue, the property alone is worth over 100 million. Even a martial master isn't worth that much, right? Ding. From Xia Qian. Grievance 6666. Forget it. Pretend I never said that. Having learned a lesson from this encounter, Xia Qian finally grasped the nuances of dealing with Zhao Lan. One must not extend even a hint of politeness in conversation with such a person. A casual remark nearly cost him a foot massage parlor. Who could endure that? Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Xia Qian felt compelled to make an offer and suggested a compromise. Your outdoor equipment store is not situated in a prime location. I could arrange for you to have a storefront. Zhao Lan shot Xia Qian a disdainful glance, dismissively retorting, Take that trivial matter to my father. I have no interest in transactions below my minimum expectations. Xia Qian remained silent for a moment before shifting the conversation to inquire, Do you have any plans for the summer break? What, are you hoping to invite me to train in martial arts? No problem, but the tuition will have to be raised, Zhao Lan replied with expertise. Seemingly immune to Zhao Lan's audacious behavior, Xia Qian ignored the jibe and continued, There's an event during the summer. A collaboration among various universities in Linjiang City. However, it's not limited to students. Any young talents under the age of 25 can participate. Zhao Lan paused momentarily, quickly deducing the purpose behind the unexpected gathering at the foot massage parlor. In the original storyline, there indeed existed a competition called the Genius Cup. The Genius Cup followed a 1v1 elimination format, progressing from preliminary rounds to the final 8, semifinals, and championship. Numerous prodigies from various universities, as well as those who had clawed their way up from humble beginnings, emerged in abundance during the competition. It was during this narrative arc that Su Chun encountered the true formidable adversary, the Anson Technology Company. As a newly established entity, Anson Technology needed to demonstrate its capabilities to secure a foothold in Linjiang City. Utilizing this competition, they dispatched several genetically modified ability users and martial artists. These exceptional contestants effortlessly dominated their way into the top 8. The plan was to claim all top 4 positions and reveal Anson Technology's identity only after achieving victory, but unexpectedly, they crossed paths with Su Chun, following a similar strategy as the antagonists. Realizing they could not overpower Su Chun directly, they resorted to kidnapping Yi Shirin as leverage. However, Su Chun had been well prepared, secretly coordinating with the head of the Yi family for contingencies, while also entrusting Xia Qian and others to handle any fallout. Despite being well prepared, on the day of the competition, Su Chun pretended to be struggling. Only when he was on the brink of defeat did he lift his head, smugly declaring, Is this truly all you can muster? I am deeply disappointed. After delivering that line, Su Chun effortlessly dispatched his opponent, achieving fame and fortune while simultaneously garnering Yi Shirin's admiration. In summary, it was due to this competition that Su Chun transformed from a mere student into a formidable force, subsequently navigating the intricacies of the Anson Technology Company and gradually growing in strength. Zhao Lan? Upon hearing the call of Xia Qian, Zhao Lan abruptly returned to her senses. Participating in the competition posed no issue. Her system indeed required such occasions to accumulate negative energy. The 3 essential elements of a large crowd, high status, and formidable strength would be fully satisfied at the Genius Cup. However, Zhao Lan suddenly recalled a question and raised her head to inquire. Since I have nothing else to do, it seems reasonable to join the competition for some amusement. Yet, I am quite curious. This isn't a team event, so what prompts you to personally come all this way to invite me? And you lot, why are you tagging along? If I recall correctly, our encounters combined barely number 10, right? In response, Xia Qian offered a faint smile and candidly stated, My ability to break through to the martial master stage is indeed greatly attributed to your teachings. However, being taught by a newcomer like you is rather embarrassing, so I wish to defeat you in this competition. Xiaqian's answer took Zhao Lan by surprise. In the original narrative, he was portrayed as a rather aloof character. Yet now he seemed somewhat petty. Whom had he learned this from? Shaking her head, Zhao Lan chose not to dwell on the matter and turned to Sister Lan. What about you? Lan Kuer scratched her head. A hint of shyness in her demeanor as she replied. I noticed that the quality of the items sold in your family's shop is very impressive, so I wanted to recommend a factory to you. They offer lower prices and better quality. Here is the business card of the factory owner. I'll leave it here. While Xiaqian's rationale was at least somewhat justifiable, Lan Kuer's reason for accompanying him seemed rather flimsy. What did she mean by poor quality? They were merely tools meant for harvesting profits. Why bother making them of high quality? Zhao Lan internally scoffed at this and slowly turned her gaze toward Hu Wei. Hu Wei's eyes were deep, seemingly filled with a tinge of resentment as he remarked, I was concerned that Sister Lan might be alone and could fall prey to some beast. Before Zhao Lan could respond, Qin Shou suddenly looked up and asked, What? You called for me? Lying at the back, Chun Long's reason was even more outrageous. As Zhao Lan cast a puzzled glance, the burly man, whose chest hair could serve as a steel wool pad, pursed his lips, his eyes brimming with tears as he lamented, Today's beast tide was terrifying. I couldn't sleep alone, and I felt safer being near you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lan could no longer contain her frustration. Being inexplicably regarded as a hypothetical enemy was one thing, but now she had to endure such mental torment. After being busied for so many days, all she wanted was a quiet moment to soak her feet. Leave. All of you. Get out. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, he wouldn't be permitted to disturb my foot bath. As Zhao Lan reached her limit and concluded her speech, the group prepared to depart. Yet, just as they turned, they were met by Yi Shirin, clad in a blue dress, standing at the entrance with a bashful expression, gazing at Zhao Lan with a look of lingering resentment. Instantly, everyone displayed an understanding expression before dispersing like startled birds. Even Chen Tao and Qin Shou exchanged glances before patting Zhao Lan on the shoulder, offering a familiar farewell. Brother, take care. Chapter 50. The Dilemma of the Prominent Yi and the Ascendancy of Family Prestige. Zhao Lan, however, was unimpressed by Yi Shirin's arrival. Oh? So, Missy has a side job here? I thought the technician I ordered earlier bore a resemblance to you. It turns out it truly was you. Once everyone had fled, Zhao Lan's first words left Yi Shirin utterly flabbergasted. Technician? 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 What a big-headed ghost. Initially composed, Yi Shirin was instantly infuriated, her temper flaring to the point where she practically wanted to punch this despicable man. Ding! From Yi Shirin, resentment 2333. Hearing the notification sound, Zhao Lan felt a stir within. Had his power increased after just a few days? Previously, he could only earn a maximum of 999. Now, he had reached 4 digits. Considering the value of negative energy, Zhao Lan raised his head and, for once, regarded Yi Shirin directly. If you have something to say, speak up. Otherwise, do not disturb me while I attend to important matters. Observing her impatience, Yi Shirin suddenly had a brainwave and posed an unexpected question. Aren't you bothered by the dirt? In response, Zhao Lan appeared to have anticipated her inquiry and retorted, Dirty? Isn't it better than someone scheming to swindle a family heirloom, only to gift it to their lover? That money was earned through hard work. How could it be considered dirty? At this, Yi Shirin felt any lingering resentment dissipate. Her face flushed with shame as she mumbled, I'm sorry. What? Speak up, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Oh. Zhao Lan coldly acknowledged her, neither forgiving nor holding a grudge. The atmosphere fell into silence once more, as the embarrassment in Yi Shirin's eyes gradually transformed into determination. She solemnly stated, I apologize, Zhao Lan, I should never have treated you that way. I understand that mere words are insufficient, but I currently have nothing to offer. I will gradually make amends. Additionally, I sincerely wish to express my gratitude. Without you, I might never have seen the hypocritical side of Su Chen. Having prepared for a reprimand, Yi Shirin was taken aback when a series of soft snores emanated from Zhao Lan, who had apparently fallen asleep. Ding! From Yi Shirin. Resentment 5555. Humph! Yi Shirin's expression turned frosty. After gathering her courage to come and apologize and express her gratitude, even tolerating being called sister-in-law by Qin Shou and Chen Tao when they left. He had the audacity to fall asleep. Realizing the futility of her efforts, Yishirin recognized she might have been overly sentimental. Just as she had previously suspected, Zhao Lan was merely toying with her, and she had mistakenly believed his treatment of Su Chun was due to her. Despite her thick skin, she found it inappropriate to linger further, decisively turning to leave. The following morning, as Zhao Lan groggily rose, he suddenly remembered Yishirin's visit last night. Oh no, she wouldn't he have done anything strange? Would she? Hastily checking under the covers to confirm nothing was amiss, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for Yishirin, he held no interest in her. Whatever she chose to do was her business. As long as she didn't provoke him, if she pushed him too far, he wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. Forget it, I'll head home first. Given that the technicians at the foot bath establishment had finished their shifts, and he had received over a dozen missed calls from his father, Zhao Lan washed up briefly before heading home. Dad, Mom, Aunt, your family's patriarch has returned, having transitioned from a talentless individual unable to awaken any powers to the head of the Zhao family, and shining brilliantly in the final hunting event to claim the first place. Zhao Lan naturally carried himself with a sense of pride at home. As he settled onto the sofa, his parents and aunt hurried over, fussing over him with concern and offering to pamper him. Son, are you hungry? I'll make you something to eat, or we can go out for dinner tonight. You little rascal, that trick of yours worked wonders. We received over 100 big orders at the shop yesterday. Brother-in-law must have been overwhelmed. I can help out when I'm free. Reclining against the sofa, Zhao Lan kept his eyes closed. And once the inquiries subsided, he nonchalantly remarked, Old Zhao, as the elder, you should be more composed. This is just the beginning. Aunt, please pour me a glass of water. My throat feels a bit parched. Mom, could you prepare a bowl of beef noodles for me? With minimal green onions? Initially, the family had merely intended to be polite, but they were taken aback by Zhao Lan's audacity, treating them as if he were an emperor. However, given that the entire family was benefiting from Zhao Lan's newfound status, with outdoor supplies selling like hotcakes and various families and factions in Linjiang seeking to form connections, gifts of significant value flowed in. Even those relatives who once looked down on them were now calling, their tones dripping with flattery. In a nutshell, Zhao Lan's rise to prominence had elevated the entire family, having basked in glory before outsiders. There was no harm in indulging a little at home. Once the noodles were ready, the four of them sat around a table to eat. Zhao Lan, Lin Wanwan, and Zhao Lei, three gluttons, focused solely on devouring their meal. While Lin Shulan observed their voraciousness and soon appeared to recall something, her face lighting up with joy. By the way, son, are you and that girl from the Yi family together? At this, Zhao Lan nearly spat out his noodles in surprise. Lifting his head in confusion, how do you know? Zhao Lei paused with his chopsticks, his expression solemn as he replied, there is no secret that can be kept forever in this world, so I told your mother. And how did you know? Zhao Lei chuckled, your roommate told me. He said that no secret can be hidden forever, so we would eventually find out, and thus he informed me. Zhao Lan. Haha, indeed, there are no secrets in this world. But there are certainly gossipy individuals, however. Pondering further, he realized that Chen Tao and the others probably had no interaction with his father. So how had they ended up together? Where did you run into my roommate? Zhao Lei, momentarily baffled, responded, at the foot bath. Ouch, 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 ease up a bit. As Zhao Lan yanked on his ear, spinning him around, Zhao Lei realized he had inadvertently revealed too much. Nonetheless, out of respect for his wife, he refrained from retaliating and merely cast a resentful glance at Zhao Lan. From Zhao Lei's grievances, 999. After properly educating her husband, Lin Shilan coughed twice and returned to the main topic. My dear son, do not concern yourself with how we came to know this. Please tell your mother, at what stage are you two in your relationship? When will you marry and have children? I must tell you, every time I see the children from our neighbors, my hands itch, and I can hardly resist the urge to hug one. Listening to his mother becoming increasingly absurd, Zhao Lan replied nonchalantly, want to hold a child? Quite simple. I can introduce you to a babysitting job one of these days, allowing you to both hold a child and earn money, perfect for a middle-aged woman like you. Ding! From Lin Shilan's grievances, 999. Upon hearing this, Lin Shilan's expression changed instantly, and she extended her claws. Just then, ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang, followed by a voice from outside. May I ask if Zhao Lan resides here? The old master has sent a few words for you. Upon realizing the visitor's intention, the family of four immediately ceased their playful banter, tidied their clothes, and three of them respectfully opened the door. Standing outside was a capable man in a suit, holding a briefcase. What does old Deng want with me? Zhao Lan leaned against the doorframe, clearly not intending to invite the person inside. The man, unfazed, replied in a businesslike manner, "The old master instructed me to inform you to visit him tomorrow to discuss some matters. Additionally, he specifically mentioned that if you have time, you might consider attending the Genius Cup held 5 days from now. If you can secure first place, unexpected benefits will await you." Upon hearing the latter part, Zhao Lan's brows furrowed slightly. The Genius Cup again? Last night, Xia Qian personally made a trip, and although he used an excuse as a cover, Zhao Lan could see that the main goal was to make him participate in the Genius Cup. Today, the old master reiterated this request. Could it be that there is some hidden plot or unique opportunity associated with the Genius Cup? I understand, Zhao Lan replied, gradually regaining his focus. The man, recognizing the cue, nodded and took his leave. After closing the door, Zhao Lan fell into deep contemplation. As a transmigrator, he initially believed that by merely following the original plot, engaging in idle chatter, and occasionally tormenting the protagonist, he could achieve invincibility effortlessly. However, novels are limited in scope and cannot encompass every aspect of this world. Su Chun could rely on his protagonist status, overcoming dangers with explosive growth. What about him? Aside from awakening a system, he seemingly lacked any mystical fortune. With hidden plots increasing, he could not afford to be so short-sighted, solely fixating on Su Chen. Unexpected dangers could arise at any moment, potentially leading to his demise. Dad, Mom, you all eat first. I need to visit a martial master, Zhao Lei said, momentarily taken aback. Who is this martial master? He asked, scratching his head. Slap. No sooner had he spoken than he received a slap on the back of his head. Lin Xiaolan then scolded, "You really are a blockhead. How could you forget what a martial master is?" A martial master is mid-sentence. Lin Xiaolan suddenly paused, a look of confusion crossing her face as she turned to Zhao Lan. Son, are you really about to become a martial master? Isn't that a bit too fast? I've heard from others that a solid foundation in martial arts is essential. Otherwise, it could lead to major problems later. Zhao Lan nodded in agreement. Indeed, there could be significant issues. But don't worry. Mom, I've endured enough of your beatings. My foundation is solid. All right, I won't bother you any longer. I'll be back shortly. Finding a convenient excuse, Zhao Lan retreated to his room, pretending to enter a state of seclusion for a breakthrough. Once back in his room, Zhao Lan settled into the most comfortable position. Taking a deep breath, he focused his energy in his dantian before speaking. System. How many negative energy points do I currently possess? In an instant, a faint blue screen materialized before him. Gazing at the long string of numbers, Zhao Lan's heart raced with excitement as he began to count. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 300 and 20,000. Upon seeing this concrete figure, Zhao Lan was overjoyed. It has not been easy. After all this time, I can finally consider shopping in the marketplace. From the day Zhao Lan transmigrated, he had grasped most of the system's functions. It revolved around a lottery and a marketplace. However, the items in the marketplace were prohibitively expensive. Without a few 100,000 in savings, he dared not even glance at them, fearing he might get trapped and unable to extricate himself. Let me see if there are any suitable cultivation methods available. Soon, Zhao Lan opened the marketplace and browsed the cultivation techniques section. As a martial artist, once one's aptitude is assessed and they embark on their martial journey, they must choose a specific path to focus their training. For instance, someone with strong bones and high muscle density should pursue defensive techniques, while those with strong cores and explosive power should focus on offensive techniques. Others with less strength but greater agility ought to prioritize speed. Does it sound like a setting from a novel? Indeed, this world is essentially a novel. The techniques Zhao Lan was currently practicing, such as the two-armed blade technique and the fatherly love fist, could only be considered martial skills in a strict sense. While they were easier to master, they provided limited long-term benefits for physical conditioning. Before achieving martial master status, he could rely on these martial skills for physical training, but to ascend to martial master, he needed a primary technique that suited him. Unfortunately, old Deng did not teach him, and the school merely offered generic content. Zhao Lan had to find a way to acquire a decent technique. Relying on the lottery, Low-tier and mid-tier techniques were out of the question. Even high-tier lottery draws were random and might not yield any techniques. Thus, he was left with the marketplace. While expensive, at least there was no element of luck involved. After browsing for a while, Zhao Lan's eyes lit up. A technique priced at 100,000, accompanied by a corresponding gene liquid? Given the reasonable price, he clicked to view it. Nuclear fission technique. This technique scientifically trains the physical body from superficial to profound, and upon mastery, can even penetrate to the cellular level. Special effect. The body will autonomously defend, disassembling a majority of attacks. A defensive technique. It doesn't seem quite suitable for me, but the price is indeed appealing. Just as Zhao Lan contemplated, another technique caught his eye. Nuclear fusion technique. This technique scientifically trains the physical body from superficial to profound, and upon mastery, can even penetrate to the cellular level. Special effect. The body will undergo intense training, amplifying attacks. Another one. Could there be a third technique called nuclear explosion technique? Zhao Lan, brimming with excitement, checked, and indeed, there was an S-tier technique named nuclear explosion technique, which was an advanced version of the previous two A-tier techniques. However, it was slightly more expensive, requiring a full 1 million. Its description was similar to the earlier techniques, focusing on developing the physical body and gradually activating every cell to unleash unimaginable power. Setting aside the technique itself, Zhao Lan found the accompanying special effects quite appealing. Nuclear fission focuses on defense, nuclear fusion emphasizes attack, and both significantly enhance the physical body. Moreover, they were not overly expensive. Together, they cost only 200,000, leaving enough for a 10-fold draw. After much deliberation, Zhao Lan resolved to adopt these two techniques as his primary ones. After all, his current advancement primarily relied on lottery draws. While effective in the early stages, their efficacy would wane later on. System: exchange for nuclear fission technique and nuclear fusion technique. The moment Zhao Lan's voice echoed, the system chimed with an alert. Ding! Exchange successful. In an instant, a torrent of information cascaded into his mind like a waterfall, prompting Zhao Lan to hold his breath and focus as he gradually deciphered the contents of both techniques. Approximately half an hour later, having memorized the core elements of both techniques, Zhao Lan picked up the accompanying gene liquid and consumed it. Gulp gulp. As the gene liquid entered his system, a scorching sensation enveloped him, and he could distinctly feel every cell in his body being torn apart and reborn in a relentless cycle. Thankfully, having previously consumed the emergency syrup, he managed to maintain a semblance of consciousness. After enduring for a solid hour, that burning sensation began to subside, and his cultivation level steadily ascended. Martial Artist 8th Stage. Martial Artist 9th Stage. Half-Step Martial Master. Boom! Zhao Lan felt a sudden explosive sound echo in his mind. The entire world seemed transformed. If anyone finds this satisfactory, please leave a 5-star review. The current rating is rather low, so a 5-star review is necessary to elevate it. If you think the writing is subpar, I have done my best. Please quietly leave without leaving a negative review. Thank you all. Chapter 52. Ascending to Martial Master. Drawing an SSS tier ability. Ah, what a relief! Zhao Lan exhaled a breath of stale air, casually stretched, and his joints cracked satisfyingly. The most immediate change upon ascending to Martial Master was an enhancement in perception. Floating dust particles in the air, the gentle sounds of family breathing in the living room, and the soft direction of the breeze flowing outside, everything seems to be within one's grasp. The most crucial aspect is that martial artists can refine their own fist intent into a tangible form, transforming it into fist energy, the protective aura often mentioned in martial arts novels, along with the force of punches comparable to the wind, refers to the practical application of fist energy. With a sudden shout, Zhao Lan leaped into the air and executed 2 sets of punches. Empowered by the nuclear fission technique and nuclear fusion technique, both his speed and strength ascended to new heights. Indeed, although I have just advanced to the martial artist level, facing martial artists below the 5th rank should pose no challenge. Having adapted to his new realm, Zhao Lan quickly calmed his emotions and summoned the system once more, preparing to withdraw the remaining 120,000 units of negative energy in one go. The system is ready to serve. I am here to spend again. The system, remarkably user-friendly, immediately presented an advanced lottery page, spinning into action without hesitation. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Confidence Underwear 1. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining explosive gauntlets 1. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a superpower exchange voucher 1. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations for obtaining a nuclear energy flashlight 1. Ding. As a series of notifications chimed, Zhao Lan's excitement grew exponentially. This time, his instinct suggested that the lottery seemed more reliable than before. Let me see what treasures I have drawn. With a mere thought, the confidence underwear appeared in Zhao Lan's hands, entirely black with gilded floral patterns. It appeared quite luxurious, yet after fiddling with it for a considerable time, he still could not discern its purpose. What on earth does this have to do with confidence? I expected it to be a rule-based item. Zhao Lan muttered to himself and casually clicked on the entry. Confidence underwear. This underwear is crafted using a gold-plated process, designed with the highest standards of elevation and absolutely no risk of collapse. Wearing the confidence underwear will restore your male confidence. Upon realizing the implication of this underwear, Zhao Lan was utterly taken aback. With a loud crash, he flung the confidence underwear to the ground, cursing, "Am I supposed to gain confidence from you? I am naturally superior." However, he picked it up again, consoling himself, "Well, it's better than nothing. Perhaps a friend might need it." With his discontent slightly alleviated, Zhao Lan swiftly retrieved the explosive gauntlets. This time, he had learned his lesson and decided to check the entry before commenting. Explosive gauntlets. These gauntlets possess energy storage capabilities. After a certain number of strikes, they can release the stored energy in one go, delivering explosive damage. After reading the description of the explosive gauntlets, Zhao Lan's mood finally began to stabilize. The item seemed promising, but he wondered if this weapon could synergize with the Death to You 3000 technique. Buzzing. As soon as he thought that, the Death to You 3000 in his inventory began to tremble violently. In an instant, it floated up and fused with the explosive gauntlets. Due to the unique properties of Death to You 3000, the enhancement at this moment was indeed significant. The sharpness and sturdiness of the black blade, combined with the extensive defensive capabilities of the energy shield, now augmented by the energy-storing ability of the explosive gauntlets, it was hard to imagine that a weapon could possess more special abilities than oneself. Moreover, he had drawn a superpower awakening voucher. With the one he had drawn earlier, he now had two. The consumption of superpower awakening vouchers for awakening abilities escalated exponentially. For instance, the first awakening required just 1 voucher. The second required 2, the third required 4, and so forth. Even so, this upgrading system was indeed advantageous for Zhao Lan. Individuals possessing 2 superpowers were exceedingly rare in this world, a true rarity. Not to mention, Zhao Lan had the opportunity to acquire 3, or even 4 or 5 superpowers. Phew. I hope to awaken an SSS-level superpower this time. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Lan produced the 2 superpower awakening vouchers. After gently crushing them, buzzing, streams of mysterious energy surged skyward, illuminating the entire room with a radiant glow. Bathed in this brilliance, Zhao Lan felt every hair and muscle fiber in his body rapidly transforming. Compared to breaking through in martial arts, awakening superpowers was evidently much easier. 3 minutes later, the phenomena of superpower awakening gradually subsided, and Zhao Lan's body erupted with sparks of electricity, crackling and bursting in the air. Ding! Superpower awakening successful. Obtained SSS-level superpower, Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Purple Sky Divine Thunder. SSS can freely control one's electrons and wield the power of lightning. Hearing the system's notification, Zhao Lan's eyes flew open, unable to contain his inner joy. He exclaimed, "SS-level superpower, and it's of the natural type." As his words fell, Zhao Lan spread out his right hand, and with a thought, an arc of electricity began to take form in his palm, which he casually flicked toward the wardrobe. Crack! In an instant, the wardrobe shattered into pieces, with some edges still bearing charred marks, emitting wisps of smoke. Incredible! To achieve such a feat right after awakening my superpower. With additional training, I should be among the strongest of the natural-type superpowers. While natural-type superpowers may seem similar on the surface, there are significant differences in actual power. For instance, when it comes to a mere flick of the wrist, it is said that lightning-type superpowers, apart from the initial batch represented by Kaching, are notably more formidable than wind or ice-type abilities. Although in terms of strength, it remains uncertain how it compares to the space-type superpower of the protagonist. Su Chan. Yet, that is of little concern. Zhao Lan could easily handle Su Chan now. For words, the future is promising. His previous martial artist rank of 7 or 8 might have allowed him to dominate in school, easily defeating weaker opponents. But given his unfortunate circumstances with the Zhao family, where Zhao Laodeng placed high hopes on him as if all burdens rested on his shoulders, it was far from sufficient. The Genius Cup involved dealings with the Dark Forest Company and other talented individuals from various schools and society. In response to such matters, his original strength was utterly inadequate. However, now that Zhao Lan had ascended to the rank of martial artist and awakened a second superpower, the situation had completely reversed. It was no longer he who had to worry about these matters, but rather those involved would have to consider how to deal with him. Next, he needed to visit the old man. He wondered how Zhao Laodeng would react upon seeing that he had become a martial artist. After this substantial enhancement in strength, Zhao Lan felt elated, even developing a slight anticipation for returning to the Zhao residence the next day. Recently, I have been conflicted about whether to continue writing this book, partly due to poor data, which usually wouldn't bother me, but recently, with rent due, I might need to borrow money to get by. And writing might not be enough to keep me off the streets, so here I am, shamelessly asking everyone, if you have money in your account, please send some gifts. If not, a simple click on the free options would be greatly appreciated. Thank you all. Chapter 53. You may embarrass yourselves, but I shall not. Upon exiting the room, it was already close to evening. His father, mother, and aunt were gathered at the table, preparing to dine. Upon seeing Zhao Lan looking refreshed and invigorated, the three exchanged peculiar glances. The commotion from his room had been quite loud. Could it be true that Zhao Lan had indeed advanced to a martial artist while dining? Or had he done something else? Zhao Lan, have you truly become a martial artist? Lin Xiaolan inquired while serving rice. Zhao Lan leisurely took his seat at the dining table, appearing calm and unperturbed. Nodding, not too far off. It was a bit slower than I anticipated. And no sooner had he spoken than Zhao Lei slammed the table, spraying rice as he exclaimed, "Well done, my boy. You truly are my son. I always knew you could do it." Zhao Lan rolled his eyes dramatically and replied, "What a typical dad you are. By the way, don't you think you've got that backwards? Backwards, are you saying? You prefer being called a bad boy?" Zhao Lei's eyes sparkled with a hint of foolishness as he stammered, "Ha ha ha, I get it. Men must be bad for women to love them, right?" Even Zhao Lan himself was taken aback by how oblivious his father was. He decided to be straightforward. "What I mean is, you have no superpowers, nor martial arts talent. So when you say, of course, he's your son, doesn't that sound a bit contradictory? Am I really your biological son?" Zhao Lei exclaimed in shock. Zhao Lan rubbed his temples, signaling that this conversation should end here. However, he wasn't joking. He was genuinely curious. His grandfather, Zhao Tian, had a fearsome reputation, and usually, strong individuals tend to spoil their promising descendants, such as himself. Yet, his father, Zhao Lei, had neither looks nor strength, and he was rather dim-witted. Despite the common belief that the youngest son is often favored, surely Grandpa Zhao Tian wouldn't be foolish enough to prefer such a son? Could it be that his seemingly useless father harbored some hidden secrets? The following morning, at dawn, as instructed by the old man, Zhao Lan and his family arrived at the estate where the last family gathering had occurred. Upon entering, a swarm of aunts and family members greeted them enthusiastically. "The head of the Zhao family has arrived. Please, take a seat. Don't tire yourselves out. Haha, what did I tell you? I've always believed that Zhao Lan would achieve great things since childhood. How about that? My foresight isn't too shabby, is it? The name Old Zhao Outdoor Goods Store is quite well chosen. It is simple yet profound, embodying the essence of elegance in its simplicity. Come, Lin Mimi, sit over here. I have a set of imported skincare products to gift you. As women, we must learn to take care of ourselves." The number of people attending this family meeting is noticeably greater than last time. Most of the newcomers are distant relatives, likely drawn by the news of Old Master Zhao's return and the recent accolades Zhao Lan received during the end-of-term hunting event, hoping to strengthen their connections. Perhaps, with the Zhao family's rise, they too would share in the prosperity. Zhao Lan, I heard that the old man wants you to participate in the Genius Cup. Strive to perform well, so that all of Linjiang City knows that our Zhao family has returned. Uncle Zhao Changchun approached, adopting the demeanor of an elder, gently patting Zhao Lan's shoulder. While it seemed like a sincere expectation from an elder, Zhao Lan did not forget the events of the recent past. These uncles and aunts had previously banded together to look down upon their family, Don't call me Xiao Lan as if we are close. Upon hearing Zhao Lan's retort, Zhao Changchun's expression darkened significantly, suppressing his anger as he replied, "What do you mean by close? I am your uncle. I often held you when you were little. Well then, may I ask, dear uncle, which Lan is in my name?" Zhao Changchun. It seems he never anticipated Zhao Lan would pose such a tricky question. How would I know how to write your name? Ding. From Zhao Changchun's resentment, 999. Seeing his older brother's face redden with embarrassment, third uncle Zhao Shishuan chimed in. You can't refuse to grow old. How can a junior lecture their elders? The relationships among the Zhao brothers were largely superficial, yet with Zhao Lan's emergence, they found themselves united against a common foe as family elders. Allowing a junior to challenge them was hardly befitting. Zhao Shishuan, while feigning humility, had actually claimed the moral high ground. You may be brash, but you are still a junior. Speaking to elders in such a manner, can it win you respect? Yet Zhao Lan's perspective had always diverged from the norm. With the Zhao family's predicament, she was desperately seeking an escape. So why would she bow to their authority? You can't refuse to grow old. I say, uncle and third uncle, weren't you both in the same position when you were younger? As soon as the words left her mouth, 2 notification chimes echoed in her ears. Ding, from Zhao Changxing's resentment, 999. Ding, from Zhao Shishuan's resentment, 999. Cough. At that moment, a series of coughs sounded from outside, and old master Zhao Tian arrived fashionably late. The previously boisterous family members instantly rose and bowed, their eyes filled with reverence. Sit. Old Master Zhao, a wielder of fire-based abilities, was known for his decisive actions. With just a single word, everyone settled down. Silently awaiting his directives, in 4 days, the Genius Cup will be held in Linjiang City, and as one of the hosts, our Zhao family must present a respectable front. If you have the time, do attend. You might discover some promising talents to recruit into our Zhao family. Upon hearing Old Master Zhao's instructions, many family members secretly rejoiced. The Genius Cup was the most anticipated event in Linjiang City, where numerous family factions would seize the opportunity to promote their enterprises or directly recruit talent. They were surprised to learn that Old Master had kept them in the dark about the Zhao family's role as a host. They could reap benefits without spending a dime. Who wouldn't be pleased? However, Zhao Shishuan and Zhao Changxing were still fixated on Zhao Lan's earlier words, overtly criticizing her. Dad, if our Zhao family merely participates for show, the outcome will surely be subpar. Even if Zhao Lan competes in the Genius Cup, failing to secure a notable rank would bring shame upon our Zhao family. It's not directed at you, Xiao Lan. I'm merely considering the family's interests. After the uncles voiced their opinions, all eyes turned to Zhao Lan. As the nominal head of the family, she no longer exuded the same arrogance as before. Zhao Changchun and Zhao Shishuan exchanged glances, their expressions slightly smug, thinking Zhao Lan was afraid of embarrassing herself in the Genius Cup. After all, despite her fame at the abnormal martial arts university, it was merely within the confines of academia. The Genius Cup had always been a gathering of hidden talents, where some campus celebrities often faltered, whereas seasoned beast hunters could shine brightly in competition. Thus, Zhao Lan's concerns were entirely reasonable. Yes, you two are absolutely correct. However, after a moment of contemplation, Zhao Lan suddenly had a brilliant idea. How about this? Uncle and third uncle, why don't you both participate as well? Although there are age restrictions for the Genius Cup, since we are the hosts, surely we can find a way around it, right? Let outsiders see what caliber the previous generation of the Zhao family possesses. Once everyone laughs at you, no one will ridicule me. After all, I am the master of the Zhao family. I must maintain some dignity. Today, I was in a bad mood and vented my frustrations on those who left negative reviews. So I apologize for that. However, after venting, I feel a bit better and wrote 2 chapters. Reviews do affect performance, so since I've decided to continue writing, I hope everyone can support me with 5-star ratings. I know my writing isn't perfect, but that's just how the platform operates. If the data isn't good, I can't continue, so I hope everyone can give me a 5-star rating. Thank you. I'll try to write more chapters as a token of appreciation. Chapter 54. Heart-to-heart between grandfather and grandson. 3 crucial questions. God damn it, if you're embarrassed, must I not be? Upon hearing this, the 2 brothers felt a wave of anger wash over them. Setting aside their abilities, just the mere act of trying to use connections to enter a youth competition at their age, that alone was utterly disgraceful. If you want to save face, Must we abandon ours? Ding. From Zhao Chongqing's resentment, 999. Ding. From Zhao Shishuan's resentment, 999. Humiliated by Zhao Lan's scorn, Zhao Chongqing and Zhao Shishuan wore expressions of deep displeasure, their tempers flaring, yet they restrained themselves. Ultimately, it was old Master Zhao who intervened, offering a word of reason. Enough. The elders may be foolish, but as juniors, shouldn't you show a little leniency? This remark was quite comforting, and the pent-up frustration within the Zhao brothers dissipated significantly. Wait a minute. What do you mean by the elders being foolish? Realizing the implication, their blood pressure surged once more. While they harbored selfish motives, they were also considering the family's welfare. How could their father turn against them? Yet in Zhao Tian's eyes, Zhao Shishuan and Zhao Chongqing had little say in the matter. After a lengthy pause, they ultimately chose to endure everything quietly. Fine. I'll give you face this time and let it slide. Zhao Lan shrugged, relenting in the end. The Zhao family collectively sighed in relief, setting aside whether Zhao Chongqing and Zhao Shishuan should feel embarrassed. If this matter were to proceed, it would undoubtedly bring shame to the Zhao family. Soon, the discussion returned to the main agenda. Once the atmosphere stabilized, Old Master Zhao spoke solemnly. The second matter is that I have repurchased some of the Zhao family's original enterprises. However, as there are few adept in management within the family, all the repurchased enterprises will be placed under Zhao Lan's authority. As for how Zhao Lan chooses to allocate them, I shall not intervene. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. Upon hearing the old man's initial statement, family members were eager to stake their claims, but their excitement quickly plummeted when they realized that the real power was being handed to Zhao Lan. After all, the primary glue holding the family together was not merely blood relations but also interests. Dad, this decision a bit too hasty. No matter how capable Zhao Lan is, she is still a student. Exactly, Dad, we are all available and could easily assist in management. Zhao Lan is still young and lacks maturity. It would be better to hand over control after a few more years of experience. In response to these objections, Old Master Zhao remained calm, simply closing his eyes and listening quietly. Once everyone had voiced their thoughts, Zhao Tian slowly opened his eyes and spoke a single line. If you have objections, you may voice them. Given this is your first complaint, I shall overlook it this time. Remember to hold your tongues next time. While his words were couched in politeness, everyone could sense the gravity of Old Master Zhao's demeanor. It was clear that if anyone uttered another word, they would be personally invited to drink a penalty drink. The room fell into a sudden silence. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Zhao Lan suddenly stood up, gently patting her father's shoulder. All right, since you've entrusted everything to me, I hereby announce that all of Zhao family's enterprises will henceforth be managed by my father. Zhao Lan's pronouncement once again took everyone by surprise. Zhao Lan was indeed young and talented, with some merit to her name, albeit limited. Any dissent would be met with mere discontent. However, entrusting the enterprises to Zhao Lei was somewhat ludicrous. A family member known for washing feet could manage these enterprises. Huh? Me? Even Zhao Lei himself was taken aback. As he was about to respond, he caught a peculiar glance from Zhao Tian. Zhao Lei had not uttered a single word and was compelled to swallow his thoughts. This family meeting appeared even more casual than the last. Numerous members voiced their complaints afterward, questioning the purpose of their presence if the matters at hand did not concern them. Once the discussions concluded and most had dispersed, Zhao Tian, unusually, did not take his leave. Aware that many questions lingered in the air, he had summoned Zhao Lan primarily for a heart-to-heart conversation. After only he and Zhao Lan remained, the elder spoke first. Zhao Lan furrowed his brow, his previously carefree demeanor gradually fading, replaced by a solemn gaze. With the responsibility of shouldering the Zhao's legacy imminent, he could not afford to be muddled by uncertainties. This time, he would clarify any issues at hand, stating, I shall disclose everything I can. From the perspective of the original narrative, without Zhao Yan's return to the Zhao family, Zhao Lan would not ascend to the position of family head. Moreover, as Zhao Lan became increasingly active, the trajectory of the plot would undoubtedly diverge from the main storyline, leading to the emergence of various hidden plots and setups. Thus, since his arrival in this world, Zhao Lan had harbored numerous questions. After a moment of contemplation, he posed his first inquiry. Was the emergence of the evolution platform during the final hunting event at Yudu Daxu a deliberate act by someone? Zhao Tian, initially calm and composed, had believed that Xiaolan would not pose any particularly incisive questions. To his surprise, the first inquiry struck a chord. He scrutinized his grandson with a newfound sense of unfamiliarity flashing momentarily in his eyes. Still investigating. Ultimately, Zhao Tian collected his scattered thoughts and replied in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan's brow furrowed even deeper. The original narrative did not elucidate the sudden activation of the evolution platform. It merely added some supplementary details, suggesting that certain platforms would activate automatically under special circumstances. In the novel, one could easily attribute such occurrences to chance, for what is fiction without a touch of the unexpected? However, this was a genuine world, rife with hidden plots and forces. Xiaolan had merely harbored suspicions, not expecting there to be actual underlying circumstances. After pondering for a moment, Xiaolan set aside his previous query and continued. What preparations are being made for the Genius Cup? Just as Zhao Tian had taken a sip of tea to steady his nerves, he nearly spewed it out. He had intended this conversation to bridge the gap between himself and his cherished grandson. Feeling a sense of debt towards Xiaolan's family and Zhaoyan's expectations, Xiaolan was highly likely to inquire why he had abandoned them, why he had left no assets behind, why he had returned so suddenly, and whether this family was something he could enter or exit as he pleased. After expressing his grievances, he would then reveal his own difficulties, leading to an understanding between them, and thus arriving at a satisfactory conclusion. Little did he anticipate that Xiaolan would strike at his vulnerable points with consecutive questions. Tio's speak candidly was against the rules. Tio remained silent, however, would contradict his earlier earnest demeanor. Gradually, Zhao Yin's gaze towards Xiaolan transformed into one of increasing peculiarity. Why did it feel as though this grandson was exceptionally astute, as if he knew everything? Clearing his throat, Zhao Tian adopted a troubled expression and said, "Only this edition of the Genius Cup is being held with a specific purpose in mind. As for the objective, you will learn it once you secure first place." Xiaolan scoffed, rolling his eyes dramatically. "Is that acceptable, old man? If you can share, then share. If not, then don't. What is the meaning of only divulging half the information? It's rather petty." Ding, from Zhao Tian's resentment, 2999. Zhao Tian, puffing out his beard, raised his hand as if to strike, prompting Xiaolan to dodge playfully. After their playful exchange, the atmosphere lightened considerably. After sharing a cup of tea and engaging in casual conversation, Zhao Tian urged, "Continue with your inquiries. I assure you a truthful answer for the next question." In the original narrative, Zhao Tian was a doting grandfather. Even though the two had met only a handful of times, he would painstakingly plot revenge and, years later, choose to confront Su Qin fiercely. Now, with Xiaolan possessing both capability and intellect, and sharing a temperament akin to his own, how could he not dote upon him even more? Though their banter had been a bit tumultuous. After all, what young person isn't a bit unruly? Thus, for the third question, Zhao Tian had resolved to set aside those nonsensical rules and engage in a candid discussion. Is my father an ability user? However, as soon as Xiaolan spoke, Zhao Tian couldn't help but flinch. Chapter 55. Are you all my fans? Apologies, I have no time for autographs. Zhao Lei, Zhao Yin's most cherished youngest son, had awakened no abilities, nor possessed any martial arts aptitude. His business acumen, intelligence, and emotional quotient seemed rather lackluster as well. Yet, this seemingly worthless individual had never shown signs of despair nor exhibited envy towards anyone. It was as if he was utterly indifferent to the notions of abilities or martial arts. Even while idling at home, Lin Shulan had never berated Zhao Lei for his lack of talent. At most, her criticisms were objective in nature. In truth, Xiaolan felt that such an ordinary man, in an era dominated by the strong, lived far too carefree, so carefree that it bordered on abnormal. Thus, for quite some time, Xiaolan had harbored doubts about his father, though he had never managed to uncover any clues until today, when Xiaolan declared his intention to transfer all family assets to Zhao Lei. It was evident that his father appeared somewhat apprehensive, but a mere glance from grandfather Zhao Tian restored his composure. That fleeting calmness could not have been feigned. Therefore, this so-called useless father, in the eyes of outsiders, undoubtedly harbored some hidden secret. Clearing his throat, Xiaolan pressed further. "Come on, old man. Surely this is something you can't keep from me. Do you intend to conceal the truth about my biological father?" Observing Zhao Yin's apparent discomfort, Xiaolan continued to pry. In truth, He had already formed a conclusion based on Zhao Yin's demeanor. Yet, he had never anticipated that Zhao Yin's response would once again defy expectations. Tio, speak frankly. I, too, am uncertain. What do you mean by uncertain? Zhaolan's face twitched. He had been promised a thorough response. Zhao Lei was indeed likely to be an ability user. Otherwise, he would not have doted on him so. However, regarding the nature of his awakening abilities, Zhao Tian admitted, I truly do not know. Go be precise, I should know, but I have forgotten. Forgotten. Although Zhao Tian was of advanced age, he was hardly suffering from senility. How could he simply forget? Could it be that his father's abilities had the power to induce forgetfulness? Or was it akin to a plot from a certain film, utilizing high-tech devices to erase memories? Through this conversation, Zhaolan's questions multiplied rather than diminished. Who orchestrated the activation of the evolution platform? What were their intentions? Was the Genius Cup some form of covert selection, and was its purpose intertwined with the original narrative? Did his seemingly useless father possess some mysterious identity? Zhao Tian appeared to have divulged much yet said little. Damn. Speaking of which, what are the odds of success in the Genius Cup? The old man diverted the topic. Zhao Lan, returning to his senses, lazily responded, it should be fine. Securing first place should not pose an issue. Zhao Tian acknowledged with an "oh," and the two fell into silence. Perhaps this was a consequence of their shared bloodline. But the atmosphere became exceedingly delicate. Don't believe it? Why not give it a try? Or should I, the old man, test you? The grandfather and grandson spoke almost in unison. In an instant, a circle of searing flames unexpectedly surged from beneath Zhaolan's feet. Rapidly encircling him, Zhaolan remained seated, not adopting a fighting stance, merely stamping his foot lightly. With a resounding crash, the flames that had just coalesced were shattered by a wave of fist energy. Old man, do you underestimate me so much as to use such a feeble method to test my abilities? Zhao Yin's expression shifted dramatically, astonished as he exclaimed, You have already become a martial master? Zhao Lan nodded. Grinning widely, yes, that's the expression I wanted to see. Ding. From Zhao Tian's resentment, 8,888. Having inadvertently revealed an unguarded expression, Zhao Tian felt a pang of embarrassment. He was pleased that his grandson had advanced to martial master. But he was not fond of the smug look on his face. I truly did not expect that you would progress so rapidly. As Zhao Yin's astonishment gradually faded, a cruel smile crept upon his face. Well then, I previously refrained from sparring with you for fear of causing injury. Now that you're a martial master, it should be much harder for you to meet your demise. With that, a more intense and refined suit of extraordinary fire armor enveloped him. The following day, when Zhaolan awoke, it was nearly noon. At some point, his injuries had healed, and he had returned home, while his parents and aunt had already left for the office to handle their business. Recalling the brutal experiences of the previous night, Zhaolan still felt a lingering sense of trepidation. That old man truly fought with lethal intent. However, thanks to his rigorous training, Zhaolan had significantly improved both in martial arts and the application of his abilities. For the upcoming Genius Cup, he felt far more confident in channeling his negative energy. Stretching his limbs, Zhaolan checked his phone and discovered numerous messages awaiting him. Chen Tao, Zhaolan, Li Ligua was hit by a car. You need to come quickly. The location is Xingrui Internet CAF on Fuxing Road. Remember to bring 3 cups of boba milk tea. Li Ligua, Zhaolan. Qin Shou was hit by a car. You need to come quickly. The location is Xingrui Internet CAF on Fuxing Road. Don't forget to bring 3 cups of boba milk tea. Qin Shou, Zhaolan. Chen Tao was hit by a car. You need to come quickly. The location is Xingrui Internet CAF on Fuxing Road. Remember to bring 3 cups of boba milk tea. Observing the clumsy performances of his 3 roommates, Zhao Lan felt utterly speechless. They even had the audacity to ask me to treat them to boba milk tea. How ridiculous. Casually replying that I was busy, I resumed scrolling through my messages. Suimo. My dear friend, I find myself sleepless tonight. Inspired by the shadows of bamboo swaying outside my window, I composed a little poem to commemorate our friendship. I wonder if it resonates with you. Yi Shireen. Zhao Lan. I managed to persuade my grandfather for some pocket money again. How about I buy you a fine alloy longsword as an apology for my previous behavior? Xiaqian. Have you made up your mind? Will you participate in the Genius Cup? Registration begins this afternoon. After finally reaching the end of the messages, I found Xiaqian to be the most reliable. At least discussing something pertinent. So, today is the day for registration? I got up to check the details, and indeed, the Genius Cup registration was today. The catch was that online registration was not an option. One had to register on-site. While this method was somewhat cumbersome, it effectively filtered out a large number of applicants using false information. After all, this was a competition for the youth, with significant age restrictions. Since I had nothing better to do, it would be good to check the situation out. After washing up, Zhao Lan set off alone for the registration venue. Lingjiang City, Giant Nest Sports Arena.as, the largest sports venue in the city. It was said to accommodate up to 100,000 spectators simultaneously. Apart from a few scattered individual competitors, the majority were organized, well-connected young talents. The four prominent families of Lingjiang City, the Yi family, the Nailan family, the Zhou family, and the Su family. The family to which Lan Ku belonged resembled a military lineage, hence, they would not compete with these secular families. The Xia family was rather mysterious, reportedly possessing a long-standing heritage that predated the resurgence of spiritual energy, traditionally emerging in times of turmoil and retreating during periods of prosperity. As for the Zhao family, had yet to truly rise to prominence. However, I believe that if Zhao Lan could secure first place in the Genius Cup, the Zhao family would have a chance to rejoin the ranks of the four prominent families. Currently, all four families had their elders leading the charge, accompanied by a slew of family prodigies, all eager to showcase their talents. Among them were a few familiar faces, Yi Shirin, Uncle Gong, and the wayward Su Mo, who were all frantically waving in Zhao Lan's direction. This shouldn't be happening. If I recall correctly, Su Mo did not participate in the Genius Cup in the original narrative. Could it be because of me? Zhao Lan rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. It wasn't that Su Mo was particularly annoying, but rather that as a man, he was excessively enthusiastic, always gravitating towards me. Zhao Lan could resist the charms of a beautiful woman, but he found it challenging to withstand the fervent, ambiguous atmosphere exuding from Su Mo yet, before these acquaintances could approach Zhao Lan. A group of young men from the Zhou family surrounded him. The leader bore a scar on his face that twisted like a centipede. With a grin, he slapped Zhao Lan hard on the back, his words dripping with sarcasm. Well, if it isn't the superstar from the extraordinary Martial University. Zhao Lan glanced at him, his expression turning peculiar. Before politely waving his hand in refusal, "You must all be my fans, right? Apologies, but I'm a bit busy right now. You might have to wait for the autograph. I must say, your support team is rather unprofessional. You come all this way without even holding up a light board or something." Ding. From Zhou Tianqing's resentment, 6666. I went out for interviews with 2 companies today, which is why I'm only updating now. Both asked me to wait for notifications. Enough about that, everyone. Please send some gifts to support me for a few days. If you have gifts, please click on them, and if not, clicking on the free ones to show your love would be appreciated. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 56. I'm sorry, did you think I'm deaf-mute? Zhao Lan's somewhat Navi tone left the Zhou family's dark-clad men momentarily stunned. Am I not teasing you? Can't you tell? Winning against Xia Qian had truly inflated his ego, particularly for the leader, Zhou Tiansheng, the eldest son of the Zhou family, who had not attended any school but rather diligently honed his martial arts according to family traditions. Awakening supernatural abilities, compared to the illustrious offspring of wealth, the Zhou family members were trained from a young age to hunt extraordinary beasts and even assassinate powerful supernatural beings. Consequently, they were known for their ruthless and eccentric personalities, holding disdain for good students from academies like Xiaqian. Now, with Zhao Lan having defeated the well-known Xiaqian, his reputation soared. Zhou Tianqing sought to seize this opportunity to undermine Zhao Lan, thereby elevating his own standing within the family. However, what he did not anticipate was Zhao Lan's blatant audacity in requesting an autograph. What do you want to sign? I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that? In an instant, a sinister expression surfaced on Zhou Tianqing's face as he slightly bent forward, his towering physique combined with the writhing scar on his face creating an immense sense of intimidation. Zhao Lan softened his gaze, opened his mouth to speak but remained silent, instead gesturing with his fingers, forming a series of signs. What does that mean? Zhou Tiansheng was momentarily perplexed, only grasping the situation 3 seconds later. He believed Zhao Lan thought he was deaf. You can't hear that I'm threatening you. In a flash, veins bulged on Zhou Tianqing's forehead, ready to strike. What I'm saying is, big brother, how about you let me off this one time? I won't hold it against you. Finally, Zhao Lan spoke. If you keep pestering me without any sense, I might just lose my patience and slap you to death. At this proclamation, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Initially, everyone believed Zhao Lan's demeanor was one of feigned helplessness, pleading for mercy. To their surprise, he uttered the harshest words in the gentlest tone, spared Zhou Tianqing's life, yet threatening to slap him dead. He truly had the audacity. Would there be consequences? I'd heard that the Zhou family was known for using lethal force. Where were the security personnel? Why weren't they intervening? As whispers grew louder, the veins on Zhou Tianqing's forehead throbbed, and his teeth ground against each other. He enunciated each word with menace. Repeat that for me, so you really are deaf. My apologies. I was too loud earlier. Zhao Lan rubbed his brow and continued signing. Ding! From Zhou Tianqing's resentment, 6,666. I will kill you. Zhou Tianqing finally snapped, his rage reaching its peak, and he lunged forward. However, he never got close to Zhao Lan. Smack! Zhao Lan was the first to strike, slapping him hard on the shoulder. With a thud, Zhou Tianqing, without any warning, tilted his head and collapsed to the ground. What just happened? The spectators were left dumbfounded. What just transpired? How did he suddenly drop to the ground? Is Zhao Lan employing some form of sorcery? Everyone witnessed it. He struck first. Zhao Lan then stomped his foot down on Zhou Tianqing, loudly proclaiming, I'm innocent. I truly did not bully a deaf-mute. The onlookers were left speechless. Did he genuinely believe Zhou Tianqing was deaf-mute? Zhou Tianqing was clearly of some repute. Many in attendance recognized him, especially among the younger generation, where he held considerable influence. No one anticipated he would be taken down so easily by Zhao Lan. And to add insult to injury, he called him a deaf-mute. Such a grievous affront. However, Zhou Tianqing was no ordinary fellow, and the Zhou family was even less so. Engaged in all manner of nefarious dealings, would the Zhou family let Zhao Lan off the hook for this? The spectators wore expressions of anticipation, eager for the unfolding drama. Sure enough, as Zhou Tianqing lay on the ground, the younger generation from the Zhou family erupted in indignation, clamoring, How dare you lay a hand on someone from the Zhou family? Just wait. Wait for what? Let's deal with him right here. We outnumber him. We could easily overwhelm him. As the situation spiraled towards chaos, everyone braced for a confrontation. Just then, clap, clap, clap. A series of crisp applause suddenly rang out from behind the Zhou family, and the group of young competitors parted to create a path for an elderly man with a gaunt face. His skin was wrinkled, and he appeared emaciated, resembling a corpse drained of blood. Particularly peculiar were his bulging eyes, one looking upward and the other to the left, swaying oddly. The elder was known as Zhou Ming, rumored to have been a strikingly handsome youth in his day. But his appearance had grown increasingly terrifying due to the influence of supernatural forces. Zhao Lan paid little mind to the elder stepping forward to support Zhou Tianqing. Did the Zhou family truly believe they could intimidate them? If they really wanted to hold him accountable, they would have to consult Zhao Tian first. Thus, he prepared to rally his own support. What? You intend to send the older generation to confront me? Fine. Do you Zhou family truly think we Zhao family lack capable individuals? Believing he could easily make a phone call. However, mid-sentence, he was interrupted by Zhou Ming, who raised his hand. Young Master Zhao may have misunderstood. I have no intention of pursuing this matter. On the contrary, Zhou Tianqing's provocation was instigated by our family, and I wish to apologize for our reckless behavior. With that, he indeed offered a symbolic bow, displaying an acceptable degree of courtesy. Oh? This piqued Zhao Lan's curiosity about what the Zhou family was truly up to, so he remained silent, listening to the elder's confession. As expected, Zhou Ming continued to clarify. In truth, our Zhou family has long recognized your potential, young Master Zhao, and we believe you are a strong contender for this year's Genius Cup title, without question. Hence, we chose to collaborate with others, and through Zhou Tianqing's close contact with you, we aim to gather some targeted intelligence. Thus, the Zhou family has acquired a wealth of information about you, which will be further scrutinized. As he spoke, several mysterious individuals clad in distinctive attire, each adorned with symbols of triangles, squares and circles on their chests, emerged behind him, scrutinizing Zhao Lan as if seizing the opportunity to gather more data. Zhao Lan, well versed in the unfolding narrative, immediately recognized these individuals as personnel from Dark Forest Technology Company. This revelation caused Zhao Lan to raise an eyebrow in surprise. What on earth does this mean? Is today's cryptic provocation a scheme orchestrated by the Zhou family in collaboration with Dark Forest Technology? How shameless! You have forced my hand. Seeking gifts, everyone. Please click on the gift box at the end of the chapter. If you are affluent, please donate. If not, a little love will suffice. I am being pressed for debts. Thank you all so much, Sob. Chapter 57. Reporting for the people, not a burden. On the surface, Dark Forest Technology is merely a tech company, developing smart appliances and energy-efficient vehicles, yet it possesses some clandestine technologies. For instance, they can analyze an individual's information through brief physical contact. In the original narrative, Dark Forest Company thoroughly researched the protagonist Su Chun by collecting his hair, which caused him considerable trouble. However, being the protagonist, he could resolve any predicament through the power of his protagonist aura. Therefore, it is now Zhao Lan's turn to feel a bit of a headache. That slap he just delivered may indeed provide Dark Forest Technology with an opportunity to find a way to target him. Young people, while ambition is commendable, it can also be detrimental at times. In future encounters of this nature, it would be wise to exercise restraint. Now look, we have caught you at a flaw. Observing Zhao Lan's increasingly grim expression, Zhou Ming revealed a triumphant demeanor, forcing a smile. Yet, in contrast to his expectations of panic, Zhao Lan retorted in the same tone. Elder, exercising caution is commendable, but is it not still insufficient? Why study me? Dark Forest should focus on examining your piggish brain. Did you truly believe I am as deaf as your Zhou Tianxing, shouting your conspiracies so brazenly in this place? You do not seriously think I have relied solely on my own strength to reach this point? Do you? With each word Zhao Lan uttered, Zhou Ming's countenance darkened further. Theoretically speaking, the Zhou family had done nothing wronged. A mere spat or skirmish among the younger generation is trivial between any two families. Even if the Zhou family had orchestrated a scheme to lure Zhao Lan into a trap, it had not inflicted any damage upon him. We have done nothing. What fault is there? Even if the organizers of the Genius Cup or even the authorities intervened. On the surface, Zhao Lan has suffered no loss, so what reason is there to target the Zhou family? Your bravado is quite impressive. I am eager to see how you intend to deal with my Zhou family. Zhou Ming pondered for a long while, reassured that no compromising information had been leaked, and thus spoke confidently. Little did he expect that, as soon as he finished speaking, clicked a sudden sound of silver bracelets clashing rang from his wrist, causing Zhou Ming to freeze, quickly turning to the side. There stood a police officer, saluting as he said, "Greetings, comrade. We are from the police department, and currently suspect you may be linked to 6 cases of missing persons, 3 cases of human modification, and 2 cases of stolen batteries. Please accompany us for an investigation." In an instant, Zhou Ming was rendered utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? I have not participated in a family mission for 30 years. How could cases find their way to me? Officer, have you mistaken me for someone else? Although I may not appear virtuous, I have not committed any offenses for 30 years. No, I have not committed any offenses in my entire life. As the officer secured Zhou Ming's silver bracelet, he inquired, "Is the Zhou family in partnership with Dark Forest Technology?" Zhou Ming, momentarily caught off guard, replied, "Yes, what of it?" The officer nodded. Therein lies the issue. The human experiments conducted by Dark Forest Technology have been exposed by a well-meaning individual. Most of the upper management is now imprisoned, and since the Zhou family has a partnership with Dark Forest, we certainly have reason to suspect you. By the way, what was the name of that good Samaritan who reported Dark Forest Technology? At this moment, Zhao Lan stepped forward, saluted sharply, and proclaimed, "Report. The good Samaritan is me. I am the good Samaritan, Zhao Lan." Upon seeing Zhao Lan's appearance, the officer exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, so it's you. The one who reported the taxi driver? What a remarkable young man. You went from reporting a rogue taxi driver to exposing an illegal company. Speaking of which, thanks to you, I was promoted a level after that case, and now with the upper management of Dark Forest Technology apprehended, I might just get another promotion. You are indeed a benefactor." Zhao Lan beamed, lifted his chin, and declared, "Reporting for the people is not a burden." What a noble sentiment. The police officer, who had been assisted by Zhao Lan on 2 occasions, momentarily forgot his official duties and began to engage in casual conversation with him. It was only after being called back to his responsibilities by a teammate that he hurriedly said to Zhao Lan, "Young brother, would you mind being my informant? You won't need to do much. Just contact me first if you discover any illegal activities, and the rewards will be greater. Here's my number. You can reach me anytime.as for the reward. I'll get it to you once the case against Dark Forest Technology is concluded. After giving his instructions, the officer returned to his official duties. With that, Zhao Lan mused, does this mean I now have someone in higher places? As he watched the police car gradually recede, Zhao Lan tucked away the phone number. Whispering to himself, ding, from Zhou Ming's resentment, 9,999. Ding, from Zhou Ji's sarcasm, 2,333. Ding, from Zhou Donglai's resentment, 4444. For Zhao Lan, the greatest threat in this Genius Cup is not the defeated Xiaqian, nor the other families or outstanding youths from society, and certainly not the nearly broken-hearted Su Chun. The most formidable adversary is Dark Forest Technology Company, which excels in genetic modification. The participants they send are specifically tailored in a manner that, aside from Su Chun, who possesses the protagonist's aura, they seem capable of dispatching anyone else with ease. Zhao Lan is not afraid of Dark Forest Company. Rather, he fears the complications that may arise. If he truly disrupts their plans, would they not, like in the original narrative, become infuriated enough to kidnap his family? Confronting Dark Forest Technology directly, Zhao Lan currently does not possess such strength, but his grandfather does. Zhao Tian is actually a member of a special task force, intricately connected to high-ranking officials, and he is Zhao Lan's own grandfather. If this opportunity is not utilized well, would that not be foolish? Zhao Lan's identity is not that of a protagonist who must adhere to principles. He is a villain, after all, and ought to employ any underhanded tactics necessary. Thus, on the night Zhao Lan sparred with his grandfather Zhao Tian, he laid bare all the information he had regarding Dark Forest Technology and linked the matter of the evolution chamber to this company. Regardless of whether there was a connection, he would cast the blame first. Initially, Zhao Tian was skeptical. How could the words of a mere child contain information even he was unaware of? However, upon hearing Zhao Lan mention that Dark Forest Technology would dispatch personnel to the Genius Cup, he began to feel a sense of trepidation. Zhao Tian believed him and promptly leveraged his connections to thoroughly investigate Dark Forest Technology throughout the night. To his astonishment, Dark Forest Technology indeed had a plethora of illegal activities. Consequently, the initial boss, who would later cause immense trouble for Su Chun in the original narrative, had yet to officially appear, yet was on the verge of downfall. Everyone, if you have some spare time, please help by clicking on gifts. I genuinely need them, thank you. Chapter 58. My grandfather is the organizer. No need to queue. Zhao Lan, are you all right? To think that a close friend would have such strong connections with the authorities, able to apprehend individuals at will? You are young Master Zhao, are you not? I have heard Uncle Rongda mention you. Seeing you today, you truly are extraordinary. After Dark Forest Technology and Zhou Ming were apprehended, those acquainted with Zhao Lan, such as Yishurin, Suimo, and Nailin Fu, the leader of the Nailin family, approached him to inquire with concerned eye in response to their warm attentions. Zhao Lan casually waved his hand. No need for formalities. Since we are all old acquaintances, should we encounter each other in the main competition, I will show mercy. While his words were indeed polite on the surface, they were laced with a certain sting. Yishurin and Suimo were relatively unfazed, likely having developed some immunity over time. Moreover, in terms of competition, they recognized that should they meet Zhao Lan in the main event, victory was indeed improbable. Their assumptions, however, did not extend to the other young members of the three great families, and an innocuous remark immediately drew forth their resentment. Ding! From Su Kuan's resentment, 999. Ding! From Nailin Jia's resentment, 1999. Ding! From Yi Qing's resentment, 3333. This unexpected delight spurred Zhao Lan on, and he became even more enthusiastic. Thus, the young individuals, familiar with one another, took their time registering. The esteemed leaders of the three prominent families discreetly withdrew to the sidelines, granting these young prodigies the independence to exchange experiences and foster connections. Should sparks of chemistry ignite, it could very well blossom into a beautiful romance, or perhaps a bond of brotherhood. However, merely 3 minutes after the elders departed, true sparks indeed flew. Yet not of love, but of fierce competition. Come on, bring it on. Let's see who among you dares to back down, Zhao Lan bellowed. Craning his neck in the square, the youth from the three families, their faces flushed with excitement, clamored in response, bring it on. Who's afraid? In less than 3 minutes, chaos ensued. The family elders could only step in, separating their juniors. After inquiring into the situation, Gong Shu and Nalan Fu, the team leaders, were left speechless. Initially, all seemed well, but Zhao Lan inexplicably urged them to withdraw from the competition, arguing that since they were unfamiliar with him, it would be difficult to show mercy in battle, leading to their own disgrace if they were to flee in defeat. Such pre-competition provocation, while not uncommon, still resonated with them. What was more perplexing was that Zhao Lan was not merely provoking. He was genuinely concerned, even listing a series of pros and cons, appearing quite caring. Thus, Zhao Lan's intentions, seemingly innocuous, only served to intensify the provocation. Among them was a young scion who, while being pulled back by Gong Shu, cried out in frustration, "Uncle, this is utterly infuriating. If I don't land a couple of hits on him today, I'll feel miserable." Zhao Lan, hands on his hips, replied with feigned concern, "At your age? Still hiding in your uncle's embrace and crying. Should I fetch you a pacifier?" Having previously endured Zhao Lan's mockery, Gong Shu's expression darkened, his body trembling with anger. It was a splendid opportunity for the children to bond. Yet Zhao Lan had managed to ruin it. Furious enough to lash out, he declared, "Enough. Let us separate the children for now. We'll register them first." The leaders of the Su and Nalan families nodded in agreement and took their juniors away. However, from a certain perspective, the young generation of the three families had indeed drawn closer together, united by a common adversary, Zhao Lan. Ding. From Su Yin's resentment 2333. Ding. From Yi Ye's resentment 3333. Ding. From Nalan Ying's resentment 4444. Ah, to be young is indeed a blessing, easily riled by mere words. Observing the agitated youths as they cursed while entering the venue, Zhao Lan sighed contentedly. At the Giant Nest Sports Arena, the registration area was bustling with activity, teeming with people. The offspring of various families, the new generation from major organizations, and some lone wolves who had learned to hunt beasts since childhood. All the notable talents from Lingjiang had gathered. Zhao Lan scanned the crowd and, to his delight, made a new discovery. His good brother had indeed arrived. Among the long line in the individual registration area stood a person he had longed to see, Su Chen. Since the end-of-term hunt, this individual had seemingly vanished, and now, seeing him again brought Zhao Lan great joys for why he insisted on making things difficult for Su Chen. It was primarily due to Su's protagonist status, which could easily attract negative energy. Secondly, Su Chen was young and impulsive, also likely to draw negativity, and thirdly, Su Chen was resilient, making him an ideal target for repeated negativity. In short, Su Chen was merely a pawn in Zhao Lan's game. Without further ado, Zhao Lan set his plan in motion. "Step aside, everyone. Make way." With a swift maneuver, he pushed through the crowd, cutting in line right before Su Chen, feigning familiarity as he said, "Thanks for holding my place. Buddy, you can leave now." As he spoke, he handed Su Chen a few hundred yuan. Staring at the unexpected money in his hand, Su Chen's mind nearly short-circuited. Upon looking up at the line cutter and realizing it was Zhao Lan, he quickly regained his composure. Before he could speak, someone behind him slapped Su Chen on the shoulder. "Seriously, you only charged 300 for standing in line this long. If I had known, I wouldn't have wasted 3 hours here." Su Chen, bewildered, stammered, "No, I don't even know him." At that moment, a phone suddenly appeared beside him, displaying a photo of Su Chen and Zhao Lan taken just before the end-of-term hunt. You say you don't know each other? You practically shoulder to shoulder." The person behind scoffed, questioning, "You took the money and now you're backing out? Don't you know the rules? Why are you stalling? Are you trying to help multiple people at once?" With accusations flying, Su Chen found himself at a loss for words, and Zhao Lan's presence only escalated his internal turmoil, prompting him to retort, "I wasn't helping him. I can return the money." Zhao Lan turned his head, continuing to stir the pot. Hey, is this how you conduct business? We agreed on 300. You're not trying to raise the price, are you?" "No, I absolutely didn't." Their argument intensified. More and more people began to pay attention. Some stood up to voice their opinions. "Stop arguing. You two look like troublemakers. Get out of the line." After all, there was only one spot available. It was impossible for two people to occupy it. What era are we in? There are still people without manners who cut in line. In this instance, Zhao Lan fell silent, while Su Chen, who had been wrongfully accused, became the target of public outrage. Ultimately, the two were asked to leave the line. Seeing this, Su Qin's forehead pulsed with veins as he clenched his fists, unable to suppress his fury. Zhao Lan, is this really meaningful? You're wasting so much time. You will all have to queue again. After finally inching his way to the front, such an unexpected turn of events would frustrate anyone. Zhao Lan merely chuckled awkwardly. I was just trying to joke around with you. Who could have predicted it would come to this? It was rare for him to speak so reasonably. Yet, his next words sent Su Qin's blood pressure soaring. Actually, I don't need to queue. Because my grandfather is one of the organizers, I do have some privileges. I'll register first, and you can wait in line for another 3 hours. With that, Zhao Lan indeed approached the staff. And after revealing his identity as Zhao Tian's grandson, he was granted expedited registration. Su Qian stood frozen in place, utterly stunned for over a minute, his resentment swelling like an unstoppable tide. Ding. From Su Qin's resentment, 9,999. Today, I went out to distribute flyers for a part-time job and returned without having eaten. I forced myself to write a chapter. Looking at today's earnings, it is truly dismal. I hope everyone can send more gifts. Even if you can't, please click on the free support option. Each click earns me a dime, and everyone can click 3 times, so I could earn 30 cents. Thank you. Chapter 59. A Grand Prize in Martial Arts Enhancement. By leveraging connections, Zhao Lan completed his registration in just 3 minutes. Before leaving, he specifically requested a list of participants. According to the rules, even though Zhao Lan was a direct relative of the organizer, he was not supposed to receive this list. However, since Zhao Lan only asked for the names and not specific details about the participants, the staff hesitated for a moment before ultimately complying. Upon receiving the list, Zhao Lan glanced over it. Long Xiali Qing, Fallen Angel, Grave Digger. Indeed, these individuals were present. Seeing these familiar monikers from the original story, Zhao Lan furrowed his brow slightly. In the original tale, these 3 were among the top 4 in the Genius Cup, with the 4th being none other than Su Qian. Without exception, all 3 were genetically modified beings created by Dark Forest technology, possessing not only physiques rivaling martial artists, but also some forcibly implanted supernatural abilities. Li Qing, nicknamed Dragon Blind, harbored the power of the divine dragon within, though the modification had rendered him blind. Fallen Angel, Li Nana, possessed abilities that seemed both natural and somewhat rule-based. The Grave Digger, whose real name was unknown, had even registered under his nickname, being the most brutal and bloodthirsty amongst them, yet he had a penchant for burying the bodies of those he killed. This time around, Dark Forest technology had placed heavy bets on 4 individuals, collectively known as the 4 Heavenly Kings. Zhao Lan had initially thought that by dismantling Dark Forest technology's stronghold, he could eliminate at least 2 of them. But surprisingly, only one had opted not to participate. What a pity. It seemed Dark Forest technology was not as easy to deal with as anticipated. To prevent targeted retaliation, it would be prudent to engage in intensive training over the next couple of days. Upon returning home, Zhao Lan reviewed the plot of the original story, confirming that there should not be significant deviations. He then contacted Zhao Laodang. Just as Su Qian had his grandfather, Zhao Lan had Zhao Laodang. Zhao Tian had once experienced the pinnacle of glory, and it would be a waste not to utilize him. After scheduling a time with Zhao Tian, Zhao Lan opened the system interface, contemplating whether to draw another lottery or browse the shop for some items. Previously, he had around 20,000, and today it seemed he had amassed around 110,000, though it appeared there was little of worth to purchase. After much deliberation, Zhao Lan ultimately decided to try his luck with the lottery. System, let us go for a high-level 10 consecutive draws. As his voice faded, the wheel began to spin rapidly, finally slowing down after several seconds. Ding, lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 999 Martial Spirit 1. Ding, lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Fist Chi Transformation Horse 1. Ding, lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 9 Turns Intestines, Original Flavor. 1. Ding, lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for securing Sleeping Arhat Fist 1. Ding. A series of notification sounds resonated, causing Zhao Lan's lips to gradually curl upwards until he broke into a broad smile. Setting aside other considerations, the extracted 999 Martial Spirit alone was worth the price of admission. Zhao Lan had encountered this item in the marketplace before. It was a miraculous elixir that only those at the martial master level and above could consume, valued at a staggering 200,000 negative energy points. It served the same purpose as the grand elixirs he had previously ingested, such as the Great Pill and the Eye-Popping Pill, to substitute for years of arduous training and directly elevate one's martial realm. Of course, in comparison to the elixirs consumed by martial artists, which could easily raise one's level by 2 or 3 stages, the 999 martial spirit could only enhance 1 stage. Nevertheless, it remained a coveted elixir sought after by countless martial masters. The distinction between martial masters and martial artists may seem negligible, yet the chasm between them is as vast as the heavens. Not to mention the enhancement of a minor stage. Even the elevation of half a stage would result in a doubling of power. The packaging appeared suspiciously akin to that of cold medicine. Could it be that the system concocted this to fool me? Zhao Lan couldn't help but express his skepticism as he retrieved a bag of 999 martial spirit. Nevertheless, he obediently dissolved it in hot water and consumed it in less than a minute. It was unbearably hot. An overwhelming restlessness surged within him, accompanied by a rather embarrassing sensation. Goodness, did I mistakenly take the wrong medicine? Zhao Lan's face flushed crimson as he increasingly sensed something amiss, suspecting he had ingested some peculiar concoction. Just as he intended to question the system, the effects of the medicine erupted in full force. Zhao Lan felt as though every inch of his skin and every meridian was mercilessly crushed by a freight truck. This excruciating sensation persisted for a staggering 999 instances before finally dissipating. Truly, I am at my wit's end. Must the side effects of every medicine be so significant? Can't they create a painless upgrading elixir? Complaints aside, when Zhao Lan examined his martial realm, he promptly fell silent. For he had become a second-stage martial master. Although his strength had not increased dramatically, it had improved by about 10%, and more importantly, his control over his abilities had been significantly enhanced. Zhao Tian had merely assisted him in executing a single move. It was far from sufficient to solidify his martial master status. Yet after consuming the 999 martial spirit, his standing as a martial master was now remarkably secure. Zhao Lan exhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. His martial foundation was impressively solid, but it seemed his fist techniques were lagging behind. Fortunately, he had drawn some other items. After savoring the elevation of his realm, Zhao Lan took out a technique titled Fist Chi Transformation Horse. Initially assuming it to be a martial technique or fist style, he soon realized it was neither. Rather, it was an advanced skill specifically designed to manipulate one's fist chi. Some techniques prioritize defense, naturally directing fist chi towards that end, akin to the golden bell shield or iron cloth shirt. Others focus on offense, enabling the fist chi to extend outward for long-range attacks. The so-called finger god technique is an application of advanced fist chi. The fist chi transformation horse, however, was a more profound skill. Mastering it would allow one to manipulate fist chi freely, adapting its form to various situations, making it exceedingly versatile. Remarkably, it was even possible to transform fist chi into a horse to ride. Upon grasping the formidable nature of this secret technique, Zhao Lan's eyes gleamed with anticipation, nearly salivating at the prospect. This was indeed a precious item. Acquiring it for a mere 100,000 points was an incredible bargain. Without further ado, Zhao Lan pressed the Fist Chi Transformation Horse to his forehead, instantly mastering the techniques concerning Fist Chi application. Transform. Zhao Lan suddenly extended 2 fingers and spoke. In an instant, a surge of Fist Chi coalesced, forming a small blade approximately 2 feet in length, directed by his fingertips. With a mere flick, the Fist Chi morphed again, enveloping Zhao Lan in a suit of armor that fit him snugly. Excellent. It could serve both offensively and defensively. This singular technique could function as 2. Setting aside his elation, Zhao Lan shifted his gaze to the remaining 2 items. A plate of 9 turns intestines and a fist technique, sleeping Arhat fist. It was quite rare to draw food from a lottery, and Zhao Lan initially assumed it would be some sort of medicinal dish. However, as soon as he presented it, a pungent aroma assaulted his senses. What on earth is this foul smell? Upon looking down, the description of the 9 turns intestines met his eyes. 9 turns intestines. The chef, adhering to the principle of preserving the original flavor of the ingredients, intentionally retained a portion during the cleaning process. Original flavor intestines, you deserve this. After reading it 2 or 3 times, Zhao Lan finally came to a realization. Curse it. It's just been poorly defended. What's with this original flavor nonsense? Truly, what a stroke of bad luck. Zhao Lan grumbled and decisively placed the plate of intestines into his inventory. After the stench dissipated somewhat, he retrieved the Sleeping Arhat Fist. Sleeping Arhat Fist. This technique is exceedingly profound, allowing practitioners to continuously train in their dreams, developing it to the peak realm, and even influencing the mental states of others, causing them to experience nightmares. Upon perusing the description, Zhao Lan's lips twitched, and he fell into silence once more. Couldn't you just say it allows one to practice in dreams? Why does it sound like a children's scare tactic afterward? Oh well, it's at least a martial master level technique. Having it is better than not. He pressed the technique to his forehead, and a torrent of fist techniques and stances flashed through Zhao Lan's mind like a revolving lantern. This lasted for several tens of seconds before he fully absorbed this peculiar technique. Following the special method outlined in the technique, Zhao Lan entered a meditative state, and surprisingly, he succeeded on the first attempt. Out of curiosity, Zhao Lan began practicing in his dreams. He cycled through various styles: the tortoise fist, the dual blade technique, the fatherly love fist, and even the purple cloud divine thunder ability, all in succession. Thanks to the dream training, Zhao Lan's body gradually grew stronger. Unbeknownst to him, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. In just 1 hour, it would be time for the special training session that he and his grandfather had agreed upon. Knowing he would be out distributing flyers during the day, leaving no time for writing, he had risen early to work hard, and now he had finally produced a chapter. Surely it's not too much to ask for everyone to offer some gifts to buy breakfast? I implore for gifts. Those with money, please give, and those without, kindly click on something free to generate love. If nobody offers gifts, then upon my return tonight, I might not be as diligent. Chapter 60. SSS, the Zhao family underground training ground. When Zhao Lan hurriedly arrived, it was already 8 in the evening, a full hour late for their agreed-upon time. Naturally, Zhao Tian had simply been waiting for an hour. Heh, you're finally here. Perhaps you shouldn't have come. I could have taught you personally, young master. In response to Zhao Tian's sarcastic remarks, Zhao Lan displayed a magnanimous demeanor, waving his hand dismissively. No need for that. This is what I should do. Ding. Zhao Tian's resentment 4444. After waiting for an hour, and with his grandson displaying such a nonchalant attitude, it would be surprising if Zhao Tian didn't feel some resentment. However, unlike Zhao Lan, Zhao Tian was inherently a man of few words. Once offended, one could expect no mercy, even from his own grandson. Enough chatter, let us begin. With a sudden darkening of Zhao Tian's expression, the temperature in the air began to rise sharply. Noticing this, Zhao Lan instinctively shrank his neck. Grandpa, what are we practicing today? Previously, he had always addressed him as Old Ding, but now he was willing to call him Grandpa, indicating that the situation was dire. Zhao Tian smiled cruelly, coldly uttering 2 words, abilities? Huh, how does one train abilities? In Zhao Lan's understanding, martial arts could be enhanced through the guidance of masters, or through various elixirs and external items. Abilities, on the other hand, required personal exploration and constant exertion to enhance their proficiency and magnitude. After all, abilities varied greatly from one another, with little in common. Observing Zhao Lan's puzzled expression, Zhao Tian felt slightly more at ease and elaborated a bit more. The I possess is not solely for forging weapons. It also has an immensely effective impact on the honing of abilities. Simply implant this seed into your body, and it will activate the enemy-repelling mechanism of your abilities. This mutual benefit will naturally lead to the strengthening of your abilities. While explaining patiently, Zhao Tian extended his right index finger. With a gentle puff, a dazzlingly vibrant purple flame erupted from his fingertip. Even though it was merely a small flame, Zhao Lan could sense the terrifying energy contained within. Why does it feel so dangerous? Zhao Lan raised his head, inquiring earnestly. Zhao Tian chuckled. Actually, I am not sure if it's dangerous. This is a new application of an ability I recently developed, and I haven't tested it on a living subject yet, Zhao Lan. Before Zhao Lan could respond, Zhao Tian raised his finger and poked him. In an instant, Zhao Lan emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. It hurts, it hurts. How could you treat your own grandson like this? You old beast. I must have exhausted all my luck from 8 lifetimes just to end up in your clutches. I knew you were ruthless, but I didn't expect you to be this cruel. After a couple of exclamations, Zhao Tian pried open Zhao Lan's eyes. Watch closely. I haven't even begun yet. Zhao Lan awkwardly chuckled, feeling sheepish. So, I spoke too soon. Did I inadvertently voice my inner thoughts? Unexpectedly, Zhao Lan's face flushed, neither confirming nor denying it. Ding! From Zhao Tian's grievances 7,777. You little rascal. It seems the lesson wasn't sufficient. Since you are so spirited. With this thought, he gently exhaled, and the flames at his fingertips instantly flared up. This time, before Zhao Lan could react, they were directly infused into his body. Whoosh! The searing sound of the flames ignited in Zhao Lan's ears, and for the first time, he experienced the essence of excruciating pain. Having relied solely on system rewards without adequate personal training, the flames coursing through his body felt like a fire dragon, akin to blood flowing through his veins, swiftly spreading along his body's meridians. Unlike the martial arts elixirs that destroy and reconstruct the body, this was specifically aimed at the latent abilities within Zhao Lan. Before long, a crackling surge of electricity erupted from Zhao Lan's flesh, quickly engaging in a fierce battle with the fire dragon. Due to the system's influence, most of what was extracted was related to martial arts, leaving Zhao Lan somewhat deficient in the realm of supernatural powers. Even possessing two types of abilities, he still leaned more towards martial arts. Thus, when that strange fire entered his body, neither his mind nor body was adequately prepared. However, despite the purple sky divine thunder, awakening not long ago, its potential was rated SSS. After initial setbacks, the purple sky divine thunder soon regained its strength and matched the strange fire blow for blow. Even Zhao Tian, who had deliberately made things difficult for his grandson, couldn't help but be taken aback, exclaiming, "What a remarkable ability! At least an SS-level start." Just as he finished his admiration, the subsequent changes within Zhao Lan left Zhao Tian genuinely astonished. The strange fire injected into Zhao Lan was akin to water without roots. Initially, Zhao Lan's supernatural abilities might not have been able to contend, but with time, it would undoubtedly gain the upper hand. As long as he dispelled that strange fire, this training session would come to an end. But just when the strange fire and the lightning were entangled, and it seemed they were about to gain the upper hand. Whoosh! Zhao Lan's martial intent suddenly surged, coalescing into a forceful punch. Strangely, having just stepped into the martial master realm, Zhao Lan demonstrated an extraordinary proficiency with his punch energy. After a minor adjustment, the punch energy transformed into the shape of the strange fire, continuously sustaining the rootless flames. In other words, his punch energy and supernatural abilities had reached a remarkably delicate state of synergy. Punch energy infused with supernatural power, and supernatural power intertwined with punch energy. What is happening? Even Zhao Tian, who had seen much, couldn't help but show a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. In truth, after mastering punch energy transformation, Zhao Lan had envisioned many alternative applications of punch energy. For instance, transforming it into a machine gun or into the shape of a flying dagger. However, for various reasons, he seemed unable to grasp the key, maintaining only some simple forms. It wasn't until just recently, when he could no longer endure the torment of the strange fire, that he attempted to envelop the flames with punch energy to alleviate the pain. During this process, an epiphany struck Zhao Lan, prompting him to employ the punch energy transformation, leading to an unintended entanglement of punch energy and strange fire, which subsequently merged into one, and then the purple sky divine thunder joined in as well. Through a series of fortunate coincidences, the three powers were utterly fused into one. Zhao Lan's supernatural abilities underwent a tremendous transformation. After standing outside all day, I finally returned, exhausted and drained from the heat. I had intended to eat first, but upon seeing everyone's support, I immediately set my lunch aside to start writing. Thank you. User 6346125 generously donated over $20, and the enthusiast Shun by June contributed more than 60. Adding up to almost more than what I earned from distributing flyers today. I'm immensely grateful to everyone. I shouldn't be greedy, but I still want to ask, is there more? If so, I'll give it my all and strive to write another chapter today. Please help by clicking the free love power button. It seems not many people are doing that, and every little bit counts. Chapter 61. New supernatural ability, Purple Sky Thunder Fire. Just then, the notification sound chimed in Zhao Lan's ears, and he abruptly opened his eyes. He beheld two electric dragons swirling in his gaze. With each breath, sparks erupted from his mouth, accompanied by the crackling sound of burning. Thunderfire, being a union of both elements, where the high temperature of the lightning ignites flames, and the flames can also be utilized for thermal power generation. In short, these two supernatural powers had been thoroughly fused within Zhao Lan, becoming an intrinsic part of him. So, do I now possess flame abilities as well? Zhao Lan spread his palm, and with a thought, a violet flame surged forth from his palm. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Tian gaped in astonishment, momentarily speechless in his own time. It took him 3 years to awaken his flame abilities, transitioning the fire's color from red to blue, and another 3 years to turn it from blue to purple, and yet, his grandson achieved in under 10 minutes what took him 6 arduous years. Old Ding, speak up. Does this mean I've mastered flame abilities now? You're more familiar with this than I am, Zhao Lan inquired once more. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian slapped Zhao Lan's shoulder with pride, exclaiming, absolutely, how could it not count? Good grandson, truly a descendant of the Zhao family. Zhao Lan rolled his eyes. He felt he had heard those words somewhere before in the underground training ground of the Yi family. Yi Shirin sat cross-legged on the ground, each breath accompanied by a manifestation of icy mist. Traditionally indifferent to training, Yi Shirin had recently adopted a reclusive lifestyle. Not only was she preparing for the Genius Cup, but more importantly, she wanted to prove herself in front of Zhao Lan. She recalled the day she confessed, where Zhao Lan was willing to dance around just to trick her into giving him an alloy battlesuit. And now, she had proactively offered him an alloy weapon, yet he couldn't be bothered to acknowledge her. This clearly illustrated that men are fickle creatures. Once a woman loses her value, she is discarded without a second glance. Thus, Yi Shirin's current attitude towards Zhao Lan was steeped in deep conflict. She felt guilt yet harbored resentment. However, her lack of strength left her without the qualification for an equal dialogue. But, if this young lady were to truly dedicate herself to training, she would undoubtedly surpass anyone. With this thought, Yi Shirin stood abruptly, softly chanting, Ice Age. In an instant, the training ground was engulfed in a myriad of ice spikes and pillars. Thus, after several days of intensive training, Yi Shirin's supernatural abilities ascended to new heights. At a private arena belonging to the Xia family, Xia Qian faced 2 opponents with one hand, effortlessly fending off the combined assaults of Huo Wei and Lan Kuer. After a prolonged struggle lasting several minutes, Lan Kuer, panting heavily, raised her hand to call for a halt. As a martial master, you shouldn't make things difficult for us. We are merely martial artists. Xia Qian, while deflecting Huo Wei's attacks, retorted, what's wrong with being a martial artist? Zhao Lan was once a martial artist, yet he could unleash punches at the martial master level, if I'm not mistaken. He should now be at least a martial master. Lan Kuer, lying on the ground, lifted her head, her expression unchanging. Impressive, impressive. You all are quite formidable. As especially invited sparring partner for Xia Qian, Lan Kuer adhered to one principle. Just do whatever she's told. After all, she wasn't participating in the Genius Cup and was scheduled for a secret mission in a few days. Today's sparring was merely a farewell to an old friend. However, she suddenly proposed, by the way, I don't think we've truly sparred. How about I suppress my martial realm and use my supernatural abilities to fight you? Xia Qian responded, forget it. You're about to compete, and we need to leave too. If something were to go awry, it wouldn't be pleasant at that moment. The 2 exhausted individuals exchanged glances, simultaneously agreeing. Xia Qian nodded. What a pity. Lan Kuer and Huo Wei lowered their heads, silently drawing out their long guns and wolf fang daggers. Indeed, what a pity. Whoosh. In an instant, the 2 leaped into action. Seizing the moment Xia Qian relaxed his guard, they launched a surprise attack. This was their true path. At the top floor of an abandoned building in Lingjiang City, a figure clad in a black robe stood at the edge, gazing down at the flickering lights below. As the mastermind behind Anson Technology, he had endured relentless pursuits these past few days, paying an immense price to barely retain a flicker of his company's ember. Behind him stood dozens of his remaining loyalists from Anson Technology. Glancing at the photograph in his hand, a chilling voice emerged from the black robe. Raspy, cold, and devoid of emotion. This time, I want him dead. With those words, the figure in the black robe leaped into the void, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a photo of Zhao Lan fluttering in the air. eventually landing on the ground. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of the main event, at the plaza of the giant Nest Sports Arena, radio reporters, scalpers, vendors selling support merchandise, all were present. Alongside thousands of spectators, a grand spectacle of unity unfolded. Hello to all our audience friends. In just half an hour, the Genius Cup will officially commence. Today, we have invited the city's renowned boxer, Maiko Taishan, who is also a participant in this Genius Cup, for a brief interview. The betting is open. The roster of participants is here. Bet big to win big. Bet small to win small. Need tickets? I have the best seats available. What? You dare call me a scalper? Selling light signs, glow sticks, and customized support banners to give your favorite competitors the grandest display. Oh, mother. I long to savor that lollipop adorned with the image of Brother Xiaqian. Unlike the final hunt at Uwuda University, the Genius Cup is fundamentally a commercial venture, consequently giving rise to numerous vendors seeking to make a living from it. Among the most sought-after items are the player booklets, which are being sold at remarkably low prices. These booklets contain information about various competitors and, based on known data, present a ranking of their strengths. The likes of Xiaqian, Suemo, Zhaolan, and Su Chun from Uwuda University all feature prominently on the list. The official organizers have dispatched 3 young military elites to participate in this event, but their information is scant, placing them around the 20th position. Additionally, local tycoons and young scions from influential families also have their names on the list. With varying ranks. Of course, such rankings merely serve to amuse the uninitiated and generate some buzz. After all, those vying for the Genius Cup inevitably possess some hidden cards, and when it comes to a real showdown, predicting the victor remains a challenge. Amidst this bustling atmosphere, luxurious business cars arrive from afar. Numerous competitors disembark in succession, guided by staff as they enter the colossal Nest Stadium. At this moment, only 10 minutes remain until the competition commences. The third update has arrived. Although I awoke before 6 today and spent the entire day distributing flyers outside, returning to pen a chapter has left me utterly exhausted, barely able to lift a finger. Yet, seeing the overwhelming support from everyone, I gritted my teeth and managed to produce another update. Thank you all for your encouragement. As midnight approaches, a new day dawns, and everyone can once again send new gifts. Thank you all. Chapter 62. A reunion and new opportunities for the protagonist Su Chun in Linjiang City at the colossal Nest Stadium, which can accommodate 100,000 spectators. Every seat is filled. 16 adjustable arenas, crafted from alloys, stand ready to withstand both physical strikes and elemental assaults. A total of 132 contestants are slated to participate in the Genius Cup, with 2 unable to compete due to personal reasons. The competition adopts a knockout format, featuring 1v1 matches where winners advance and losers are eliminated. In the event of an odd number of participants, one individual will receive a bye, with each contestant allowed a maximum of 1 bye. The schedule is tight, and the tasks are demanding. The 16 arenas will operate simultaneously until 4 contenders remain, at which point matches will proceed one by one, due to the nature of battles between supernatural beings and martial artists. Outcomes are often determined with astonishing speed, hence the Genius Cup is planned to conclude within a single day. The entire venue is equipped with live broadcasting and commentary, ensuring that each round showcases thrilling highlights for the audience. Within the entrance corridor, as over 100 competitors await their turn to enter, Zhao Lan scans the area, seemingly searching for someone. Unexpectedly, a familiar face, Suemo, pops up from below, hauntingly asking, "My dear friend, are you looking for me? Are you anticipating our epic showdown?" Before he could continue, Zhao Lan swiftly silenced him with a wave of his hand. "Enough! Your backside is on fire." Glancing back, Suemo chuckled. "Are you joking? There's no source of fire here. How could that be?" Zhao Lan flicked his fingers, and a wisp of supernatural flame landed squarely on Sumo's rear. Now, there was indeed a source of fire. In an instant, Sumo's face turned ashen, his tone filled with astonishment. "Truly, my dear friend, you have awakened a second ability so swiftly, and it's of the nature element. Wait a moment, why won't this fire extinguish?" "Ah, help! I'm on fire." Soon, Suemo became a flaming ball, frantically fleeing in search of help. Given the intensity of Zhao Lan's ability, the flames would likely burn for 5 or 6 minutes. While it posed no mortal danger, it was clear that the Genius Cup would not feature Suemo this time. Not that he was intended to participate anyway. He was merely here for Zhao Lan. Ding! Sumo's resentment, 6,666. However, upon hearing the notification, Zhao Lan felt a twinge of guilt. Why couldn't you just stay quiet? Must you chatter so much? I detest those who talk more than I do. As he pondered this, he suddenly sensed a subtle gaze sweeping over him. Turning, he discovered his good friend Su Qian. Presently, Su Qian donned a tattered gray cloak, his hair slightly disheveled, giving him a rather worn appearance. Although his eyes reflected some fatigue, they had shed their previous naivety, showcasing a newfound maturity and steadiness. Yet, a fleeting glimmer of golden light in his gaze caught Zhao Lan's attention. Could it be that he has acquired that item ahead of time? In the original narrative, Su Qian is a genuine orphan with no significant background. Yet he possesses two biological fathers. One is a remnant soul residing within a ring, esteemed as the first supernatural being. The other is a consciousness sealed within a broken halberd, known as the strongest martial saint. This martial saint has a formidable reputation, reportedly the first to advocate for reform in martial arts throughout human history. It is worth noting that the martial arts hierarchy consists of only a few levels: martial artist, martial master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, martial saint, and the legendary martial god. Reaching the martial saint realm is an extraordinary feat achieved by very few. However, this individual is even more terrifying, having just entered the martial saint stage and using some secret method to draw down divine retribution, even manifesting lightning phenomena. He sought to refine his body through lightning, thereby breaking through to the martial god realm. This audacious approach is unprecedented, yet under the tempestuous trials of lightning, he truly ascended, his physique gradually becoming flawless. Regrettably, just as he was on the brink of transcending to the martial god realm, he hesitated and willingly destroyed his own body, sealing his entire consciousness within the broken halberd. The reasons behind this martial saint's voluntary relinquishment of an easily attainable martial god realm remain an enigma to this day. According to the original tale, Su Qian's acquisition of the broken halberd and awakening of the consciousness for its inheritance occurs much later. The Genius Cup must conclude and the Dark Forest Technology Company completely eradicated before he can find it at a street stall. Thanks to the First Elder's influence, he effortlessly discerns the clues and successfully refines it. Could it be that my presence has usurped my good friend's opportunity, causing him to acquire this item prematurely? Zhao Lan murmured to himself, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Splendid. That alleviates any concerns about the protagonist's abilities lagging behind. As Su Qian's closest ally, he harbors no fear of his friend driving a luxury vehicle. After all, the stronger Su Qian becomes, the greater the negative energy he can extract. Moreover, Zhao Lan has never worried that Su Qian would easily keep pace with him, especially given that he is a transmigrator. Equipped with a system and aware of the plot, if he cannot surpass this original protagonist, he might as well wash his hands of it. Good to see you again, Zhao Lian. In contrast to the past 2 days, Su Qian now spoke with a steadiness of tone and demeanor, even willing to initiate conversation. From a certain perspective, Zhao Lan had become Su Qian's lifelong rival. Respecting an adversary equates to respecting oneself. Observing Zhao Lan's silence and his peculiar gaze, Su Qian smiled and extended his right hand. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter on the battlefield. This time, I shall not be defeated. His expression remained calm, his tone neutral, as though he were merely stating a fact rather than issuing a challenge. It was evident from his opening line that he was the original protagonist, exuding an air of arrogance. Zhao Lan shot him a sideways glance and, with a resounding clap, dismissed Su Qian's hand, retorting nonchalantly, I have no expectations, you foolish oaf. You remain too weak. Ding. Su Qian's resentment, 7,777. Ha, what an arrogant fellow. Still thinking I am the same as before? Watching Zhao Lan's increasingly disdainful attitude, Su Qian felt a surge of emotions, but merely murmured to himself before nonchalantly following the crowd into the main venue. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the main venue grew increasingly fervent. They're coming out. They're about to come out. Can we not disrupt the mood? Why does it sound so odd? There are so many students from Uwuda University this year, and their skills are formidable. Surely they can't monopolize the top 4 spots. Those 3 military elites are remarkable. Their physical prowess is said to rival that of martial masters, and their supernatural abilities remain a mystery. Yet, our campus beauty, Yu, is the most stunning. Yu, I would gladly have you bear my children." As the 129 contestants entered, they ascended the arenas according to the pre-competition draw. The host, well attuned to the audience's sentiments, offered a brief introduction to set the mood before handing the proceedings over to the judges. In no time, the 64 judges appeared sequentially to elucidate the rules to the participants. The rules were straightforward. Using firearms results in disqualification. Losing consciousness equates to defeat, and falling off the arena counts as a loss. Upon hearing the last rule, Zhao Lan paused momentarily. Falling off the arena is also considered a loss. It makes sense. If the battle were to unfold freely, the space required would likely be vast. After all, it is a competition, and some restrictions must be in place. However, it seems that this could lead to some significant chaos. A reader once inquired whether life is challenging for me, to which my answer is, indeed, it is difficult. The global economy is in decline, and various industries are undeniably struggling. The number of individuals burdened with debt around me is steadily increasing. However, fret not. It is reminiscent of when a certain individual faced sanctions, plunging into a moment of darkness. Yet now, with the emergence of new opportunities, the light vessel has gracefully navigated through myriad mountains, as long as one does not relinquish hope. All difficulties shall eventually fade away. Should you inquire whether my current existence is fraught with hardship, I rise daily at the break of dawn, laboring tirelessly at the keyboard before embarking on a day's work. Upon returning home, even before I have savored my meal, I must resume my writing. Once I conclude my work, a mere shower is all I can muster before exhaustion pulls me into slumber. Particularly in these recent days, I have not so much as glanced at Douyin, nor touched a video game. I am truly fatigued, both physically and mentally. Yet, I do not lament. Even when distributing flyers under the scorching sun, whenever I find a moment, I furtively glance at my phone. The encouragement and gifts from others fill me with hope. They are the sweetness amidst the mundane. I firmly believe that once I pen a best-selling book, my life shall transform dramatically. Indeed, within my heart burns a blazing sun, and my future shall undoubtedly radiate brilliance. My dear friends, let us strive together. We shall ultimately succeed. Gifts, please. Chapter 63. Who is the genius king? And why would you aspire to be his man? Do the two contestants harbor any doubts regarding the rules? On the arena, Zhao Lan, upon hearing the referee's final inquiry, suddenly furrowed his brow and pointed at the empty stage, asking, "Am I not the only one here? So, who are you addressing?" Referee. Ding. Grievance from the referee 999. After a moment of astonishment, the referee finally covered his mouth with one hand and whispered an explanation. "Young man, it's merely a procedural formality. Please do not make this difficult for me. I cannot tell if it is your good fortune or the other contestants' misfortune, but inexplicably, a fire broke out backstage just now, and they are still in the process of rescue." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lan forced a smile, knowing the referee referred to Suimo, feeling slightly awkward. Well, he actually does not need rescuing. He won't die. The referee, puzzled, uttered a sound of surprise, but before he could react, the announcement echoed throughout the arena. "Contestants, please prepare. The competition is about to commence." The referee glanced at the time, his expression returning to seriousness. If either party fails to appear within 1 minute after the match begins, the other shall automatically advance to the next round. Thus, Zhao Lan inadvertently bypassed the first round of competition. Bored, he leisurely observed the performance of other prominent contestants. Xia Qian demonstrated a steady approach, relying solely on the physique of a martial artist, without employing any martial arts or abilities, driving his opponent to retreat continuously. Xu Chen's performance was even more decisive, akin to a demonstration. Utilizing his abilities, he swiftly approached a contestant who could transform into a mole, delivering a light chop that rendered the opponent unconscious. Among the three young military kings, two relied solely on their martial arts prowess to firmly suppress their opponents. The remaining one, named Zhou Muji, caught Zhao Lan's attention as he faced off against one of the four kings of Anson technology, Long Xiali Qing. Notably, this soldier king, Muji, could maintain an upper hand against Li Qing. On the stage, Li Qing's veins bulged, and two bony horns slowly protruded from his forehead, his skin glistening with a luminous sheen. His ability, the power of the divine dragon, was unlike ordinary transformation abilities. It boasted strong endurance and high explosive power. Upon transformation, It granted immense physical strength, and as the transformation prolonged, Li Qing increasingly resembled a dragon. Once the transformation exceeded 50, he would gain mastery over advanced skills such as dragon breath and the ability to invoke storms. The only drawback was the irreversible nature of the transformation. The deeper the change, the more diluted the individual's consciousness became. Bang, bang, bang. However, facing such formidable abilities, Zhou Muji initiated a 3-hit combo directly to Li Qing's face. Chest and groin. Li Qing, momentarily in pain, staggered back a couple of steps. Yet, before he could regain his footing, whoosh, Zhou Muji quickly advanced 2 steps, waving his hand before Li Qing, and a spray of blood erupted forth. A gruesome, gaping wound appeared, slashing from his neck to his waist. Weapon used? No, it must be an ability. Ordinary weapons would not breach such defenses. Zhao Lan withdrew his gaze, deep in thought. Compared to seasoned rivals like Xia Qian and Su Chun, Zhou Muji's performance was more relaxed, defeating Li Qing with a single move. Even the current Xia Qian and Su Chun could not accomplish such a feat quickly. Call a doctor. Was it truly necessary to strike so ruthlessly? Step aside. This individual presents some issues. We must take him back for investigation. Huh. Why are the police here? Following Li Qing's defeat, a swarm of police officers entered the arena, and after the doctor performed a brief hemostatic procedure, he was escorted away. It seems Li Qing's identity was exposed at some point, leading to such an unexpected turn of events. The brief interlude soon passed, and Zhao Lan shifted his attention to others. It must be noted that among the over 100 contestants, nearly 70 were lacking in substance. Their martial arts foundations were weak, and their abilities peculiar and whimsical. One such contestant donned an exceedingly pink outfit. Microphone in hand, her ability aptly named Enchanting Songstress. With her voice, she naturally exuded allure. If she sang, her charm would double. If the song were of a more risque nature, tisk tisk, such a presence could have immense impact on the opposite sex. Unfortunately, she faced a deaf opponent. Watching her bounce around for a while, the opponent simply charged in with a flurry of punches, prompting the songstress to concede defeat voluntarily. Thus, it is evident that in this world, there are no invincible abilities, only relatively unbeatable individuals. Aside from these peculiar contestants, Zhao Lan also noticed some standout performers. For instance, Yi Shirin, who had distanced herself from the main protagonist group, now exhibited rapidly advancing abilities. With a gentle exhale of cold air, the entire arena became enveloped in frost, leaving her opponent unable to stand, let alone fight. The Su and Zhou families, 2 of the 4 great families, also showcased exceptional young talents. The results unfolded more swiftly than anticipated. Within 10 minutes, most matches had concluded. The highly anticipated Xia Qian, Su Chun, Yi Shirin, Zhou Muji, along with the remaining fallen angels and gravediggers from Anson Technology, all successfully advanced to the next round. After a 30-minute break, the second round of competition was about to commence. Zhao Lan leaped onto the stage, and upon confirming that he was not exempt from this round, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. His opponent for the second round was named Zhu Feng, possessing a unique half-transformation, half-natural ability called Petrified Behemoth, which could turn his entire body to stone, even his internal organs. In later stages, he could even diamondize. After all, diamonds and stones are of the same family. Upon witnessing Zhao Lan's sigh of relief, Zhu Feng immediately questioned loudly, "Are you, perhaps, relieved not to face Xia Qian or Su Chun?" Ding. Grievance from Zhu Feng, 3333. Hearing the notification, Zhao Lan paused. This fellow's mental fortitude seemed remarkably lacking, prompting him to retort, "I merely sighed." "What? Did I strike a nerve? Do you have a respiratory illness and cannot sigh? Who do you look down upon? I, Zhu Feng, am destined to become the genius King's man. Take me seriously." Upon hearing this, Zhu Feng's anger escalated, eager to make a move. "Who is the genius king? Why would you, a man, want to be his?" Zhao Lan feigned confusion. Ding. Grievance from Zhu Feng, 4444. "Shut your mouth. As long as I secure first place in this genius cup, I shall be the genius king." Zhu Feng's face flushed with fury as he prepared to unleash his wrath. The match begins now. At that moment, the referee finally raised his right hand and announced, "Watch as I tear you apart." Instantly, Zhu Feng inhaled deeply, his muscles and skin rapidly transforming to a brown hue, his height increasing. Thud, thud, thud. He charged at Zhao Lan like a living mountain, the heavy, dense footsteps echoing like those of a fierce beast. However, just as he was about to strike down, Zhu Feng suddenly felt dizzy, everything around him spinning rapidly. Looking down, he was astonished to find Zhao Lan lifting him effortlessly with one hand. At that moment, Zhao Lan closed one eye, gently pursed his lips as if aiming, and asked a rather bizarre question. "Big guy, have you ever flown?" "Zhu Feng. Today, I fortuitously stumbled upon a wallet, within which I discovered a rare sum of nearly 800 cash. In this era of mobile payments, few carry cash. If I were to consume this 800, it would alleviate my immediate financial woes. Yet, alas, I ultimately could not bring myself to commit such an act. Under the blazing sun, I waited at the same spot for half an hour for the wallet's owner, who subsequently treated me to a cup of milk tea. Well, such is life. Take it slow. There is no need to rush. Gifts, please. Let everyone support my kindness. Let love shine bright." Chapter 64. A significant turn of events. Zhao Lan's overwhelming strength. "What are you doing? Put me down." Suspended inexplicably high. Zhu Feng, bewildered and frightened, began to squeal as he covered his chest with both hands. It is not that he lacked courage, but rather the overwhelming strength emanating from Zhao Lan's arm was simply too domineering. As a close combat specialist, his defense and power were top-notch. Even against high-tier martial artists, he was confident in a contest of strength. Yet, here he was, effortlessly restrained by just one hand. "Do not fret. Let us indulge in something adults enjoy," Zhao Lan said with a smile. "Let me go." Zhu Feng's astonishment grew as his two stone-like eyebrows knitted tightly together, frantically channeling his extraordinary abilities. As boulders began to rise one after another. His entire form expanded once more, resembling a colossal mountain-like titan. Yet, still, he could not break free. "Oh, you've grown larger? Just splendid. The bigger, the better." Zhao Lan uttered yet another peculiar remark, then took 2 strides to the edge of the arena. Raising the stone giant's right hand with a flourish, he bellowed, "Go!" In an instant, the colossal stone mountain, now measuring 3 to 4 meters in height, was propelled forward like a cannonball. Bang! The 2 contestants closest to the arena barely had time to react before they were sent flying. But that was not all. After colliding with the 2 competitors, Zhu Feng's body merely adjusted its direction slightly before charging towards the second arena. Boom. Once again, it was a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The rampage continued to the 4th arena, then the 5th, until finally, after sending 2 more contestants from the 6th arena sprawling like bowling pins, Zhu Feng crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. In that moment, all 16 arenas fell utterly silent. The commentators were left agape, and the audience of 100,000, upon witnessing this spectacle, quickly fell into a hushed silence. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, the uproar from the giant Nest Sports Arena surged in waves, nearly lifting the roof. "What, can one actually play like this? Goodness, this is astounding. One person, without using any extraordinary abilities, has single-handedly demolished 6 arenas. What is the point of watching anymore? They might as well cancel the 1v1 format and turn it into a melee brawl." Referee. Where on earth is the referee? Is any of this considered a foul? Zhao Lan's actions incited a severe polarization of public opinion. Some viewed him as a rule-breaker lacking any sense of martial ethics, while others believed that Zhao Lan's maneuver was a clear display of dominance. So powerful it bordered on foul play, and importantly, it disrupted their viewing experience. This inevitably bred resentment, didn't it? Hee. As the bearer of a negative energy system, Zhao Lan had long grasped a profound truth. No matter what one does or how one does it, it is impossible to satisfy everyone or avoid eliciting aversion. Thus, he relished such crowded scenarios. He merely needed to engage in eye-catching antics, whether good or bad, and there would always be detractors. Consequently, after Zhao Lan hurled Zhu Feng, a cacophony of system notifications echoed in his ears. Ding! From Wei Zhantian's resentment, 666. Ding! From Xiang Feiyan's resentment, 333. Ding! From Ma Zuriri's resentment, 666. Ding! From Yu Zhibua's resentment, 444. Ding! From Zhang Jingfeng's resentment, 888. Ding! Sudden wealth. Zhao Lan was overjoyed, reveling in this deluge of negative energy rewards, which was nothing short of exhilarating. However, The competition was swiftly halted as a line of professional referees and medical personnel rushed to the scene. Their purpose was twofold: to attend to the injured and to investigate whether Zhao Lan's actions constituted a violation of the rules. Approximately 3 minutes later, the head referee, accompanied by a cadre of officials, approached Zhao Lan. The first question struck straight to the heart of the matter. Was that intentional or accidental? Zhao Lan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the head referee to exhibit a hint of irreverence and attempt to bait him. Such a question was certainly not one he could answer truthfully. Of course it was an accident. He is such a large figure, he looks rather intimidating. I panicked and used merely 10% of my strength. So, head referee, you wouldn't rule that I violated the rules just because I'm overpowering, would you? With these simple words, the color drained from the faces of the referees. You single-handedly smashed 6 arenas. And you still have the audacity to boast? You may have it easy, but what about the other contestants? Aside from Zhu Feng, 12 other competitors were affected by Zhao Lan's actions, falling into unconsciousness and tumbling off the stage. Ding! From Zhao Kuangyin's resentment, 1333. Ding! From Li Shiming's resentment, 3333. Ding! From Zhu Yuanzhang's resentment, 4444. To be frank, the head referee had never encountered a contestant so far ahead of the pack since his career began. It was also his first experience with someone so devoid of martial ethics. From the perspective of the competition's nature, Zhao Lan had technically not committed a foul. There were no fatalities, and he had not left the stage. Yet, his actions undeniably raised suspicions of instigating fouls among others. It was likely that when the rules were being drafted, no one anticipated encountering such an unorthodox player. Ahem. You win this round, but we must add a new rule. During both the competition and rest periods, no contestant may interfere with or impede others in any manner. Otherwise, they will be disqualified. As soon as the head referee's verdict was announced, the audience erupted into a frenzy once more. I asked that it. Zhao Lan clearly committed a foul, and yet he is not disqualified. What is the purpose of the Genius Cup if not to determine the strongest? Zhao Lan may have crossed a line, but a single individual defeating 12 is sufficient proof of his extraordinary strength. BY principle, the strong should not be eliminated. Nonsense. He merely took advantage of a sneak attack. If he had the guts, he would shout, I can take on 10 of you. And I suspect Xiaqian could easily teach him a lesson. Hey buddy, are you surfing on a 2G network? Xiaqian and Zhao Lan are from the same school. And Zhao Lan even taught Xiaqian some boxing. You didn't know that? Though the audience was rife with conflicting opinions, the competition had to proceed. Having amassed such an abundance of negative energy, Zhao Lan felt elated and dismissed the chatter around him, even restraining himself a little. Thank you. Thank you all for your support. Thank you for the encouragement. It makes me feel right at home. I will continue to strive for excellence. Let us meet at the pinnacle. Thus, after indulging in a bit of self-praise, Zhao Lan turned to leave. Boom! To his surprise, this seemingly low-key action ignited yet another uproar. Just as he turned, he noticed a shadow rapidly approaching from a distance, hurtling straight towards his head. Chapter 65. The First Blood. Who dares to be so uncouth? Zhao Lan turned to see that the shadow was, in fact, a person. Someone attempting to drop onto him from midair? Was someone trying to imitate him? Was this a breach of copyright? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Zhao Lan deftly caught the falling figure with one hand, adjusting the angle so that the contestant, who had initially been about to crash to the ground, landed softly instead. Thank you. The person, relieved, expressed gratitude as he landed. Go on. You're no longer needed here, Zhao Lan said, patting the individual's shoulder before turning to gaze towards the direction from which the projectile had originated. There, on Arena 12, stood a muscular giant whose physique appeared nearly grotesque, his back towering like a volcano. With damp, muddy hair cascading down, a pair of blood-red eyes glimmered with an eerie intensity. One of the 4 kings of dark forest technology, the Grave Digger. Zhao Lan squinted, instantly recognizing him. As one of the strongest embodiments of dark forest technology. The Grave Digger was the most irrational among the 4 kings. While others might chuckle at his brash demeanor, the Grave Digger plunged straight into a state of uncontrollable rage, glaring with his crimson eyes and rasping. Do you wish to die? The sudden tension permeated the air, prompting all contestants to cease their battles. As the smell of blood emanated from the Grave Digger intensified, even top-tier talents like Xiaqian, Su Chun and Zhou Muji couldn't help but furrow their brows. In truth, regardless of who it was, including Zhao Lan, few had ever experienced true violence. The grave digger, however, exuded an aura that suggested he had never known victory or defeat, only life and death. In response to the grave digger's provocation, Zhao Lan remained unfazed. He playfully tapped his forehead and smiled. "What's the matter? Are you getting anxious? Can't distinguish friend from foe, and you're already shouting? Is your head not functioning properly?" This peculiar gesture and taunt struck a nerve with the grave digger. After undergoing modifications by dark forest technology, he indeed had become somewhat dim-witted. Ding! From Zhang Kuang's resentment, 9,999. He. Accompanied by a series of sinister cackles, a brutal and bloody atmosphere enveloped the arena. With a powerful leap, the grave digger launched himself like a cannonball, brandishing a shovel-like alloy weapon aimed squarely at Zhao Lan's head. Observing this, Zhao Lan's brow furrowed slightly. Dark forest technology could no longer restrain itself and was ready to strike. Was it? In the original storyline, the Genius Cup saw the four kings of Dark Forest only begin to unleash their power upon reaching the semifinals. During the competition, they would firmly suppress Su Chun, while a multitude of operatives from Dark Forest technology would initiate indiscriminate attacks from the stands. Even with the stringent security measures in place for the Genius Cup, it was impossible to handle disturbances in the audience swiftly. Thus, the Genius Cup had specifically coordinated with various factions in Lingjiang to dispatch a team of experts to maintain order. This played directly into the hands of Dark Forest technology. While all major families were mobilizing forces to quell the chaos, a far greater disturbance was simultaneously unfolding elsewhere. Thus, the true objective of Dark Forest technology had never been the Genius Cup. They sought to incite turmoil during this pivotal event to create a diversion. Whoosh! As a fierce wind swept through, Zhao Lan, momentarily lost in thought, abruptly lifted his head, gazing intently at the imminent threat before her. Zhao Lan exhibited not a trace of panic. Rather, her eyes were imbued with an unprecedented chill. Well then, it seems that since my arrival in this realm, I have yet to claim my first blood. Following Zhao Lan's inexplicable proclamation, the grave digger momentarily faltered. An overwhelming sense of dread surged through him, compelling him to flee from the presence of this individual, yet with barely a meter separating them. How could he escape in that instant? Her right index finger appeared to extend languidly, almost unimpeded, and it punctured the grave digger's forehead with a delicate touch. Thunderfire, boom! As Zhao Lan uttered her final word, the grave digger's head shattered like a watermelon struck by a bullet, or a balloon that had been pierced. With a resounding crash, his skull splintered into fragments, and brains and blood splattered into a crimson mist. The searing flames and tempestuous thunder merged flawlessly at that moment, coalescing into a beam of light that pierced through the ceiling of the venue, creating a void the size of a head. A flash of brilliance swept across the skies of Lingjiang City. What just transpired? Dead. Surely, this time it crossed all lines. Such a brutal strike. By the way, did anyone see what kind of ability Zhao Lan just employed? The grave digger's sudden assault was certainly against the rules of the competition, a violation of the law. Yet no one anticipated that the Zhao Lan, who had just been joking and showing off, would resort to such lethal measures, leaving the grave digger with virtually no means of resistance, leading to his untimely demise, as the audience beheld the blood-soaked arena and the headless corpse twitching slightly on the ground. The entire venue erupted in chaos. Conversely, Zhao Lan's moment of glory was fleeting. She cupped her hands around her mouth and called out in a trumpet-like fashion, "Referees, come clean this mess." The recently arrived panel of judges bore expressions of thunderous fury, their grievances reaching a boiling point. Ding! Grievance from Zhao Kuangin 3333. Ding! Grievance from Li Shiming 6666. Ding! Grievance from Zhu Yuanzhang 8888. The head referee stepped forward, his face a mask of rage as he admonished, "Zhao Lan, have you lost your mind? This is a competition, not a death match. Have you considered the consequences of taking a life?" Zhao Lan feigned deep contemplation, and after a brief pause, responded earnestly, The consequence? Perhaps it entails receiving a banner for outstanding youth? A monetary reward of several 100,000? Oh, and if there were to be a commendation ceremony, I would surely decline, for I am not one to covet hollow fame. Ridding the world of evildoers is my duty." The head referee stared incredulously, his expression growing ever more incredulous. I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Not only do you exploit loopholes in the rules, but you also show no remorse for taking a life. Very well, I shall call the police and see if you will still be laughing then. However, Xiaolan indeed laughed heartily, even brandishing her phone as she said, "No need for that. I've already called the police, and they should be arriving shortly." And no sooner had Xiaolan spoken than a contingent of police officers emerged from the entrance, led by the very officer to whom she had placed the call. After efficiently surveying the scene and confirming the identity of the grave digger, the lead officer engaged in a conversation with the head referee. The referee's expression shifted from anger to enlightenment, ultimately regarding Xiaolan with newfound respect. Once the police completed their investigation and departed, the head referee bowed politely to Xiaolan before announcing the outcome of the incident to the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, this incident is a result of our negligence. The contestant known as the Gravedigger is a notorious felon with numerous criminal records. He is also a deeply concealed terrorist. Therefore, on behalf of the Genius Cup organizers, I sincerely thank contestant Xiaolan for her decisive actions." Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. "Today has truly been exhausting, to the point where I can barely move." Hence the delayed update. To celebrate the protagonist's first blood. I urge everyone to send a few gifts. It seems that when I don't ask for a day, no one contributes at all. Sob sob. Chapter 66. How can one so unappealing claim not to be a villain? So, the grave digger was intentionally here to cause chaos. Nonsense. He was clearly intent on lethal force. He is likely an assassin dispatched by a certain organization. I always said Xiaolan, with her striking looks and formidable strength, could never kill without reason. This Genius Cup is exceedingly peculiar. In the previous round, Zhou Mu's actions seemed equally ruthless. That fellow, Long Xia, cannot possibly be in cahoots with the grave digger, can he? Amidst the murmurs of the audience, the second round of competition swiftly concluded. Even though many contestants performed spectacularly, they paled in comparison to Zhao Lan's display of thunderfire explosion. In the lounge, only about 20 contestants remained: Zhao Lan, Xia Qian, Su Chun, Zhou Mu, Yi Shirin, the fallen angel Dot, and Su Chun, the brother of Su Mo, along with 2 battle-hardened warriors who had sustained injuries. Originally, there were 2 talented youths from the Zhou family who had made it to the second round, but they had received notice prior to the match, demanding their cooperation in an investigation. It seemed that the Zhou family's collaboration with Anson Technology had affected all members of the clan. In summary, the atmosphere in the lounge was quite oppressive. Xia Qian, the most prominent figure and the only known martial artist among them, broke the silence after a moment of contemplation. "There is undoubtedly a traitor among us, and if we do not identify them soon, we may face grave troubles." Every contestant who had reached the third round was no fool. With the Zhou family's steward Zhou Ming apprehended, Long Xia taken by the police, and Zhao Lan's unanticipated lethal strike receiving commendation from the judges, a series of events pointed towards a singular conclusion. This Genius Cup may very well be infiltrated by deeply concealed criminals. At that moment, Zhou Mu, who held official backing, spoke up. "My intelligence pertains solely to that Li Qing, so I am unaware if there are any traitors among us." Upon hearing this, the others furrowed their brows, finding the situation increasingly daunting. Yet, Su Chun stepped forward at this juncture, his gaze solemn, declaring resolutely, "Whoever it is, whatever their plans may be, I will unearth them." Unbeknownst to them, the protagonist's halo activated, and all felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance upon hearing Su Chen's words. "Then do something about it. All talk and no action, huh?" However, Zhao Lan's retort effectively shattered Su Chen's bravado. Interrupted mid-sentence, Su Chen's brow furrowed tightly, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he admitted, "There are currently not many leads." "Then what are you boasting about?" Even though Su Chun had undergone significant changes and his mindset had evolved, he still couldn't help but feel resentment in the face of Zhao Lan's unrelenting debunking. Ding! Grievance from Su Chun 7777. After the jest, Xia Qian turned his attention to Zhao Lan, inquiring, "Zhao Lan, I am aware of your strength, but I also know you would not easily resort to lethal measures. If you do possess any insider information, I kindly ask you to share it." The moment those last 4 words slipped from his lips, all the contestants were taken aback. Kindly share it. Xia Qian actually used such words. In reality, he did not genuinely seek Zhao Lan's counsel. The current tension was palpable. Zhao Lan was one to respond better to gentle persuasion than coercion. This was not the first time he had tried softening her up. After all, previously, Zhao Lan had even taught him some boxing techniques. Conversely, Zhao Lan, having gained an advantage, couldn't resist taunting. Look at him. Truly a testament to having both parents around. Such refinement, unlike some who can't even utter a please when seeking a favor. You, provoked by Zhao Lan's merciless mockery, Su Chun could no longer contain himself, and the other contestants rallied to comfort him. After much coaxing, Su Chun finally settled down. However, his grievances only multiplied. Ding, grievance from Su Chun 9999. Hearing the notification, Zhao Lan, satisfied, casually remarked, "All right then, I shan't keep you in suspense. Everything that has transpired recently is the handiwork of Anson Technology. Their objectives are quite straightforward. First, to clinch the championship at the Genius Cup. And second, to incite chaos at the venue.as for their current aim. It likely includes eliminating me." The grave digger had been malfunctioning during his modifications, resulting in diminished self-control, hence his rash attack against me. Listening to Zhao Lan's account, the contestants grew increasingly alarmed, and of course, the most alarmed of all was the fallen angel. What the hell, how does Zhao Lan seem to know more about Anson Technology than I do? First, she secretly reported them, collaborating with the police to dismantle their lair, and then she directly eliminated the grave digger. Initially, there were supposed to be 4 participants in this competition. How is it that only I remain halfway through? As the fallen angel pondered in confusion, even contemplating a retreat, Su Chun stoked the flames further. Isn't that just more talk? We're currently discussing whether there's a traitor among us. You might as well name names. Zhao Lan shot Su Chun a sidelong glance and retorted, impatient, "Aren't you? You." Once again, Su Chun felt his temper rising at Zhao Lan's dismissal. However, after elucidating the circumstances, Zhao Lan did single someone out, casually stating, "That one over there, the woman who resembles a ghost. Yes, I'm referring to you. So stop looking around. Your name is Fallen Angel, correct? Your dedication as a villain is rather commendable, donning such an unearthly appearance. As if you fear being unrecognized. And what of you all? Even with her unsightly visage, could you not discern that she is the wicked one?" Zhao Lan's response was unexpectedly succinct and unequivocal. Thus, the traitor is indeed this oddly formed fallen angel? In an instant, the gaze of the crowd converged upon her, causing the fallen angel to feel the weight of their scrutiny, and she nervously retorted, "Nonsense! You slander me. Do you think a girl like me would willingly transform into this? It is merely the influence of my powers." This justification, indeed, held considerable weight. After all, supernatural abilities are diverse and peculiar, and there are many who bear little resemblance to humanity. Judging a person's character by their appearance is, without a doubt, quite unconvincing. Yet, Zhao Lan's subsequent words once again heightened the tension. "Then why did you insert your tail into this gentleman's head? Do you believe that your unique powers render you invisible to others?" The bewildered contestant interjected. "Huh? What tail? I didn't feel anything." Zhao Lan stepped forward, patting his shoulder. "You may interpret it as a fox demoness siphoning your essence. In approximately 3 minutes, you shall meet your demise. But fret not, dear brother, for once you perish, it will validate my claims, and we shall surely avenge you." The crowd. Brothers, after so many consecutive days of early mornings and late nights, the toll on our bodies is indeed considerable. How about we engage in a little game? I see there are around 1,000 of you reading along, even if no one gifts monetary items. A simple click on the free ones would yield $200 at 2 dimes each. Thus, if today's gifts exceed $200, I shall stay at home tomorrow to write at least 5 chapters. How does that sound? Tonight's chapter will reveal the results. Seeking gifts, seeking gifts, seeking gifts, seeking gifts. Chapter 67. The Fallen Angel Exposed, the 4 Kings Annihilated. Since that is the case, why are we all just standing here? Move swiftly, Zhao Lan. You cannot be spouting nonsense. How do you know so much about others' powers? After all, we only need to wait a maximum of 2 more minutes. The outcome will soon be revealed. After a moment of silence, over 20 contestants began to share their insights. Listening to their discussions, the contestant being drained by Lin Nana grew increasingly anxious, especially upon witnessing Zhao Lan's nonchalant demeanor. He became utterly frantic. Damn it. Since you know she is the traitor, why not apprehend her? Is my life so worthless? Driven by the instinct for self-preservation, the contestant rose abruptly, vociferously rebuking. Zhao Lan, meanwhile, dug at his nose, raising his chin to point at Su Chun. Didn't he say, "No clues, no evidence, thus we cannot capture anyone? Therefore, we must wait until you expire to obtain clues and evidence." The contestant stumbled back 2 steps. Horrified. How could such a warm mouth, at 37 degrees Celsius, utter such chilling words? A surge of intense resentment suddenly welled up within him. Ding! From Zhang Qi's resentment, 3,333. Ding! From Su Chen's resentment, 4,999. The fallen angel, originally named Li Nana, was once a dancer in a small bar. Burdened by a substantial debt to loan sharks, she sought employment at a research institute through a familiar connection, becoming a subject at Anson Technology. After enduring a series of inhumane bodily modifications, Li Nana acquired the ability of the fallen angel. This power allows her to extend ethereal tendrils, silently attaching themselves to the heads of living beings to siphon their strength. As Li Nana is not adept at direct combat, she chose to bide her time during the incidents involving Li Qing and the Gravedigger, hoping to achieve a dramatic reversal through stealthy development. Little did she expect Zhao Lan to be so formidable, not only unveiling the plans of Anson Technology, but also comprehending her powers with clarity. Could this fellow be a ghost, haunting her relentlessly? Ding! From Li Nana's resentment, 6,666. However, in truth, regarding the resentful Zhang Qi, Zhao Lan himself was uncertain if he had indeed fallen victim. He did not possess golden eyes or X-ray vision powers. He simply understood the mechanics of the fallen angel ability very well. By observing the expressions of others and deliberately approaching the contestants, Zhao Lan deduced that the unfortunate soul was Zhang Qi. In reality, the situation was not far from the mark, though there was a slight error in timing, as Zhang Qi would not succumb for another 5 minutes. But, is there any fundamental difference between 3 minutes and 5 minutes? Now, all eyes were fixed on Li Nana. Should Zhang Qi expire, an immediate onslaught would ensue. Yet, if she withdrew her tendrils, it would expose a brief vulnerability, revealing their presence. What had once been a masterful scheme had now devolved into a deadlock. Only 1 minute remaining. Zhao Lan's countdown had transformed into a death knell, the final straw that broke Li Nana's composure. Cautiously, she stepped back 2 paces before abruptly unleashing her powers, with a rustling sound. Ethereal tendrils materialized, rapidly filling the entire room. Positioned amidst dozens, even hundreds of tendrils, Li Nana's blackened horns grew wildly, swiftly enveloping her original skin. She resembled a spider in the midst of a hunt. Die! In the next instant, Li Nana let out a piercing shriek, fully unleashing the capabilities of the fallen angel. Instantly, 2 weaker contestants were ensnared by the tendrils and thrust into her gaping maw. Seeking death. It is undoubtedly you, however. Li Nana had underestimated the prowess of this younger generation from Lingjiang. Even in one-on-one confrontations, victory was not guaranteed. Could she triumph against more than 20? Frost Era, Spatial Stab, Prediction, Heavenly Net, Ionic Cleave. The frontline talents, including Yi Shirin, Su Chun, Xia Qian, and Zhou Muji, unleashed their powers the moment Li Nana went berserk, attacking from all directions in an instant. The room was illuminated with vibrant hues of supernatural energies. Moments later, accompanied by a mournful wail, Li Nana's nefarious existence came to an end in the lounge. The place was bustling. Some doctors tended to the contestants, while police carried out their routine documentation. Among the organizers of this genius cup, the most prominent merchant in Lingjiang, Shunwan San, wiggled his corpulent form, smiling as he inquired, "Who discovered Li Nana's true identity?" All eyes turned to Zhao Lan. Zhao Lan waved his hand dismissively. A trivial matter. Merely trifles. As the most distinguished merchant in Lingjiang, Shun Wansan had interacted with countless individuals. He naturally held a favorable disposition toward such self-effacing yet boastful youth, and immediately, with a smile, he chided, "Trivial? How could it possibly be trivial? Someone stirred trouble in my establishment. This not only tarnishes my reputation but also that of the entire younger generation of Lingjiang. Thankfully, you were here to prevent the situation from escalating." Otherwise, mid-sentence, Zhao Lan suddenly displayed an expression of impatience. "Stop. If I say it's a trifling matter, then it is. Just a genius cup. How significant could it be?" Spare me the empty pleasantries and offer something substantial instead. Thus, Shen Wansan's initial fondness for Zhao Lan dissipated in less than 3 seconds, his face twitching. What a rascal! No wonder you are Zhao Tian's grandson. So straightforward. However, as an elder, he felt it necessary to bestow some verbal recognition, and thus he cleared his throat and rephrased, "Rest assured. Everyone present today, whether contributing or not, will be rewarded according to the standards of the top 3 in the competition. But I must say, young Zhao, this matter is truly not insignificant. You need not belittle yourself so. How many times must I repeat? You insufferable fat man. Is this pathetic genius cup truly more important than an attack on the city center?" Likely vexed by Shen Wansan's incessant prattle, Zhao Lan finally raised his voice. "Have you ever seen a terrifying force send just 3 or 4 individuals along with a horde of minions to stage an attack? Ding! From Shen Wansan's resentment, 7,777. In relation to Zhao Lan, Shen Wansan initially harbored a favorable impression. However, upon hearing his most detested phrase, insufferable fat man, he could no longer contain his anger. Just as he was about to erupt, he fell into contemplation, processing for a solid 2 to 3 seconds, before wide-eyed he inquired, "An attack on the city center? What do you mean? Who is planning to attack the city center?" Upon hearing such dire news, the commanding officer approached eagerly, taking out paper and pen to make a record. "You don't know? I had already informed my grandfather. According to protocol, you all should be among the organizers. And he ought to have summoned you for assistance." Unexpectedly, Zhao Lan's expression turned perplexed. After pausing, he suddenly realized, "Oh, I understand now. It must be that you are too incompetent, and going would simply lead to your demise. Which is why my grandfather did not call you." A rotund figure was now visibly fuming, beads of sweat forming on his forehead point. One could only wonder how Zhao Tian had raised such a little. Ahem, such a charming individual. Ding, from Shen Wansan's resentment 9999. Alas, I have humiliated myself. I once thought that with 1,000 readers, even a 10th clicking on GIFs would yield a decent amount. Yet it turns out I received not even 1%. It appears unavoidable. It seems I must continue to work tomorrow. I will wait for a later opportunity to make my breakthrough. I do not hesitate to share that I have borrowed a sum of 1,000 yuan from a classmate, and I am quite anxious to repay it. During our school days, I often treated him to meals, believing our relationship to be quite amicable. Now, I cannot help but wonder if he fears I may not be able to repay the debt. As he has only lent it to me for a week, and has already pressed me 3 or 4 times for repayment, it is somewhat disheartening. Despite my previous generosity, he often forgot to reimburse me, and I never pressed him for it. Moreover, he does not seem to be in dire financial straits, as he posted on social media last night expressing his intention to purchase an iPhone 15. Nevertheless, I cannot blame him. I must strive diligently to settle this debt swiftly. Chapter 68. Confrontation with Yi Shirin. You truly believe I would strike a woman? After all, Shen Wansan is a man of considerable experience, and he possesses a degree of immunity to the childish remarks of the younger generation. He quickly cast aside his displeasure and inquired about the details of the attack on the city center. Are you suggesting that the assault on the Genius Cup is not the primary objective, but rather a means for Anson to create diversions? Zhao Lan pondered for a moment before responding. That is one way to interpret it. The depth and ambition of Anson technology far exceed our initial assumptions. Should any untoward incident occur at the Genius Cup, which gathers exceptional young talents, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions. At that time, the defense forces of Linjiang City would be weak, thus providing favorable conditions for them to establish another battlefield. If I recall correctly, ahem, if my guesses are accurate, Zhonglo Street, Ibu Square, and Linjiang Commercial Building will all be areas of significant concern for Anson technology. Upon hearing such alarming news, it was not only Shen Wansan who appeared grave. The sheriff named Zhao Yang, along with the remaining 20 or so competitors, wore expressions of disbelief. A heavy silence enveloped the air for a considerable time, until Zhao Yang stepped forward to voice his doubts. If what you say is true, even if my strength is insufficient to provide support on the main battlefield, I should still have received notification. Yet currently, as he spoke, Zhao Yang noticed Zhao Lan's peculiar gaze. Brother, a company capable of such audacious schemes would certainly have numerous spies embedded within. Isn't it customary for your police force to operate in secrecy? It is likely that your position is insufficient to warrant notification. Zhao Yang. Ding. Zhao Yang's resentment, 4444. As Shun Wansan and Zhao Yang fell into silence, the remaining competitors collectively inhaled sharply. Goodness, Zhao Lan certainly possesses audacity, openly calling Shun Wansan a fatty and asserting his inadequacy, now also suggesting that Zhao Yang's rank is insufficient. Such remarks may seem disrespectful at first, but upon reflection, there appears to be a semblance of truth. Anson Technology's grand designs necessitate extreme caution. Shun Wansan took a deep breath and asked, "Since you possess such knowledge, what are the subsequent plans? Perhaps we should cancel the Genius Cup and provide support together?" Zhao Lan quickly waved his hand. "No, absolutely not. These competitors are far too inexperienced. Their presence would only hinder our efforts. The Genius Cup must proceed undisturbed to avoid alerting our adversaries. Once this matter concludes, I shall undertake a visit myself." Zhao Lan's final remark left many competitors feeling indignant. "Are you not inexperienced? Would your absence not also be a hindrance?" Turning away, Zhao Lan smiled slightly and candidly replied, "But I am stronger than you." Ding. Feng Tao's resentment, 5555. Ding. Zhou Muji's resentment, 6666. Ding. Su Chen's resentment, 8888. Half an hour later, the third round of the Genius Cup commenced. Due to a series of unforeseen circumstances and personal injuries, 5 competitors withdrew at the last minute. The remaining participants were predominantly formidable contenders. To Zhao Lan's surprise, Yi Shirin, who in the original narrative often lacked prominence and was frequently captured by antagonists as leverage against Su Chen, did not withdraw despite the complex situation. On the contrary, when Yi Shirin positioned herself opposite Zhao Lan, her gaze and demeanor exuded an extraordinary calmness, subtly revealing her resilience. "It has been quite some time." Zhao Lan. Observing Zhao Lan, who had not reached out to her since their chance encounter in the foot massage parlor, Yi Shirin felt a tumult of emotions. Zhao Lan responded with surprise. "Did we not see each other in the lounge just moments ago? Have you forgotten so quickly?" "You." Yi Shirin's face flushed crimson as she pointed at him, her words faltering. "Humph, you remain as insufferable as ever, but I have undergone significant changes since then. Do not be surprised if you find yourself begging for mercy later." Zhao Lan continued to shake his head dismissively, replying nonchalantly, "Impressive, truly impressive." What was initially a conversation devoid of depth or substance, in Su Chen's ears, took on a distinctly unpleasant tone. Due to the prior incident involving the crystallization of faith, Su Chen harbored a sense of guilt towards Yi Shirin. Yet now, it appeared that the two were openly flirting. Could it be that he was the true fool in this scenario? In an instant, Su Chen's gaze towards this pair of lovebirds was tinged with resentment. Ding. Su Chen's resentment, 9999. "Attention, competitors, please prepare for the third round. Begin." At the referee's signal, Yi Shirin raised her delicate arm, and instantly, a multitude of ice spikes materialized around her. Whoosh! In an instant, the ice spikes cascaded down like a torrential downpour. Little Shirin has indeed grown stronger. She even knows how to feint. Zhao Lan praised her verbally while showing no mercy in his actions. With a swift step forward, he shattered the frost mist emanating from the arena surface, then concentrated his fist intent, transforming it into a powerful force that obliterated countless ice spikes into shards. When he reappeared, he was within 3 paces of Yi Shirin. For pure ability users, especially those with elemental powers, the proximity of a martial artist is the most daunting predicament. However, Yi Shirin merely momentarily lost her focus before launching a counterattack. Ice armor, frost era. In an instant, a layer of ice encased Yi Shirin, the moisture in the air rapidly cooling and unleashing a frigid gust towards Zhao Lan. To his astonishment, Zhao Lan merely delivered a light punch, and the ice armor shattered abruptly. Yi Shirin's ultimate attack, the frost era, was thoroughly suppressed by the force of Zhao Lan's fist intent. The martial arts realm need not even be mentioned, as Zhao Lan was already renowned for his mastery of the Xiaqian fist technique. Yet, just as Yi Shirin found herself at a loss for options, Zhao Lan suddenly halted, gently lifting her chin with a tender gaze and softly uttering, "Do not be foolish. How could I bear to strike you?" Upon hearing this, Yi Shirin was momentarily stunned. Her cheeks, already flushed from exertion, turned an even deeper shade of red. The audience erupted into a frenzy of discussion. Truly a match made in heaven. Continue. I want to see the subsequent paid content. Utterly shameless. What kind of occasion is this? Zhao Lan is openly. If things do not improve, perhaps you should change the battlefield. Goodness, how is it possible to witness the Genius Cup and be served a bowl of dog food at the same time? Zhao Lan's actions and Yi Shirin's compliance quickly became the focal point of the entire event. Watching this unfold, Su Chun felt his resentment deepening, ultimately directing his anger towards his opponent, mercilessly pummeling them until they were left battered and bruised. Ding! Hao Youqian's resentment 444. Ding! Yang Dianfeng's resentment 1666. Ding! Su Chen's resentment 9999. In the arena, Yi Shirin's gaze faltered, unable to meet Zhao Lan's eyes. This was her first experience being so close to a man, and also her first encounter with Zhao Lan's voice so gentle and his expression so flirtatious. This charged atmosphere left Yi Shirin feeling somewhat dizzy, and almost unconsciously, she softly inquired, Do you truly find it hard to strike me? Just moments ago, Zhao Lan, whose tone had been gentle and whose eyes were filled with affection for Yi Shirin, suddenly transformed, scoffing. To call you foolish is an understatement. How could you believe such words? With a powerful punch, Yi Shirin flew through the air, tracing a perfect parabolic arc, landing heavily on the ground. Chapter 69. Su Chun will win, for he can only lose to me. Thud! After tracing a perfect arc in the air, Yi Shirin crashed hard onto the ground. Due to inertia, she rolled several times before coming to a halt. Once again, the arena fell into a profound silence. The tense atmosphere lingered for several seconds before the audience erupted into fervent discussions. Unfeeling, shameless, utterly shameless. Please allow me to duel with Zhao Lan. Another one-punch knockout. Zhao Lan is simply too formidable. Given such a vast disparity in strength, one would think he could afford to show some mercy, especially considering his opponent is a beautiful woman, who now appears nearly beaten to a pulp. It is difficult to fathom that Zhao Lan is human. How infuriating! What a cunning individual Zhao Lan is, employing such despicable and vile tactics. Yet, I find myself enamored. Ding! Zhang San's resentment 333. Ding! Li Si's resentment 666. Ding! Wang Wu's resentment 777. Ding! Su Chen's resentment 4,444. The audience's resentment is entirely understandable. After all, Yi Shirin hails from a prestigious family, and her beauty and physique are top tier, with no shortage of admirers. Yet, had Su Chun not already severed ties with Yi Shirin? Turning around, he saw Su Chun indeed glaring at him, his eyes filled with disdain. Is it truly necessary to be so heavy-handed with a woman? With your prowess, it seems hardly difficult to ensure that Shirin loses gracefully. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Lan experienced a sudden realization. In any novel, the women surrounding the protagonist invariably harbor unwavering affection for him. As the saying goes, it is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to revert from extravagance to frugality. Su Qian had grown accustomed to Yi Shirin's compliance, even regarding her as his possession, which led to this awkward mentality. To put it bluntly, it was the man's ego that was at play. However, Zhao Lan retorted with a smile. Yi Shirin is indeed a woman, but she is not yours. Whether my approach is gentle or harsh is of no concern to you. Ding! From Su Chen's resentment 5,555. Su Chen gritted his teeth for a while before suppressing his anger. Since you choose to disregard martial ethics, do not blame me for being ruthless later. Zhao Lan tilted her head, cupping her hand by her ear. You still want me to slap you in the face? Oh, very well, no problem. Without continuing the verbal sparring, Su Chun merely snorted coldly and leaped down from the platform. After this round of competition, although many advanced to the next round, the continuous 3 battles had already exhausted many, causing them to withdraw due to fatigue or severe injuries. Among the 3 young military kings representing the official side, one lost to Xiao Qian, another chose to withdraw due to serious injuries, leaving only Zhou Muji. Among the 4 great families, the Zhou family was caught in the crossfire and withdrew early, while Su Mo from the Su family was sent out of the arena by Zhao Lan ahead of time. The Nalan family seemed to lack promising successors, or perhaps showed no interest in the Genius Cup, as the young representative from the Nalan family was rather mediocre. Yi Shirin performed admirably, but encountered Zhao Lan too early. Originally, there were still 2 fortunate contestants remaining, but upon seeing the other 4 in the waiting room, they opted to withdraw as well. Thus, before the fourth round commenced, only 4 individuals remained: Xia Qian, Zhou Muji, Zhao Lan, and Su Chun. Following a draw, Zhao Lan's opponent for the fourth round was determined to be none other than the military king, Zhou Muji. However, since the 2 matches in the semifinals were held separately, the waiting room now contained only Zhou Muji and Zhao Lan. Watching the live broadcast, the atmosphere was particularly quiet. After a long pause, Zhou Muji spoke first. Lan Kuer has already joined the military, and she asked me to convey a message to you. Upon hearing the name Lan Kuer, Zhao Lan was momentarily taken aback, then asked, "What is it?" Zhou Muji turned his head, his expression becoming quite peculiar. "If things become untenable, remember to come find me in the military." "Ah, forget it. I'm not interested in men," Zhao Lan replied earnestly. Ding! From Zhou Muji's resentment 2333. Hearing Zhao Lan's response, Zhou Muji chuckled in disbelief. "I'm merely relaying her exact words. Lan Kuer wants you to seek her out." Zhao Lan seemed to have anticipated this, grinning mischievously. "So, you don't want me to find you?" Initially, Zhou Muji, a tall and robust figure full of youthful vigor, couldn't tolerate such remarks. Unexpectedly, his expression became bashful, his cheeks slightly flushed as he replied, "That could be arranged." Ding! From Zhao Lan's resentment 9999. Zhao Lan's delicate frame trembled in shock. "What the hell? So you're..." Zhou Muji hurriedly waved his hand. "Haha, just teasing you, Zhao Lan. You better be joking." After the jest, Zhao Lan continued to watch the live broadcast with Zhou Muji. On screen, Xia Qian and Su Chun were engaged in an intense battle. Both hailed from martial arts backgrounds, and due to their respective opportunities, they had risen to the rank of martial masters before the competition began. Even as they exchanged the most rudimentary punches and kicks, the audience was thoroughly captivated. Bang, bang, bang. Su Chun unleashed 3 punches in quick succession, seemingly gaining the upper hand. Yet each was narrowly evaded by Xia Qian. Once or twice might be attributed to luck, but as the instances multiplied, it was no longer a matter of chance. Strikingly, although Su Chun was the one applying relentless pressure, he found himself unwittingly cornered to the edge of the ring within a minute. "I need to get serious," Su Chun huffed, activating his spatial abilities in an instant. Accompanied by a ripple of spatial distortion, he materialized behind Xia Qian. However, Xia Qian displayed no sign of panic, as if foreseeing the maneuver, and delivered a powerful punch straight to Su Chun's nose. Bang! Splat! Although he managed to block the blow, Su Chun was sent flying 5 or 6 meters away. Refreshing. Now this is what the Genius Cup is about. Xia Qian was indeed formidable, effortlessly suppressing Su Chun with mere martial prowess. It was rumored that Xia Qian possessed rather unique abilities that lacked overt manifestations. Perhaps he had already utilized his powers. While Su Chun was strong in his own right, Xia Qian had dominated the martial arts university for a full 4 years. Losing was out of the question, though it remained uncertain in what manner he would emerge victorious. Amidst the audience's murmurs, the intensity of their battle escalated. Soon, what began as cautious probing transformed into an all-out brawl. The arena was filled with the echoes of fists colliding, the sound of flesh meeting flesh resonating through the air. Both combatants boasted impressive martial foundations and were newly promoted martial masters, rendering them evenly matched. Only their mastery of abilities would determine the victor. Half an hour later, both fighters began to slow, drenched in sweat, clearly having pushed their abilities to the limits. Following this, it became a contest of willpower. Bang, bang, bang. Thus, the two reverted to the most primal form of combat, trading punches, each vying to see who would fall first. At this moment, Zhao Lan abruptly rose, calling out, "Prepare to take the stage. Su Chun is about to win." Zhou Muji blinked in surprise, and before he could respond, the screen showed Xia Qian wobbling and then collapsing to the ground. The referee promptly entered the ring to announce Su Chun's victory. "How did you know?" Zhou Muji inquired, his face filled with confusion. Zhao Lan, however, provided a non-answer. "Because Su Chun can only lose to me." This book has not garnered significant income. It now relies on the generosity of readers. Therefore, I must once again request for gifts. Chapter 70. I'm on fire. Do you concede? Ladies and gentlemen, next up, please welcome the participants of the second match, Zhao Lan vs. Zhou Muji. Fueled by the commentators' fervor, the atmosphere surged once more. Zhao Lan and Zhou Muji, both shrouded in mystery regarding their backgrounds and strengths, had dominated their previous matches with overwhelming power. As a result, many spectators eagerly anticipated this showdown between the two. Finally, the moment had arrived. I can't wait to see Zhao Lan get thoroughly trounced. According to rumors, Zhou Muji is set to join a special forces unit. Those who make it into such a team are the Sea Army de la Sea Army, not just in Lingjiang City but across the nation. Zhao Lan is no slouch either. I've heard she hails from the Zhao family, one of the old four great families, and Xiaqian has even been instructed in combat by her. I don't care. Zhao Lan has insulted my goddess, and this time she is destined to lose. Amidst the spectators' discussions, Zhao Lan and Zhou Muji stepped onto the arena. In the center, the referee raised his right hand, reiterating the rules. Once the competitors nodded in agreement, he shouted loudly, "Begin!" Whoosh! To everyone's astonishment. As soon as the match commenced, the fabric of Zhao Lan's chest suddenly tore apart. Huh? Huh! Simultaneously, both Zhao Lan and Zhou Muji expressed their bewilderment. Zhao Lan was already a martial master, having reached a remarkable level in the art of punch energy. In the entirety of the Genius Cup, there was hardly anyone capable of breaching her refined punch energy. Yet just moments ago, the opponent's abilities effortlessly surpassed her defenses. However, from Zhou Muji's perspective, he found Zhao Lan's physical resilience to be astonishingly formidable. His abilities were extremely extreme, belonging to the rare category of rule-based abilities, surpassing even the natural and temporal types named the Unparalleled Slash. True to its name, this ability was essentially a cutting strike. Whether using a weapon, one's own body, or even a cotton candy ball, once infused with his abilities, it could impart a cutting effect. Moreover, the initial strike of the Unparalleled Slash possessed tremendous lethality. Over the years, Zhou Muji had never missed a target, even slicing through the latest alloy battle armor with his bare hands. Yet now, he had merely breached Zhao Lan's punch energy, leaving not even a faint mark. Zhao Lan's reaction filled him with embarrassment. What a cut! Bring it on! Immediately, Zhao Lan retaliated, striking Zhou Muji away, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement as she advanced. Since her arrival in this world, she had rarely encountered an opponent of equal caliber. Even against Su Chen and Xia Qian, they were insufficient to compel Zhao Lan to unleash her full potential. Now, having narrowly avoided injury from Zhou Muji's strike, she felt the long-lost thrill of battle. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 consecutive punches, each heavy and forceful, Zhou Muji found himself reeling, his blood surging, forced to retreat. Even though Zhou Muji was a martial master, he could not withstand Zhao Lan's relentless onslaught. Damn it! What kind of monster is this guy? Soaring into the air, Zhou Muji spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, his tongue grazing a broken tooth. From the moment the match commenced, Zhou Muji had vastly overestimated Zhao Lan's prowess, even attempting an ambush at the very start by unleashing his ultimate move. Yet, despite this, his opponent remained unfazed. How on earth could he fight like this? Especially with Zhao Lan's eager and spirited demeanor. Just like a devoted wife meticulously adorns her surroundings, the moment of truth finally arrives, only for it to be abruptly concluded in a mere 3 seconds. Is it necessary to concoct a similar excuse, claiming that one is lacking in form today? Ding! A grievance from Zhou Muji 9999. Hearing the sudden notification sound ringing in her ears, Zhao Lan was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't the battle proceeding splendidly? Why suddenly place the blame on me? I understand now. It must be that he finds my efforts insufficient. As Zhao Lan muttered to herself, her gaze towards Zhou Muji became increasingly vibrant. Truly deserving of being the foremost among the 3 young martial kings, he is formidable. After all this time encountering an opponent without enmity who possesses strength to match her own, it would be rather disrespectful not to showcase her true abilities. Thus, zizizizi, hoo. In an instant, the arena was ablaze with brilliance. Bolts of lightning as thick as a wrist danced around like ethereal dragons. A heavy, searing flame enveloped Zhao Lan, spreading from a single point to envelop her entirely. Akin to donning a fiery cloak, the aura radiating from her ignited a frenzy among the audience. What? A dual elemental wielder? This is utterly astonishing, Zhao Lan. Had I known you were such a person, I wouldn't have scolded you earlier. My goodness, the previous match was a martial contest, and this one is a duel of powers. Just these 2 battles alone are worth the price of admission. Let the battle commence. My eyes can hardly contain their thirst for action. As Zhao Lan unleashed her powers, the audience's enthusiasm soared, while Zhou Muji's spirits plummeted. Damn it, dual powers. Just in terms of physical prowess, Zhao Lan left him daunted, devoid of any combat abilities of his own. If she were to add these two natural elements, wouldn't she just obliterate him? What on earth is Zhao Lan's situation? When facing others, it was merely a matter of knocking them unconscious, even when provoked by the grave digger. He would grant a swift resolution. With no enmity between them, was such a grand spectacle truly necessary? Ding! A grievance from Zhou Muji 9999. Hearing the notification sound once more, Zhao Lan smiled slightly and declared, "Fear not. I will give it my all." However, just as Zhao Lan was about to launch her attack, Zhou Muji suddenly blurted out in a flustered manner, "It's just a match. There's no need for it to escalate to this level." For a moment, Zhao Lan was utterly stunned, and Zhou Muji quickly employed a martial technique to explain to her, "My powers are rather unique. They only possess significant lethality during the first strike against an individual. Every subsequent attack will have its power halved, and this limitation resets only after 24 hours. Thus, continuing the fight serves little purpose. I surely cannot defeat you, so it's better to concede." Listening to Zhou Muji's explanation, Zhao Lan was left dumbfounded. What the hell? After finally working up the resolve to engage in a serious match, it turns out the opponent is a 3-second man. What happened to the notion of a fair contest? What about the fervor and passion? Aren't you supposed to be a genius from Linjiang City? Is this all you've got? The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Perhaps it was due to the comfort of her new life, but Zhao Lan's desire for excitement grew ever stronger. It was akin to gaming. While using cheats can be exhilarating, doing so constantly loses its charm. I want to be like those passionate protagonists, engaging in a thrilling battle, only to reflect on the bonds formed when the situation becomes dire, ultimately making a comeback. Damn it! I've used my powers, and you tell me it's not possible. With this thought, Zhao Lan grinned menacingly, her gaze fixed intently. Heh, you want me to concede? The word concede doesn't exist in my vocabulary. With that, she struck fiercely. The force of her punch, intertwined with thunder and fire, obliterated half of the arena before barreling towards the bewildered Zhou Muji. Brothers, a new day brings new gifts. If you have money, feel free to spend. If not, then channel your love into support. I genuinely wish to extend this story longer, and it relies on everyone's gifts. Chapter 71. I'm currently quite enraged, Su-chan. Come help me cool off. What do you mean by conceding? I say I concede. All right. What enmity do we have that you must strike me down? Ding. A grievance from Zhou Muji 9999. Through their brief exchange, Zhou Muji had already gauged Zhao Lan's strength, yet the clay idol still bore some ire, not to mention Zhou Muji's identity as a martial king. Damn it, if we're fighting, then let us fight. Zhou Muji howled to the heavens, his fingers aligned as if wielding a sword, and he declared, "Strike." As for Zhao Lan, the unparalleled slash had already been unleashed upon her. Further strikes would have its lethality. However, he had yet to use the technique against Zhao Lan, meaning this strike would still carry its maximum effect. In an instant, the unparalleled slash clashed with purple cloud thunderfire. A brilliant explosion of elemental fire, punch energy, thunder, and sword light erupted. Whoosh, Sazizi. Following the law of no harm and smoke, both combatants emerged unscathed after their clash. Yet, just as Zhou Muji regained his footing and lifted his head, a heavy punch, entwined with strands of thunderfire, pierced through the haze and landed squarely on his cheek. Bang, bang, bang. Afterwards, a flurry of punches descended like raindrops. Zhou Muji's body transformed into a bouncing ball, springing up and down. The crucial point was that Zhao Lan clearly had the ability to knock him out with a single blow, yet her strikes were exquisitely measured, painful but not injurious, carrying a distinctly humiliating undertone. It appeared as if he were merely her toy. Ding. A grievance from Zhou Muji 9999. Thus, after a prolonged period of humiliation, Zhao Lan grew increasingly bored. Aside from the initial slash at the start of the match, Zhou Muji's subsequent attacks were feeble and lacking in force, akin to the ministrations of a foot massage therapist in a parlor. I'm done playing. This is simply dull. Zhao Lan yawned and casually swatted Zhou Muji away, sending him soaring into the air. With a thud, he crashed to the ground, landing in a disheveled heap, dazed and disoriented. Zhou quickly stood up and proclaimed passionately, "Come on, let us continue, if you have the ability. Strike me down," however. This belated fervor was utterly disregarded. Zhao Lan gazed at the dust-covered Zhou, speechless for a long while. With a look of deep disappointment, she sighed and voluntarily exited the arena. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone could sense the profound disappointment reflected in Zhao Lan's expression, as if it were silently asking, "Are you even a man?" Zhou stood still like a statue, motionless for a long time. From initial anger to greater fury, he suddenly realized upon witnessing Zhao Lan's retreating figure. Through battling Zhao Lan, the undefeated Zhou grasped a profound truth. There is always someone better. Losing does not equate to disgrace, but what truly matters is how one loses. Without even engaging in a genuine fight, to concede outright, this was likely the true source of Zhao Lan's disappointment. Moreover, Zhao Lan clearly possessed the strength to knock him out with a single punch, yet chose to inflict only pain without injury. Perhaps she sought to evoke his long-lost passion and fervor through such extreme humiliation? With this thought, Zhou smiled knowingly. Having won too often, he had forgotten how to lose. It was time for some serious training. Meanwhile, Zhao Lan was blissfully unaware of Zhou musings. She was currently seething with frustration and desperately needed someone to help her cool off. Returning to the lounge, she found Xia Qian and Su Chen lying side by side, sporting peculiar smiles, clearly having acknowledged each other as prowess and admired one another as perseverance. They appeared to be kindred spirits who had formed a bond through the thrill of combat. Upon seeing these two fools, Zhao Lan felt a surge of indignation, kicked Su Chen's bed, and coldly declared, "Get up. It's time for the finals." Having hit it off remarkably with Xia Qian, Su Chen was engrossed in their analysis and chatting. Paying little heed to Zhao Lan's earlier match, until Zhao Lan suddenly appeared that he instinctively voiced his confusion. "Huh? So soon?" Zhao Lan retorted impatiently. "Zhou is nothing but a waste." He surrendered in a matter of moments, utterly uninspiring. "I'm furious right now. Hurry up and prepare to be beaten." Su Chen. Ding. A grievance from Su Chen 6666. "Heh, me get up to be beaten. Do you truly believe I am still the same person as before?" Unknown to outsiders, through the legacy of the martial sage, Su Chen had mastered a unique technique known as indestructible body. The more grievously he was injured, the stronger he became. As long as he did not perish, he could continuously refine his physique without any lasting consequences. In the original story, it was precisely this body-refining technique that propelled Su Chen forward in the martial arts path, swiftly transforming from a talented youth at the extraordinary martial university into a pillar of strength for Linjiang City. Had it not been for the camaraderie he shared with Xia Qian, Su Chen could have concluded the previous quarterfinal match far sooner. Soon, the intermission came to an end. Aside from the Zhou family, the four prominent families, the Yi, Su, Nailin families, along with the officials and Shunwan San, took to the stage to deliver speeches. Essentially, they lauded Linjiang City's wealth of talent, expressing their honor in inviting the city's youth to participate in the competition. They also briefly introduced Su Chen and Zhao Lan, building suspense for the upcoming finals. Once the formalities concluded, the audience's excitement reached a fever pitch. "Go Su Chen. You can definitely defeat the Demon King Zhao Lan." Su Chen felt the weight of his injuries, while Zhao Lan emerged largely unscathed. Could Su Chen truly triumph? Both appeared to be concealing their trump cards, making it uncertain who would ultimately emerge victorious. It is quite astonishing that a single university could simultaneously nurture these two prodigies. Both freshmen, who could be likened to the legendary Hidden Dragon and Phoenix Chick. Regardless of who emerges victorious, the greatest beneficiary of this encounter is undoubtedly the Emu University. Amidst the fervent discussions, Zhao Lan and Su Chen have made their grand entrance. The 16 metallic arenas have long since merged into one grand stage. After all, it is the finals, and the spectacle must be sufficiently grand. Several judges occupy their respective positions, encircling the stage below. The head judge stands in the center of the two competitors, without uttering unnecessary words, reiterating the rules before inquiring. "Are you both ready? I hereby declare the match to commence." With a command given, the head judge swiftly vacates the arena. Contrary to expectations, Zhao Lan and Su Chen did not immediately engage in fierce combat, but instead regarded each other with keen scrutiny. Surprisingly, it was Su Chen who broke the silence first. Oddly enough, I have a feeling your approach towards me is driven by ulterior motives. If it's convenient, might you disclose your intentions? As the protagonist, Su Chun possesses a modicum of wisdom, and the series of provocations from his opponent has revealed a hint of insight. This, Zhao Lan seemed to have anticipated, raising an eyebrow and responding. There is no particular motive. I merely find your ring quite appealing. If it's not too much trouble, could you consider gifting it to me? Su Chun. Ding. From Su Chin's resentment, 9,999. You dare to ask for my ring. Why not just take my life? It is worth noting that Su Chun's ascent to becoming a formidable fighter owes at least half of its credit to the remnant soul residing within that very ring. Consequently, there is nothing Su Chun is willing to part with, especially not this ring. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Su Chun seemed to have an epiphany. It is merely a ring, ordinary in appearance, devoid of any extraordinary powers. What could Zhao Lan possibly want with it? Could it be that he is aware of the remnant soul of the first ability user residing within? In that instant, Su Chun finally comprehended the truth. Zhao Lan had been persistently pursuing him for the sake of that ring. Hey, a mere trinket in exchange for a secret. Seems like a fair trade, doesn't it? Is there something hidden within this ring? Upon uttering these words, the audience began to murmur in excitement. Su Chin's face flushed crimson, a flicker of anger gleaming in his eyes. Regardless of Zhao Lan's knowledge of the ring's secret, the situation had escalated to a point where many would inevitably take an interest in it. In other words, his secret could very well attract the attention of nefarious individuals. What if someone were to fixate on it and snatch it away? This is a relic of my parents. You shall remain silent, Su Chin bellowed, cutting Zhao Lan off. Immediately thereafter, he planted his feet, and with the semblance of a grievously injured fighter, unleashed his most potent punch. Alas, the misfortune seemed to target those already burdened with hardship. My beloved Honor smartphone, which has accompanied me for over 3 years, has met with a tragic fate. Its screen shattered today. I lack the funds for a replacement. How unfortunate. It is my own fault. I should have been more prudent, for one must not indulge in fleeting pleasures. I implore for a gift to replace the screen. Next time, I shall certainly exercise caution. Chapter 72. Su Chun, Zhao Lan. You lack martial ethics. My ultimate technique is depleted. Behold my fist. Su Chun shouted in fury, moving like a shadow, rapidly closing the distance. As he approached to within less than a meter, he executed his technique. Mirror clone. The space rippled as Su Chin's form flickered, seemingly utilizing his ability for short-distance teleportation. Yet when he reappeared, he had multiplied into 4 figures, surrounding Zhao Lan from all directions, cutting off any chance of retreat. This basic application of spatial ability, known as spatial mirror, allows him to create 3 identical clones, each possessing 50 of the original's physical prowess, maintaining a striking resemblance in both appearance and movement. This technique is genuinely difficult to discern, and unless one possesses a significantly higher level of mastery, it is nearly impossible to determine which is real and which is mere illusion. This means that Zhao Lan must either endure 4 consecutive strikes or brace himself for a barrage. Bang, 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 bang. However, Zhao Lan appeared unfazed, simply standing there to absorb the 4 punches. Unexpectedly, it was Su Chin's 3 clones that shattered in an instant. Dissipating into nothingness, Su Chin's original form felt a surge of energy recoil within him. Staggering back a few paces, it is astonishingly tough. It is hard to fathom that despite his martial prowess and spatial abilities, he could not even budge Zhao Lan. Zhao Lan brushed off the dust from his chest and coolly remarked, "Put in some effort." Su Chun was taken aback, his brows furrowing in disbelief. Taking a deep breath, he charged forward once more. "So you want me to exert myself, do you? Let us see if you can endure after this punch." Su Chin's strike, remarkably unadorned, was the most practiced technique in his repertoire. In truth, it was scarcely a technique at all, barely qualifying as a proper move, merely an ordinary straight punch. Since his childhood, Su Chun had imposed upon himself a regimen to throw 1,000 punches daily, a number that kept him disciplined and prevented wandering thoughts. Can you withstand the cumulative power of over a decade of training? With a resounding thud, Su Chin's perfected straight punch landed squarely upon Zhao Lan's face. The force of the punch even caused Zhao Lan's clothing and hair to flutter wildly in the gust. Regrettably, Zhao Lan remained utterly unmoved. As Su Chun withdrew his fist, he found Zhao Lan unharmed. Though his hairstyle had certainly been tousled, Zhao Lan waved his hand dismissively, reiterating, "Put in some effort, ding." From Su Qin's resentment, 9,999. Zhao Lan's brevity only served to amplify Su Qin's sense of indignation. By standing there and taking his punches without flinching, was he simply flaunting his resilient physique? Very well. If it's a display you desire, let us see if you can evade this. Overcome with emotion, Su Chun resolved to unleash his ultimate technique and teach Zhao Lan a proper lesson. With a powerful leap, he created distance while simultaneously tightening his fists, appearing to gather energy, as if preparing to unleash his ability. As ripples of spatial energy surged around him, the front row spectators felt a wave of dizziness, even experiencing nausea. Similar to nature-based abilities, spatial powers come in various forms. Some individuals specialize in spatial traversal, capable of short-distance movement upon awakening, while others may excel in spatial storage, eventually able to house living beings within. It is said that there exists an ability user in the great capital city who has created an independent world within himself, measuring 100 kilometers in length, width, and height, transforming it into the largest black market in the nation. As for Su Qin's spatial abilities, their primary focus lies in destruction. Techniques such as short-distance teleportation and creating mirror clones are merely applications of his powers, lacking true significance. Had Zhao Lan not provoked Su Qin, he would have preferred to keep the most extraordinary aspect of his spatial abilities hidden, buzzing. As the spatial waves intensified, Su Qin's fists began to emit a white and distorted glow. Spatial shockwave. With a thunderous roar, Su Qin brought his fists crashing down. Crack, crack. The space struck by Su Qin split apart like a mirror, forming two large fissures that surged towards Zhao Lan at lightning speed. "Huh? You're actually putting in effort," Zhao Lan exclaimed, unable to suppress a cry as he beheld the rapidly approaching spatial rifts. However, this time, he did not remain passive and wait to be hit. With a flicker of thought, a bolt of lightning coursed around him. He took a light step to the right and effortlessly evaded the attack. With a resounding crash, Su Qin's ultimate technique struck the edge of the arena, shattering a wall entirely. Zhao Lan curiously glanced back, then turned with an air of nonchalance, stating, "Just put in a bit of effort. I can handle it." Su Qin was left panting heavily, drenched in sweat. "Why are you dodging?" Hearing this, he felt an eruption of fury, incensed beyond measure. Given his current strength, executing spatial shockwave was already taxing, as the total energy of his ability was limited and not easily replenished like physical stamina. Thus, after this strike, the energy reserves of his spatial abilities were thoroughly depleted. Little did he expect Zhao Lan to exhibit such a lack of martial ethics, leading him to believe that he would withstand the final blow, ultimately leaving Su Qin with an empty reserve. Ding! From Su Qin's resentment, 9,999. In response to Su Qin's retort, Zhao Lan replied with conviction, "Just listen to what you're saying. While I did encourage you to exert yourself, I never claimed I wouldn't dodge. Do you think this is a turn-based game, where you punch me and I return the favor? Even in a turn-based game, one can still evade, correct?" Su Qin wiped the sweat from his brow, his complexion growing increasingly pale. Though filled with resentment, he lacked the strength to engage in a verbal spar with Zhao Lan. Ultimately, he could only blame himself for falling into Zhao Lan's trap so easily. A mere taunt, not even a full-on attack, led him to reveal his vulnerabilities. However, it mattered not. Though his abilities were exhausted, he still had the martial arts to wear Zhao Lan down. The indestructible golden body technique passed down by the martial sage only grows stronger with each strike. As long as Zhao Lan refrained from lethal force, every punch Su Qin threw would serve as a stepping stone for his progress. Gathering his breath, Su Qin declared loudly, "Enough chatter, let us continue." Zhao Lan acknowledged with an "oh," and a surge of electricity flickered around him. Su Qin felt a flash of white light before a figure appeared behind him. Although Zhao Lan had yet to master elemental body, his speed, enhanced by the power of lightning, was astonishingly swift. By the time Su Qin turned, expecting Zhao Lan to deliver a powerful blow, he instead extended his right leg, lightly tripping Su Qin beneath him. Thud! Su Qin stumbled and fell off the stage, leaving the audience utterly stunned by this unforeseen spectacle. It is Saturday, yet I must continue to work. Without further ado, I implore everyone to send some gifts. Sob sob. Chapter 73. Zhao Lan, champion of the Genius Cup. Is this how it ends? I have even removed my pants, only to witness this. Zhao Lan's actions were indeed despicable. Su Chun could hardly have anticipated such a swift defeat. The rules of the Genius Cup need revising. It concluded before we could fully savor the experience. Zhao Lan's peculiar behavior was striking. During the semi-finals, he unleashed his full power, yet in the finals, he seemed too lazy to employ his abilities. Could Zhou Muji truly be stronger than Su Chun? Zhao Lan's cunning victory left many feeling resentful. They had expected a climactic showdown, a grand spectacle where both contenders would reveal their trump cards and engage in an exhilarating battle. Instead, it turned out to be a farcical affair. A mere trip sent Su Chun tumbling off the stage. What kind of nonsense is this? Ding. From Zhou Ruinfa. 999 resentment. Ding. From Bai Jia. 444 resentment. Ding. From Abin. 666 resentment. Time and again, Su Chun faced humiliation. Although he suffered no physical harm, Zhao Lan's actions inflicted severe emotional damage upon his tender psyche. Suddenly springing to his feet, Su Chun glared at Zhao Lan atop the stage, momentarily losing his composure as he shouted, "Zhao Lan, why do you never dare to face me head-on? Coward! What are you so afraid of?" At the Yi family banquet, he had carelessly lost to Zhao Lan. During the end-of-term hunt, the coveted faith crystal he had believed to be his was snatched away by Zhao Lan, along with a bout of humiliation. Yi Shirin, too, had severed ties with him because of this. Zhao Lan, that scoundrel, even exploited his reputation to promote his own products during the awards ceremony. Now, after finally having the chance for a direct confrontation, Zhao Lan still opted for such underhanded tactics to secure victory. How much can one endure? Su Chun felt no envy or jealousy at others' superiority, yet Zhao Lan's flippant demeanor tormented him to the brink of despair. As if he were forever a source of amusement, perpetually teasing and provoking him. Ding. From Su Chun. 9,999 resentment. Chun at this moment, Zhao Lan stood on the stage, backlit, his features obscured. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Afraid. Indeed. I am afraid. I often have nightmares at night, fearing that I might accidentally kill you with a single punch. Do you think I do not wish to go all out? It is you who is too weak, my dear Odo. Internet slang. Referring to a younger brother, the last remark, delivered with a tone of exasperation, echoed loudly, rendering the audience momentarily silent. Upon witnessing the glistening tears in Zhao Lan's eyes and the expression of grievance on his face, many in the crowd were left speechless, unable to believe their eyes. So, your despicable and shameless conduct is entirely because your opponent is too weak to warrant your seriousness. Hearing these words, Su Chun clenched his teeth in frustration, struggling to suppress his indignation. His brows nearly furrowed into a line as he finally let out a howl, filled with rage, and charged at Zhao Lan once more. How dare you insult me so? However, just as his voice fell, bang, Su Chun was sent flying, like a human cannonball, hurtling over 10 meters before crashing into the arena's boundary wall. Silence reigned within the colossal Nest Sports Arena, which could accommodate 100,000 spectators. An eerie stillness enveloped the crowd. They had anticipated Su Chun to explode with rage after reaching the limit of humiliation, yet he fell with a single punch. He was embedded in the wall like a piece of art. Rolling his eyes and frothing at the mouth in an instant, the collective resentment of the audience dissipated. It seemed rather uninteresting. Indeed, it was not that Su Chun was too weak, but that Zhao Lan was overwhelmingly strong. I seemed to grasp Zhao Lan's good intentions. His cunning tactics at least provided some entertainment value. If he had simply steamrolled through the competition, he would offer no respect to other contestants. Nor would it be particularly thrilling. He truly makes me want to weep. I have long said, just award Zhao Lan directly. There is no need for this farce of a competition. As Su Chun's defeat came to a close, many spectators began to understand Zhao Lan's underlying intentions, and the murmurs of dissent gradually transformed into cheers. Conversely, Zhao Lan appeared utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, they had been vehemently cursing him. Why this sudden applause? Thus, the highly anticipated grand finale officially concluded. Chief Judge Shen Wansan, along with representatives from the organizing committee, took to the stage. Of course, there was Zhao Lan, who had effortlessly claimed the championship, and Su Chun, still unconscious on the stretcher, alongside Xia Qian and Zhou Muji. As the largest benefactor of the Genius Cup, Shunwan-san was the first to speak. This sales-savvy, loquacious, and somewhat verbose gentleman was unusually concise in his address. His brow creased with hints of worry. Ladies and gentlemen, the Genius Cup has officially come to a close. I hereby announce that the first-place winner of this year's Genius Cup is Zhao Lan. As his voice echoed, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, and under the collective gaze, Zhao Lan ascended the stage to accept his award. The rewards of the Genius Cup were far beyond those of the end-of-term hunting competition at Ewang University. After all, this was a citywide contest, with the champion's prize alone amounting to 5 million. Additionally, there was a specially designed alloy armor and a technique suitable for a 9th-grade martial artist. However, upon receiving the prizes, Zhao Lan displayed a lackluster demeanor. Firstly, these rewards were somewhat redundant for someone with a system, and secondly, there were more pressing matters awaiting his attention. Ahem. I would like to thank my parents, my school, my country, and also express my gratitude to Su Chun. Such a worthless competitor, it is precisely because of his inadequacy that I could smoothly seize the championship. Lying on the stretcher, Su Chun, just regaining consciousness, overheard Zhao Lan's taunts. Ding, from Su Chun. 6,666 resentment. Already feeling weak, he fainted once more in a fit of anger. After delivering a brief acceptance speech, Zhao Lan descended the stage alongside Shunwan-san and entered a nearby conference room. Xiaqian, Zhoumuji, Shunwan-san, representatives from the 4 major families, the sheriff, and others were all present. They collectively gazed at Zhao Lan, and after a moment of silence, Shunwan-san was the first to speak. Should we go offer support? Naturally, Shunwan-san was referring to another battlefield established by Anson Technology. Through Zhao Lan's revelations, they had come to understand that Anson Technology's primary target was not the Genius Cup, but rather some iconic locations and buildings in Linjiang City. Let us ensure the safety of all spectators first. Support can wait, Zhao Lan remarked, glancing at the time before continuing. By the way, I gained quite a bit from participating in this competition, and I have some insights I wish to contemplate, so I will retreat for a while. Upon hearing the term retreat, the expressions of the crowd turned peculiar. You just steamrolled through the competition. What insights could you possibly gain? They say that bullying the weak can lead to weakness, yet you emerge stronger from it. Today, I have no reason. I simply seek gifts, just a few dollars a day. If no one sends gifts, I truly cannot continue writing. Chapter 74, System Upgrade. Bye. The Genius Cup has officially concluded. Once the audience had vacated, Zhao Lan found an empty room, ensured safety, and summoned the system panel. Holy moly! Nearly 140,000 negative energy points. Upon seeing that lengthy string of numbers, Zhao Lan was filled with elation. It is worth noting that the highest tier of the negative energy system, lottery, consumes 10,000 points per draw. With close to 140,000, that means I could draw more than 130 times. However, Zhao Lan certainly would not use them all for lottery draws. The truly valuable items are not easily won in the lottery and are mostly available in the shop. Though the prices are steep, quality is commensurate with cost. As Zhao Lan contemplated further browsing the shop, the system suddenly presented a message. Ding! Detection indicates that the host possesses over 1 million negative energy. System upgrade function is now available. Only 50,000 negative energy is required for a comprehensive system upgrade. The contents of this upgrade are as follows. 1. Edition of Ultimate Lottery. 2. The shop will offer new items every week. 3. The shop will include filtering options for rapid item searches. 4. Addition of a recycling function for useless items. 5. Unlocking system skins, allowing expenditure of negative energy to enhance the system interface's aesthetics. Upon hearing the final upgrade detail, Zhao Lan was rendered speechless. You are a system, yet you focus on cosmetic changes. Are you perhaps a little princess? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Lan began to think seriously. The addition of an ultimate lottery, more items in the shop, and the ability to recycle useless items. While it may seem a bit unappealing at first glance, the current high-level lottery clearly does not meet his demands for power enhancement. Regardless, an upgrade is inevitable. It's better to invest and enjoy the benefits now. Let's go for it. I have plenty of funds. After much deliberation, Zhao Lan made his decision to upgrade. Ding! 50,000 negative energy has been deducted. System upgrade in progress. 1, 2, 3. 10 minutes later, a flash of light signal completion. Ding! System upgrade successful. Hurry and select a beautiful skin for your system. Zhao Lan rubbed his forehead, sighed, and conceded, all right, I'll get you your little princess. To prevent the system from incessantly nagging, Zhao Lan randomly selected 2 system interface skins. Fortunately, the prices were quite reasonable, totaling less than 10,000 units of negative energy. After all, Zhao Lan was currently affluent, so it was as if the money was spent on a pet dog. After purchasing the skins, Zhao Lan eagerly clicked on the icon labeled Scrap Recycling Station. Without a second thought, he recycled the detritus he had previously drawn, including a $5 cash voucher resembling a devilish version of a laxative Lamborghini. Ding! Recycling successful, negative energy 13,698. Upon hearing that final string of numbers, Zhao Lan's eyes widened in astonishment. What? I recycled all of that and only got 13,000. I was expecting at least tens of thousands. With that thought, Zhao Lan checked his balance. It was just over 900, 000. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead, recalling that he still had a nuclear explosion technique to redeem, which required 1 million units of negative energy. He was still 100,000 short. It is known that merging just 3 techniques could allow one to tap into their potential without limits. While other techniques might only train specific muscles or meridians, these 3 could delve down to the cellular, genetic, and even atomic levels. Such a formidable technique should have been redeemed long ago. Damn it. Had I known, I wouldn't have upgraded the system first. Reluctantly glancing at the nuclear explosion technique, Zhao Lan closed it and begrudgingly began to peruse the other items available in the upgraded shop. Supreme Bone, 66 million negative energy points. 8-9 Profound Art, 90 million negative energy points. Cosmic Class Battleship, 100 million negative energy points. Penga's Essence, 1 billion negative energy points. Zhao Lan. Good heavens, after traversing this world for so long and participating in so many grand events, I have only earned my first million, and now, they present me with items costing tens of millions? Participating in a Genius Cup yields approximately 1.5 million negative energy points, meaning I would need to partake in 44 Genius Cups just to obtain the Supreme Bone. Moreover, such massive events gathering over 100,000 participants cannot possibly occur every day. System, recommend items under 500,000. With that command, the shop's contents swiftly transitioned. Soon, items priced below 500,000 were listed from high to low. This time, the items displayed were far more appealing to Zhao Lan. 3 Sword Flow Secret, Compound Formula Number 5, Encyclopedia of Magic, a Nuclear Reactor, Pikachu. Gazing at these dazzling and plentiful items, Zhao Lan couldn't help but drool. Alas, I can only access 50,000. How I wish I had a bit more money. Zhao Lan, like a lovesick fool, pondered for some time before finally deciding what to purchase, a fruit said to contain demonic power. The muscle fruit, priced at 480,000 negative energy points. As a time traveler, Zhao Lan did not wish to attract too much attention. After all, this world revolved around martial arts and supernatural abilities. What would it look like to summon a Pikachu? Moreover, Pikachu's abilities somewhat overlapped with his own. As for the 3 Sword Flow Secret, it intrigued Zhao Lan greatly, but there was one issue. He couldn't open his mouth. If he did, the sword would drop, and how could he utilize the 3 Sword Flow? Wasn't he relying on his mouth to navigate through this world? If he couldn't curse, how would he amass negative energy? The compound formula number 5 originated from a superhero universe and could randomly grant one a superpower after injection, similar to supernatural abilities. However, it was merely a formula and came with significant side effects, rendering it somewhat impractical. A nuclear reactor? Forget it. If I were to redeem that, wouldn't the giant nest stadium explode? System, redeem the muscle fruit. Ding. Redemption successful. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Lan redeemed the muscle fruit, which was the size of a human head, covered in bizarre muscle-like patterns. Muscle fruit. Consuming this fruit greatly enhances muscle strength, resilience, and hardness, and muscle training will yield a tenfold effect. A tenfold training effect? Excellent, excellent. I certainly made the right choice. The muscle fruit is indeed a savior for someone as lazy as me. Zhao Lan felt a rush of joy and quickly took a bite. Damn. So bitter. Just one bite nearly made him retch up his leftovers from the previous night. It seemed that every edible item he redeemed was distasteful. From the stretch leg and eye-staring pills to the 9 transformation large intestine, gagging, Zhao Lan found that with each bite he took, he would dry heave. Only after finishing the muscle fruit did the system's reminder chime in his ears. Ding! Reminder to the host. The muscle fruit is a special item. Only one bite is necessary. Zhao Lan chuckled, glancing at the remaining morsel of the demonic fruit in his hand. He abruptly tossed it to the ground. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Just as he was venting his frustration, a searing pain erupted from deep within his muscles. His skin and clothing were stretched and torn, transforming him into a bloody mess. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Countless muscle sprouts began to emerge from within him, twisting and stretching tightly, forming larger and stronger muscle masses. Zhao Lan now appeared as a fortress of muscle. As time passed, the speed of muscle growth gradually slowed, while his control over the muscles intensified. An entire hour later, the muscles began to contract autonomously, returning to their original size. Phew. Finally, it's over. After this torment, Zhao Lan exhaled deeply, feeling his body both light and heavy, as if he could freely manipulate the volume and strength of his muscles. Only then did he realize that his martial arts realm had unknowingly ascended from the second stage of martial master to the fourth stage. Though the price was steep, the effects were astonishing. Goodness, after consuming the muscle fruit, I feel so formidable. Once I master it, won't I be soaring to the heavens? Zhao Lan gently clenched his fist, and even this seemingly mundane action caused the involved muscle groups to experience a degree of training. Akin to completing 10 sets of bench presses, with this muscle fruit, I can truly become stronger even by merely breathing. As for the subsequent development and application of the muscle fruit, there was no rush. After calming his excitement, Zhao Lan reopened the system interface, pondering whether to try the ultimate lottery or continue purchasing items. Gifts requested. Every 100 gifts adds one more chapter. A total of $100. Or 100 electric love offerings would suffice. I hope for a chance at 10 additional chapters. Chapter 75. Ultimate Lottery. Draw. The upgraded system cost 500. 000. The muscle fruit cost 480. 000. The system skin cost 10. 000. And the scrap recycling netted me 13. 000. Thus, Zhao Lan was left with just over 430,000 units of negative energy. This amount was not insignificant, and although Zhao Lan intended to buy more items, after browsing for a while, he found that items priced around 300,000 to 400,000 seemed somewhat beneath his current level. Wait, isn't there an ultimate lottery? Let me see what that's about. Zhao Lan suddenly remembered and quickly switched the interface to the ultimate lottery. Wow, as expected of the ultimate lottery, it costs 10,000 for a single draw. Is there an explanation here? Ultimate lottery. The probability of drawing bizarre rewards has been significantly reduced, and a 10 consecutive draw guarantees a guaranteed grand prize. Seeing the system's somewhat deliberate annotation, Zhao Lan felt a bit speechless. You're aware that what you offer is bizarre. However, the guarantee of a grand prize in a 10 draw is indeed enticing. Which lottery offers a guaranteed grand prize after 10 draws? Truly impressive. The ultimate lottery. Let us give it a shot. As Zhao Lan's voice fell, a luxurious prize wheel adorned with a golden dragon began to spin, accompanied by a melodious tune. After several seconds, the wheel finally came to a halt, its pointer hovering over a large golden question mark. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceptional luck, drawing the ultimate grand prize from the ultimate lottery, guaranteed grand prize. What the heck? I hit the guarantee on my first draw. Is my luck really that good? Listening to the system's somewhat tongue-twisting prompt, Zhao Lan curled his lip in skepticism. This was no surprise. The system seemed to be nesting dolls, first presenting a high-level lottery, then introducing an ultimate lottery, and now there's an ultimate grand prize within that. Will future classifications be based on the number of ultimate labels? Buzz. Just then, a burst of light erupted, and a crisp prompt echoed in Zhao Lan's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Heart of the Beast. Heart of the Beast enhances your control, affinity, and dominance over all non-human entities. As the voice faded, a heart that sparkled like a gem appeared in Zhao Lan's palm, radiating various hues. Heart of the Beast. The description seems promising, and it appears quite powerful. Just in time, as I'm about to fight monsters. After examining it for a while and inquiring about its usage, Zhao Lan finally felt a surge of excitement, then clenched his fist. Crack, crack, crack. The colorful heart of the beast suddenly shattered. A swirl of multicolored mist entered Zhao Lan's body through his nostrils and throat. Thump, 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 thump. Moments later, Zhao Lan's heart began to beat powerfully, and he entered a state of profound mystery. It felt as if with a mere wave of his hand, any beast would prostrate itself at his feet. Unfortunately, with no beasts nearby, he couldn't test the exact effects. With over 300,000 left, I might as well draw all at once. After contemplating for a moment, Zhao Lan decisively waved his hand, opting for 3 more draws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 ability upgrade voucher. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 supergravity fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 transformative raincoat. 3 alert tones rang out in succession. Merely hearing these names, Zhao Lan's expression shifted from anticipation to a smile, and finally erupted into wild laughter. This time, fortune had truly favored me. Could it be that my luck today is simply extraordinary? Not a single item obtained is a waste. In her excitement, Zhao Lan hurriedly clicked on the entries for the 3 rewards. Ability upgrade voucher. Can elevate an ability by 1 grade. Note: SSS grade abilities cannot be upgraded. Supergravity fist. Upon contact with an enemy, the force of gravity exerted on them is doubled, with no limit on uses. Transformative raincoat. When worn, can transform its appearance into any biological or non-biological form of any size. Effect dissipates upon being attacked. 300,000 negative energy points may sound like a lot, but if one were to assess value, that single ability upgrade voucher alone would suffice to recoup the investment. For anyone, martial arts can be honed through diligence. Even with poor talent, as long as one is willing to put in hard work, they can generally persevere to become a martial artist. However, abilities are different. Once awakened, they are essentially set in stone. Hypothetically, if someone's ability were to control the growth of leg hair, no matter how many decades they trained, the most they could achieve would be hair that grows stronger. The idea of a single hair sweeping across a mountain is utterly ludicrous. Conversely, if Su Chun were to push spatial abilities to their limits, not only could he sweep aside a mountain, but perhaps an entire city could fall before him with ease. This exemplifies the vast disparity in potential between abilities. Therefore, items that can enhance the quality and potential of abilities are extraordinarily precious in this world. Otherwise, as the protagonist, Su Chun must have encountered countless treasures. Even if he hadn't, he should have at least heard of them. Otherwise, how could he have been so obstinate over a crystal of faith, nearly jeopardizing his protagonist status? Following the enhancement from the previous crystal of faith, the all-rounder ability has already achieved a 20 boost. I wonder what kind of enhancement awaits me upon ascending to SSS grade. Elevate me! Zhao Lan refocused her thoughts and crushed the ability upgrade voucher in her hand. In an instant, a radiant glow converged towards her chest, and she found herself lifted into the air, immersed in a baptism of light. This sensation feels rather pleasant, doesn't it? Compared to consuming those medicinal pills for upgrades, elevating abilities is exceptionally effortless. This moment, a prompt echoed in her ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. The all-rounder ability has evolved successfully. All-rounder, SSS, the host capabilities in all aspects will be enhanced. Strength 30, Speed 30, Neural Reflex 30, Defense 30, Ability Release Efficiency 30. Due to the all-rounder advancing to the highest level, a special effect has awakened. Weakness Attack. Weakness Attack. As an all-rounder, you can discern the most lethal weaknesses of any enemy. Wow! A 30 bonus, along with an additional skill. Today, Zhao Lan felt euphoric beyond measure. Not only had she hit the jackpot, but the all-rounder advancing to SSS grade had also awakened a new passive skill. With the unfolding of the plot, she was soon to confront the nefarious schemes of Dark Forest technology, making this weakness attack passive extremely timely. After all, the foes dispatched by Dark Forest technology are no mere trifles, but a battalion of formidable mutated beasts, and this weakness attack is precisely the divine skill for overcoming the powerful with the weak. Weakness Attack. Zhao Lan called out inwardly and immediately activated it, causing red dots to appear before her, marking the weak points of the surrounding structures. For instance, the weakness of the nearby stool lay at its somewhat rusted joints, while the ceiling above revealed a vulnerability in the beam that supported the structure. Can this be applied to non-biological entities as well? This is incredibly powerful. No, remain calm. Remain calm. A brawl is imminent. And arrogance leads to downfall. After thoroughly enjoying the weakness attack, Zhao Lan retrieved the supergravity fist and transformative raincoat. The former is quite similar to the paternal love fist, both featuring a special effect, but the former is decidedly more potent. She pressed the fist against her forehead and instantly mastered its for the transformative raincoat. It was intriguing. Though it appeared to be an ordinary raincoat worn by fishermen, it was far sturdier than any alloy armor available on the market. Most importantly, it could transform. After donning it, Zhao Lan transformed into Yishirin, then into Lan Kuer. Text omitted for brevity. 2 hours had passed since Zhao Lan entered her retreat. Following her suggestion, Shun Wansan and the others, having successfully concluded the Genius Cup, proceeded to a designated battlefield, one of the iconic structures of Lingjiang City, the Bell Tower, to their astonishment. As soon as they arrived at the base of the tower, the sky darkened with tumultuous clouds, coalescing into a swirling vortex directly above the bell tower. Whoosh, crack! Witnessing the sudden phenomenon above, Shun Wansan was drenched in cold sweat, stammering, "Is that an evolution platform? Evolution platform? Why would there be an evolution platform in the city?" Gazing up at the slowly forming funnel-shaped thundercloud, Shun Wansan was struck with dread. Years ago, evolution platforms had been entirely destroyed. Any remaining were typically found in the desolate wilderness, far from human habitation. How could such a platform possibly appear in the city? Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the evening sky, causing Shun Wansan to instinctively flinch and turn to look behind him. There, under a blood-red sunset, swirling thunderclouds had already blanketed the skies of Lingjiang City. The central beam of light seemed capable of ensnaring one's mind. What is that? Is it going to rain? What a spectacle! I must capture this and share it on social media. Is it the latest light show? How come I've never heard of it before? Oh no, I still have clothes hanging out to dry. Throughout the streets and alleys of Lingjiang City, countless citizens looked up in awe, some even attempting to take photographs for memories. However, soon after, military units, police, and official personnel arrived to disperse the crowd. The air above the city sounded with air raid sirens, as military tanks and police cars roamed the streets, repeatedly broadcasting a recorded message, "Alert! Alert! The streets are dangerous. Please do not congregate. Return home in an orderly manner and wait patiently. Alert! Alert! The streets are dangerous. Please do not congregate. Return home in an orderly manner and wait patiently." Initially, many believed it to be a counterterrorism drill. Yet, when some citizens exhibited resistance and were swiftly subdued, many began to realize that something significant was about to transpire. In an instant, panic spread rapidly, and the crowd grew restless. Fortunately, the police and military appeared to be well prepared. Though the process of dispersal was arduous, it at least prevented a stampede. Atop the bell tower, a figure clad in white descended gracefully. His appearance bore a resemblance to Xia Qian, for he was none other than the head of the Xia family, Xia Zhenghong. Though the Xia family was not among the 4 great clans, it was not due to a lack of strength, but rather a matter of family principles. They believed in entering the world during chaos and withdrawing during peace, embodying the essence of the Xia family. Upon receiving news of the impending drop of mutated beasts in Lingjiang City, Xia Zhenghong did not hesitate in the slightest and pledged, "If mutated beasts descend, I, Xia Zhenghong, shall guard this realm." Thunder rumbled at last. The thunderclouds gathering in the sky began to roar. The beams of light projected onto the streets beneath the bell tower flickered, and then, peculiar figures of various sizes appeared. Roar, squeak, cackle. For reasons unknown, the mutated beasts transported here by the evolution platforms bore bizarre and even grotesque appearances. One massive rat sported a human head grafted onto its neck, sniffing the ground with keen agility as if searching for a scent. Another creature, with a serpentine body yet countless centipede limbs protruding from its abdomen, tapped rhythmically on the ground, and there was a mound that resembled a mountain of flesh, leaving behind trails of foul-smelling slime with each roll. They were termed mutated beasts, yet they resembled the monstrous creations of a deranged scientist. As several mutated beasts landed, they exchanged glances in a surprisingly human-like manner, emitting strange cries as if communicating before scattering in different directions. At this moment, Xia Zhenghong, standing atop the bell tower, stretched his shoulders, producing a series of crackling sounds. After years of nurturing, it was time to stretch. Upon uttering these words, the seemingly ethereal head of the Xia family erupted with brilliant white light in an instant. A sphere of white radiance gathered above the heads of the peculiar mutated beasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A cascade of white light enveloped the area. The first wave of mutated beasts to descend upon the bell tower had their heads obliterated in an instant. At the martial arts plaza, Su family's head Su Yin, along with his brothers Su Chun and Su Mo, had already established their defensive line with family members. Elder Yi Chong of the Yi family and his trusted aides, including Gong Shu, were also assigned to this battlefield. Observing the thunderclouds gathering above and the expansive, unobstructed plaza, both family heads fell into deep contemplation. So, the body of the evolution platform lies underground? Su Yin furrowed his brow. His expression grave. The others, upon hearing this conjecture, revealed looks of astonishment, fully aware of the weight it carried. The evolution platform was a taboo among the populace, something many common folks had never even heard of. In the expansive martial arts square, which witnessed a footfall exceeding 100,000 daily, how could such a platform be constructed underground? Or was it that the evolution platform existed prior to the construction of the martial arts square? Underground? That would be easy. It could simply be unearthed. That moment, Yi Chong, who had remained silent until now, let out a cold chuckle and stepped forward under the watchful gaze of the crowd. With a gentle stomp of his foot, the floor of the martial arts square seemed to be suddenly assaulted, rippling like the surface of a turbulent sea. The exposed ground, under the influence of Yi Chong's extraordinary abilities, parted like water, revealing the depths below it. In the basement of the Lingjiang commercial building, the ground was etched with a massive magical array, stained with the thick, foul-smelling blood. Scattered severed limbs and discarded peculiar instruments testified to the fierce battle that had transpired here. No, it should be called a massacre. Just 10 minutes prior, Zhao Tian, in collaboration with the military, had discovered this altar-like site and had exterminated nearly 100 devotees, preventing the completion of the evolution platform and halting the emergence of the beasts from another realm. However, Zhao Tian and his companions bore no joy in their apparent success. Instead, each face was heavy with dread. Zhou Muji, the young commander, was the first to voice his doubts as he surveyed the grim scene. Can the evolution platform truly be replicated through technological means? And what do these markings on the ground signify? Are they some sort of special summoning array? Zhao Tian did not directly respond to Zhou Muji's inquiry. He merely sighed deeply. If the evolution platform can be mass-produced, it seems the heavens of Lingjiang are about to change. As the military, police, and the various powerful families of Lingjiang began to mobilize, the battlefield remained unexpectedly calm, devoid of any incidents. Lingjiang was teeming with talent. Even before Zhao Lan had ascended to the rank of martial master, he had been capable of shattering the evolution platform with a single strike. And the older generation of warriors could surely do the same. Yet, the storm clouds gathering above Lingjiang showed no signs of dissipating. In fact, they multiplied. Within half an hour, hundreds of storm clouds gathered, slowly casting down beams of light. Clearly, to ensure the success of this operation, Dark Forest Corporation had not only set traps in densely populated areas, but also left their contingencies in inconspicuous alleys. Abandoned factories and rarely traversed woods, crack, crack, as numerous bolts of lightning descended. Hundreds of storm clouds coalesced, showering beams of light. Tens of thousands of beasts fell from the sky, initiating an invasion. It was too difficult to elaborate further. Preparations were needed today for a tenfold eruption tomorrow. However, if the data did not improve significantly this time, the length of this narrative, which was already brief, would likely be curtailed further. Without gifts, the earnings barely amounted to a meager sum each day. One would need around $100 daily to sustain writing. Chapter 77. Zhao Lan emerges. I, the big star, am unrecognized. Run. A horde of spiders surged from the basement. Mom, wake up, calling for backup, calling for backup. South Guangbei Street is under attack by a group of suspected B-class beasts. An estimated 100 civilians have already perished. Damn beasts. I'll fight you to the death. With the sudden onslaught of beasts from above, chaos and panic engulfed Lingjiang City within minutes. Zhao Lan, in truth, had merely perused the original novel, noting only a few key locations: Bell Tower Street, Martial Arts Square, Lingjiang Commercial Building. Yet it was evident that the narrative could not encompass everything. The author's skills were limited, and excessive exposition about places where the protagonist did not appear would be criticized as filler. In reality, A grand conspiracy threatening the entire city of Lingjiang could not be confined to just a few evolution platforms. The majority were relatively concealed. Compared to the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of beasts that could emerge, the number of beasts this time was relatively small, yet they targeted the heart of the city. There were neither towering walls to obstruct them nor heavy machine guns and mortars to provide suppressive fire. Once these beasts appeared, it was as if they had entered an unguarded realm. In a room within the Giant Nest Stadium, the venue quickly resumed its daily operations after the conclusion of the match. A number of tourists returned, oblivious to the encroaching danger. Boom. Suddenly, the stadium's main entrance erupted, and a swarm of beasts burst through, immediately commencing their slaughter. In an instant, several tourists were devoured. Consequently, everyone began to flee in a frenzy, with some pressing into a nearby room. Coincidentally, this room was where Zhao Lan had previously secluded himself. Upon witnessing the panicked crowd burst in, Zhao Lan removed his versatile cloak, stood up, and asked, "Why are so many of you here? Has the beast tide erupted?" However, the crowd ignored Zhao Lan's question. With the outside world in chaos, even a single beast could annihilate them. Who had the time to answer a young lad's queries? Quick, move the tables and chairs to block the door. What on earth is happening? Why are there so many beasts in the city? Is there anyone who can get a call through? My emergency line is busy. Although the situation was somewhat frantic, the group remained relatively composed. Some helped to secure the doors and windows, others attempted to call for help, while a few utilized their abilities to contribute in any way they could. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, Zhao Lan pouted and remarked, "These things won't stop the beasts." "It's pointless." At his words, a suited man abruptly turned around to rebuke, "Even if they don't hold, it's better than you just standing there watching." Ding. From Song Zhongji, resentment 999. Ding. From Fan Shengsheng, resentment 999. Ding. From Chongwei, resentment 999. Ding. From Laifu, resentment 999. Perhaps it was the life and death situation that made emotions run high. Zhao Lan's seemingly casual remark instantly sparked waves of resentment, with ordinary individuals providing the maximum of 999 points of grievance, an indication that they could have offered even more. "If that won't work, then what do you suggest we do?" "Exactly. It's easy for you to stand there and criticize. As a child, you shouldn't meddle in adult matters." "One by one," the crowd retorted, and instead of silencing the boy, Zhao Lan only grew bolder, his expression increasingly incredulous. Did these people not know who he was? Ultimately, unable to contain his curiosity, Zhao Lan pointed to himself and inquired, "I, the big star. Don't you recognize me? How dare you speak to me like this? Being a film emperor doesn't matter now." Someone immediately shot back. No one expected this fellow to be so shameless, still flaunting his celebrity status amidst such chaos. He looked somewhat familiar, likely a minor actor. Seeing the crowd's ignorance, Zhao Lan chose to dismiss it, waving his hand. "Fine. If you don't recognize me, then let us each go our own way with that." He approached the door and addressed those who were busy reinforcing it. "Excuse me, I need to go out." This statement. Everyone turned to him with astonished expressions, especially the suited office worker, who struggled to suppress his anger and voice. "Are you out of your mind? There are beasts outside. Stay put and don't cause more trouble." Boom. Before the suited man could finish his sentence, Zhao Lan's fist slammed into the door, which they had painstakingly blocked, sending it flying open. The room's occupants fell into a state of shock. After an indeterminate amount of time, someone suddenly shouted, "I remember now. P.S. Zhao Lan, the recent Genius Cup champion. His photo was on the big screen outside the stadium. I thought he looked familiar. Turns out it's Zhao Lan." With this reminder, many regained their senses, their faces lighting up with joy. Yes, those minor actors are useless. A powerhouse like Zhao Lan is the real star. "We are saved." Yet, some worriedly chimed in, "But he is just a Genius Cup champion. How can he possibly fend off so many beasts?" "Can't fend them off." Zhao Lan faced tens of thousands of beasts without flinching. Someone began to rally support for Zhao Lan. As Zhao Lan's identity became known, the crowd's anxiety began to ease. Just then, someone shouted, "Oh no! Beasts are coming from that direction." Everyone turned their gaze, only to see a horde of bizarre-looking beasts converging in the corridor, all simultaneously turning their heads towards them. Gur, squeak, awoo. With the sound of beastly roars, The horde grew restless, charging forward with increasing speed. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, as the distance closed. The crowd could feel the brutal aura radiating from the beasts. Could Zhao Lan truly stop them? Why was he not moving? Was he surrendering? Or had he been petrified with fear? Damn it, had they known, they wouldn't have let him open the door. So what if he was a genius cup champion? He was now trembling in fear. Due to Zhao Lan's inaction, the atmosphere plunged back into panic. It's the critical moment when the situation seemed dire, with the imminent threat of being torn apart by his adversaries. Zhao Lan suddenly extended his right hand, forming a fist, and gently tapped his left chest. Thud, thud. Suddenly, a sound resonated throughout the vast giant Nest Stadium, reminiscent of a drumbeat or the ominous rumble of thunder. The dozens of agitated beasts crowding the corridors abruptly fell silent. A woo. Huh? Squeak, squeak, squeak. The diminutive human before them appeared oddly familiar. Thud, thud. Another wave of heavy heartbeats echoed, and the beast's gazes transformed from confusion to resolve. No, not kin, but the presence of a king. With a rustle, under the incredulous eyes of all present, rows of beasts instantly prostrated themselves, utterly submitting to Zhao Lan's feet. Tomorrow, I shall not go to work. So I plan to stay up all night writing, striving to produce 10 chapters by tomorrow evening, a total of 24 hours. Enough said, the life and death of this book hinge on this moment. I beseech gifts, I implore gifts, I request gifts. For those with means, please contribute financially. For those without, a free click to show your love will suffice. I implore gifts, I request gifts, I beseech gifts. Chapter 78. Is it that I, the antagonist, am too gentle, or have you all reached your rebellious phase? What is happening? Zhao Lan is so formidable that even these beasts must heed him. Has he awakened a beast-taming talent? How could a beast possibly be tamed? Regardless, I refuse to believe it. There must be something amiss. In any case, we should be saved. How splendid, truly deserving of the Genius Cup champion. He is impressive. Zhao Lan, Zhao Lan, Zhao Lan. Witnessing this scene, those who had previously harbored doubts about Zhao Lan immediately widened their eyes. Utterly flabbergasted, and after a moment, erupted into cheers. Truly the ultimate prize, the effect is powerful. Observing the obedient beasts kneeling at his feet, Zhao Lan felt quite pleasantly surprised. However, he discerned that most of them were C-grade beasts and ordinary B-grade beasts. Still, 2 peak B-grade beasts lingered in the back, their eyes revealing a struggle, their bodies half kneeling in indecision. Die for me, Zhao Lan commanded without hesitation, a surge of thunderous fire enveloping him. With just 2 heavy punches, the 2 peak B-grade beasts were reduced to mere fragments. The rain of blood and flesh rendered the other beasts silent, their heads bowing even lower in trepidation. Alas, these too were too feeble. The effects of the gravity fist had yet to be tested. Regaining his composure, Zhao Lan waved his hand, instructing the beasts. First, no killing. Second, no other beasts are to enter the stadium. Third, find all surviving humans within the stadium and protect them. Having given these orders, and seeing the beasts still somewhat obedient, he nodded in satisfaction and turned to look behind him. I am off to save the world. These beasts will temporarily ensure your safety. Wait here for rescue without worry. Farewell. Saving this group was merely a casual act for Zhao Lan. If a beast tide were to truly erupt in the city, there would be much to attend to. And he had no time to waste here. As for his parents, Zhao Tian had dispatched someone early in the morning to secure them in an underground shelter, where they would likely remain safe. The most pressing matter now was to address the beast tide at its source, preventing Lingjiang City from descending into chaos. Otherwise, with too many casualties, Zhao Lan might not even have the opportunity to harvest negative energy. Having casually given his instructions, Zhao Lan turned to leave. Wait, you cannot leave yet. At that moment, a sharp, piercing female voice suddenly rang out from behind. Are you really leaving us at the mercy of these beasts? As a student of the Beast Martial University, do you not have a sense of responsibility? And if you leave, more beasts could enter at any moment. Without your protection, what if we perish? Does your conscience not ache? The woman issuing the sharp rebuke was elegantly adorned, resembling a socialite. After a series of upheavals, her appearance bore signs of weariness, her eyes ablaze with strong dissatisfaction and fury. It seemed as if the one endangering their lives was not the beasts, But Zhao Lan himself, TSK, 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 it sounds as though I might be in the wrong. How intriguing. In response to the woman's reproach, Zhao Lan propped his chin on one hand, sporting a bemused expression. If the same incident were to befall Su Chun, who bore the protagonist's halo, these individuals would likely express gratitude, with a few attractive women even attempting to seduce him. At that point, should Su Chun adopt an air of superiority and declare that many others awaited his rescue, the crowd would likely erupt, captivated by his charismatic presence. Thus, without the protagonist's halo, even good deeds may be perceived as villainous. With this thought, Zhao Lan suddenly experienced an epiphany, slapping his forehead lightly as he murmured, I almost forgot. Though I am but a cannon fodder antagonist, I am still a villain. Am I too gentle, or have these people simply reached their rebellious phase? Should they not fear me? Resolute in his decision, he forced a brilliant smile. So, my dear lady, are you afraid of being with these terrifying beasts? Worried they might suddenly go berserk? The woman, as if it were a matter of course, nodded emphatically, exclaiming, Of course! Who knows how long you can control these beasts? What if you leave and they go wild? Zhao Lan bowed his head, feigning a troubled demeanor. It does seem that way. Observing Zhao Lan's apparent remorse, the woman's expression brightened, ready to deliver another blow, when Zhao Lan interjected. But even if I remain here, I may not be able to control their rampage, either. The woman froze momentarily, bewildered. Zhao Lan? What do you mean? Just then, as she spoke, a winged leopard darted past with astonishing speed, leaving all present momentarily stunned. Her hand. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air as the crowd turned to see the woman who had confronted Zhao Lan. Her right shoulder now empty below the joint. Glancing at Zhao Lan, they beheld the winged leopard at his feet, proudly holding a severed arm, lying down submissively as if it were a house cat. You see? I told you, even with me here, these beasts may not necessarily heed my commands. With that, he crouched down, stroking the leopard's head while admonishing. Good little one, spit that out. What have I taught you? Do not take what belongs to others. Though he spoke thus, the leopard seemed to have received entirely different instructions. With a roll of its throat, it swallowed the arm whole. Zhao Lan shrugged, helplessly stating, You see? I truly cannot control this pack of beasts. Only then did the woman, who had lost an arm, let out a piercing scream. Ding! From Li Furong. Resentment 999. Ding! From Guo Pinching. Resentment 999. Ding! From Hazelnut Dan. Resentment 999. Ding! The sudden assault from the beasts was obvious to all as Zhao Lan's deliberate orchestration. One expected that a seemingly bright and cheerful young man, a university student of considerable strength and repute, could be so merciless. Throughout the confrontation with the woman, he had uttered not a word of rebuttal, wearing a constant smile. Yet, his actions this time were brutally decisive. Without a second thought, he had severed another's arm. Had he gone mad? Yet, despite their outrage and resentment, once Zhao Lan revealed this side of himself, none dared to voice a complaint. Should they provoke this madman further, it might cost them their lives. I truly must take my leave now. Does anyone wish to detain me? Zhao Lan grinned, inquiring. However, his radiant smile appeared to all as a sinister grimace, causing everyone to shake their heads vehemently, too afraid to utter a word. TCH, how dull. With a leap, Zhao Lan vanished from their sight. 10 updates in a burst. This is the first. Gifts, please. Chapter 79. The old district overrun by beasts. Human canned meat. Lingjiang City, half an hour after the beasts descended. The streets were littered with damaged buildings, charred vehicles, and occasional distant echoes of anguished screams. It is hard to fathom that in merely half an hour, human order had teetered on the brink of collapse. In front of a store at the street corner, 3 grotesque birds with enormous flesh lumps on their heads were leisurely pecking at a mangled corpse. Suddenly, a heavy heartbeat resonated from afar, causing the carrion birds to tilt their heads, their slit-like pupils glinting with a brutal killing intent. Caw, caw, caw. Raising their heads, the carrion birds instantly froze. At the end of the street, a group of formidable beasts was advancing towards them. Enormous black-horned bears, silver tortoises capable of snapping steel, and 2 pairs of wind tiger beasts. Just the peak B-grade beasts alone numbered over a dozen, Behind them, there were hundreds of C-grade beasts. The beasts were all too familiar with the beast tide. But leading this formidable assembly was an unusually delicate-looking human. Caw, caw, caw. The three carrion birds squawked in alarm, then immediately launched themselves towards Zhao Lan's direction. The feathered arrow bird, aptly named for its elongated body resembling an arrow in flight, is known for its remarkable speed, distinguishing it among the C-class beasts. Upon encountering a sudden attack from these creatures, Zhao Lan furrowed his brow. Have I reached the limit for capturing beasts? After exiting the giant nest stadium, Zhao Lan began his quest to tame the beast he encountered. In a span of half an hour, he successfully subdued 16 B-class beasts and 359 C-class beasts. Influenced by the heart of beasts, these creatures, once tamed, exhibited no potential for betrayal. Even if Zhao Lan commanded them to meet their demise, they would do so without hesitation or doubt. Of course, while C-class beasts could be easily subdued, B-class beasts required a more forceful approach. It was akin to capturing pets in an online game. When higher-tier creatures were left with minimal health, the success rate for taming increased. The only directive given to these subdued beasts was singular: to seek out and engage in battle with other beasts. This was what one might call using the skills of the enemy against them. Observing three feathered arrow birds swiftly approaching, entirely unaffected by the heart of beasts, Zhao Lan comprehended that he had indeed reached his capture limit. With a command, his B-class storm tiger lunged forward, swiftly severing the necks of the three carrion birds. Zhao Lan felt quite satisfied with the loyalty displayed by these beasts. However, there was one shortcoming. He lacked an A-class beast. Perhaps he should seek out an evolution platform? Capturing an A-class beast as a mount would surely be quite impressive. With this thought in mind, Zhao Lan called Zhao Tian to inquire about the regions in Linjiang City where beast encounters were prevalent. A higher concentration of beasts often indicated severe human casualties, thus increasing the likelihood of encountering formidable creatures. After their conversation, Zhao Lan received a location: the Chongguang Welfare Institute. The Chongguang Welfare Institute, located in the southwest of the old city, had become a refuge for orphans, the disabled, and the elderly who had lost their children, as the economic decline of the area deterred others from settling there. It was likely that Anson Corporation recognized the scarcity of personnel and insufficient defenses in this region, thus placing numerous evolution platforms here. The military, police, and various influential families prioritized securing their own territories and would only extend support to more prosperous or densely populated areas if resources allowed. Over time, the old city had become a disaster zone. With few humans and an abundance of beasts, this place held potential. For Zhao Lan, the concept of saving the world was not particularly appealing. However, given the circumstances, the fall of Linjiang City offered him no advantages, compelling him to reluctantly assume the role of a savior. Resolute in his decision and having mapped out his route, he set off accompanied by a cadre of beastly companions. Thanks to the beasts clearing the path ahead, Zhao Lan's journey proceeded exceptionally smoothly. As he neared the outskirts of the old city, the number of beasts increased dramatically. Along with their ranks, it was indeed a place where B-class beasts roamed freely and C-class beasts were nearly as common as dogs. Most critically, a beast leader emerged among the throng, exhibiting a higher intelligence and a certain authority over the lesser beasts. Not far ahead, Zhao Lan spotted an A-class beast leader, an entity resembling a large fish, yet adorned with two slender, spindly legs near its tail, directing a cadre of subordinate beasts as they transported corpses. Were they intending to send these back as supplies? Zhao Lan glanced at the monstrous fish, vaguely recognizing it as a distinct variant of the ground fish. This type of beast was numerous, yet its growth potential was relatively inferior compared to others. Thus, an A-class ground fish, serving as a beast leader, was indeed a rare sight. However, unlike ordinary ground fish, this one bore evident signs of modification. Its large eyes bulged grotesquely, and its mouth remained agape, revealing a maw filled with sharp teeth and drool, as if tainted by nuclear waste. "Everyone, follow me," Zhao Lan commanded, and his entourage of beasts immediately disguised themselves as ordinary animals, blending into the crowd. Simultaneously, he donned the transforming cloak, transforming into a 2-meter-long, multi-eyed rodent. Seamlessly joining the line of beasts hauling corpses. It is worth noting that the original text provided scant details regarding the Anson Technology Corporation. It appeared that the sole purpose of Anson Technology's existence was to serve as a foil for Su Chen's ostentation. In essence, they were brimming with pretentiousness yet lacked realism. For instance, the text failed to elucidate the objectives behind Anson Technologies' chaos, the origins of their modified humans and beasts, or the technological means behind their evolution platforms. Thus, upon encountering this bustling assembly of beasts, Zhao Lan decisively chose to integrate himself among them in pursuit of answers. Squeak, squeak. Thanks to the disguise provided by the transforming cloak, Zhao Lan's movements remained inconspicuous. Before long, he found himself carrying a corpse to a rather desolate street. Upon lifting his gaze, he found himself before the Chongguang Welfare Institute. Above the institute, a dense mass of thunderclouds loomed over a 3 to 4 kilometer radius, casting down an impressively thick beam of light. Occasionally, flashes of light revealed groups of beasts appearing within the beam, orderly assembling into formations, their purpose a mystery to Zhao Lan. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Lan's expression grew increasingly grave. The chaotic realm overrun by beasts evoked a striking resemblance to human society. Although these beasts lacked human technology, culture, and morals, the clear hierarchy and order present were rarely observed among different species of beasts. However, the strangeness did not end there. Upon entering the Welfare Institute, the ground fish proceeded directly into a line of modest buildings. Near the wall, an array of peculiar instruments emitted a glow, surrounded by spider-like beasts, each wielding tools to dissect and shred the delivered corpses before inserting the remains into the machines. With a low hum, accompanied by flickering lights, the machines produced a can of meat. Squeak. Upon witnessing the fresh cans emerge, the ground fish emitted excited cries, immediately opening one to taste. After a few bites, the muscles on the ground fish began to writhe as if alive, accompanied by a series of blissful moans. Ugh. Observing this, Zhao Lan's mind began to race with ideas. The relentless siege by the beasts seemed driven not only by their hunger, but also appeared to enhance their own strength. Yet, could the effects be so pronounced? Was it possible that this machine was a creation of Anson technology, infused with their sinister machinations? Moreover, Zhao Lan harbored a more terrifying hypothesis. Just as Li Qing's abilities were a fusion of some beast's genes, transforming him to resemble a divine dragon, could the beasts also undergo modifications to become increasingly human-like? Was it the consumption of these meat cans that endowed them with such organization and discipline? Damn it, I merely sought a pet, yet inadvertently stumbled into the lair of a tiger, Zhao Lan lamented internally, feeling increasingly troubled. Logically speaking, having disrupted Anson Technologies' plans for the Genius Cup and preemptively alerted the authorities, it was only a matter of time before they sought retribution against him. From a personal standpoint, Zhao Lan dreaded complications. He was not the protagonist. Causing trouble only made one stronger, while he was fundamentally a system of negative energy. Yet, even if he chose not to oppose Anson Technology, it seemed they would not spare him either. What lay ahead remained uncertain. He would have to observe further. Zhao Lan continued to search for clues, maintaining his guise as one of the beasts, laboring diligently. A few minutes later, as the corpses were nearly offloaded, the ground fish leader collected a batch of human meat cans and proceeded toward the Welfare Institute's residential area. Were there humans still present? At this realization, Zhao Lan felt a chill run down his spine as a dreadful possibility dawned upon him. 10 chapters erupting with the second update. Seeking gifts, seeking gifts, seeking gifts. Chapter 80. The Great Terror, Human Beastification, third update, at the Chongguang Welfare Institute's rear garden. Amidst the chaos of the old city overrun by beasts, not a single elderly or infirm resident had perished. They appeared unscathed, merely herded together by the beasts as if they were being kept in captivity. Gurgling sounds filled the air as, prior to Zhao Lan's arrival, the beasts had received orders to waddle their rotund bodies. Placing cans of meat before the gathered humans, the crowd in the back garden consisted mostly of the elderly, stooped and gray-haired, or those with disabilities or cognitive impairments, with the majority being children. Some as young as 5 or 6, while others were 8 or 9, totaling dozens. As the elderly stared at the suddenly appearing beasts, their faces grew rigid, especially upon sighting the meat cans, causing many to feel a chill run down their spines. Their hearts gripped by fear. Grandpa, Grandpa, I'm so hungry, can I eat? A cherubic little boy tugged at an elderly man's arm, his voice timid. The old man, seemingly disabled and seated in a wheelchair, wore a grim expression. Scolding, Ajeng, don't be foolish. What have I taught you before? You can't eat things that come from unknown sources. After receiving a reprimand, the child named Ajing felt a pang of injustice, wiping his dirty little hands across his eyes as he murmured, but I'm really hungry." It was evident that the elderly man in the wheelchair held a significant position in the welfare institute. With just a glare at Ajing, the boy quickly stifled his tears. Retreating obediently behind him, Zhuang, "Go fetch a can. Feed those old geezers first." As the elderly man turned and cast a glance at Ajing, he added, "Children these days have no understanding of respecting their elders." This remark only deepened Ajing's sense of grievance. And what about the love for the young? He thought to himself. The individual referred to as Zhuang was a robust young man, though somewhat lacking in intellect, often appearing rather foolish. Nevertheless, he possessed considerable physical strength and was obedient to the elderly man seated in the wheelchair. "Yes, Grandpa Chun," he replied loudly, stepping forward to pick up a line of meat cans that had fallen to the ground, distributing them among the elderly residents of the welfare home. The other elderly inhabitants of the welfare home seemed somewhat greedy, drooling at the sight of the hungry children and shaking the cans with a look of triumph. As the sound of rustling and eating filled the air, the glimmer of expectation in the children's eyes began to fade. The grandparents had always been generous before, sharing their food with the children. Why was it different today? In the realm of childhood, fear was an alien concept, and the notion of monstrous beasts was incomprehensible. To them, the creatures gathering in the backyard might simply be adults dressed in costume, reminiscent of those who had once visited the welfare home to entertain them, though their visits had grown infrequent, perhaps due to the poor conditions of the place. Just as the children were lost in their whimsical thoughts, a loud crash echoed. The empty canister in the elderly man's hand tumbled to the ground, and he began to mutter, as if in a sorrowful lament, "Indeed, it is true. This is a great terror, a profound horror." Suddenly, the old man began to convulse, his murky eyes rolling back, and beneath his thin, coarse clothing, something seemed to writhe rapidly. Crash, 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 one by one. The empty cans clattered to the floor, and all the elderly who had consumed the cans began to convulse simultaneously, with certain body parts undergoing violent transformations. One elderly man's head swelled grotesquely, ultimately sprouting a fleshy horn. Another elderly woman's body elongated and narrowed, her limbs degenerating, while Grandpa Chun, seated in his wheelchair, had his trousers ripped apart, revealing countless strange tentacles emerging from his abdomen. In mere moments, the once amiable grandfathers had transformed into grotesque, inhuman creatures. The children, already feeling a sense of grievance, erupted into loud wails. "Grandpa, Grandpa, please don't do this. I'm scared. Where have the grandpas gone? Bring my grandpa back." Zhuang, "Take the children away, as far as possible." The wheelchair-bound elder, now sprouting numerous tentacles from his lower half, commanded Zhuang with what remained of his fading consciousness. It was evident that even though the elderly were aware of the terror posed by the beasts, the chances of escape for everyone in the welfare home were nearly non-existent. Yet they still resolutely consumed the obviously tainted cans. They sought to sacrifice their lives in exchange for a meager hope of survival for the children. However, Zhuang appeared oblivious to the urgency of the situation, grinning foolishly as he replied, "All right, Grandpa Chun." Suddenly, the elders let out a series of beastly roars and, with their awkward, transformed bodies, charged toward the creatures in the backyard. They aimed to carve a path for the others before they were completely beastified. However, reality proved harsh. A group of frail, elderly individuals, even with a fraction of beastly power, stood little chance against the onslaught of the monstrous creatures. Mere C-grade beast minions easily overwhelmed the half-human, half-beast elders. Zhuang found himself blocked by two beasts, their vicious claws bared. Just as it appeared the elderly would be slaughtered one by one, a sudden explosion erupted. A dazzling spectacle of lightning and flames burst forth in the backyard. Countless thick arcs of electricity descended from the heavens. The precarious situation, moments ago teetering on the brink of disaster, was swiftly overturned. Dozens of beastly minions, caught off guard, were instantaneously reduced to charred remains by the thunderous onslaught, their ashes scattering into the air amidst the raging flames. Even the A-grade ground fish leader could not withstand the unexpected lightning strike. Without a moment's notice, the lightning pierced through its chest, sending its massive body crashing into a building, its fate uncertain. It seemed they had arrived just in time. At that moment, Zhao Lan, draped in lightning and standing atop flames, descended slowly from the sky. The elderly and children, particularly the few old men, appeared to have suffered greatly upon witnessing this scene. Erzwang, Grandpa Chun, and the panicked children all gaped in awe, transfixed by the figure resembling a divine being descending from the heavens. Rendered speechless, then, a soft and soothing voice resonated through the backyard, echoing endlessly. Step back, stand behind me. Chapter 81. The corpse beast with Zhao Lan's genes. Big brother, are you here to save us? What will happen to Grandpa if he is turned into a monster? Zhao Lan's arrival prompted many children to burst into tears. The events of the day had inflicted profound trauma upon their tender hearts, yet they had held back their tears to avoid causing trouble for others. Zhao Lan extended his hand, gently patting Ajing, who clutched his pant leg, and smiled. It's all right. They will be fine. As he spoke, he lightly tapped his chest, thump, 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 with the rhythmic pounding of the heart of beasts. The elderly who had consumed the cans gradually regained their composure. Although their appearances still bore the marks of their monstrous transformations, their eyes had regained clarity. The heart of beasts, a grand prize in the ultimate lottery, was not merely a tool for subjugating beastly minions. From a certain perspective, anything even remotely related to the beasts fell under the influence of the heart of beasts. However, Zhao Lan was aware that this was only a temporary halt in their transformation. Whether they could return to their former selves remained uncertain. Yea, Grandpa will transform. The elderly, upon regaining their sense of self, displayed a remarkable attitude, with some even comforting the children. Look at Grandpa's great claws. Aren't they impressive? The children, who had been frightened moments earlier, now broke into laughter, clapping their hands in delight. So Grandpa isn't a monster after all. Children are capricious. Upon hearing familiar voices, their emotions quickly stabilized. Some even began to interact with Zhao Lan. Big brother, you're on fire. Doesn't it hurt? Don't be silly. Big brother must be a legendary superhuman. Otherwise, how could he be on fire and emitting electricity without pain? Remarked a more perceptive child. Zhao Lan felt a bit awkward upon hearing the term legendary superhuman. In this old district, had superhumans truly become mere legends? Just moments ago, he had been observing those peculiar devices in the front yard when he suddenly sensed the presence of several beasts in the backyard. Upon rushing over, he was astonished to find so many living beings. The most alarming revelation was that the elderly had transformed into beasts after consuming the cans. It seemed that under the manipulation of Anson technology, beasts were becoming human-like, and humans could also become beast-like. This was indeed a great terror. Zhao Lan felt a twinge of emotion. These were responsible elders, far more deserving of rescue than those ingrates he had saved in the gymnasium. Just as he was lost in thought, Grandpa Chen, now able to stand using his tentacles, managed a weak smile and humbly asked, "Young man, are you here to save us? We old folks are beyond help. Having one foot in the grave already. Just take these children away, be the way. With such a commotion, more beasts will surely come. You all should leave quickly." Before he could finish speaking, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the gate, followed by the surge of hundreds of beasts into the backyard. "The monsters are back!" The children screamed in terror. "Kneel!" Zhao Lan bellowed. Soon, these beasts obediently prostrated themselves before him. Such a spectacle left everyone in attendance bewildered. How could these once ferocious beasts become so docile? Big brother, why aren't these monsters moving? After a while, a few children timidly looked up at Zhao Lan and inquired. Because Big Brother has superpowers. Now they all listen to me, Zhao Lan replied, turning to gently pat the heads of the children who had crept closer, asking softly, "Would you like to ride on the big monsters?" "Yes, we want to ride the big monsters." Some children exclaimed bravely, "Then hop on. I'll take you away from here." Zhao Lan smiled, and the beasts remained still, as if waiting for the little knights to mount. After the initial shock subsided, Grandpa Chen quickly regained his composure and called out, "Hurry! What are you waiting for? Do you expect our benefactor to lift you onto their backs? Move those who can move, and Erzwang, help toss the others up." In no time, Grandpa Chen organized the individuals in the courtyard to climb onto the backs of the beasts. The children, quick to forget their fear, soon became joyous once again. Meanwhile, the elderly, atop the monstrous forms, struggled to shift, presenting a rather uncomfortable sight. Buckle up, for the formidable beast can sprint at astonishing speed. Before these children, Zhao Lan naturally could not harden his heart. He lifted the child named Ajing and placed him atop the back of a strange creature. The creature's back was spacious enough, and he was just about to set another child down when, unbeknownst to him, a frail man leaning on a cane had stealthily approached from behind. As the others prepared to board the vehicle and depart, the man's right sleeve slowly revealed a bone spur. Swoosh! Suddenly, a flash of white light surged forth. The air was torn apart with a sound akin to fabric ripping. This strike was swift and ruthless, aimed directly at Zhao Lan's back. Clang, however, just as the attack was about to land. Zhao Lan spun around with sudden vigor, a dark long knife appearing in his hand, blocking the bone spur. The man stepped back 2 paces, shock flickering in his eyes. Zhao Lan tightened his grip on the black blade and remarked coolly, "What a pity. Your technique is still lacking. If only you could mask your sin a bit better. I might not have noticed." The other party was taken aback, sniffing at his own body, inquiring, "What scent?" "The scent of a beast. Ding. From the bone beast's resentment. 9,999. A crisp chime rang in Zhao Lan's ears, instantly sharpening his senses. The presence offering 9,999 points of resentment was not to be underestimated. Although both sides were inherently adversarial, laden with resentment, this nearly 10,000 points of negative energy were a testament to the formidable strength of his opponent. As Zhao Lan faced off against the bone beast, Elder Chen turned to the man with the cane, exclaiming, "Zhao Tao, what are you doing?" Upon hearing this surname, Zhao Lan felt a flicker of surprise, narrowing his eyes at Zhao Tao, a hint of familiarity stirring within him, prompting him to ask, "What caliber are you, to share my surname?" Hee. The creature named Zhao Tao ceased its pretense, peeling away the human skin draped over its true form, and declared, "Of course, I possess your genes within me." At this, Zhao Lan, who had previously maintained an air of indifference, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. My genes? Chapter 82. Kind-hearted insults and mosquito bombs. Possessing my genes, upon receiving this revelation, Zhao Lan fell into deep contemplation. The Zhou family had deliberately approached him before, but could they have acquired his genes in such a short span of time? Or was it possible that Anson technology obtained them from rummaging through garbage? Regardless of the scenario, the implications were chilling. He could indeed sense a thread of familiarity emanating from the bone beast. Not only could it transform humans into beasts, but it could also revert beasts back into humans. The power wielded by Anson technology was undeniably extraordinary. Fortunately, he had been a law-abiding citizen, having reported this major villain in advance. Otherwise, what about Su Chun, that original protagonist? Always claiming he had found a path to death. But how many lives would he needlessly put at risk? Most critically, if too many lives were lost, it could affect not only his family but also his own accrual of negative energy, which would be a grave sin, as Zhao Lan pondered. Accompanied by the sound of tearing flesh, the bone beast could no longer suppress its bloodthirsty desire, tearing off the entirety of its human skin to reveal its true form. The beast's body was composed entirely of grotesque bones, constantly shifting and rotating, sometimes morphing into a winged lizard, at other times forming a massive bone python. The only constant was the eerie green fire flickering in its eye sockets. Overall, the bone beast resembled not a creature of the wild but rather a wretched undead entity from Western tales. Hee. Once I slay you and obtain more genes, trust me, I will undergo a new evolution, perhaps even breaking through to S-class. Once the bone beast shed its disguise, it radiated an aura of dominance and bloodlust, and then its right arm shot forth like a rapidly growing bamboo shoot. Zhao Lan did not flinch or evade. Instead, he assumed a fresh fighting stance, inhaled deeply, and charged forward. However, the extending sharp bone spur did not pierce Zhao Lan's fist, nor did Zhao Lan's fist shatter the bone spur. Both parties halted, each gaining insight from the encounter. Beast, die. Young man, we shall aid you. The elderly residents of the welfare home, who had consumed the canned meat, erupted in anger. Thanks to the beast genes contained in the canned meat, their bodies had undergone transformation. Elder Chen, who had previously been wheelchair-bound, now moved swiftly, propelled by hundreds of writhing tentacles, while Old Wang, who had lost an arm, sported a giant arm sprouting from the stump. Almost every elder had been influenced by the beast genes, regaining their ability to move normally. Upon seeing the bone beast's true form, they charged forward. Some clung to the bone beast's legs, while others wrapped around its body, seemingly attempting to restrain it. "Young man, take the children and flee. Do not concern yourself with us." The elders wore expressions of satisfaction, as if they had succeeded. "Do not." Zhao Lan intended to stop them. But before he could utter another word, they were suddenly ensnared by the bone beast's long tentacles. You appear quite concerned for them." Feske. I relish this tormenting phase. Zhao Lan, kneel before me at once. Otherwise, I shall take action. Of course, you may choose to flee, but after I eliminate these people, I will pursue you." The bone beast extended its right claw, its blade-like fingers gently caressing an elderly man's face. The beard being effortlessly severed, each cut demonstrating the lethal speed of the bone blade, capable of decapitating with ease. "Young man, do not mind us. Take the children and go, damn. Truly useless in old age. Allowing a beast to ensnare us. Bah, even if I cannot strike you, I can still spit on you. A single mouthful from each of us could drown you. It must be said, you are indeed an old man. Having reached such an age and lived for so long in a dilapidated welfare home during economic decline, one must be utterly weary of life. Today, they had finally regained their vitality and could not afford to wallow in despair any longer. Zhao Lan frowned, perceiving the predicament as rather troublesome. In this scenario, fleeing was impossible. Firstly, the bone beast had intricate ties to him, and capturing it alive was ideal. If it perished, it would be inconsequential, yet it must be brought back. However, to speak of rescuing the elderly, he could not deem them foolish, for their experiences had led them to believe they could not overpower the bone beast, opting instead for this self-sacrificial route to save the children. Though he considered himself a villain with a modicum of kindness, he lacked a saintly heart. He did not wish for the elders to perish, but he could not afford to sacrifice much for them. Just as Zhao Lan hesitated, the welfare home children leaped from the strange beast, gathering before him, each one anxiously pleading, "Brother, please, save Grandpa. If you can save Grandpa, I will give you this lollipop. I have hidden it for so long." Listening to the cacophony of children's voices, Zhao Lan felt overwhelmed. Yet, it was evident that the bone beast was not to be trifled with, even if he could dispatch it in an instant. It might still take the elders with it in its final moments. Wait. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhao Lan. This peculiar situation could not be resolved through brute strength. It required a subtle and cunning strategy. While he lacked such means, the system did. Thus, Zhao Lan began to feign deep contemplation while swiftly accessing the system's shop interface, quickly entering the keywords: surprise attack, swift, great power. Upon searching, a unique item emerged: mosquito bomb. Mosquito bomb. Small in size, swift, powerful, and equipped with a camouflage system, indistinguishable from a mosquito. Estimating its efficacy, Zhao Lan concluded that it should be sufficient to eliminate the bone beast. However, upon glancing at the price, he felt a chill of despair. 100,000. For such a disposable item, it demanded a staggering 10,000 negative energy points. Why not rob a bank instead? And Zhao Lan's remaining negative energy was precisely 8,009. He needed to devise a plan to acquire more negative energy, all while remaining discreet and leaving no trace. As Zhao Lan contemplated his tactics, the bone beast's patience reached its breaking point. "Have you made your decision yet?" "Decision? What do I need to decide?" Zhao Lan snapped back to reality, a hint of disdain crossing his features as he replied, "You think to threaten me with such pitiful lives? How naive. After all, these old folks are already halfway in the grave. Their deaths would matter little. With this, he neither retreated nor attacked, seemingly waiting for the bone beast to make its move. For the bone beast. This outcome was unexpected. Could it be that Zhao Lan's earlier demeanor was merely an act? He utterly disregards the lives of these individuals? Or is it that he wishes to exploit a moment of vulnerability to extinguish his own existence? Ha ha, well said. We are merely a group of old fogies, and if death comes, so be it. Young man, you should hasten to lead the children away. If I can accomplish something trivial for the sake of the children, then my life will have been worthwhile. Indeed, my frail body is of no consequence. Upon hearing Zhao Lan's words, the elderly remained composed. After all, they had never cared for their own fates in this moment. They embraced death with valor, expressing admiration for Zhao Lan's actions. This left Zhao Lan somewhat speechless. I am the villain. I desire your hatred. What is happening? Fortunately, it was the children who rallied, for the elderly were indifferent. Those children, led by Ajing, became increasingly agitated. Big brother, how can you act this way, Werwu? I beg you, please save Grandpa. Here, I have a lollipop. As he glanced at the lollipop being offered, Zhao Lan coldly smiled and, with a flick of his hand, sent the lollipop flying. Such filthy things, I would not accept even if offered. Upon hearing this, the children's little hearts felt a chill, and they plopped down on the ground, bursting into tears. Ding, from Qianzhangjing, resentment 999. Ding, from Zhengkaikai, resentment 999. Ding, from Li Taodao, resentment 999. Ding. To the children in the orphanage, a lollipop might be the most delightful treat in the world. Even if they received one occasionally, they would cherish it for ages, reluctant to part with it even when it became stale. Witnessing their treasured possession being deemed worthless in another's eyes, it is only natural for them to feel heartbroken. In an instant, countless sentiments of resentment arose. Thus, Zhao Lan's negative energy surged past 100,000. Glancing at his balance, Zhao Lan's expression brightened, and he quickly murmured in his heart, "System, exchange for mosquito bombs." With a grand flourish, the 5th installment of 10. In this chapter, I seek not gifts but rather your evaluations and ratings. Currently, the score stands at a mere 6.8, which is painfully low. I kindly ask for a 5-star review. To elevate the score, it must be 5 stars. Thank you all. If we fail to meet the 5-star standard, I implore you to show leniency just this once. Chapter 83. The Innocence of Children. The Villain's Tenderness. 6th installment. At this juncture, chaos ensued. Dozens of orphans sat weeping on the ground, while the elderly captives sighed repeatedly. Although they were the ones holding hostages, the bone beast appeared somewhat anxious. Fixated on Zhao Lan, observing his every move. Could he truly be waiting for me to make a move? The bone beast murmured, wavering in indecision. Zhao Lan was at a disadvantage in this unfamiliar territory. The longer he delayed, the more unfavorable the situation became for him. Sacrificing a few frail and sickly individuals for an opportunity to strike was not a poor trade. As for why the bone beast, who had previously spoken with such conviction, now hesitated, the root cause lay in Zhao Lan's punch that had instilled fear. The blow was not heavy, but the burden on him had doubled. After exchanging blows, the bone beast distinctly felt that the weight upon him had increased twofold, rather than his actual mass. If it were merely a matter of carrying additional weight, he could easily manage dozens of his own without even breaking a sweat. However, this doubled gravity was evenly distributed across his body's vulnerable areas. Were a normal person to suddenly experience such an increase in head weight, they might very well collapse on the spot. This was all from what appeared to be the most ordinary of punches, and Zhao Lan had yet to employ any supernatural abilities. Should he focus solely on destruction, he might inadvertently give his opponent an opening. Cough, cough. So have you made up your mind yet? Just as the bone beast was mired in hesitation, Zhao Lan's voice drifted forward. The bone beast, taken aback, instinctively inquired, "What should I consider? Whether to strike and be slain by me, or to choose to kill me and ultimately face the same fate? Of course, you could also opt to do nothing and flee, but I will inevitably pursue and eliminate you." The bone beast's words were nearly echoed back verbatim by Zhao Lan. Originally a killing machine crafted by dark forest technology, the bone beast, provoked by such taunts, immediately began to twist its massive skeletal form, seething. "You wish to kill me? Today, I shall see what abilities you possess." With that, it raised its arm high, ready to strike. In response, the elderly closed their eyes in resignation, while the children gasped in shock, as time seemed to freeze in that moment. Boom. Only Zhao Lan remained unperturbed. Snapping his fingers and softly uttering a syllable, bang, 2 sounds, one weak and one strong, resonated in the backyard. The bone beast, who had just issued threats, suddenly saw the 2 ghostly flames in its eye sockets erupt violently. Accompanied by countless menacing bone spikes and blades, they disintegrated into a cascade of bone fragments that scattered throughout the courtyard. Fortunately, the transformed elderly sustained only minor injuries, each collapsing to the ground. Momentarily dazed, asked this it, "What just transpired?" The abrupt change rendered the children silent, their wide eyes filled with confusion, lost in a stupor. At that moment, Zhao Lan stepped forward, extinguishing the flickering ghostly flame on the ground with his foot. Mocking, hanging two large lanterns on your head. Are you afraid others won't know where your weaknesses lie? Zzz, the flames emitted a feeble hiss of extinguishment. After a while, everyone finally comprehended that it was Zhao Lan who had intervened to save them. Young man, you are a deity. How did you accomplish that? My goodness, during my youth, I encountered many with supernatural abilities, yet I have never witnessed anything so extraordinary. A mere glare, and they perish. Enough with the nonsense. You, old-timers, always trying to complicate matters for this handsome young lad. Next time we encounter a beast, we must not charge in recklessly. Ultimately, Elder Chen admonished the other captives, their faces flushed with indignation, dared not voice their anger. Observing this group of grumbling elders, Zhao Lan felt an inexplicable warmth and familiarity. It was as if being with them was akin to being in the company of his own father. Meanwhile, the other children, witnessing the monster's defeat and the hero's triumph, bounded over joyfully. They formed a line, hands clasped behind their backs, and with innocent voices, bowed in unison. Thank you, big brother, for saving our grandpas. So you were just pretending earlier. I understood. You were deceiving the bad guys. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Lan, who typically wielded harsh words, couldn't help but smile, waving his hand. It was nothing at all. However, Zhao Lan noticed one child. The very one who had attempted to barter a lollipop for his grandfather's rescue, Ajeng, sitting on the ground drawing circles. Occasionally, he would glance over at the lively scene, clearly wishing to join in but still sulking over Zhao Lan's earlier disdain for his lollipop. Seeing this stubborn child, Zhao Lan's lips curled upward, as if he were witnessing a reflection of his younger self. He took a few steps forward, ruffling Ajeng's hair, and smiled. What's the matter? Are you still upset? Ajeng huffed, twisting his body to evade Zhao Lan's continued affection. What is this? Suddenly, a lollipop, severely damaged in its packaging and smeared with gray syrup and grime, appeared from behind. Ajeng sprang up from the ground, exclaiming, You didn't throw it away after all? Zhao Lan nodded, continuing to touzle Ajeng's hair. Of course, accepting gifts from children is unbecoming of an adult. Keep this. You never know when you might need it to ask for help again. Ajeng, not one to be impolite, carefully smoothed out the candy wrapper, preparing to tuck it away. However, Zhao Lan's expression turned peculiar. But this lollipop is indeed inedible. Just look at its condition. What? Ajeng exclaimed, as if struck by lightning. His disbelief palpable. Observing the child's astonished expression, Zhao Lan couldn't contain his laughter. Yet, a sudden wave of melancholy washed over him. Just a lollipop, and Ajeng regarded it as a treasure, unaware that it had become unfit for consumption. He did not know that the other elderly residents were certainly aware of this fact. The reason they hadn't disclosed it to him was likely to spare the child from losing that flicker of hope. Contemplating this, Zhao Lan suppressed his smile, retrieving a lollipop he had drawn in a lottery earlier. Initially deeming it useless, even the system did not reclaim it. Would you like to trade this for yours? Ajeng immediately nodded vigorously. Trade. Receiving the new lollipop, he offered his in return, looking up in confusion. Why are you being so nice to me? Zhao Lan continued to ruffle Ajeng's hair. Because I think you would make a great son. Ajeng froze for a moment, then erupted in fury, jumping up to punch Zhao Lan's knee, shouting. I knew you had ulterior motives, after unleashing his frustration and hurling insults, as if fearing further retribution. Ajeng scurried back to the group. Seeing the other children cast envious glances at his lollipop, Ajeng puffed out his chest like a proud rooster, feigning indifference, pretending it was something he had no interest in. That it had been forced upon him. Zhao Lan smiled knowingly, feeling elated. The 6th update of the Grand 10th Explosion. Allow me to clarify, although some chapters may appear lengthy while others seem brief. They all exceed 2,000 words per chapter, with some approaching 3,000 after 10 updates. I estimate there should be approximately 25,000 words, brimming with sincerity. Gifts are requested. Gifts are requested. Gifts are requested. Gifts are requested. Chapter 84. Did Zhao Lan harm his own grandfather? The Gathering of Powerful Beings. 7th update. After leaving the welfare institution, the group proceeded with caution. The elderly and children, understanding the situation, ceased their noise to avoid causing further trouble for Zhao La and I in this area plagued by ferocious beasts. Transporting a group of 180 individuals is no easy feat moreover, given the commotion at the welfare institution. Extra caution was necessary. Fortunately, just after traversing 2 streets, they seemingly encountered a familiar figure. Scattered across the scarred earth lay hundreds of charred beasts. An elder, engulfed in flames, suddenly sensed movement behind him. Upon turning to see Zhao Lan, the flames receded, revealing his true form. The face beneath the flames, though heavily wrinkled, exuded an air of authority, and in his hand, he held a dragon-headed cane. It was none other than Zhao Lan's grandfather. Zhao Tian. Upon seeing Zhao Lan, Zhao Tian's expression brightened, and he exclaimed, "Grandson, what brings you here? Come quickly, there are too many beasts around. It's far too dangerous." Zhao Lan paused for a moment. This Zhao Tian bore the same appearance and voice. Yet there was an inexplicable strangeness about him. If pressed to identify what was odd, he could not quite articulate it. Nonetheless, being a master of performance, he immediately adopted the demeanor of a wrong descendant. Shouting, "Grandpa, you've finally come, woo-woo. If you hadn't arrived, those monsters would have bullied me to death." This outburst startled Chen Lao and the others. The two then embraced warmly. It was indeed a touching reunion between grandfather and grandson. However, beneath the surface familiarity, their relationship was far more complex. Zhao Tian seemed taken aback by how easily he had managed to gain the upper hand, but he quickly regained composure, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Hee, Zhao Lan isn't as clever as the rumors suggest. With just a little trickery, I can ensnare him, Zhao Tian thought, as a ball of flame began to coalesce at his fingertips. Suddenly, a black blade pierced through his chest. Zhao Lan gripping the hilt with his right hand, pulling it sideways, with a splatter. An abundant cascade of non-human organs erupted forth. "You?" Zhao Tian staggered back a few steps, desperately attempting to cover his chest. But the wound was far too severe to conceal. Zhao Lan leaned in closer, whispering, "What a foolish brain, imitating anyone but Old Ding. Old Ding never called me grandson." Hearing this, the beast's eyes flickered with despair. What a cunning man! He had sensed the truth immediately yet had concealed it so flawlessly. Ding, from Zhu Yijie, resentment 9999. As a wave of resentment surged forth, the beast known as Zhu Yijie glared fiercely, seemingly prepared to fight to the death. Little did he know, Zhao Lan had anticipated this. With a twist of the blade, an aged head was sent soaring into the air, thud, upon the head and corpse hitting the ground. A peculiar transformation occurred. Zhao Tian's head morphed into that of a pig, while the headless body grew plump and emanated a foul odor. Zhao Lan pinched his nose and grumbled, "What a pig indeed." Zhao Lan and his grandfather met, only for him to personally slay the old man, who then transformed into a pig-like beast. This series of events unfolded before anyone could react. Initially, some children were frightened, but upon realizing the deceased was a beast, their faces lit up with joy. Wow, Big Brother is so strong. How did he figure that out, however? After defeating this beast, Zhao Lan did not return to the group. Instead, he contemplated the black blade in his hand, surveying his surroundings. Creating such a ruckus and only sending one beast? Are you all too weak or simply too cowardly? Well, you need not emerge. Just silently chant Grandpa. Please spare us, and perhaps I shall let you go. Upon uttering this, the air was filled only with the sound of the wind, as if no one lurked in the shadows. Yet, appearances can be deceiving. Sounds can mislead, but the system's notifications are infallible. Ding, from Qing Feng Beast, resentment 9999. Ding, from Zhu Erjia, resentment 9999. Ding, from the Triceratops King, resentment 9999. Hearing the system's alerts, Zhao Lan smiled faintly. Beasts are indeed beasts, lacking the self-control of humans. Even before I reveal my true strength, they cannot contain themselves. If I were to unleash my ultimate techniques, how would you respond? Such lowly beasts dare to challenge me. Just then, footsteps echoed from the building in front of Zhao Lan. The first to reveal themselves was a familiar face, Yi Shirin. Following her was the lecherous-looking Su Chun, the principal of Yuwuda University. Nalan Rongda, the top businessman of Linjiang City, Shunwan San, the head of the Yi family, Yizhong, Xiaqian, and Xiaqian's father, Xia Jinghonged, a large assembly of the most influential figures of Linjiang City had gathered. The powerful beings emerging one after another left Zhao Lan utterly astounded by their sheer number. If all the beasts disguised as humans possessed strength akin to that of the corpse beasts, not only would Zhao Lan find it impossible to protect those from the welfare institution, he would struggle to ensure his own safety. At that moment, an unfamiliar beast resembling Yishurin stepped forward, emitting a sharp, piercing sound. Truly remarkable, Zhao Lan. Having failed to ensnare you twice, it appears our leader was right to send us. Zhao Lan smirked mischievously, retorting, "You think you can catch me like a mere fish? You must be mistaken." Before he could finish, the beast disguised as Shen Wansan suddenly lost control, stepping forward to shout angrily, "Who are you calling a stinking fish?" Ding! From the deep-sea monster shrimp, resentment 9,999. This unexpected windfall of resentment brought Zhao Lan delight. However, before he could react, another beast disguised as a human stepped closer. Why waste words with him? Just kill him. After all, this is our territory. At this point, Zhao Lan abruptly raised his head, interrupting, "Wait, who gave you the audacity to claim this as your territory? Did you consult me?" While this declaration sounded bold, given the current circumstances, it appeared somewhat ludicrous, as Zhao Lan was clearly the surrounded party. With a chuckle, one of the beasts could no longer contain their laughter, retorting, "Consult you? Do we even need to ask?" Zhao Lan replied with a nonchalant "Oh," showing no interest in further argument, simply pointing at the sky above. "Perhaps we should ask them?" Boom! In an instant, a formidable and oppressive aura descended like a mountain. The beasts looked up, only to see shadows descending from the sky, crashing onto the asphalt road, sending waves of debris flying. Upon closer inspection, it was the real Zhao Tian, Shen Wansan, Xiaqian, Xia Jinghong, Yizhong, and Nalan Rongda. The pinnacle of Linjiang City's combat strength had assembled. This is the 7th update for today. I am utterly exhausted. Indeed, writing all night is not something just anyone can manage, but since the atmosphere is here, I shall persevere. 10 updates will be 10 updates. Chapter 85. Teasing the protagonist is quite enjoyable. Let the grandfather and grandson team up. 8th update. In the old city, on a dilapidated street, a kaleidoscope of supernatural lights illuminated the area, shining brilliantly for 1,000 meters. Shen Wansan cradled a wishful object, surrounded by a string of ancient, circular copper coins that floated around him. Xia Jinghong, clad in white garments, emerged gracefully, a halo shimmering behind him. Wei Yizhong, the head of the Yi family, caused the ground beneath him, be it dirt or stone, to rise and serve as his stepping stones with each step he took. As a distinguished principal of Yewuda University and a standout among the Nalan family's second generation. Nalan Rongda wielded a massive brush that alternated between softness and hardness, creating an elusive spectacle. At the center stood Zhao Tian, the head of the Zhao family, the foremost among the 4 ancient families. Simply standing there, Zhao Tian exuded an immense sense of security. "You've done well, little rascal. This is no longer your concern. Take them back," Zhao Tian affirmed to Zhao Lan, as his ethereal flames began to envelop him. Indicating his readiness for battle. It is rare for someone to receive praise from Zhao Tian. Even Nalan Rongda received only a lukewarm acknowledgement in his youth. However, Zhao Lan appeared unfazed, rolling his eyes dramatically. "So you plan to use me and then cast me aside? Old ding, calling me when you're in a pinch but not bringing me along when it's time to turn the tables." Zhao Lan's temperament was well known to those present. He was as feisty as a little teddy bear, unafraid to confront anything. Zhao Tian's temperament was also well understood. He was not someone to be described merely as irritable. Yet, what astonished everyone was Zhao Lan's audacity to speak to Zhao Tian in such a manner. While it may have been acceptable at home, he showed no regard for face in front of so many people. As expected, Zhao Tian's expression darkened with anger. Ding! From Zhao Tian, resentment 9,999. "Do as you wish." However, after a moment of stony silence, Zhao Tian surprisingly relented. Zhao Lan chuckled in response. "All right then." After the arrival of the strange beasts, Zhao Lan promptly contacted Zhao Tian, devising a strategy in response to the beast tide. Resolving the beast tide was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in minimizing losses and meticulously eliminating the high-end combatants responsible for this calamity. To achieve these objectives, there remained but one method: fishing. Zhao Lan subtly exhibited a propensity to emerge as a leader among the younger generation, having dismantled the nefarious plans of Anson Technology regarding the Genius Cup, though, to be fair, she did so by directly reporting to the authorities rather than surreptitiously. From any perspective, Zhao Lan was the most suitable bait. Otherwise, what audacity did she possess to venture into the beleaguered old city alone? At this moment, the impostors were wrought with anxiety, clearly ensnared in a meticulously orchestrated ambush. How had the tables turned against them? Upon observing Zhao Lan's playful demeanor, the myriad beasts began to awaken to the truth. Zhao Lan. The thunderous roar seemed to signal the commencement of war. Dozens of powerful beasts tore away their disguises, revealing their true forms in an instant. The streets were filled with formidable creatures, towering deep-sea shrimps, the swift and diminutive Qingfeng beasts, and the horned Triceratops kings. Each colossal beast roared fiercely, launching their assault. The battle was on the verge of eruption. With Zhao Tian's command, the others swiftly unleashed their respective abilities. Shun Wansen took the lead, stepping forward to wield his jade scepter. Money come! In an instant, several copper coins suspended in midair shot forth, piercing the skull of one beast and rendering it a sieve. Xia Zhenghong flickered, a circular halo of light condensing behind him. Whoosh! The beast, struck by the beam, could not even struggle before crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Yichong summoned countless fragments of earth and stone, forming towering earthen giants that protected the elderly and children of the welfare home while assisting the younger generation in slaying the beasts. Zhao Tian, subtly emerging as the leader, displayed astonishing prowess, igniting fire with a flick of his wrist, extinguishing it with a sweep of his hand. In mere moments, 5 or 6 beasts were reduced to distinct ashes. Dispersing into the air, the remaining beasts were hardly a match for these formidable individuals. Hey, what are you doing? You old geezers are trying to claim the kills, aren't you? Leave some for me. It was only upon Zhao Lan's interjection that the strong individuals of Linjiang recalled an important aspect. This fishing endeavor also served as a training exercise. Indeed, the youth of Linjiang were brimming with talent. Yet they lacked practical experience. Bringing Xia Qian and others along was not merely to bolster numbers. Everyone, cease your attacks, Zhao Tian commanded with authority. Shenwan San, Xia Zhenghong, and the others halted, their expressions tinged with apology. Upon glancing back, only 3 beasts remained. All right, let us old-timers refrain from snatching the accolades from the younger generation. We wouldn't want their efforts to be in vain. Zhao Tian spoke once more, prompting Xia Qian, Su Chun, and others to eagerly prepare to hone their martial skills against these powerful beasts. Just then, a figure suddenly darted out from behind the crowd, none other than Zhao Lan. Upon her appearance, Xia Qian and Su Chan were instantly flustered, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 consecutive punches, the 3 beasts felt an overwhelming heaviness, rendering them immobile. Though not exceedingly powerful, the strikes were imbued with an unusual quality. Before they could react, Zhao Lan unleashed a torrent of punches. The supergravity fist, prioritizing quantity over quality, for each strike doubled the gravity affecting the opponent. Bang! By the 5th punch, the 3 beasts could no longer withstand their own weight, clinging to the ground like magnets. By the 10th punch, all the beasts exploded into fragments. 1 beast endured 10 punches, while 3 endured 30. This was a feat a martial master could accomplish in the blink of an eye. As they beheld the beasts obliterated by Zhao Lan, the onlookers were left speechless. Ding! From Xia Qian's resentment, 9,999. Ding! From Su Chen's resentment, 9,999. Ding! From Yi Shirin's resentment, 9,999. During the final hunt, you stole the kills, and now you're at it again. Do you relish taking other spoils so much? Observing Zhao Lan's smug expression, utterly devoid of remorse, Su Chun could no longer contain himself. Zhao Lan shrugged, raising an eyebrow. Steal? Did the beasts have your name engraved on them? If you can kill me, why can't I kill them? Su Chun had intended to retort, but Zhao Lan turned to Zhao Tian. You agree, don't you, Grandpa? Being called Grandpa filled Zhao Tian with delight. However, just as a smile began to form, it was quickly suppressed, and he solemnly interjected a word of reason. Indeed. Zhao Tian's interjection left Su Chen once again at a loss for words. Zhao Lan was already bullying others, and now with Zhao Tian adding fuel to the fire. How was he supposed to respond? Ding. From Su Qin's Resentment 9999. The 10th chapter erupted with the 8th update. I was nearly relentless in my writing, utterly exhausted that I shall rest for an hour. The next update is likely to be around 9 o'clock. While the 10th could take until midnight. Is it too much to ask for a few gifts to buy a cup of coffee for a boost? Seeking gifts, seeking gifts, seeking gifts. Chapter 86. The mysterious figure behind the scenes. The counterattack plan. 9th update. You think you can compete with me? Rolling his eyes at the flushed Su Qian, Zhao Lan approached Zhao Tian, bowing slightly to the strong individuals of Linjiang. Thank you all, uncles and aunts, for your support. However, may I ask a rather bold question? What is our plan moving forward? Before anyone could respond, Zhao Lan posed and answered her own question. Since everyone is gathered, why not we raid the lair of the beasts? This suggestion immediately illuminated Shen Wansan's eyes, prompting him to step forward and inquire, do you know where Anson Technology is hiding? It is noteworthy that Zhao Lan had provided the incriminating evidence against Anson Technology, single-handedly dismantling their schemes regarding the Genius Cup. Subsequently, she had informed the authorities, coordinating with various leaders to deploy forces in crucial areas to lure the powerful beasts into the open. Tio speak candidly. Had it not been for Zhao Lan, Linjiang would surely have faced catastrophic losses. Thus, when Zhao Lan proposed to raid the beast's lair, the gazes of the esteemed experts gravitated towards her. However, upon hearing Shen Wansan's inquiry, Zhao Lan merely shrugged her shoulders, replying nonchalantly, Uncle Shen, I'm just a student. You all are the main force, aren't you? I don't know everything. Then why bring it up? Consequently, the interest that Zhao Lan had just piqued quickly dissipated. Shen Wansan, Yi Chong, and the others wore expressions akin to having bitten into something unpleasant. Ding. From Shen Wansan's Resentment, 9999. Ding. From Yi Chong's Resentment, 9999. Ding. From Xia Zhenghong's Resentment, 9999. The elders present simultaneously conceived a thought. A fine young man. But what a mouth he has. Enough. Let us not waste time. This juncture. Zhao Tian stepped forward to mediate, urging silence among the crowd as they gathered to listen intently. Zhao Lan's direction was indeed correct. A mere small black technology firm dared to stand atop Linjiang, and if they did not retaliate, it would become a laughingstock. I previously contacted a research team that is analyzing the confiscated equipment and formations. They informed me before our arrival that they made significant progress. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should be able to complete the decryption by tonight, allowing us to reverse the evolution platform S transmission, enabling direct transport to their location. In contrast to Zhao Lan, Zhao Tian was considerably more reliable, possessing formidable strength, a wealth of allies, and a penchant for action over words. However, Zhao Lan was taken aback. Not anticipating such rapid developments. In the original narrative, Linjiang overcoming this crisis was largely attributed to Su Qin's heroic efforts, deducing the relatively concentrated locations of the evolution platforms from scattered clues. After a series of battles against numerous powerful beasts, Su Qin would crash into the evolution platform, causing a significant commotion. Various powerful individuals would gather to resolve the beasts while simultaneously shattering several evolution platforms. In the aftermath, the rash and impulsive Su Qin was even hailed as a hero. A hero, my foot. Had it not been for the protagonist's halo, he would have met his demise countless times. As Linjiang returned to tranquility, it seemed that the incident with Anson Technology had been forgotten, or perhaps was being investigated in secret. It was only a month later that Su Qian received news from Yi Chong, stating that Linjiang had formed a secret squad to prepare for the assault on Anson Technology. Given that the original plot took a month to clarify such matters, how was it that, before the beast tide had even subsided, there appeared to be leads already? Furthermore, Zhao Lan recalled that Zhao Tian did not seem to have any connections with the research team. Grandpa, where did you find this research team? Are they reliable? Don't squander your money and endanger our lives. Zhao Lan's seemingly innocent jab was, in fact, layered with a probing intent. The old man, perceptive as ever, immediately discerned Zhao Lan's underlying thoughts and patted his grandson's shoulder reassuringly. Rest assured, you know the person well. He is quite reliable. Having spoken, Zhao Tian beckoned to others, organizing the tasks for the remaining time before nightfall. This time, it was Zhao Lan who was momentarily taken aback. And upon regaining her composure, She hurried after Zhao Tian, beginning to speculate as at the elderly man from the breakfast stall downstairs. No, is it Aunt Zhou, with whom you previously had rumors? No, could it possibly be my inept uncles and aunts? I heard them mentioning something about dealing with projection equipment before. Don't mention those good-for-nothings. After 3 consecutive answers, Zhao Tian dismissed them all. Even Zhao Lan felt a bit disheartened, but as she calmed down, a name suddenly flashed in her mind. Could it be? Before she could voice it, Zhao Tian shot her a look, conveying a silent understanding. Even if you guess correctly, don't say it, Zhao Lan uttered an "oh," feeling a slight chill run down her spine. After a brief exchange, the follow-up tasks for Linjiang City were also finalized. Yi Chong, Nalan Rongda, and Xia Qian were tasked with organizing personnel to drive away the remaining aberrant beasts in Linjiang City. Zhao Tian, Yi Shirin, and others were responsible for dismantling the evolution platforms one by one. Shenwan San, Xiao Jinghong, Su Chun, and Zhao Lan would escort the elderly from the Welfare Institute back to a safe area. At 7 in the evening, if everyone completed their tasks, they were to gather at the evolution platform near the clock tower. If they couldn't finish, there was no need to follow, as guarding Linjiang City was equally vital. After all, losing one's home during an outing would be a significant loss. With the tasks arranged, the 3 groups dispersed. Upon returning to the children, Zhao Lan seemed still entrapped by that answer. It wasn't until Ajing appeared beside her, persistently nudging her with his elbow, that she snapped back to reality. What is up? Ajing pointed at Su Chun, who was seated atop the head of a certain aberrant beast, eyes closed in meditation, and teasingly remarked, who is this big brother? He looks so handsome. Su Chun, with his back to Zhao Lan, had a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Lan rolled her eyes dramatically. This was the treatment of a protagonist. Then, as if petting a child, she ruffled Ajing's hair, speaking earnestly, "You're still young. Don't speak carelessly. When you grow up a bit, you'll understand that this isn't handsomeness, but rather a mere facade." Ajing scratched his head. What does mere facade mean? Hearing the discussion behind him, Su Chun couldn't help but turn around, fuming, "Zhao Lan, shut your filthy mouth." Upon seeing Su Chin's fierce expression, Ajing suddenly understood and exclaimed, "Oh, I get it. It's just pretending to be innocent, right?" Just that one sentence made Su Chin's face flush with embarrassment. However, she couldn't lose her temper at a child, so she merely shot Zhao Lan a vicious glare and turned away, choosing to ignore them. Ding! From Su Chin's resentment, 9,999. Seeing Su Chin at a disadvantage, Zhao Lan felt quite pleased and once again tousled Ajing's neatly combed hair into a messy nest. Indeed, it's just pretending. The young lad is rather clever, catching on quickly. Ajing grinned widely. That essay given. Thus, amidst playful banter, the group finally escorted the elderly and children from the Welfare Institute to a temporary settlement. At this point, only an hour remained until the counterattack. Chapter 87. Red Moon, Bloodlight, Aberrant Beast Nest, 10th Update, Linjiang City, 7 o'clock in the evening. The clock tower street, ravaged by aberrant beasts, was permeated with a strong stench of blood. A mere glance revealed distant storm clouds still gathering in a few areas, suggesting that Zhao Tian and Yi Shirin, who were responsible for handling the evolution platforms, would not be arriving. As for Yi Chong, Nalan Rongda, and Xia Qian, they were the group with the heaviest tasks. With a limited number of evolution platforms, once they were gone, they were gone. However, the aberrant beasts that had long been lurking in the city were not so easily eradicated. Therefore, this group would likely be absent as well. Naturally, the burden of leadership fell upon Shen Wansan and Xia Jinghong. It's time for us to depart. As one of the representatives of the younger generation, Su Chun was the first to propose. This time, Zhao Lan did not refute him, even expressing her support vocally. Sure, you go ahead. The evolution platform is right there, and no one will stop you. Ding! From Su Chin's resentment, 6,666. Su Chin's face darkened, and just as he was about to retort about Zhao Lan's constant presence, he suddenly remembered that Zhao Tian was absent, and he was unsure whether the technological means of the evolution platform had been resolved. His face flushed, and he ceased speaking. On the contrary, Zhao Lan appeared eager, scanning her surroundings, hoping to see the person in charge of the research team that Zhao Tian had mentioned. After a couple of minutes, a black sedan sped into view and came to a steady stop before the crowd. With a clang, the car door swung open. A group of tall men clad in black suits and sunglasses emerged, each carrying a briefcase. Sorry for the delay. We just need to adjust the equipment. It should take about 3 more minutes. Shenwan San and Xia Zhengheng nodded, and the men in black immediately began their work. However, midway through, Zhao Lan unexpectedly wrapped her arms around one of their necks and whispered a name in his ear. The man in black froze, a hint of panic flashing across his face. And he hastily explained, "Young Master Zhao, we do not know the person you mentioned." Zhao Lan pointed at herself. "Then you know me, right?" The man in black nervously shook his head. "Then how do you know my surname is Zhao?" The man in black, Ding, from Chowda's Resentment, 999. Having confirmed her suspicions, Zhao Lan did not wish to trouble them further. She patted the man's shoulder. "It's fine. Go ahead with your work." Seeing this, the man in black quickly slipped away. The peculiar device in the briefcase resembled a coffee machine on the outside. Upon pressing a button, dark gray liquid began to flow out. Zhao Lan widened her eyes. Surely it can't be a coffee machine, right? However, the liquid did not seep into the ground. Instead, it quickly flowed into the relatively intact evolution platform. ZZZ. As the liquid flowed in and spread upward in an anti-gravitational manner, the half-destroyed evolution platform began to emit startup sounds. Quite impressive. It was repaired in less than 3 minutes. A mass of storm clouds began to gather above the evolution platform, forming an inverted funnel shape. The evolution platform was now calibrated. Take these remaining instruments with you, and when you return, find an evolution platform, repeat the operations I just performed, and you will return to Linjiang City. The man in black who had been questioned by Zhao Lan still appeared somewhat reserved, briefly explaining the functions of these instruments before stepping aside. Shenwan San and Xia Zhengheng exchanged glances and were the first to step into the light beam of the evolution platform. Zhao Lan and Su Qin followed closely behind. A blinding light flashed, and Zhao Lan felt dizzy and slightly numb. However, this sensation quickly faded, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely different place. On the eerie red earth, hundreds of evolution platforms stood densely in the distance. The mountains stretched continuously, all adorned with bizarre red trees, and occasionally, a chilling or furious shriek echoed, enough to send shivers down one's spine. Above all, the crimson moon emitted a bewitching blood light. Everything here could only be described with one word. Strange, be cautious. This space is problematic and likely a special nest for aberrant beasts. Xia Zhengheng, usually taciturn, furrowed his brow and offered a warning. Upon hearing the words aberrant beast nest, the expressions of the others grew solemn, a sense of foreboding rising within them. Humanity had become painfully familiar with aberrant beasts. They were merely creatures that began a new round of evolution during the resurgence of spiritual energy. However, unbeknownst to many, some advanced aberrant beasts did not originate from ordinary biological evolution. Otherwise, with human technology, even if aberrant beasts evolved rapidly, the initial chaos during the resurgence of spiritual energy would not have been so dire. With the deepening of explorations into the wilderness, many powerful individuals discovered something called aberrant beast nests. These appeared to be specially delineated spaces, harboring a multitude of bizarre creatures, which would venture out at intervals. Aberrant beast nests were the original source of aberrant beasts. Such secrets were not known to the general populace. Naturally, the remaining individuals present were not ordinary people. Shenwan San, as a businessman, was well informed. Su Chun harbored the soul of the first Esper, and Zhao Lan, being a transmigrator, was aware of the subsequent storyline. Upon realizing that this region was an aberrant beast nest, none dared to take it lightly. The mountain range ahead should be the location of the nest. It was said that every aberrant beast nest was once a picturesque landscape, but because a maternal aberrant beast resided within, capable of spawning various aberrant beasts, its overwhelming reproductive capacity had led to the surrounding area becoming increasingly desolate. It is advisable for everyone to be somewhat prepared. The more desolate the area outside the lair, the greater and more formidable the creatures within are likely to be. As Shan wants and shared the information he possessed, he waved a jade scepter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of copper coins swiftly darted around. Surveying the terrain, within 3 minutes, Shan Wansan spoke again. I have located the entrance, approximately 3 kilometers in the southeast direction. Upon hearing this, the group inhaled deeply, bracing themselves to follow Shan Wansan towards Ruku. Wait, I sense something is about to emerge. At that moment, Zhao Lan suddenly interjected, her expression grave. Seeing Zhao Lan's seriousness, everyone adopted a defensive stance, cautiously scanning their surroundings. 3 seconds later, Poof! A sound reminiscent of a whistle emanated from Zhao Lan's rear. She exhaled with relief and said, "Ah, it finally came out." The group responded, "So, the thing you sensed about to emerge was just your fart." Ding! From Xia Zhenghong's resentment, 9,999. Ding! From Shun Wansan's resentment, 9,999. Ding! From Su Qin's resentment, 9999. The grand outburst of 10 chapters has finally concluded. I have no desire to write another word, just 3 words. Gifts, please, good night. Chapter 88. The path you choose. Do not blame me for your demise. Inside the lair of the creatures, the walls and floor were covered with a thick layer of flesh and blood. Stepping upon it would elicit a disturbing creaking sound. Shun Wansan led the way, seemingly aware of the discomfort of the 2 younger companions, and patiently explained. The lair of these creatures is essentially a fusion of biological and non-biological elements. Apart from the creatures within, there generally should not be any significant dangers, so there is no need for excessive worry. As he spoke, the 4 turned onto another path. What had initially been a narrow and confined space suddenly opened up. Within the vast, fleshy expanse, an abundance of bizarre and grotesque tumors proliferated, and through their silicone-like surfaces, one could glimpse the curled forms of numerous undeveloped creatures. One creature would be manageable, dozens or even hundreds would be acceptable. But thousands of these beings would pose a considerable challenge for the 4. Yet, scanning the area, they observed that there were at least tens of thousands of these tumor embryos. If they were to hatch, the consequences would be dire. Be cautious and avoid touching these tumors. Puff! Just as Shun Wansan was halfway through his warning, a sharp sound akin to a blade slicing through flesh echoed from behind. The 3 turned to see Zhao Lan in shock. "Zhao Lan, what are you doing? I just said not to touch anything, and you've already cut one open. Quickly, withdraw from this area and find another entrance." Ding! From Xia Zhenghong's resentment, 8,888. Ding! From Shun Wansan's resentment, 7,777. Ding! From Su Qin's resentment, 6,666. It turned out that Zhao Lan, who had been trailing along nonchalantly, had, unbeknownst to them, sliced open a tumor and pulled out a young creature ensconced in a layer of viscous slime. Her actions were so crude that it seemed she had no fear of disturbing the other creatures. The creature, resembling a beetle, immediately opened its underdeveloped mandibles as if to emit a roar. Smack, however, as soon as the young creature opened its mouth, it received a hefty slap across its snout. Zhao Lan furrowed her brows, menacingly commanding, "Close your mouth." The beetle creature, dazed by the slap, opened and closed its mouth, ultimately complying, though its eyes welled up with tears, appearing pitifully on the verge of weeping. Smack! Another crisp sound echoed as Zhao Lan struck it again. "Wipe those tears away," she admonished. The beetle creature extended a tentacle to wipe its tears. Satisfied, Zhao Lan ordered, "Now, tell me everything you knowed." To her surprise, the beetle creature indeed leaned closer to Zhao Lan's ear and began to emit strange chirps. Zhao Lan alternated between attentive listening and furrowed brows, as if genuinely engaged in conversation with the creature. This scene left Su Qian and the others utterly dumbfounded. Is there truly such a method? While numerous individuals possess the ability to communicate with and even tame creatures, most adept practitioners approach unfamiliar beings with persuasion and reason, eventually resorting to incentives to win their allegiance. But Zhao Lan, on the other hand, began with a pair of resounding slaps. One could hardly expect a wild creature to endure such treatment, let alone a civilized individual influenced by social norms, and yet, the creature obediently acquiesced. Once Zhao Lan concluded her interaction, the ever-curious Shun Wansan stepped forward to inquire, "Zhao Lan, were all those creatures you previously tamed subdued in such a manner?" Zhao Lan scratched her head, puzzled. "What other methods are there?" Shun Wansan smiled bitterly, choosing not to elaborate further. The world of geniuses seemed too perplexing for him. In merely 3 minutes, Zhao Lan had acquired a wealth of valuable information through her ability, Heart of Beasts. It must be noted that although Heart of Beasts is merely an item, its capabilities far surpass those of many beast-taming abilities. As described, it can essentially accomplish anything related to creatures. Zhao Lan turned to her companions, sharing the intelligence she had gleaned from the creature. This lair of creatures is rather peculiar. There are a total of 4 creature matriarchs, no, to be precise. It was originally one, but they are dispersed across different areas. To entirely eradicate the reproductive capacity of this layer, we must simultaneously eliminate all 4 matriarchs within a short time frame. Otherwise, they will regenerate. Given their familiarity with the term creature matriarch, the 3 understood the hierarchy of the lair, which mirrored that of an ant colony, with the matriarchs analogous to the queen ant, responsible for reproduction and central authority. Having 4 matriarchs is indeed troublesome. Do you know their exact locations? Xiao Zhenghong asked, rubbing his temples. Yes, the routes are somewhat convoluted, but they can be traced. However, given the unique nature of these 4 matriarchs, we must split up to proceed. First, we eliminate the matriarchs, then regroup to investigate the dark forest technology. Zhao Lan's suggestion was quickly approved by Xia Zhenghong and Shunwan San, as her intelligence had always